Very good. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. We are here on day 3 of our Wisdom Con, and it is just it's been a powerful, powerful weekend. We have had so many amazing breakthroughs and information and workshops, and we ended last night with an incredible biofield tuning by Bobby Vasquez. So thank you so much. We've had so many comments about that, and we are thrilled to begin this morning with another amazing presenter. This morning we have Kathleen Zamansky to start our day off at 9 to 10 a.m. And she'll be doing a workshop with you. And if you want to download ahead of time your chart to work with her, you can do that on the website right next to her name. You will see a button for download. Just go ahead and go to the website on WisdomCon and check that out. At 10, we have Miguel Mendonca. At 11, we have Dan Winter. At 12, we have Alan Steinfeld. At 1, we have Joanne Richards. At 3, we have Neil Gaur. At 4, we have Jahan Kamzadeh. At 5, we have Roman Light. And at 6, I will be presenting Geraldine Orozco. And at 7, we have our closing panel and farewell. And it has been an incredible weekend. Please do engage with us. Put your comments and your questions in the chat, and we will be looking for them and put them into our conversation when we do Q&A. So without further ado, I will bring Kathleen on. Kathleen, welcome.
Thank you, Geraldine. And I agree, this has been an impactful weekend for all of us, not just our listeners, obviously. It's been just so transformational for me as well. And I'm sure everyone that has presented over the weekend can feel the same. So what I would like to do is go ahead and get us started. We're going to be doing a pretty profound pattern that I came aware of just a few months ago as I was really getting ready for my annual event, because this time of year I'm already preparing for serving my clients of what's going to be happening for the upcoming year. And I usually do that in January. And then I came across, because really when you look at Chinese metaphysics, everything is about a repeatable pattern. It's the 5 elements, it's qi flow, yin and yang, and there is an incredible new setup that is going to be happening. So today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a little bit of, and I'm going to say a little bit because we are going to go back 12 years in your life of going back and identifying. So here's my disclaimer. I am not a medical professional, but I do very much know and aware of that there are things that are going to bubble up in you, and you may need to seek maybe one of the other healers that have been in the weekend, or even speak with somebody to maybe work through some of this thing. Because really what I'm asking you to do is kind of dig up some of the garbage, if you will, because we really want to let that go. We don't want that to be the drivers of our lives. So to prepare right now, I would suggest that you get a glass of water. If you have any crystals by you, go ahead and bring them in. You definitely want a journal or a piece of paper. Some of you may even want to go through the ritualistic point of, after you do an exercise like this, burn it, or but very careful, very, very cautious about saying that, especially in the West Coast of the United States, which is blazing with fire. So I'm going to just say, maybe you could immerse it in water and dissolve it that way, of something like that. You don't have to do that. These are just suggestions. You may want to introduce some essential oils that you could either wear on your body. I have some diffusing in the background. You may want to light a candle, whatever that will help you get into that yin side, because this is what we're going to be tapping into today. We're going into the yin so we can bring the balance of yang back. And I really want to let you know that, by the end of today even, you're going to even get more impactful tools that can help you along the way. So again, if you would like to get your astrology chart, it's not as essential today as it was yesterday, but it will once you see what's going on, that you may want to know this information. So go to freebusinessastrology.com. We are going to be working with this part of your chart. So again, if you don't have the time to do that, you can always go back and do it at another time. If you just want to sit and listen, that would be a fine thing to do as well. The universal gateway, which is called Qimendunjia in Chinese, is basically a system that is very much, and I'm sure you've all heard of this, the art of war. It's winning the war without fighting the battle. So that's what we're going to try to attempt to do today, is we're going to bring up all of our battle wounds, but we're going to try to release them so we don't get into these same battles over and again. For today's purposes, all you need to know is what your command direction is. And as you can see on the lower left-hand side of the chart, this particular chart says west. Yours might say southeast. Yours might say north. Again, if you don't have time to do it, serendipitously, the universe has put you in the perfect direction right now. But if you do have your chart, what I'd like you to understand is that this is using your body literally as the antenna of heaven, earth, and person. So you can be using your body to get into that frequency that you were born with. It's pretty amazing. There's a lot of applications for Universal Gateway. Today, what we're going to be doing is more of a release manifestation, but you can use it for many applications, which will be for another conference. But for today, I just want you to just understand what we're going to be doing is really just trying to get into that frequency so you can release much easier. All the rest of it we'll talk at another time. All right. So going back to what the profound shift is that is happening in 2022, really it started already, is the releasing that we're able to do from now till February 4th. And then February 4th, we have a very unique situation where the year pillar, which comprises of an element on top and a animal on the bottom, as you can see, it repeats in the month. This rarely happens. And what is even more rare is we have a flying star, which is more looking at the space. This has the 5 in the center. And the next time this occurrence, where we're going to have a double, and it would always be in a tiger year. Why? Because the Chinese New Year always starts in February, and February is the month of the tiger. So I do a lot with favorable timing and things like that. But just so you know, the month of February is tiger. So it would only happen in a tiger year, which happens every 12 years. But this, where the element and animal coincide year and month with the 5 of the flying star for the space, the next time this is going to happen is 180 years. So some of you may be around in 180 years. I most likely will not, maybe as a reincarnated being, but as this being right now, I will not have an opportunity now. So let's get some opportunities going so that next reincarnation is a lot easier for us. All right, so what we're going to do, actually, before I go on to this next slide, I'd like you now to go ahead and either grab your journal, even a piece of paper. You don't have to have anything formal. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be backtracking. And so what I would like you to do, and I'm going to actually stop sharing the screen for just a moment. And what I would like to do is have you, at this point, we're going to go through a little bit of a meditation. And then I'm going to ask you to stay in that meditative state for you to start journaling. And so I'm going to tell you what we're going to be doing, and then we're going to do it. So how I want you, and all along the way, sip on your water, cup of tea, whatever you're going to be working with. and I hope I have a little bit left by the end, but I have a cup of tea if I don't, is to infuse this water with, and we're going to be drinking it along the way. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be running you through a 5 elements meditation. And then we're going to tap into the guardian. And then we're going to start reverse engineering from present day, and then we're going to move back. So I want you to start thinking about and really let your guardian answer these questions. I want you to be very impartial on this. You're very safe. And I want you to also to start thinking about things that have happened in the last 12 years. Have you had a health issue? Did you have a business and you no longer have a business? Did you retire? Did you enter into a new stage of your life? Did you get, separated from a relationship? Did you lose it, as far as someone passing on that was very important to you? All of these are traumas that certainly hit our sensibilities and really actually impede our success and what we're here to do. So what I would really like you to do right now is just remove everything. If you're sitting in a lotus position, I actually like to put my feet on the ground because to me it is more grounding to do that, but whatever works for you. What I'd like you to do is just either gently close your eyes or just shut them just a little bit. And let's start out with some nice, deep, clean breaths and taking in loving energy and release. Slowly release. Twice the exhale as your inhale, and all of these deep breaths. And now I want you to bring in a nice deep breath of healing love. And I want you to exhale, releasing anything that doesn't serve you right here in this very moment. Taking another deep breath and bringing in lots of love, support, safety, boundaries. And I'd like you to exhale out love and compassion to all the people that are on this stream right now, people that will be listening to it later, that you also are supported by this. Bringing in another deep breath. We'll do one more. Fully supported. And as we release and let go, I'd like you to, from the bottom of your feet, or if you're sitting, you could also from your root chakra, just allow a nice grounding cord that is made of the wood element. And it's like beautiful tree trunks following whatever path they want to follow. And these are about your connections. It's about your growth. It's about your creativity, and they grow and grow into the earth, no matter which path they want to take. Just let them wander. And the earth element opens up to caress these beautiful roots. And this is your wisdom. This is your support. This is self-care. Allow to be filled with the love and nurturing support of Mother Earth. And as those roots continue to grow of the wood element, and that earth begins to surround us with that loving compassion, those two elements go and lock into the core of the earth, where beautiful embers of fire are there. It's not burning anything, it is warming and enlightening you. It is reigniting your passion. It is helping you to be visible. Fire is the happiness element. It's about love. Bring that beautiful love into all that you do. And now we're going to take these three elements and they are going to now go back whatever path they want. And this energy is going to go into the bottom of your feet. And now it finds the container of your body, which is your skin and your skeleton. This is the metal element and your lungs. It's helping you to take deep breaths. Your bones are giving you the structure to stand upright, no matter what your physical capabilities are. The skin on your container to hold everything together for you. The metal is about rules and justice. It's about making the right choices. The ability to be decisive. The ability to know right from wrong. And this is your boundaries. And it's all the systems that you have in place. Taking another nice deep breath. And now we're going to ignite the water element. And the water element is all of the fluids in your body, your capacity to be flexible and fluid. It's your ability to go deep, very, very, very deep down to that soul and cellular level. It's also helping you to communicate in a way that is very compassionate. So now that we have all the 5 elements ignited in your body, coming from the Mother Earth in your body, now I'd like you to open up your crown chakra at the top of your head and allow that energy to go to the furthest reaches of the cosmos. And what we're going to do is we're going to tap into your guardian, which is a star in the universe, and whatever it is today, that information is for you, uniquely for you today, right now. Taking another deep breath and just allow that download to happen. And if you're facing within your guardian's direction, just allow that portal in the back of your head to open up to receive the energy from the universe. And if you're joining us late, just allow that energy just to come through the top of your crown chakra. And just let the downloads happen. And the download is now going to reside and come to the center of your chest, where a beautiful lotus flower is there to receive this information. And the lotus flower opens up to that universal wisdom, which is uniquely yours. Allow some of that energy to go down to the core of the earth, effortlessly and easily, commingling with the knowledge, wisdom, and support of Mother Earth, and allow some of that energy to go up to the star that you latched onto today. And just feel that energy flowing back and forth from the core to the universe, through you, for you, supporting you. Taking another deep breath. So now what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to begin, and if you'd like to take a look at the screen, you can, but you don't have to. You can stay in this meditative state. What we're going to do is from present moment all the way back to January 2020, if you will, just this past year, or the December 31st, excuse me. And what are things that you know that are getting in your way? So we have some obvious external things that we have no control over. We do in many respects have a lot of control, but there are certain things that we don't in the current situation. We can move to change some of those things, but where do you find yourself? And what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to almost take, a whole page. You may not get through it today, but this is a work in progress. And over the next 4 months, this is the awareness piece of what we need to clean up in our personal lives, in our business lives, in our emotional lives, in our spiritual lives. So I'm just going to give you just a minute because we're going to go through 12 years back and just write the big key points that we need to be aware of and be responsible enough to take care of them. Make sure you take your water and drink as you go through this process. All right, we're going to move on to 2020. This is when all of us that are on this planet right now realize that the world is changing forever. This was a very impactful year. Who are the people that we want to honor that have passed on? Who are the people that we want to honor and thank for being in our lives that even gave us a lot of grief? This inner work is never the easy part, but the other side is so wonderful. It's worth every moment that you're going through right now. Is there something maybe about finances? Okay, we're going to now go back one more year. It was the year of the pig in 2019. And some of these years are going to be maybe a little bit more, I'm going to say more challenging by very nature of what was happening in the year. So it could be something that is pushing on your astrology chart, but I wouldn't worry about that right now. Just the reality of what happened. What is it that we want to release? And for those of you who are just joining in, I just want to repeat that what we're doing is we're doing a release of the last 12 years of our life, because we're going into an incredible conjuncture that is happening in February of 2022, where we're going to be able to, if we do this release work now, we have a great opportunity to even plan out the next 12 years starting in February. But this is the first step. So for all of us, most of us know that what happened in 2019 in November of that year is because why we are where we're at today. but we didn't know about that. This is when maybe life was a little bit more innocent. We were all going out about in our ways, and we were in person. We were not behind a computer screen to connect. Life changed for everybody after 2019, but there still were happening things in your personal life that you were still dealing with. And now we're going to go to the year of the dog, 2018. And if you don't remember some of the things that are happening, that's why I think it's a good idea to just be aware, because you know what? After you do this exercise and you have them listed out year by year, you're going to go back and go, oh yeah, that's when I had this major breakup in my life. And then all of these other things started happening, either good or bad. But the awareness of the pain that you had gone through during those times, again, it could be health, financial, relationship, personal turmoil, loss, grief, betrayal. Taking another nice deep breath. Take a sip of water if you need it. Take a sip of water even if you don't. It's cleansing. And let's go on to the rooster. That was in 2017. About 4.5, 5 years ago. If you have young children, this is actually an easier exercise sometimes, because you can kind of juxtaposition your life paralleled along theirs, but there's other markers as well. Another way of looking at this are, what are some of the struggles you're seeing today? When did they start? It may not be this year, but wherever it started, and the path, if you can follow that path. You're doing an excellent job, everyone. Going backwards in time, 2016 was the monkey year. For some of you as well, you know, this just downloaded to me as well, of political turmoil that has happened, where people have had to either go and fight a war or be in a war, or had to leave their countries, or you know, people coming into your communities that has shifted, hopefully with open arms, but those are scary times for people. We send many blessings to those who have been in that situation. I hope you're here and hearing things that are happening this weekend for your benefit. All right, going back to the goat year. That was exactly 6 years ago, the goat year, when we last saw the year of the ox, which is now. We're going back to the goat. What do we need to release? And allow the universal gateway to help you bring to recollection. If you're coming to a point where you're finding, I'm not really seeing anything, I don't remember, just take a deep breath. Allow the universe to give you some signals. And you can always come back to this exercise. Every year does not have to be a tragedy, by the way. There could be some really wonderful stuff that happened during these times. And even though they are wonderful, we do want to release our attachment to them so that we can always move forward. Now we're getting to the horse. Horse is a very fiery type animal. Breathing into this wonderful energy. And if things are coming to recollection and you need to jump ahead, maybe to 2019 or 20, oh yeah, I remember this. And actually, by doing this exercise, you're also going to start seeing the initial steps that got you to where you're at today. It's just taking the time to reverse back. And going back to the year 2013, we just have a few more years left to go. And bringing in that energy of what happened on that particular year. And if any sadness is coming up or angst, just again, know that you are safe. Just ground, continue to ground. Continue to allow the universe to send energy of awareness to you, and Mother Earth is supporting you. But do allow those tears to flow if they are coming up. Just let them out. Don't hold back anymore. Your time is now. And now we're here with the dragon. Of 2012. Doing a great job. Keep breathing. And let's go back to, should be 2011. 2011, the oops, no, I went the wrong way. 2011, the rabbit. And we're just about ready to start that cycle of going back one more year after the rabbit. Taking a nice deep breath. And here is 2010. This is 12 years from 2022. And this is the exercise that we're here to do today. It's going back to 2010. What happened in 2010 to start this 12-year cycle? Taking a nice deep breath. So when you're ready, you can put your journal or your paper down. And what I'd like you to do now, again, is just close your eyes. And you can take this exercise, if you will, further after, and you can go back to the beginning of your life. You can go back to conception. You can go back to past lives and heal all of these by coming aware. And again, you may need some assistance on this. And if you do, wonderful, reach out. There's a lot of healers here that can help. There's a lot of just even free content during this particular weekend that you can go back and listen to do the releasing, the sound healings, the angel readings, the breath work. There's a lot of different modalities, but for right now, I just want you to close your eyes, connect back up to the universal gateway, either coming in through the back of your head, or if you're just joining us through your crown chakra, grounding down. And I want you to just observe what you wrote and putting it on a screen in front of you, or you can put it in a bubble, whatever you would like to do. And I'd like you to imagine, this is outside of your body, that there is a beautiful bubble and aura around your journal and everything you wrote. And I want you to have a grounding cord go from that screen and bubble down to the center of the earth, connecting with all of the 5 elements. And I also want that bubble with your journal to go to the furthest reaches of the cosmos. It can hook into the same star that you are tapping into right now. If it decides to go to another one, allow that to go. And I want now the universe and Mother Earth to go through your words and begin to release. Just continue to let go of people, spaces, times, incidents, problems. And I just want you to just imagine, like, I'm going to say an hourglass, just allow them to gently dissolve. We don't want to jar anything right now because this is just the awareness. This is the first step to your healing. And I'm sure you've done a lot of healing before, but there might still be some things that are stuck. It's why we do this work, because we find ourselves every once in a while stuck in a vibration that we don't know why we're here, because or why things are happening the way they're happening right now. Continue to take some nice, yes, Bonnie, let it flow. Let it flow, my dear. You're in the right place. I want you to just pull your shoulders back a little bit and open up your heart. Place your hand on your heart. You can place your hands up to Mother Earth. You can put one up to the universe. You can put one to Mother Earth and one to the universe. Allow that balance to happen. The opportunity is available to you right now to release and let go of things from your past. They are taking energetic space. There were people that were saying, how do I get on a spiritual path? It's letting go. It's really letting go. And I do this work myself. I am by no means any different than any one of you. Life is life. We have trials and tribulations. Let us all be in the vibration of love. Continue to release and let go. Let the universe and Mother Earth do the work. You have to do the work as well by writing it out and identifying and being aware of it. And there's still work to be done. We still will make mistakes in life. Maybe they just won't be as big anymore. Maybe we can take ownership and responsibility of things sooner, so we don't continue to take and make those patterns a repeatable pattern. We're doing this to make new pathways and roads for us that are easier, more benevolent, and filled with love. Continue to take nice deep breaths. And continue that love. And what I would like you to do right now is I'd like you to see if everything is dissolved on your screen right now. There's still maybe a lot of anger and a lot of hurt, a lot of hardship. So what I would like you to do right now is I want you to listen to the universe. The universe is going to drop into the screen your very next step that the universe would suggest that you do to your steps towards healing. That might be taking a rest. That might be drinking more water. That might be reaching out to one of the healers, the amazing healers of this weekend. That might be saying no. Just listen and just observe. Just listen. Don't get involved, just listen. Be the receiver of your own creative genius, abundance, love. These are your teams helping you along the way. Bring in any angels that you feel are appropriate, any guides. Your board of directors right now is devising a plan for you. Just listen. Staying in this very yin state, if you can, we're like, go ahead and jot down what you see or hear. And for those of you who aren't as visual or not seeing anything right now, it could be a number of reasons. It may be very late at night for you where you're tuning in from, or you could have had, something happen that is distracting you from it. That's okay. The message will come. It will come in the form of a dream. It will come in the form of something you may hear on a broadcast, even a radio program or streaming that you might be watching 3 days from now. It's all right. Just everything is just going to come in its divine order. The message will come. I just need you to be aware and open up your optics to see when the opportunities come your way. You might hear next week of this amazing healer that can absolutely help with this one thing that you need to completely put into place. Taking another deep breath. And what is it within 7 days from now? What does your guides, your universal guardian telling you that you need to do within 7 days or by day 7? So that means by next Sunday, if you're listening to this live. Very good, Angie. Keep writing it down. And now what I'd like you to do is, if you are able, I want you to open up your heart, and we are going to send love and healing to everyone that is participating live. And for those who listen to it on the replay, you will also feel the same charge of love. And if you feel right now you need to receive it, that's exactly what I want you to do. There's no judgment. No one sees who you are right now. So either I want you to send out the love, and we're going to create this net of love that is connecting each and every one of us. And I just want you to see them. It's just little twinkling lights, because we are broadcasting around the world. We're going to first send it to each other, taking a nice deep breath. Nice deep breath. And one more time, we're going to do it 2 more times, sending it to this group. One last time, bringing love into yourself. This beautiful, energetic source love that you are completely and unifiedly healed. And I want you to exhale this out to everyone on this platform. And now we're going to send some healing to the world. Go ahead and taking a nice deep breath, sending it to especially to the areas of geography that need it the most, where it's war torn and fire scorched and flooded and just this imbalance. I want you to see the earth in perfect balance. We're in the space station now, just sending out this beautiful love. Taking in one nice deep breath again. And one more out to the universe, the whole universe. All of our guardians, we're going to be very thankful. Thanking with so much gratitude the guardians that helped us today, all of the guides that helped us today. Mother Earth for supporting us. And this is the beginning of your manifestation. When you allow to let go and release, you are ever more able to map out a future that is incredible for you. Take another nice deep breath. And if you do have a glass of water, all of that energy, I want you to now infuse into the water or a cup of tea. You can do it with a crystal. Even your oils, go ahead and infuse that energy into the water of love and healing, letting go and release. Feel that vibration going into that container that is holding this blessed water. I would drink some and leave a little bit that you might want to spray among in any room that you might feel is a little bit stuck. But go ahead and drink this blessed water that you blessed and we all blessed. Thank you for blessing my water. All right, my friends, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to start becoming back present to the room. You may want to wiggle your fingers and toes, start moving your shoulders. If you need to stand up, go ahead and stand up. Really start to bring the yang energy back. You may want to clap your hands, shake them out. Put a big smile in your heart and your face. Your whole body is alive. Thank you so much for your beautiful presence today. I really appreciate it. And I just want to let you know that I do have a couple of spots available yet today. Just take a screenshot of this if you'd like to come visit me. I also have an annual event that we're going to be talking a lot about that at my annual event, and that's in January. But you can, kind of find me on Facebook and all that kind of stuff as well. YouTube, where we're going to be really delving into this as we get ready for the Year of the Tiger. So Geraldine, do we have any questions or comments that we can talk about? Or
Hi, Kathleen. Yeah, that was
hi,
incredible.
Geraldine.
Thank you so much. We have so many wonderful comments from everyone that is just saying that was amazing. We love it. Let me just take a look really quickly, see if we have any questions.
Well, while you're looking, I just
Yeah.
want to do a huge shout out to Geraldine. And I would say Geraldine is the master guru of helping you release some of this energy. If you do find yourself a bit stuck, please stay tuned for her presentation at the end of the day. I guess we're going to bookmark that I guarantee Geraldine can help release some of this if you find that you're running into, and I can say this from personal experience, that, like I said, I'm human too. I have my bucket full of stuff to deal with as well. So please stay tuned for Geraldine, as well as other healers that are going to be on. And again, listen to this over and over again. It's such a wise choice to help you get through the things that you need to get through. So thank you, everyone. I really
thank you so much, Kathleen. That was so
yeah.
wonderful of you. You know, I've had a chance to work with you too, and really brilliant work. And we do have a question from Meta Mindset, who says, what advice do you have for a 1990 steel horse? I remember reading it was the year referred to as the golden horse for some reason.
Yes, it was. So in Chinese metaphysics, we have 12-year cycles, we have 20-year cycles, 180-year cycles. So it was a golden horse. So it was a very strong, energetic, if you will, because it was metal on top of fire. So in the 5 elements cycle, fire forges the metal. And that makes that metal very sharp and strong. So otherwise, it's just a clump of coal. We need fire to transform the fire, the fire transmuting the metal. So this is where, if you were born in that year, if you have a child that was born in that year, or if you had certain animals in your chart that would be connected with the horse, they would, it conflicts with the rat, but it combines very well with the tiger, which is next year, the horse, and the dog. So if you have those 3 animals in your chart and you were around in that year, that could have been a very, very powerful year where you could cut through things and really be a leader. This is leadership. This is the true type emperor type energy. We have another type of this cycle coming up in 2026. It's going to be a fire horse. So it's fire on top of fire. Holy moly. We're going to have to put on our seatbelts for those. So anyone that's having a child that year, you're going to have a child that is going to be so visible. It's going to be a pretty exciting ride these next 12 years. That is what we're positioning ourselves. So thank you for that question.
Great. And we have a question from Bonnie, who says, I saw the sun and a planet above my head to the right side of my brain was a silver gray planet, and in front was the sun. What planet do you think this was? Why could I feel it so vividly? My current location is 355 North.
Okay.
355 North.
Yeah, I wish I could answer that with some intellect. Maybe somebody would be able to, because I'm not an astronomer, truthfully. So I really can't tell you, but I'm so happy that you saw that vision. So when you look at, and I'm just saying that, what that planet is, I could not tell you, because also geographically, where are you right now for you to see it and what I would see? So you are sitting north. I can tell you that the north direction right now in Pacific time, it's an incredible energetics. There's so much that, I could be teaching this for days on end, but when we're getting into this universal yin side of you chose the north direction, and that is incredible. Now, I'm not talking about your location as in direction of your space, or you actually decided to sit in that direction, but you tapped into an incredibly powerful energetic right now. If you are in, because you have to be in my time zone, because your time zone would have a different energetic, because we are constantly moving this wave of energy and what you can tap into. I'm glad that you're seeing it so vividly. This is a system for you, if that is true, that you can tap into this universal energy just like that. So congratulations. And Thank you very much for letting us heal a little bit of ourselves and the planet today, Geraldine.
Amazing. And one last question. How can we use your daily messages that you put out on Instagram? How do we use those messages that you put out? What's the best way to use them?
The best way to use them, I actually put them out the day before because of different time zones, because my clientele is global as well. So I put them out the day before. So really what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to look at the energy of what is happening on the next day and then map out your day that way. So when you start following me, you're going to start understanding, like, if you have a horse in your chart and it's a rat day, then it's going to be a day that there might be some challenges. But if it is a dog day, if you're a dog, if you have a dog in your chart, then, oh my gosh, this is a day that can be much more beneficial. So we have that system is my time blazer system. It's a system that's based on your personal energy and the 5 elements. It's every day, every moment's a birth chart. And how do you relate to the birth chart of the day with your own personal energy? And I have a system that's personalized to you. I'm going to, just say very quickly, for example, we decided to do this conference starting it on a good day. We planned that out last year, that this was the weekend of a weekend that we could find 3 days in a row that had nice energetics, so it would benefit all. That's how you use the system. Watch me on YouTube or other places and you can find out more. Back to you, Geraldine. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Up next, we have a very, very special friend of mine, and he is an incredible mind, and his name is Miguel Mendonca. And Miguel, are you in our chat room? I think I do see you. Please come on in.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Miguel. Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Maybe if we turn it up just a little bit, that would be great.
Ooh.
Tiny bit, tiny bit.
I'm really not sure how to do that. I might just have to shout a bit.
Oh yeah, you're fine. Can everybody hear him okay? I think we're okay. So. Do you have a headset with a microphone by chance?
Yeah, that's what I have on.
Oh, okay. Miguel, the settings on Zoom, can you make sure on the bottom left-hand corner that it's actually picking up your microphone from the headset?
Yeah, it is.
It is. Okay.
Yep.
Great. Well, we will make do. Let's see, we can turn up the volume a little bit.
How about this?
Oh, much better. There you go.
Oh, there it is.
There you are.
Last time when we were doing our little prep session the other day, you showed me there was a little setting sneaking away in there. Anyway,
Great.
That fixed it. Yeah, that's
Wonderful. And Miguel will be presenting for us Wisdom Now and Always. Take it away, Miguel. Thank you.
Great. Okie dokie. So I am going to share screen.
There you go.
Okay, how's that looking?
That's great. Do you want to put it in presentation mode for us?
Yeah, this is the first time I've actually used Keynote. I was
there we go.
veteran of PowerPoint and all that good stuff.
Yes, perfect. I'll let you go.
So can you guys also see the Zoom images down the right side, or is that invisible for you?
I don't see any zoom in. I just see the front page, which says Wisdom, the name, and Miguel Mendonca.
Magic.
Yeah.
Great. All right, we're in business. So I don't know how quick or slow I'll be with this, as I've not presented it before. People are quite welcome to chime in with questions as we go, because there's kind of a lot to unpack in here. People can feel free to save them for the end if they wish. But if there's anything that's really burning that directly references something on the slides, I'll be happy to take a minute or two to answer that as best I can. So Wisdom Now and Always is a book. It's a study that I did last year, and it was really a response to the state of the world in 2020. And it just seemed like absolutely everything everywhere was just igniting on all these multiple fronts and more. But, you know, the ones that were most sort of impressing themselves on my consciousness at the time were particularly political, the state of things in US politics in particular. Also, obviously, racial issues, what was going on with gender, with equality, COVID, the environment. So it was a heck of a list. And so the sense that I had was that at this time there is this overwhelming need for wisdom, but it was so tough to find it. So if we're going to set about studying wisdom, I mean, I imagine that any of you that have considered this would probably consider it quite a task to take on. You know, how do you begin? Where do you go? I mean, how do you, in one book, try to pull together some definitions of wisdom, and not just definitions, but a way that we can figure out how we can actually develop it in ourselves. So to me, my approach as a researcher has always been to simply find the best people on the planet that I can in the time I have, and ask them the best questions I have that can help us get to the heart of the issue. So I thought, well, let's go broad and deep with this. So I thought, well, let's try to involve people from as many different cultures and backgrounds and age groups as possible. And then, as I say, the questions are all about trying to figure out how to get people in touch with the sense of what wisdom is. Because I had a feeling that it would be like pornography. You know it when you see it, but it can be a difficult thing to define. And I think there's a lot of things like that in life. And wisdom for me was certainly one of those. And fortunately, I think that it certainly helped me move on with my personal sense of what it is. So the contributors are fairly reasonably diverse. 23 people from 11 nations, 5 continents, speaking a minimum of 10 languages. Between them have written over 200 books, selling millions of copies. And collectively, I don't know if they'd like me saying this or not, but they have over 1,500 years of collective life experience across 3 generations. In the top left, you can see Herbert Giraudet there, who was my boss at the World Future Council and one of the most extraordinary men I ever met. In the top right is Professor Falatusi Avagalio Jr., who is of Samoan warrior king lineage and is now an academic in a prestigious university in Hawaii. Bottom left, we have Isabel Axelsson, who is one of the kind of early Swedish youth climate activists. So, you know, as a confederate of Greta's, and has since been working with youth climate leaders the world over. In the bottom right is Professor Tiffany Patterson of Vanderbilt University, and her chapter is absolutely extraordinary. So the backgrounds of these guys include, but are not limited to, education, governance, military, science, industry, the arts, journalism, activism and nonprofit, religion and spirituality. As I felt that if we're going to understand wisdom, we need to understand it in a multitude of contexts. And part of that has to be getting into all these different facets and aspects of human existence. More than half of them were people that I'd formerly worked with at the World Future Council, a nonprofit that was based in Germany. So a couple of words on my background. It's fairly diverse, as I'm just a curious, concerned sort of fellow. So it includes this list: forestry and horticulture, journalism, geography and history. That was my undergrad. Social science, which I did at master's level, sustainability, renewable energy policy. That was the main focus of my work with the World Future Council. And then when I finished up that, I was sort of more or less free to dive into whatever I felt like. And so it really kind of ran wild with UFOs, ETs, metaphysical experiences of all kinds, cults, wisdom, and art and creativity. I have 9 books out, and I'm currently working on them. So the questions. First of all, I thought I would ask everybody, what do they associate with the word wisdom? What comes to mind first when they think about wisdom? And people's answers would often go to early experiences, people. It could be family members, teachers, but in some cases it went off at an angle. It could be things that they learned from nature, in nature. Some of them, it was their pets, and those insights are really interesting. Certainly it could be books, proverbs, art, and so forth. There are in all of their answers, they took it to all kinds of different dimensions and places, so we can find wisdom in just about anything. So we asked, what have been some of your wisest actions, some of the things that they can think of as being some of the best decisions that they've made, and why? Then, what is the hardest one wisdom that you have? Or phrased another way, what are some of the toughest lessons that you have? And when you ask people that kind of question, sometimes they can be a bit reticent, but perhaps by the time we'd got to that point, everybody was basically an open book, and they took it to places that were quite unexpected and quite touching. And I think often when we are most tested, that's when wisdom seems to emerge. And in fact, on a sort of larger level, perhaps the metaphysical level, in the journey of the soul, those kind of ideas, you can say that the whole purpose of existence is to learn through not just the good times, but the bad, because generally failure teaches us a lot more than success. And I happen to follow boxing, and that is a sport in which people's failures are incredibly public. And you often hear in the interviews that people will say, if I hadn't had that loss, I wouldn't be who I am now. And in fact, there's a really interesting show on Netflix at the moment called Losers, which features people from various sports, and it could be anything. I mean, there's a guy in there from the world of Canadian curling. There was a woman based in Alaska who got her hard lessons in dog mushing, professional dog mushing, and on and on. And so I'm sure each of you can reflect on some of the toughest lessons that you've learned. And I'm sure if you were to ask yourself, would I rather that hadn't happened and I didn't get the lesson and I didn't get to move on in life and develop and grow? It depends what the lesson was. It depends what the experience was. But I think a lot of people, myself included, consider that even the worst things that happened are really important opportunities. Another key question, where do you see wisdom or its lack being demonstrated in the world? And how do you apply wisdom to the care of your mind, body, and soul? Because there's no point being wise if you're not looking after yourself wisely. And, you know, this speaks to sustainability at all levels. The ability to basically stick around, to function as well as we possibly can, and to be able to pass those things on. Is wisdom a uniquely human concept? This is one of those questions that everybody had an interesting answer to. And it was one of those that I don't really know where it came from, but I think for all of you out there who are artists, makers, creators, or productive in almost any way, particularly if you're let's say, seekers, you will find, I'm sure all of you have a fairly healthy relationship with inspiration, with guidance, where these things just drop in. You don't know where they come from, and eventually you stop asking. You know that it is in your best interest and the best interest of the enterprise at hand. So with this particular one, I just let it be. And again, it went to some really interesting directions. Of course, we talked about parables, anecdotes, little illustrations, either from scripture, from old folk stories, family histories, personal experiences. It could be absolutely anything. But again, it's another way that we can help ourselves come at wisdom, because, you know, when you ask enough questions, that helps you to start to get a fairly solid idea of what it's all adding up to. I sort of see it like a Venn diagram, where you have all these questions and they start to overlap, and where you get the center point of maximum overlap between all of these things, right in the middle there, in that space, in that point, you're going to find, I think, your best definition of wisdom. And then how do you ultimately define wisdom? And after, you know, a 2-hour interview with these guys, they're in a pretty good place to answer that. And the most important question of all, how can each of us develop wisdom? So we're going to talk a little bit about wisdom teachers. And so for this section, these sections, the following slides, all I'm doing is just giving you a fairly randomized selection of answers from people, because everybody had something interesting to say on every question. It was just that kind of group, that kind of experience. So I essentially wanted to reflect that by more or less randomizing the answers, the quotes that I'm going to present to you, so that you can get the idea that this is not cherry picked, but this is just what happens when people go deep with the subject of wisdom in their own lives. So Isabel Axelsson, the young lady I mentioned at the beginning, the Swedish climate activist, she mentioned a number of people, including her mother, but her history teacher I thought was an interesting one. She said that her history teacher taught the class to discuss, to listen to one another, to learn through discussion and debate, not just by reading. And this is, of course, a very important life skill. And if you look at the state of the world today, you would say that it would be an act of supreme wisdom, certainly very good sense, to teach young children the skill of active listening. If you look on social media, the world in general, it feels as though there's a lack of listening. There's a lack of taking time to hear each other out, to gain insight into the other person's perspective. Because it's not just the question of what do they think, but how do they feel about what they think and what's behind that. And I think if you listen well to people, if you listen respectfully, you start to open up a space in which you can perhaps journey together to the core of what is truly motivating you, to get to a place of true understanding, because that is never done in politics. Never, ever, ever have I seen any example of it happening. And I would be happy to learn of any examples, any places, any venues, jurisdictions in which this takes place, because in general, it's just a war. It's a war of ideas. It's a war of values and objectives. And sadly, the if you like, the greatest good seldom seems to come into it. And because of my involvement in policy, I saw this firsthand. And I'll say this: when I left, I had to go and brief an MP at Portcullis House, which is opposite the Houses of Parliament. It's where most of the members of Parliament have their offices. in Westminster. And when I left there, when I left the briefing, and it was in the atrium where they have the canteen. We just had lunch. I met some famous politicians there, and you can see all these journalists you see on TV, on the news daily, all these politicians that you know. And when I left there, I actually started crying spontaneously. And I was thinking, what the hell? What is happening? This is not the place to weep openly. But I think it was the feeling that in this place, there was such an incredible opportunity to come together as beings, as spirits, and put all our resources together in order that we could create something that is more sustainable, that is more pleasant. But then again, you know, that may run counter to that idea that we're here to learn from our difficulties, our conflicts, our our toughest moments. So I mean, who knows, but that feeling in me never leaves, despite that sense of possibly a bigger design, that surely love is the answer, that we can come together and we can work harder and work in a more loving, inclusive, generous, honest way with one another. So Dave Bailey, one of the most extraordinary people that I've ever met, a good friend of mine here in Bristol, in fact. So he makes books, or he did for many, many years. He traveled to India, good 20 or 30 years ago, I think, and ended up learning how to make books by hand, learning how to make paper by hand, and, you know, developing the paper, cutting the paper, stitching the leather, stitching the paper into the leather, creating all sorts of different fasteners, learning to stamp and treat the leather. A whole little universe of skill. And Dave said that one of the most important things he learned from this is that a good fit between our sensibilities and our work is critical to our happiness and success. And essentially every one of us knows this. This is just part of life. We know if we are in the wrong spot. We know if we're doing the wrong thing. We go to work and our soul cries out. We get in from work and all we want to do is forget about it. There's no excitement, there's no joy, there's no passion. It may serve a purpose, and that may be a higher purpose potentially. But at the end of the day, I think we all do best, and I think the world does best when we give the best of ourselves in our work, in the thing that we are going to hone and develop. And maybe we'll have skills that are unique or unusual, something that we can offer each other, not just our families, the people that we're looking after through this work, but wider society. And he mentioned this remark from a psychiatrist that he'd come across, that most human suffering stems from trying to be something we're not. And I think each of us has experienced this on some level at some point. Francesc Miralles, a Spanish journalist, lovely human being, and he studied Ikigai. So if you look up Ikigai, Ikigai, Ikigai is the Japanese art of living well, essentially, and we'll talk about that a bit more later. But it sold, I don't know, 10 million copies or something. I mean, it's absolutely huge. They went to Japan to study why it was that on Okinawa, the people there live so long, and it's, you know, essentially they have a way of life that they codified, that Francesca and his co-author codified in 10 precepts as Ikigai. But he'd been on a journey much of his life, and he talked about Krishnamurti and, you know, reading his stuff, listening to Krishnamurti as a younger guy, and getting super frustrated because Krishnamurti would not give answers. He would just sort of talk around the subject. He would explore the subject without saying, this is what it is. And Frances said only later did he come to understand that the whole purpose of that was that we needed to go through the process ourselves, not be spoon-fed the answers to life. Vandana, pictured here, again, a member of the World Future Council. And, you know, she talks about a few sources of wisdom, but the forest and the women of the forest, that's really where our heart is. So she did her PhD and had been taught that the only knowledge that really counts is academic knowledge, that's what knowledge really is, and other people just have maybe, you know, a bit of sort of folk wisdom and a bit of can do and so forth. But when she started to work with these people, the Chipko women, it was a whole thing that you can read about. She talks about it in the book, but you know, the movement to protect trees was absolutely huge in India at that time. And from her, she came to understand the depth of the knowledge that comes from living so close to the earth, and it changed her. Winnie Stevenson, a good friend in Bristol that I worked with at another nonprofit called the Converging World, which was sort of based around renewable energy and sustainable development in India. She had a cracking story. She talked about her 4-year-old niece, and they're in a cafe, and her little niece has got the straw in her mouth and in her drink, and she's basically pulling back on the glass with the straw. And everybody keeps saying to her, honey, you're going to knock it over. You're going to knock it over. And of course, sooner or later, the whole thing just absolutely goes everywhere. And all the adults are kind of in uproar, and the tension is just absolutely insane. And right in the middle of it, her little niece just kind of plants her elbows on the table and sort of cocks her head and says to Wendy, it's a funny old life, isn't it, Auntie Wendy? And she got it. I mean, I'm sure all of you have been around very, very young children that are a bit different. They just seem to get it. They seem to have an understanding. They seem to click with life in a really interesting way. And I wonder how many of you, how many of us can remember times like that in our own lives, wisdom that we had, knowledge, insight, understanding, even tolerance that we maybe lost in later years, and maybe it took us a long time to rediscover. Wisest Actions. This here is another close friend of mine, a guy who changed the course of my life. I mean, he's a little Buddha character in my life, Mike. I met him when I was doing forestry at college. And essentially, when I met Mike, I was given a choice of 2 paths I could walk. One was shown to me by Mike, and another was shown to me by some other associates of mine, friends that I had in different places. And these were heavy guys in their own way, and, you know, often quite dangerous. And at that point, as a young guy, you don't know which way to go, except that the path that Mike showed me was lit all the way. It might have been through a swamp, but it was lit, and it was easy to follow those lanterns, one to the other, to the other, to the other. And I wouldn't be who I am if I hadn't met Mike. And here he is this was a day we were communing with the standing stones at a place called Stanton Drew, close by. It's about 10 minutes from me. So that it's about 5,000-year-old stone circle. I think it possibly predates Stonehenge. So I asked for people's wisest actions, and Mike said, choosing to commit to learning the skill of being kind and gracious in the application of loving kindness. His whole story, I mean, he'll tell you the funniest stories you've ever heard. I mean, you'll be crying. It's just crazy that the scrapes that he got himself into around the world. He's one of those people, he's almost like Mr. Bean, or one of those characters. It's sort of like a larger than life character. I mean, we'd go into a shop, for example, and there'd be somebody working behind the counter, totally bored out of their mind, vacant, only about 15-20% of them actually there. And after 2 minutes of Mike engaging them, it was like the sun came out. They came to life. He just has a way of reaching people, touching something incredibly personal and meaningful and real in people. I've seen him do it over and over and over again. He's a very special being, and he's one of the few people that up to a certain point in my life I met that really took spirituality seriously, but they lived it. They didn't just talk about it. It wasn't just a pile of books on the nightstand. This was all lived. So Rachel Corby is a woman who is based in Stroud, so that's about 45 minutes north of me, and she's written a lot of books on rewilding. And rewilding means different things to different people. The way she phrased it was, her wisest action was listening to the whispers, calling me back to my wild self, understanding that I'm part of wild nature, the source, communion and communication with something greater, and knowing I'm a part of it. And her stories are truly hair-raising. So she's traveled the world studying plant medicine of all kinds in all kinds of different places. And I couldn't even begin in the time we have to do justice to her journey. But again, as a Westerner, she went and spent a lot of time with indigenous cultures in different places on the ground, different continents, learning from the roots up the true nature of the plant kingdom and our relationship with it. David Eby is a musician. He is based on the West Coast of the US, and at a certain point in his life, he was presented with an opportunity to go into IT and play it safe and make money, or become a musician and essentially follow his heart. And he said that developing the nature of love and sharing it with the heart that music offers was the wisest action that he took. And you can find him online, you can find performances, and he's in fact a part of a community of, it's a spiritual community. So they've got a big setup in Oregon and one in California. And I'm ashamed to say I forget the name off the top of my head. It's a pretty well-known one. I think it's Paramahansa Yogananda's school, if you like. And so he's been involved in that for much of his life. And I happened to discover him as a woman that I'd interviewed in a number of my other books, was part of that community. So I just happened to be on the website and I saw David and I read a bit about his story, and I thought, there's a guy I want to hear from on wisdom, because, you know, he has that interesting overlap between spirituality and art. So Ruben is hello, an interesting guy. He's multi-talented, and check out his IMDb page. It is absolutely jaw-dropping. He decided to follow his dream of going to Japan. he didn't know anybody there. He did not speak Japanese. He had no way to make it. And there was no reason to suspect that he would, but he just decided, I'm doing this. This is what I want to do. It's all I want to do. Anyway, he goes to Japan. As a Caucasian in Japan, someone said to him, listen, you can make good money modeling, doing ads and so forth, because they want Caucasians for certain Japanese ads, especially for Western products. So he goes to this, and he does a shoot for a commercial or a magazine or something. And the guys that are there, some of whom have been flown in from the US for this, basically school him, and they just explain how it all works. He does fine, and he gets called back and back and back over and over again, and he gets more and more opportunities, and suddenly extra work comes up, I think, and he went there to learn martial arts. That was a big part of it. So he went to the main Aikido dojo, the most famous one in Tokyo. And so he ends up working in film, going to Japanese stunt school, so learning martial arts in filmmaking, which was kind of ahead of its time at the time. And then he ends up getting involved in motion capture work right at the inception of it, when they're doing some early motion capture on PlayStation 2 games. And he's still doing motion capture. So he said, probably I have been doing it longer than anybody else consecutively on the planet. And he was in, again, go look at his IMDb. I mean, he's been in everything. It's crazy. He's worked with all the biggest directors, film stars, you name it. So he's a stuntman, actor, now he's a filmmaker. So he switched it up, and he had his first UFO sighting when he was on the set of Avatar. So he was Jake Sully, the main male characters, stunt double, and he did the motion capture for that. And he had a UFO encounter, and now he has a show called Interview with ED, Extra Dimensionals, which is, there's 3 seasons of it on Gaur TV. And he goes all over working with channelers, interviewing them. And in fact, I just posted a video about him and his work and his take on wisdom on my YouTube channel today. And I mean, if you ever want an object lesson in following your passion, read his chapter, read his story. I mean, this guy is the walking, living example. Julie Taylor, you couldn't meet a nicer human being. And she's a guidance counselor and was nominated she was in the 4 finalists for, guidance counselor of the year in the US. And I think she's won it for her state, and everybody, every one of us should be so lucky to have her as a counselor. She's absolutely extraordinary, and her considered answers to these questions, which she'd never considered, I don't think, hitherto, were just humbling, extraordinary. And I mean, that's really not doing much of a service to her chapter, but the importance of self-awareness, again, it goes back to that thing of knowing yourself, knowing where you want to go in life, knowing where you don't want to go, and having the courage to follow through. Hardest one, wisdom. So this is Dr. Elizabeth Sartoris. Again, look her up, check her out, watch her videos. Anybody who is not familiar, an evolutionary biologist who is what she calls a cosmic snoop. She'll look into anything. She is absolutely fearless in wanting to explore and to understand what this experience is and what's beyond it. So Kim Langbecker, she was I think she worked for a record company in LA, making a hell of a lot of money, doing very, very well for herself. ended up following her passion and her intuition and walking away from that career to start doing work in charities around Indigenous wisdom. And she set up Journey to the Heart with other people, I think, and a number of other projects. And her journey is pretty extraordinary. She talks about being an adopted child and then reconnecting with her mother, and that story is just astounding, truly, how all the difficult feelings, to say the least, that she experienced around her, being adopted, and then her mother struggling later in life and coming to live with her and sort of being a shell of her former self, if you like. And what Kim learned in that experience was, I think, a real lesson about love and what it really is and what it means. And she came to a completely different, sort of evolved relationship with her mother. I don't know if it was mutual, but just where she got to in herself is, I think, a lesson for all of us. It was astounding. And then she sort of found a new family with the Indigenous elders that she worked with, I believe South America. I'm not sure where else she went, but again, look her up, Journey to the Heart. It's astonishing what they've done and who they've done it with. Juan Pablo Orozco, a Chilean ecologist. Again, I mean, his chapter is one that I could frame it. I mean, it should be on a plaque somewhere. It is so filled with wisdom, front to back. It is absolutely astounding. And I could do a 2-hour lecture just on his chapter and his perspectives, but he talked about the military coup in Chile in the 70s being one of the toughest lessons. And he said it was this event that fell upon us like lightning and was one of the most wisdom-inducing events of his entire life. And then, of course, his work as an ecologist, and he won God knows how many awards for his work protecting rainforest and other sacred areas in South America. And the thing that really jumped out at me was his commitment to being with close family during birth and death. So he was at the birth of all his children, all his grandchildren, the death of every close family member that he could get to, that lived, anywhere within range, kind of thing. And he said that at the beginning, his family really struggled, that they really were having a hard time connecting with this idea of death. And he essentially had to take them over that threshold and sort of hold their hand and show them the importance of understanding the full processes of life. So Elizabeth Sartori said discernment without judgment was one of the most difficult things that she had to go through and learn. And I think it's so hard as a human being not to judge. I mean, it's happening all the time. And to in any way be conscious of it, to train ourselves out of it, or at least to train ourselves to recognize it, is a life's work, I think, for many people. Holding information with equanimity, seeing it as part of a systemic pattern rather than condemning individual perpetrators. Again, a wider view of things. Jane Davidson. I believe she's retired now, but she managed to push through a number of laws, pro-environmental laws in Wales, but they're some of the first in the world. And she said that she believes it's a quote from Mandela that said, understanding...
Miguel, I think we lost your sound for a little bit. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you are. Yes, I was wondering if you were thinking. Okay, Thank
Oh
you.
boy, yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
Gosh, I wonder where I got to.
Just just like a minute back, if you can just go back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Jane, yeah, I think so. I was saying that Jane was a former member of the Welsh Parliament, and that whole chapter is just fascinating in how you create equality in politics. They had one of the, I think, the world's first 50-50 cabinet of men and women. And she said it's absolutely crazy that it had to happen here in this time, that it took this long. But she was also very successful in moving forward environmental legislation that made some significant changes and so she did a whole policy around future generations, which is a very tough thing to legislate for, which is what they discovered. But even having that up front, that what we want to do is design policy to protect future generations and their interest is enormous. So I'm going to sort of skip through a bit because we're sort of getting low on time. Wendy talked about in mountaineering, which she did a lot of, the need to focus on taking one step at a time and not thinking about the top of the mountain. I mean, she talked about how many mountaineers she walked past on the climbs to some of these peaks that couldn't make it because they were focusing so hard on getting there that they couldn't get themselves that next step. Maybe it became all too big for them. So really, I think what I took from that is it's about taking life in bite-sized chunks. Wisdom in the world, we can sort of scamper through this bit because they're in such agreement. I mean, you know, the state of issues in leadership around the world are, you know, just in pieces. Around climate, racial injustice, the need to create sustainable, regenerative, cyclical economies instead of focusing on short-term economic growth at the expense of all else. Randy Hayes, he was the head of Rainforest Action Network. He was, I think, the founder. Again, extraordinary guy I worked with. Francis Morlapay was also somebody I worked with. Satish I knew from that time. Rachel and Kim I'd met for this book, but they all had such important things to share that all just overlapped enormously and can really boil down to living with life rather than against it, rather than at the expense of it. I mean, we all know this. It's really nothing new or unusual to talk about the fact that our materialist obsession, trumping all else, is you know, in the throes of being our ultimate downfall. Care for your mind, body, and soul. So that's Ruben as Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Again, we can sort of scamper through these. Practicing moderation. This is David Krieger, who did decades of work on anti-nuclear issues, peace issues. Fantastic poet as well. And being discerning in what he eats, reads, and thinks about. So what he takes into his body and mind and his environment. Randy talked about Rainforest Action Network. Their whole ethos was work hard, play hard. We also talked about understanding the deeper levels, the systems approach to problem solving rather than just easy answers. David, yeah, we've kind of been through those ones before. Cultivating wisdom. So Frances talked about Ikigai, and there's 10 laws. Stay active, take it slow, don't overeat, surround yourself with good friends, stay fit, smile, reconnect with nature, be give gratitude, live in the moment, put your passion at the heart of your life. Michel Ferrari, which is, well, Professor Michel Ferrari, which is, I don't know if you get a cooler name than that. He's a professor in Canada who actually studies wisdom. There's a whole wisdom department, I believe. I forget which is his university. I'm not sure if it's York or not, but it's in Toronto anyway. And one of the things that he teaches the students is that they'll take a philosophical idea and they'll live it for a couple of weeks. It could be something from Zen. It could be something from some other philosophy. It could be from the Greeks. It could be from the East. It could be from anywhere. But he would say, study it. Look at the effects of it in your life. Take it off the page and into your world. Molly Semple, who is a lady, I think she's sort of late 70s now. She's a druid and a psychoanalyst simultaneously. She is based in Glastonbury, south of me. And she's talked about, again, very simple things: good diet, exercise, management of stress, staying connected to nature. And as everybody else has said, have a positive social circle and do the work to understand your inner world. Sulak Sivaraksa, the Thai Buddhist leader, again, somebody I work with at the World Future Council, he always says, breathe. If you want to get to wisdom, start by breathing, slowing down. When we breathe, and obviously I haven't done it very well in this whole thing because we're, up against the time limit, but breathing, slowing down, this tends to make us more, I think, centered and more comfortable with where we are. And I think we take in more of our surroundings. And I think our consciousness, our perception shifts, and maybe we don't feel as tempted to just sort of stuff into our life at every opportunity, because effectively that's what our culture is. It's a sort of stuffing stuff into our life culture. And I don't know if that works for anybody anywhere in all those chains of dependency. And again, he talks about sharing time with good friends, but he made the point that good friends are people who will tell you hard truths, but they may be necessary in order to move on from where you are, to maybe dig yourself out of where you've become lodged and being engaged with the world. He talked about, he was a part of a global network of engaged Buddhists. And that work is to not just sit in a monastery, wait for people to show up, teach them how to meditate, that sort of thing. It is about going out into the world and actively living their philosophy and sharing it with as many people as possible. And Satish, he said, do not imprison your mind with ideas, labels, and prejudices. Be free, open, and spontaneous. Wisdom in nature. Again, we'll have to sort of scamper through this, but they talk about the wisdom we find in animals and in plant communities. I think about 6 different people all reference the research that has emerged about the reciprocity that exists in plant communities, where they will share resources, nutrients, even water, through their mycorrhizal root systems. And Elizabeth Sartoris, as an evolutionary biologist, talked about the fact that youthful competition in nature is normal, like it is in human culture, but it's followed by mature cooperation, mirroring healthy human development. I mean, we've all seen plenty of people, adults, that, essentially are in a state of arrested development. They didn't move on. They didn't move on from this sense of permanently being in competition and needing to get one over on the other guy just to accumulate more stuff. Again, these are not new ideas, but it is interesting when you put these kind of questions, you just ask people to sort of feel around in their sense of wisdom, and it all comes back to these sort of perennial truths. And Juan Pablo, again, his chapter is poetry. He said, trees are pure synergy, autotrophs, but humans are entropic agents for the biosphere. He talked about the dance of life between synergy and entropy, creation and destruction. And, you know, evidently all of us experience this in some way, shape or form, I think, in our relationship with ourselves and one another. Defining wisdom. Julie said, wisdom is the act of deliberately expanding and embracing knowledge and experience, reflecting on and questioning your beliefs and perspectives, and applying knowledge and insights to make life better. Now, I would think that the Geraldine and the others will make these slides available to people if they want to read them and spend more time with these ideas. Dave Bailey, a wise approach to decision making is simply to ask, does this choice make my life or business more or less sustainable? Lynn Buchanan, the remote viewer, former military, he was a military remote viewer. In fact, if anyone's seen the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats, George Clooney's character was based on, in large part, on Lynn. And I interviewed him for my other book, We Are the Disclosure, one of the other books, and his stuff is just gold. I mean, he'll take you places, he'll blow your mind. Yeah, it's a treat. So he talked about the entire result of an action, not just the immediate effect. Michelle Ferrari, wisdom involves heroism on the landscape of experience or consciousness. It shows us how to conquer deep human problems like suffering. David Eby, wisdom is that which helps you get you where is. Wisdom is that which helps you get where you want to go. It guides your heart and mind into an expansive sense of unity. It is that which connects you to a greater understanding. Frankie, it is a pathway, not a state of being. It means seeing all things in relationship. It involves complexity, seeing all angles, but not being paralyzed by that complexity. It means being able to make choices, to act, and to learn from those choices. Following your curiosity can be a wise act. Tiffany Patterson, if you're obsessed with yourself, you won't make wise decisions because you'll hurt people. But if you see that your work is benefiting other people, that's the ultimate outcome of a wisely lived life. So to sum up, wisdom is more than intelligence and good decision making. It involves humility and openness. It means seeking awareness of our own delusion, biases, and ignorance. It is not fixed in ideas. It is not defensive. It welcomes dialogue. It listens to insight and intuition with discernment. It helps us follow our passion with courage and integrity. It takes a wider, deeper view of life and priorities. It is fundamentally compassionate, benevolent, and loving. It expresses itself in reciprocity and balance. It understands the interconnection, interdependence, and oneness of all things. It is not only a path of discovery, but of self-discovery, and is more vital now than ever. Thank you so much.
Miguel, that was brilliant. Thank you so much for your beautiful contribution. So many people are just overwhelmed by the amount of information, and we will be digesting that for a very long time.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yes. Where can we find your books? Just here on your website. And if you want to connect with him, you can also check out some of his other work, which is on the website as well. And let me just... Oh, I lost your video. Can you put your video on for me?
Yep.
There we go. Beautiful. Very good. So we are going to connect with you on the website. And I'm just checking to see if I have any questions for you here. Everyone is saying amazing, brilliant. Thank you so much for that information. So much wisdom we will digest. Thank you very much for the wisdom received. Oh, amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much, Miguel.
It's my pleasure. Yeah, I mean, all the books, and most of them are out in audiobook. They're all on Amazon. All the audiobooks are available on Apple Books. And people can get hold of me through the website, or they can find me on Facebook. I'm always pleased to hear from people and to, help out in any way.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. It was such a gift to have you. And everyone, please do connect with Miguel. Check out his books. His books are incredible, incredible, really, truly. Thank you very much. See you soon.
My pleasure. You too, Geraldine. Many thanks.
Thank you. Very good. Wow. Up next, we're changing gears. We just went really deep into an understanding of questioning wisdom. Up next, we have Dan Winter, who will now take us deep diving, and get ready to really pay close attention to this information. We're going to be talking about the wisdom of bliss, lucid dreaming, and the embedding in DNA. I'm very excited and very happy to introduce Dan Winter. Welcome, Dan. There you are. Would you like to unmute? There you are.
Yes, coming.
Oh, take your time.
Yes. Is my sound okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, your sound is perfect.
Oh, good. Yes, I have my headphones on, so it should be good sound. Well, I'm so delighted to be with you. Geraldine is one of the inspiring people in our community, and she has a wonderful aura and a sense of presence, and I would even say baraka, as the Sufis would say.
Wow, thank you so much. And it's such an honor to have you here. And your work is just incredible, and plays a huge role in our understanding and integration of spirituality and science. So it's amazing. You have a lot of fans here, by the way. So I'll let you take it away. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be here. As most of you know, I've spent my whole life teaching the physics of consciousness, the science of bliss. My background is, of course, with IBM, a systems analyst in electrical engineering, psychophysiology, biofeedback. We have 8 biofeedback apps on the App Store. One of them deals with the science of bliss, flameandmind.com, and that is related to our subject this evening, the relationship of the hygiene and science of bliss to the science of what is wisdom. And the theme of tonight's conversation specifically is wisdom rides the long wave. Remember that famous book by Jose Argoillas, The Surfers of the Zavuya, Ride the Long Wave, Uncle Joe. What is the long wave? And why is it that the long wave science, what I call embedding or nesting embeddability, where the short wave is able to nest non-destructively in the long wave, and that relationship of embeddability, perfect nesting, perfected with something called conjugation of phases, phase conjugation, that process of embedding a shortwave into a longer and longer wave eventually generates what's called a coherent longitudinal EMF, which I believe is the physics of ancestor memory and what you take with you through death, and the Ba from the Ka, and all these, the rainbow light body and the Kesjan body. So this ability to nest in a longer coherent wave, we're going to talk about as a science of bliss and the real physics of wisdom. You know, it's well known, of course, the Aboriginals would talk about ancestor memory being the most important part of wisdom. And ancestor memory was literally a long wave. It was a long wave in the grid, as it were. So the first part of this lecture this evening, I've got some fun visuals lined up if my toys work, will be about how it is that this longer wave braid implodes and nests in DNA measurably in the process of bliss. We call it fusion in the blood, fractalfield.com/fusion in the blood. That implosive fusion in the blood attracts to you a longer and longer wave of coherence in the aura, which is the ringing in the ears of ancestor memory, as the Aboriginals called the song lines and the dreaming tracks, and does have to do with the physics of lucid dreaming, specifically when that longer longitudinal wave is plasma projectable from your aura, literally the physics of what's meant by the Shem in Shem on. I will raise the Shem unto the Lord, the shaman. Access to the black hole is the deep meaning of Shem. And the black hole is accessed during that implosion when the long wave is accessed. And that will then lead us to the second part of this lecture and a different set of visuals, which is sort of subtitled The Secrets of Ghosts and Psychokinesis. Because I was listening to Alan earlier in the day, and he was talking about the difference between comprehension and apprehension. And I actually rather liked that. And, there was a sort of a symbolic language that he was referring to, which was fun and useful and philosophic. But I would like to translate that into an electrical engineering language that would then enable us to understand the physics of how a symbol becomes actually prehension, in the sense of you grab a hold of the tornado or the penny in the movie Ghosts, and what allows you to prehend or steer literally the physics of psychokinesis, and in a related sense, the physics of lucid dreaming, and what enables success at the time of death. So that's the part 2 of this lecture, is applying the long wave of wisdom to the secrets of ghosts and psychokinesis. Okay, so now the next thing is we have pictures to go with the first part of this braiding. Can you turn on screen sharing for me, Geraldine?
Yes, you should be able to right now. Go ahead.
Okay, click screen share. Okay, and now I'm going to share longitudinal compressed, a keynote screen. Okay, let's see if this works. Click share. Okay, yes, I think you should be able to see some screen there. Okay, so I have 3 slideshows, and the first one is called longitudinal compressed. And the first one is about braiding. Okay, so what we want to understand here is what happens during peak experience or bliss or ecstasy when your aura gets very coherent. What's happening in your DNA and why that braid implosion is sucking in the long wave and thus wisdom. So first, we start with a little animation. This is the dodecahedron ratcheted down a helix, which is the 3-dimensional literal map of DNA. And there's the double helix. And during the recursive braiding process, the thread is implode braided into string, which is then implode braided into rope, which is then implode braided into very fat rope. And the plot thickens. Okay, so this is the wave within the wave, waving, perfect embedding, enveloping, called super looping. Okay, so then if we look at this, what this kind of looks like, let me see if I move this over a little bit. You see on the right of your screen here that this process, here's the thread to string to rope to fat rope. The point I want to make in a minute is this coherent recursive braiding in DNA first is measurable in the presence of coherent EKG, which I invented the measurement of heart coherence, realheartcoherence.com. So when your heart is singing, your DNA measurably does this recursive braiding, and that the thread embeds in the loop, in the rope, and in the fat rope. And that thickening in your DNA, then, there's important physics here, because remember when they said there was junk DNA, some DNA is not involved in encoding, but it is involved in the coherent spacing, which enables this nesting. And remember, the alignment of the active sites in the DNA where the RNA can access the DNA is controlled by the braiding process. So if emotion is controlling the braiding of DNA, it's then also controlling the switching on and off of the active sites. Do you see how important that braiding process is? So this is one of the slides from when, at my suggestion, Glenn Ryan measured the before and after. Right here, here's before and here's after. This is the amount of the enzyme in the DNA that's present, associated with the zipper, which reports on braiding. In other words, how recursively braided is the DNA, the enzyme of the zipper, presence before versus after. The enzyme reporting thickening of DNA measurably increases after. Here on the left is the original plot of power spectrum of EKG, which I taught HeartMath how to do, which then that onset of this coherent cascade in the EKG caused this measurable increase in braiding in DNA, literally imploding. You know how we call this the magnetic X or the implosive X. And you see how this is associated with the Celtic sacred knot theory, this inside outness, this recursion. And in a minute, we're going to talk about how this super looping, this nest of how the little wave gets into the big wave, like you in the mind of God, as it were, which when it's recursive is actually fractal or self-similar, key to the nature of perfect compression, which is perfect fractality, all perfected by phi golden ratio. But we're going to talk in a minute about visibly, this is how you watch. If you could see the shaman's aura, when the shaman is steering a tornado, you would see the plasma streamers from the shaman's belly embed in the tornado and thus allow the shaman to steer the tornado, just like this top left picture here, called eating the hoocha or eating the anger. So you're embedding in that tornado, and that embedding enables you to ride the longer wave, become its centripetal center of gravity, and thus steer the tornado. Remember that tornadoes or twisters or vortex or worm theory is what all of physics is made of. So if you can steer one tornado, you can steer them all. So this braiding embedding process is so central. And so also we're depicting here how this perfect nesting or super looping is the problem solved by the perfect heartbeat, where harmonic inclusiveness, allowing nesting of short wave and long wave non-destructively, a problem solved by golden ratio fractality, and that fractality of your heartbeat as a wave, your heart rate as a wave, your breath as a wave, and your day as a wave. There's a little wave on a bigger wave and on a bigger wave and on a bigger wave. And if the little wave fits on the bigger wave, non-destructive compression, embeddability, then the heart harmonics can be inclusive, which is the premier way for doctors to measure how much immune system you have, that harmonic inclusiveness in your heart rate variability. And that, of course, leads to this idea of braiding as it exists in the Celtic knotting of the aura between couples in Tantra. And then in a more advanced example, we see that this non-destructive self-reentry of the DNA threading process becomes what's called pelastration, where the DNA turns inside out, literally, and you have this picture, which is toroidal DNA. It actually forms a thick donut, a slip knot. And it's on the seventh recursive braid, which corresponds to the 7 arrows of the tetra, called the seventh sign or the seventh seal, when the DNA becomes thickly toroidal and donut shaped. And this is actually a micrograph of toroidal DNA, which is then implosive on a much longer wave scale. So now, where we want to take these ideas, and these ideas are, we've been teaching them for 10 years, and most of you have seen these pictures before, but to make the point about the long wave embedding becoming the success report for Bliss process and therefore wisdom, I wanted to show you, of course, our measurement tool. I can't help but be a little bit proud of this, but this is the screen from our flameinmind.com, which is our premier tool for measuring and teaching bliss and solving addiction using brainwaves. And this happens to be my brainwaves. Here's the alpha in green right here, around 8 hertz, and here's the beta, the lower frequency. Let's look at the next slide. It might be easier to read. Here, there's 5 harmonics in golden mean ratio in the brainwaves, in this case, my brainwaves. This is me at a moment of bliss. Actually, it's in a morning. I'm sitting at the window and I'm realizing my new toy, Flame in Mind, is working, and I'm having a little rush of bliss here, you know. So I'm looking at myself with the brainwaves. But the point I wanted to make here is, yes, here's the alpha. You see it's about 9.3 hertz. And here's the beta. And the ratio of the frequency of this alpha to this beta here is golden mean ratio, 9 to 15, et cetera. But then here, you have actually 5 harmonics in golden ratio in this brainwave cascade, which is pretty cool. But the point I want to make here is this in yellow is the low frequency theta, and it's about 3.75 hertz. But you see how big that theta is for me. Now, very few people have this much theta. You know how lots of people advertise about theta healing, but very few people measure it. So if you want to measure it, flameinmind.com. But if you'd ask a brainwave specialist what lots of theta means, the classic answer is, well, it means access to the deep collective unconscious. Well, I think that's pretty perfect, because that's exactly what Aboriginals will call the wisdom of ancestor memory. In other words, Here is the long wave, which showed up in my brainwaves after 30 years of relatively intense Kundalini. And I did get this long wave cooking. And it was, I mean, I was shaking. It's a very slow sort of, and it's phase locked with the liquids into the ventricles of the brain, the whole story. And there's a lot to that. The physics of Kundalini, goldenmean.info/Kundalini. Point being is, here, during this kind of bliss, we got the long wave, and that is the physics, if, in my view, of the embedding access to long wave, the science of real wisdom, and probably why I'm able to talk fairly fast. Last slide from this set is, I want to make the point here that while we were teaching young people to see without their eyes, actually, we didn't teach them to see without their eyes. No, what we did was measured when they succeeded. And actually, I have to say,
Hey,
that flame
Dan.
in mind, yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We're still looking at the Dance of the Seven Veils slide. Is that the one we're supposed to be on?
Oh, how'd that happen?
Just checking. It is, right?
No, you're supposed to be seeing, oh, so this slideshow here. Okay, I'm going to close that window. If I'll put that out of here then. Let's see here.
If you need to change the window that you're on, you can do it at the top.
All right. I see. So that it didn't. Oh, it's still closed. Well, maybe if I close it. Okay, so I have to stop the share. Just okay.
Yes, we can try again.
Yeah. Okay. There's 3 different keynotes here, and apparently, when you switch keynotes, full sequence bliss supplement. So the next one we need bliss supplement. Let's try this. Okay. Okay. Now this should be bliss supplement. Window bliss supplement.
There we go.
Okay. So then you guys didn't get to see the brainwave.
We didn't get to see the brainwave, yes. So I guess whenever you're doing from one presentation to the other, just remember to change the window that you're showing.
Oops. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right.
Yeah. So this is the picture that you guys missed. You see the yellow theta here? That's the 3.75 hertz. There's that cascade. Sorry, you missed that. Okay. So there's that 5 harmonic to golden ratio in the brainwaves from flameinmind.com. So here's where this is where we left off. So when we're teaching kids to see without their eyes, and I was just explaining that we don't actually teach them to see without their eyes, we measure success in the same way that, can you teach bliss by measuring brainwaves? Well, you can measure success, and that may help you to teach bliss, depending, The self-empowerment process is when you can see it, you can do it better. So anyway, here, the point I'm making is when kids have this harmonic cascade, the harmonics here in blue are golden ratio harmonics in the brainwaves, and the harmonics in pink are octave. And when they get this cascade in their brainwaves, the kids say that their eyes are blind. She's blindfolded here. You can see it. They say that inside their head, a vortex tube has formed, literally a plasma tornado, which I insist is the only physics of consciousness, period. There is no other way to talk about it but a plasma tornado of charge, perfectly explaining how you can take that vision through death and how you can take that vision outside your body. So it's very important to understand that this plasma vortex charged tornado inside your head is exactly how the kids are seeing with their eyes. They say a little vortex formed inside my head, and I look down through it and I can see through a tube. They all say the same thing. The point is the brainwaves harmonics are allowing them to grab this vortex tornado by the throat and squeeze it, imploding it, and making the tornado vortex of plasma called consciousness form an eyeball. Ain't that cool? So literally, it's the eye of the tornado, and that's not a metaphor. It's the real thing, so to speak. Anywho, so now we're at slide number 22 here. So this is all about the science phase conjugate. But I wanted to then talk about song lines. So the point is that when this plasma vortex forms coherently, I'm going to stop the share and switch slideshows. I'm going to get good at this. So when this vortex forms, the deep electrical engineering, if you care, and you should care, is that the transverse up and down electromagnetic wave gets squeezed down a vortex, pine cones kissing noses, and squeezed out, tuned exactly to Planck length, the key signature of the universe. And at that threshold, a compressional wave emerges called longitudinal EMF, incorrectly called scalar or torsional, the physics of healing, the physics of centripetal forces, the physics of nuclear devices, and longitudinal interferometry, the physics of the collective unconscious, where wisdom lies. And that long wave has to inhabit an array. The reason is because that array, Indra's net, as it were, dodecaecosa, has to be fractal because the lines have to cross non-destructively, the same place where the Earth magnetic lines cross in a dodecaecosa called sacred space, where radioactivity critical mass is measurably reduced, and where labyrinth stone circles and lucid dreaming are more possible, and where telepathy is measurably much more likely, because at those magnetic cross points, you get this array mechanics where the vortex can kiss noses accurately. And there, the longitudinal interferometry compression waves can again interchange inertia with a transverse up and down electromagnetics, which is the physics of all our communication science. So basically, you got to get to one of these sacred nodes if you want the DNA radio to work, and that's proven in the physics of telepathy. Kozyrev mirrors never work for commercial telepathy unless you put them at these sacred nodes, the array. So we were just going to show a few pictures of that array science, and for that we need a full sequence slide number 384. Oh, there's such pretty pictures. Let's just take a minute and see if we can find them. Explosion full sequence, here we go. Okay, and then slide number 384. Full sequence, here we go. 384. Okay, are you seeing somebody underneath a tree here? Can you see, is that the slide you got?
Now I do. Yes, we do. We got it.
Okay, so this is my partner, Jan Soer, and he's actually under a tree measuring whether this tree is feeling the Schumann harmonics right here. We're taking a power spectrum, a weak capacitive field of that tree, and we can measure the life force of that tree, and we can predict in advance which tree is going to live or die. We actually measured this. This is in Netherlands. We found one tree that was dying. We measured, and there was a big harmonic at the wrong frequency. It turned out there was a metal fence very nearby pointing right at it, and the electric field of that metal fence was killing the tree, and we could measure it. So this is us measuring sacred space in a tree. And so this is an introduction to grid dynamics. So there's now these magnetic maps of Australia. We were working in Australia at this time, and this is the point here. So here is a magnetic map. In this case, it's around Canberra, I believe. And this was with our partner, Rob Goulet. The point is that the satellite measurement of magnetic flux density is in white here, meaning high magnetic flux density. Notice how the roads in black seem to be converging on the magnetic lines in white. Now, the reason the roads seem to follow the magnetic lines is because the Aboriginal dreaming tracks eventually became the Australian roads, and they converge where magnetic lines cross. So you can actually predict fertility by making a magnetic map. Point being, magnetic flux permissivity in white here is the physics of songline dreaming track. And this is the physics of the magnetic rivers of ancestral memory. This became the Templar star maps. You can see a lot of this at goldenmean.info/Buehler, B-U-E-H-L-E-R. So the Templar star maps all use these fractal array magnetic grids. Inhabit the Array is the title of my last talk on this subject on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Dan Winter Fractal Field. So this is the slide about when our wonderful teacher there, Auntie Lorraine, Aboriginal wisdom teacher, when she died, the storm that went across the Australian continent at her death followed the song line of her ancestor memory. We understood why that storm followed the song line, and there was a Aboriginal teaching around that. So this is some physics of how that array forms, and this gives you an idea. Here is Kepler saying, planetary orbitals are nested platonics. Well, actually, that turned out to be real physics later when we discovered the cause of gravity, because the non-destructive charge collapse enabled by nested platonics, which, by the way, Literally, the atomic table is only nested platonics, both in the case of electron shells and nuclear hadrons. So you nest platonics, you do get precise golden ratio non-destructive charge collapse, hence a grid. This is our star mother kit, goldenmean.info/grid. So this is how we inhabit the grid. And in fact, if you take this golden ratio principle and apply it to planetary orbitals, it is all over the geometry of planetary orbitals, because the golden ratio is not just the geometry of how gravity is stabilized, it is the geometry of how gravity is caused, that centripetal force. And we just have the last slide in the series. Here is dodecaecosa superposed with the Earth grid. This is from the anti-gravity of the world grid. I guess there are a few more slides. Remember that famous Bill Becker and Beth Hagen's book, Anti-Gravity in the World Grid? These are the pictures, the original pictures of the dodecaecosa of the Earth grid in the sacred space. And I knew Bill Becker and Beth quite well. 384 to 397. So this is more pictures of that nesting. And then this is the software we're working with at the phi grid, where you could actually take your latitude and longitude, plot it, and launch and plot whether you were on the phi grid. This was from Thomas Waltersek in Austria. But you see this, so inhabiting the grid is the way you embed yourself in a long wave and thus access ancestor memory, the physics of wisdom. Remember when Korotkov famously followed the Kogi to where they made phone calls to ancestors and measured the fractality of the air and thus defined sacred space. And then he and I met and discussed, and we agreed we're measuring exactly the same thing by measuring harmonic inclusiveness in the aura. So this is about inhabiting the song line and inhabiting the array. 144, 26 to 27, array mechanics. Okay. So let's ask ourselves, have we made the point that we all know that stillness is what enables you to inhabit a long wave? It makes sense. You know, once you get to that still point, you feel a longer and longer wave embed around your aura, and your aura gets bigger. It also compresses better, which means then there's something at the center, which is plasma projectable, namely longitudinal coherence. And that longitudinal wave projecting is sometimes called the Shem in Shemon, plasma projectable, or the Jed in Jedi, and or the Ba from the Ka. And so that ability to reach that still point non-destructively increases that electrical compression. And that electrical compression is going to feel like lightening up your tailbone in the case of Kundalini. It's at least going to feel like, you know, what you would call ancestor presence. Your hair stands up, you've attracted charge, you feel that stillness, and eventually you hear the ringing in the ears. And the ringing in the ear is called sangreal, or song in the blood, which is the physics of ancestor memory. And remember, in the Kundalini physics section, goldenmean.info/Kundalini, our 4 new films, that we depict the actual low frequencies associated with Kundalini. And then we measured the ringing in the ear frequencies heard by meditators, plotted them on a chart. This is when I was working with Bentov, stalking the wild pendulum, biomechanics of Kundalini. And so the ringing in the ears correlate measurably, and I helped him with his capacitive accelerometer, how we measured that. And so the ventricle horns are literally rotating in response to a magnetic torus around your head, converging on a still point, and the ventricle liquids become more crystalline. It's called getting horny. It is a conserved sexual juice, as we've joked many times. And that is the crystallization of a long wave. The point being, that is called song in the blood for a very good reason. That phonon, we mapped all the phonon physics at goldenmean.info/Kundalini. You know, my partner Valerie, she knows which ancestor is calling by which ear is ringing and how the ringing sounds. And I discovered after some years of Kundalini that although my clairvoyance was limited, that I did have a fair amount of clairaudience which I actually discovered when I was living on the Cherokee Sacred Burial Ground there in North Carolina, and I could hear the Cherokee ancestors wailing in their burial ground. And, my hair would stand up, and I realized that I was hearing ancestor voices quite literally. And so I began to understand the physics of clairaudience, and subsequently in certain sacred spaces, and Valerie's always asking me, well, who's calling, who's ringing your ear and wants to talk to a certain ancestor. And once in a while, I'm successful. I'm not good enough at it because I'm not disciplined. But if I were disciplined at it, my clairaudience could be a life-consuming skill. My mother, incidentally, was clairvoyant and a famous artist, thelmawinter.com. And we had a discussion once about why I inherited the clairaudience and not the clairvoyance. The point being, clairvoyance or clairaudience or even clairsentience, in my view, is the physics of a coherent relationship with this longitudinal interferometry, literally the grid, which is the riding of the long wave. Okay, so that's the section that I was in which I was discussing the fact that as this longer and longer wave embeds in your aura, you have access to bigger waves, bigger memories, bigger things, a classic example. We believe the Draco, with their more silicon-based nervous tissue, have much higher frequency EEG and lots more gamma, and therefore much more telepathy. But they have much less low frequency in their EEG, meaning they don't feel big things, meaning less compassion. I think that this is a very interesting, when you get to the extraterrestrial part of this story, which is not what we're talking about tonight. But if you want to look at the extraterrestrial part of the story, fractalfield.com/fusion in the blood, the turning point is when you get fusion in the blood, implosion, when you have access to bliss, because your aura gets this coherent leverage, which the bad guys don't got. The turning point for the human condition, thus, is when we can teach our kids how to have a bliss process, because then we get the kind of aura where we can throw our weight around. So again and again, this ability to access the long wave in the aura is what gives you leverage on your environment. And that's exactly where we want to go next in this conversation, subtitled Secrets of Ghosts and Psychokinesis. That should be a bestseller, don't you think? Okay, so earlier, Alan I liked it. He was talking about, well, you need to do more than comprehend. You need to apprehend. I really like that. However, I'm an electrical engineer, and a philosophical psychological language just ain't good enough for me. You can't do it until you can measure it. So I want to discuss what it is to measure the physics of the difference between comprehension and apprehension. And of course, there's two stories there. Well, one story obviously is, there you are, Patrick Swayze in the movie Ghost, and if you can't move that penny and you're a ghost, you can't convince your lover that you're there. She decided she's not going to believe you. Oh my God. So he's a ghost. He has to go interview the other ghosts and discover how do ghosts learn how to move a penny. Now, we know a whole lot about the physics of ghosts. I mean, Korotkov measured how many minutes it takes for the ghost to leave the body after death. We can show some pictures, and where the ghost goes after death and why. By the way, it's plasma compression. And we know exactly how to release stuck ghosts. It's not even a mystery. The Theraphyte is very good at it, for example, because it's a plasma cloud. And the way it's released is it's got to compress, implode, and distribute in that array. That's what it is to release a ghost. That's why someone with bliss can release a ghost, or Theraphyte is very good at releasing ghosts, because you got to get that critical inertial escape velocity that you were supposed to get at the moment of death. A successful black hole is what death is. That's why you see those four visions: lattice, cobweb tunnel, spiral, the Heimlich Clouvet form, because you got to have a implosive compression black hole in order to get that inertial escape velocity to distribute your aura into the longitudinal array called the collective unconscious, which is the library of survival memory for 1 billion years. And to get in and out of there, you got to be theshareablewave.com. I mean, you got to have pure intention. I mean, you got to do compression well. I mean, all of the above. So the secret of ghosts has to do with comprehend versus apprehend, which is literally to become the tornado. So back to Patrick Swayze, when he got to the other ghosts and they were explaining to him how you're going to move that penny as a ghost, you know what they told him? You got to put your passion in it, man. You got to put your guts in it. You got to put your feeling in it. You got to feel it deep down inside. Now, how do you feel something deep down inside when you're a ghost? Well, you know, the aura was formed by the glands, and you take a lot of that with you if you do it coherently. And by the way, if you believe the last temptation of Christ, or that as you're learning how to lucid dream, each time you go, you take one more organ of perception with you as your aura gets more longitudinally coherent. So, you know, when you're a ghost, yes, you can learn coherent emotion. However, you get a lot more momentum if you're in a body. Once you're no longer in a body, you really have to have focus if you want to move a penny. Point being that then that asks the question, what is coherent emotion? And that's where our slideshow comes in. That basically it's long wave coherence. So now I'm going to just turn on the slides and let's see if we have time for this. So this is 127 to 140. One second. I'm really getting ambitious tonight. I'm going to pretend to be younger or something. Motion full sequence 127. Did I do this right? So what the question in our mind here. Oh yeah, okay. We're asking, what is the science of shaman steering tornado? And I do mean science. We know that the hearts of tornadoes form pentagrams. That's normal. And so the still point of a tornado becoming centripetal is measurably and visibly pentagonal, as you see on the right here, and even more dramatically here. This is Katrina's eye, notably pentagonal, meaning implosive, meaning eyeball forming here. Thank you very much. And we say the reason our tornadoes are not being steered is because we have failed to identify intelligence in plasma. And so we deserve to have tornadoes that aren't being steered yet. That's called biofeedback. If we didn't cut magnetic lines unwisely, if you didn't have excess metal in human buildings, you know why tornadoes destroy metal trailer parks, but avoid destroying sacred stone circles, because the metal trailer park feels like pain to the tornado's plasma body, because pain is defined as plasma bleeding because fractality is broken. So lack of rose-like fractality in individual collective land practice, lack of large-scale human bliss process, lack of collective lucid dreaming, need for certain, you know, people talk about the last life of John Dee, and I have a connection to that, and how he took out the Spanish Armada. So it was about steering tornadoes. That's the point. And elemental forces will remain uncontrolled until we take responsibility for ride the long wave, Uncle Joe, into plasma. So the tornado principle is literally where pine cones kiss noses, obviously. And this is what we were talking about when we said, if you stood there and watched a shaman, the shaman says, I'm eating the chucha of the tornado, which means I'm eating the anger, which means I'm feeling the pain of. And as a tornado falls in love with the shaman for feeling his pain better than it feels its own pain, the embeddability allows the plasma from the belly of the tornado embed in the tornado, and then the plasma body becomes, the plasma body of the shaman becomes the tornado. So you got to become the penny, Patrick Swayze. You got to become the object. You got to get inside of it. You got to feel it inside as if it were outside. I mean, you got to turn inside out. So all that process is the physics of embedding in a longer and longer wave. And so if you track that process from the movie Twister, stalking the tornado, and by the way, the shaman called this stalking also. But here's the computer plotting the graph of the Twister becoming self-aware. And the geometry of the onset of self-awareness, literally eyeballs in a tornado, we will later learn is 7 spins outside, 5 spins inside, perfect donut, Anu, heart of the sun, the Anu, which is this 7 spins, 5 spins, perfect Anu, which when the clairvoyant looked at the heart of the sun, the heart of the human, and the heart of the hydrogen. This was later proven in physics from psi perception of quarks to occult chemistry, Leadbeater and Besant. They saw the same thing, the Anu. 5 spins inside, 7 spins outside. The 7 spins are the 7 spins since your areas of the tetracubic, and the 5 spins are dodecikosa. And so that nesting, perfect embedding of the tetracubic inside and the dodecikosa outside, which is non-destructive charge collapse, is literally the plasma geometry of Anu, sun god, heart of the sun, and literally the layering. Here's the 7 layers of the human heart muscle, 7 axes of spin of the tetra. You couldn't get a better squeeze. And so that 7 spins inside out, 5 spins outside becomes the sigil of truth, the physics of Ophanum Enochian, and I guess we could animate that if we got ambitious. So many movies, so little time. So there's the 7 spins and there's the 5 spins. Okay, so that's turning inside out perfected, and that's tornado steering, and that's the ghost with the pen. So the psychokinesis of living objects. So okay, now I'm going to just stop the share here. I hope I have a little time. I want to just show a bit of science here. So
Yes.
After that Therify.net, our plasma system in use in 25 countries, has become a bit famous, if I may say, for triggering lucid dreaming. So much so that a lucid dreaming school is now using a Therify as a lucid dreaming device. And you can read Myra, who's wonderful from Paris and Athens, her lucid dreaming story in the blog at Therify.net. So let's investigate the relationship between lucid dreaming and the psychokinesis and what you take with you when you die, and the physics of the secret of ghosts, which is the subtitle for this part of the lecture, the secret of ghosts. So the pictures that I wanted to show of that are in Bliss supplement compressed here, slide numbers 26 to 32. Okay, window, Bliss supplement, 26. I just wanted to make the point that if we knew what electric field causes lucid dreaming, we also know what the long wave memory is, and therefore how to die successfully. So this slide, are you seeing a picture of a ghost here now?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You see our famous ghost pictures. Okay, on the bottom right and on the bottom you see, when someone dies here in a forest, not in a hospital, I don't think, this ghost, plasma, coherent aura, departing is visible. And by the way, Karakov showed the departure of the ghost is measurable in the GDV. Point being is this coherent propagation of longitudinal EMF into the array called the collective unconscious is more possible in sacred space and requires charge distribution efficiency, sometimes called sacred space or the grid, a stone circle, for example, a labyrinth. So, you know, the altar at Machu Picchu might be a great place to die, but most hospitals, no. So, and here is Karakov measuring the confirmation of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, that indeed, if you measure, he used a bunch of cadavers and measured the dissipation of the aura from the fingerprint, Kirlian GDV. And indeed, it was 10 and 36 hours after death when the ghost leaves the body. And then he measured where the ghost goes after death. And we'll show a picture. Basically, it's the definition of sacred space and architecture is where the ghost goes after death because it needs charge compression, what Castaneda would have called the place of power. So here is the lattice cobweb tunnel spiral, the map to dying, okay? And remember when Danny Schreiber, and let's honor him here, after he died, his lucid dreaming partner, not only did he come back after death to his lucid dreaming partner and report that this is indeed what he saw, he also reported the infrasound he heard, the sonic low frequency implosion that went with the sound of successful death, which is all about your aura getting to that implosive still point to achieve that plasma propagation into the collective unconscious. And this is why it's a lattice cobweb tunnel spiral, because this is the sequence of braiding operations in DNA, allowing charge compression, inviting you to that array of charge distribution called Hey Ave, where the breath of charge takes flight, heaven, sometimes called planes of Charon, which is the charged electron shells around gold powder planes of Charon, which is charge distribution perfected, which is the Champs-Élysées, speaking a bit French, yeah, the illusion fields as well. So that's all about charge distribution perfected, Hey Ave, that array, that bliss. So now, if I look at bliss science, what is the Therify doing that helps to enable that? Both the release of ghosts, and remember, about 30% of people in that bliss plasma report some sharpening of vision or bliss experience. This will be the last maybe slide. Try too many pictures. Bliss supplement, picture number 26 to 32. No. Supplement. The sequence 42 to 46. I just wanted to show you a picture of the Therify, only in the sense that if we actually understood what was happening in the plasma, enabling the bliss propagation. Okay, 42. Here we go. Are you seeing the Therify plasma here? I hope.
It says Therify, yes.
Yes,
yes, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So what we're doing here is I take this series of frequencies here. These are the frequencies Priori used, Antoine Priori, having healed thousands of cancers, documented by the French government in France. He used 3, 10 hertz, 32, and 80. And when I discovered the principle behind how that worked, which he did not, called phase conjugation, I then perfected the frequency cascade here, exact golden ratio exponents of Planck, which is this cascade called caduceus. And then I modulate that infrasound onto the plasma at 500,000 volts in the megahertz range through a bifiller Tesla coil. Then I trigger the noble gas, which is also phase conjugate, with 180 degrees out of phase from the two opposing directions at 500,000 volts in a megahertz range. And so not only is the RF component phase conjugate to the infrasound, but the optical emissions due to the charge collapse in the triggered plasma is also optically phase conjugate, which means simply a very big pine cone of frequencies kissing noses implosively. And we're a success with rejuvenation. You can read lots of stories at therify.net, and it's a very powerful tool. Basically, it's simply charging the aura to implode and become more negentropic. So obviously, it's able to help people with lots and lots of issues. For example, localized pain. We don't make any medical claims, but localized pain, apparently there's thousands of reports we deal with in 1 or 2 sessions routinely. Even long-term and chronic pain, we often help probably more than half, but that takes, a week or 2 of more sessions. But still, if you understand what pain is, which is failure to compress well, if you restore centripetal compression in the plasma, that is the opposite of pain. And by the way, the frequency series coming from the Tesla coil in right here, this black is a bifiller Tesla coil spitting out 500,000 volts. It's the low frequency component of that super strong magnetic field are the exact low frequencies that Elizabeth Rauscher used in her FDA successful trials for pain elimination. And subsequently, when I showed her the equation behind those frequencies, she credited me with inventing the word and the concept of phase conjugate magnetics. So we got phase conjugate magnetics, phase conjugate optics, phase conjugate RF, and phase conjugate infrasound, all imploding the same big pine cone kissing noses. And the reason why I have an excuse to show you these fun pictures here is because this is now a demonstrable lucid dreaming trigger. Hello, literally a remote viewer, yes. What's about? And here, this is a picture of the aura before and after. And these are the infrasound harmonic components. These infrasound harmonic components that drive Therify, you can buy cheaply and separately at flameinmind.com if you choose just the inexpensive Flame in Sound option, the world's most powerful binaural beat trigger for inducing bliss. So, well, have we made our point? The point is, obviously, physicists today are arguing, well, is the universe made of charge or is the universe made of information? But now we know charge coherence, which is the symmetry that stores inertia in pattern density is the only definition of information. So obviously it's information density. Charge symmetry is information density by definition. In fact, there's no other form of information other than charge density. And that access to a broad spectral version of that is obviously a definition of wisdom because it's context richness. Who remembers the name of that famous book about context dependency? It's called Grammatical Man, Information, Entropy, Language, and Life by Jeremy Campbell, in which he says, well, if you screw up 2 letters in the word, you can pick up the word by context. And if you screw up 2 words in the sentence, you pick up the sentence. But then if you screw up 2 sentences in the paragraph, then if you screw up 2 paragraphs in the word, and it's sort of like, if a few little things are messed up, if the big thing is ordered, you can restore by context. And ultimately, context richness is the definition of negentropy, self-organization, and the definition of embeddability, enabling the long wave to embed all the shorter waves. So the point is, the more you reach out to longer waves in your aura, the more you get access to the big picture. For example, me, I had fun studying the physics of bliss, that was cool. And then I had fun studying the physics of plasma, and that was cool. But then I really wanted a big picture. Then I started studying ET history. I wanted to know the origin of humans on the planet. I started by studying the origins of the extraterrestrial origins of religion. The point is, what I was looking for was the big picture of the big picture of the big picture of the big picture. So I was always looking for the longer wave. So I guess I followed Jose Argüelles' advice when he said, ride the long wave, Uncle Joe. And let's see if there's a story to this Maury. When we realized that, first of all, there's tens of thousands of intelligent humanoid species in this galactic sector alone. And the Earth humans have been being parasited for thousands of years by many races of ETs, not just the Draco and the Nebhu. And I recommend you read about it with Elena Denon or at fractalfield.com/fusion in the blood. But the turning point when your aura spits out the parasites is when it's charge implosive, which means when you have access to bliss. So we're always saying, once you have access to bliss, you are functionally no longer a parasite because you have your own source of charge. But not only that, but the charge implosion triggered by bliss is what sorts not just parasites from your guts, but parasites from your aura. And we made the point in that history of the ETs, all of the secret space program survivors and all of the Greys who did the abductions, they were always, always, always looking for the lucid dreamers. Why? Long wave in the aura. You know where that story started? Remember, Joseph had the gold cup in the seeds in the Bible, and the little brother Benjamin, they found the gold cup in his seeds. That's because the genetics of that lineage had the long wave of embedding of the rainbow technicolor coat of Joseph, who was a lucid dreamer. and you remember in that section of the Bible where Enki, Osiris, is explaining why he had an excuse to tell Noah that the flood was coming, because he was a lucid dreamer. Why did most of the abductions take place with people who had some indigenous blood? Because they were the lucid dreamers. So we've said many times, this is the Humpty Dumpty's egg story. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty the egg back together again. The royal families of Europe were manipulated like show dogs for genetic engineering for 1,000 years. Why? Because the Draco, red shield, they couldn't make a soul. I mean, they couldn't make a kid who could lucid dream. That's why it's so important when we define culture by those who are able to teach their child to have bliss. Because if you can teach your child how to have a bliss experience, not only is that the definition of culture, it's the definition of the onset of lucid dreaming. And that's what enables you to take memory through death, the long wave. And I'm going to finish with just a little bit of an ad here from, the ad is from, we were sitting there with Credo Mutwa in South Africa, and he's explaining to us that the day the police came and held down his granddaughter and force vaccinated her was the day she stopped lucid dreaming. I'm only offering an anecdote here, but I would say that then if you look at, the reports are looking at those who've been vaccinated, you often see the center of the plasma dissociate from the center of the body, called being beside yourself. And the reason things like therified plasma are so helpful with things like vaccine side effects is because they're centripetal. Pull yourself back together, Uncle Joe. I mean, so the pulling yourself back together is to restore the centripetal forces. So, and that is the ability to get that kind of aura, the rainbow light body, the Kesjan body, the Bafalaka, which enables you to take that coherence into the lucid dreaming, into the Jedi night, into the Shem on, into the plasma projection we call remote viewing, which is all about riding that long wave and that long wave distribution in the array, which is fractal, literally a fractalfield.com. So that ends what I prepared for this evening.
Wow, Dan, I can't even begin. That was incredible. We do have a couple questions I would love for you to answer. Our Air Liditsu says, do you think vacuum is open and we can connect 0-point energy by now?
You know, I did a lecture at the Breakthrough Energy Technology Movement, Breakthrough Energy Movement Amsterdam last year. It's fractalfield.com/vacuum energy, in which I described the common theme to all vacuum energy technologies is fractal charge implosion, as in rotating 12 magnets, for example, or rotating a conjugator, a fullerene, for example. So imploding charge to become a fractal is what sucks the inertia from the vacuum. You literally become more fractal than the Earth underneath you when you pay your debt to gravity and float, which is actually the physics of propulsion technologies. For example, if you take the microwave frequency series of the EM drive, you see the cascade of microwave. If it were retuned to phase conjugation to Planck, you would make more gravity. And the physics of charge implosion that makes gravity is the same as the physics of the charge implosion that coheres charge from the vacuum. So again, if you looked at fractalfield.com/vacuum energy, you'd see many stories about that. Point being is that if you'd like to ask scientists on how to cohere a vacuum, since the way you cohere the vacuum is to implode charge is the definition of gravity. Therefore, it's probably not helpful to ask any scientist who does not know why an object falls to the ground. Don't ask that scientist how to cohere the vacuum because they don't know. The same fractality that causes gravity is the fractality that coheres the vacuum. Practical example, and here's the smoking gun. Golden ratio exponents of Planck are the 3 radii of hydrogen, my discovery, which is how hydrogen is the DNA radio, the center of water, and DNA codons. It's a fractal attractor, literally implosive, key to vacuum energy. So much more on that at link.
Fantastic. And Jupi says, oh, so there can't be a soul without an array, like the woman carrying the broken jar that spilled the meal? So basically, do you understand the question?
Well, the broken jar was the grains that symbolized the seeds in the DNA. That was the metaphor from the biblical. And the perfect seed cannot unpack unless it's invited to an array, because the life force in the seed is charge implosion. That's why, Therify.net plasmid, we're having reports of 200 to 300% growth increase just by zapping the seeds. The real reason pyramids were built, we think, because the seed cannot attract its first nutrient unless it's imploding charge. The definition of life force inside a seed, and that really sucks. So, but to be in that array means the seed is going to grow better if the magnetic lines cross there, which is literally a river of magnetic fertility. And we know that the Visigoths here in South France, they literally controlled the plumbing of the magnetic lines to steer the fertility around the valley just by controlling where the magnetic lines cross. So its fertility is the array.
Wow. And Mark Hudson says, Y-axis is easier at the node point of Earth energy lines.
Yeah, because it is compression that does the transfer of inertia between the transverse magnetic component, which doesn't go very far, and the longitudinal component, which goes everywhere. It'll go through about anything. For example, the first nuclear device was called implosion because they had to get longitudinal waves focused at the center, literally critical mass. And Bruce Cathy proved at Earth grid magnetic lines cross points, dramatic change in nuclear critical mass. Hello, explain that, nuclear scientists. And by the way, if you implode capacitance, the Ark of the Covenant, you reduce radioactivity. And by the way, focused human attention has been measured not just to compress charge, but to reduce radioactivity. It was measured. Uri Geller did it. It's centripetal. So obviously, the Earth grid magnetic cross points are critical because you get access to compression, and the symmetry of that compression is the DNA radio. Sorry, I dropped my edge.
Excellent. No problem. Dan, thank you so much. So many people want to know where can they connect with you? Where can we find the math and see the math? And where can we connect with you and read more? Mm-hmm.
The major website is fractalfield.com. Fractalfield.com/vacuum energy has the published equation in our published physics papers about the physics of gravity and Einstein's mistake and Tesla's mistakes. And it has the physics of vacuum energy. So the physics is pretty well assembled there. The YouTube channel, youtube.com/Dan Winter Fractal Field. The blog, facebook.com/fractal field. So all the index there is at fractalfield.com, including my new book.
Thank you so much. And one quick little question in regards to further information about how we can teach kids to have bliss experiences and working with their ancestors. Where can we find that? Do you have work on that we can look at?
The site about where we taught kids how to see without their eyes, which is a transformative bliss experience, intense relaxation, flameandmind.com/outer vision. And you'll see the work we did, actually the films we made with the kids. And then the instructions for kids on the hygiene for how to have vision, which is my second book, is goldenmean.info/conscious kids. It's a hygiene for bliss for kids.
Excellent. Dan, thank you so much. It's always such a pleasure to connect. Thank you for blowing our minds and helping us understand all of this. We hope to see you perhaps at the panel tonight. I don't know if it's going to be too late for you.
We'll see what I can do.
Okay,
I'll see if I can drink something. Thanks.
See you soon.
Thanks to Alan there. I had fun with your metaphor, Alan. It was a great day.
Hey, Dan, I got more this today than I have in the past 20 years I've known you, because maybe I'm just hearing it more, but it sort of is all coming together. My whole fractal wave is aligning. So
comprehend, apprehend. Blessings, sir.
The science of apprehension versus the science of comprehension is the key to quantum physics, don't you think?
Which is become the wave.
Yes, become the wave. Don't observe it. You're not the particle. You're always the wave.
Amen.
The long wave, right?
Exactly.
Thanks,
Blessings,
Dan.
sir.
Okay, we'll
Thank
trade
you.
information.
See you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Great, thanks.
And next, we have the wonderful Alan Steinfeld, who will be presenting for us his workshop, which we're very excited about, Other Ways of Knowing. So, Alan, I'll let you take it away. Thank you.
Wait, can I ask you one question,
Yes,
Geraldine?
yes.
How do you do it? How do you, I was so burnt out. I was on the Zoom about 12 hours yesterday, and it would just kind of space me out. What, you have a secret for?
Embody the long wave. It's the long wave, remember?
How do you do that?
Oh, it just bliss. This is the bliss. To me, this is just so heart-opening, and I'm thriving, So hopefully all of us are excited to be here.
Yeah, no, great. Yes, excellent. Thank you for that. It was a key and makes Dan's information, puts it kind of in a context.
Exactly.
Because,
very
at
relevant.
Some point in the future, maybe a couple hundred years, they're going to be studying Dan Winter in physics class to understand the physics of life, because it's a science. It's not it's mystical, but there is a science that I think Dan understands more than anyone I've ever heard. The science of life itself, the science of incarnation, the science of of the manifestation of the mind into form. So
Exactly. I think when we understand that science is actually spiritual, we're going to be getting somewhere,
and
in our society.
spirituality is a
Is
science.
science.
That's
Exactly.
Dan's work. It's a
Yeah.
science.
Mhm.
And that's yeah, that's the key here. And I think, all the people you're bringing in are demonstrating an aspect of this awakening to this greater reality that we're all helping to usher in.
Mhm.
So how does my sound?
You sound fantastic. We
Okay.
are excited for the workshop and get to work on what you're going to be showing us. Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
Geraldine.
you so much.
And what time is the panel tonight? Just want
The panel is at, let me just confirm really quickly
Okay.
here, from 7 to 8.
Okay, 7 to
Yeah.
8 Pacific. Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you, Geraldine,
Thank
for
you.
such an incredible time. So yeah, this is a workshop more than just a lecture, but I will do a little lecture just to kind of catch people up to speed. Because we've heard a lot of things today, but I want to put it into practical application. I want to demonstrate the availability of long wave within the right brain awareness, which is the connection to the spirit body, the ka or the ba, I'm not sure, but it's one of those that the Egyptians were so aware of, that there were these other levels of cognition that started to come into awareness as you practiced your spiritual intention. So, okay, I'm going to screen share. Oh, can I screen share, Geraldine? Yes. Yes, almost.
There you are. There you are. Sorry about that.
Okay,
Go
there I
ahead.
am. Thank you so much. Okay, so I have to optimize sound, and this will be a participatory towards the end. I want people to like turn on their cameras and join in with me to kind of do a demonstration here. Okay, here we go. Do you see this on your screen there? My PowerPoint?
remote viewing a week. Yes.
Oh, right.
For a
This
week.
is just, so what I'm going to do today is really the first class of this remote viewing week that I'm going to be doing on Portal to Ascension. So I'm going to give some secrets away here, but you can always sign up for the class on Portal to Ascension, and it's the four Thursdays in October. So go to Portal Ascension. I think you'll get a discount if you.
Yeah, this is the next. This is
say you were here.
Steinfeld.
Right. Oh, Dan's still on. That's fine. Thanks, Dan, for the introduction. Anyway, okay. So what do we have here? What if we get? Oh, well, I was going to show Linda Moulton how just talking about the change in consciousness that happens when we realize we're part of this greater cosmos. But I don't know if we'll have enough time because she goes on a little while. I'll just play some of that, okay? And at that mind-cracking headline, "We're not alone in the universe." What does that mean for the population of? What if we get that mind-cracking headline, "We're not alone in the universe"? What does that mean for the population of the planet and for you and the history of civilization?
Finally, a truth. As simple as that. If you look back 5,000 years or 12,000 to Göbekli Tepe, and you look at the history of this planet, is demonstrably one in which Homo sapiens sapiens is abused. Because from my point of view, if you are a civilization that evolves for 12,000 years, and you are always under the thumb of another intelligence that manipulates you, and that humans are never, ever talked to, communicated honestly, then we are today in the 21st century, 12,000 years later. We are an abused species. And part of this abused species is going out into the Milky Way galaxy and beyond without a single general human population knowing.
Okay,
and it being told we're not alone.
Once we do know, what does that mean? What is that? How does that shift our reality?
That we are finally being given respect enough for the truth of something so huge. We're not only not alone in the universe, and that I would stress there are other intelligences and they really care about us, and they want us to get past this difficult time of lies, deception by other forces that have never told humans the truth. That is why we've got to have this revolutionary headline. And contact.
Oh, yes.
Making contact. This is, it is a valuable read for everybody.
Thank you. Why is it valuable?
Because I know all these people. I know how difficult it is to get to facts, to get to a pattern in which it will help other human beings who have never, ever read any of our other books, seen any of our other films, been to any of our conferences. We have got to start where the news on TV and radio and newspapers begin to understand and start reporting what I have been reporting for 42 years, feeling like I have been pushing a huge 1,000-pound boulder up a hill.
Mhm.
We are at the point where it might finally reach the top. Once that boulder starts going, the whole planet changes in relationship to this universe, and the understanding that there's probably an infinite number of universes, infinite number of timelines, infinite number of dimensions, and that we, without consciousness, we're tearing into other consciousnesses and dimensions in World War II with the atomic bomb.
And we could now solve those issues and move forward as a real intelligent civilization that's meeting these beings on an equal footing. That's what I feel.
That would be my prayer.
I played that for Dan because he talked
what
about
if we
what
get
he talked
that
about.
mind-cracking
He
head?
talked about a lot of those issues about truth. If we knew the truth of the science of the spirit, we would be free. If we knew the truth about our place in the universe, about our true history of civilization, about the true cosmology, about the essence of biology, we would and technology, the free energy, we would be just on a level playing field where we were supposed to be when we incarnated. But instead, we've had to fight our way up to just get into the place of abundance and what incarnation is supposed to be, a free energy, and for really the sole purpose of being creative, artistic beings. That's our destiny. That's why we've come in. But, because we have been kept from the truth, and I think wisdom, this conference, is insights into the truth, then we'll have a chance to live into the destiny that we were supposed to have when we incarnated 7 million years ago, whenever the first human incarnations were, with this capacity of this great mind to understand the longitudinal waves and all that comes with it. So when you do understand who you are, you can, and I'll go into this, once you develop this awareness, I call it the right brain awareness, you become a medical intuitive, you can look into the future, it's not about winning lotteries, it's becoming more than who we thought we are. The world is full of magical things, magic things waiting for our senses to grow sharper. So how do we grow our senses sharper? By getting out of the old story, getting out of the things that have been in our way. So this is a little demonstration of how we're all connected to the global mind. And this is taken from Roger Nelson's electronic coin tosses that were, so there's these, it's like flipping a coin and it lands half tails, half heads, and there's these electronic ones around the world. And then when there's been these global events, something's shifted. It's no longer half heads, half tails, or zeros and ones in this case. This is Roger Nelson talking about how we're all connected in that way.
We have evidence for something that the sages in all cultures for thousands of years have said. We are all one because our consciousnesses are not confined to our skulls. The Global Consciousness Project started in 1998. The idea was that if really large numbers of people feel the same emotion and think the same thoughts, they create a real consciousness that makes the world different from what it would have been. The implication is to find out whether consciousness and intention and emotions and so forth are stuck inside your head, or if they extend outward as a kind of mind-matter connection. This is one of two kinds of random number generators. You get ones and zeros at a really high rate of speed. Mathematically, we expect the average to be right in the middle. 50 will be ones, 50 will be zeros. And it really is like an electronic coin flipper.
You flip a coin 100 times and it would be 50-50?
That's right. We do that in 65 locations around the world, continuously, day after day, 24/7 for years, during the great outpourings of emotion in the world. These devices stop producing random data. Events like Princess Diana's funeral, bombings of the embassies in Africa, the tsunami that killed 250,000 people, terrorist attacks of various kinds. We look also at pleasant events like New Year's or religious celebrations. We'll look at the data, and what we find is a change from 50-50 odds to something different from that. It's possible their interpenetrating consciousness is no longer random, but it's creating a kind of pattern, you might say a resonant wave, and that resonant wave carries information, and these devices are responding to this special state of consciousness. We think it's possible that the global consciousness might also have something like a premonition. For example, on 9/11, one of our measures started changing several hours before the first plane hit. So the random number generators are generating their normal random walk. And then at about 4:30 in the morning, Eastern time, this random walk starts going up like this. This is the time when the events were taking place in our normal consciousness,
Right.
but the global consciousness was already responding 4 hours early. This is what should have happened. The odds against this happening are like, 100,000 to 1.
Your random number generators are reacting to us.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're saying we reacted to the Twin Towers before the tragedy even happened?
Yeah. What it means, well beyond the data, which are scientifically interesting, is that when we are brought together, either by external events or because we want to be together, we change the world.
Right. Isn't that incredible? I mean, every time I watch that, it's sort of emotional that we can tap into the global consciousness, not just present, but in the future. We are that vast and multidimensional, and that collectively we form a group consciousness. This is the key to awakening. And that's, I mean, I don't think you can argue with what happened there. Talk to Roger Nelson, but that is proof that there's so much more to us than we've been told, and we've been conditioned and brainwashed to think that we're some accident of nature and that consciousness is nothing and it's all material existence and there's no more to, well, we're just beginning to understand how much more there is to us. And I think this sort of wisdom conference is about embodying that awareness. So thank you again, Geraldine, for that, for this opportunity to share with now I'm going to talk a little bit about how to apply that awareness or, you know, we'll do some practices. But this is Russell Targ, who started the remote viewing program along with Hal Puthoff at the Stanford Research Institute in California in the 1970s. So he says about this.
And it's important to know that this is not New Age. Over my shoulder here in my room is a picture of Padmasambhava, who is a historical Buddhist who brought Buddhism from India to Tibet. Padmasambhava invented Tibetan Buddhism, as a historical character from the 800s. And he wrote a very nice book on this subject called Self-Liberation Through Seeing with Naked Awareness. And he said, your nature is naked awareness. And if you can quiet your mind and give up guessing and naming, you can experience everything in the universe, both time and space. And because your mind is outside of time, there is no cause and effect, no limitations on consciousness.
That's how it works. What we are, this divine consciousness, is outside of time and space. This is how remote viewing works. This is how the collective awareness works. This is how we work when we get over, like I said yesterday, if you were listening to that lecture, it's about knowing, not thinking, not guessing, not presupposing. It's about presence in the most direct form. The one who knows, or the one who knows much of his own nature, those who learn are like crows. This is not about learning. This is about knowing. William Blake says our perceptions are not bound by our organs of perception. We perceive more than sense, though so acute can discover. So, and this, I also wanted to throw in this quote by the linguist: new levels of cognition can only emerge at new levels of awareness. So as we become aware of this divine mind, that only happens, that's a level of cognition, but that only happens when we go into our own deeper awareness and realizing that we're not the limited self. We're not the just being that we thought we were, or been programmed to think that we are. Okay, let me just keep going. No, I'll skip that. Well, there's something in. What if the higher levels of meaning, consciousness, like hyperspace? Basically, it's talking about consciousness is hyperspace. So this is a practice of remote viewing that I call seeing in the dark. My spelling's a little off today. Seeing in the dark, because it's about consciousness, which is a unifying structure. It's about all time and space. I love this quote by Thoreau: direct your eye right inward and you'll find 1,000 regions in your mind yet undiscovered. Travel them and be an expert in home cosmography, your home understanding of yourself. And this is the essence. 1 billion stars go spinning through the night, glittering high above your head, but in you is the presence that will be when all the stars are dead. This is the eternal part of ourselves. Now I want to just throw in this this interesting observation by Jane Roberts as Seth. This is the only video ever taken of Jane Roberts channeling Seth. And I posted this on my YouTube, but this is a little clip from there where she really tunes into what this means.
As I have told you often, there is a spiritual biology within your being, and it speaks to each of your moments and through your sexual experiences. It speaks when you drink a glass of water, or when you wiggle your foot. That is also a highly biological nature to your spirituality. Your atoms and your molecules and your cells know themselves to be part of all that is. not question. That does not mean that there is anything wrong with questioning. It does mean that I say to you that you are blessed because you are.
All right. That's a little bit of Seth and Jane Roberts.
As I have told you often.
So that goes back to what Dan was saying. There is a science to our spirit embodied within the biology, and there is a application of this higher mind that actually uses science to talk to ourselves, talk to our unconscious, talk to our conscious mind. If we can just drop out of the way of our programming, we can step outside the modality of time and space. But we have to get rid of our programming. This is a joke about our programming. This guy is sitting at a bar and he's yelling at the bartender and he says, "Hey, pal, you have no idea who I think I am." That's what's in the way of discovering whoever we think we are is in the way of discovering the true nature of consciousness, the true nature of the self, the true nature of the mind. So let's go a little further here. Now, our brain is so trained that, and we're conditioned to create reality at the slightest effort. You know, we're conditioned by our culture to understand the world around us. It's key to our survival. So when we're presented with something we don't understand, we look for cues. So now listen to this. This is a little clip from the TED Talk about how our brain creates reality. I just say it's more to it, but listen to the sound here.
Sounded strange, right? Have a listen again and see if you can get anything. Still strange. Now listen.
Right? Anyone get anything being said there? I mean, it just sounded like gibberish, right? Just sounded like sounds. Okay, I'm going to go back to that and listen again. Same sound.
Listen to this.
I think Brexit is a really terrible idea.
Which I do. So you heard some words there, right? Now listen to the first sound again. I'm just going to replay it. Yeah? So you can now hear words there. Once more for luck. Okay, so what's going on here is the remarkable thing is the sensory information coming into the brain hasn't changed at all. All that's changed is your brain's best guess of the causes of that sensory information, and that changes what you consciously.
So that I'm going to actually go back to the beginning of the tape to show you it's exactly the same sound. Listen. Right.
Sounded strange.
Right. So what's happening here? Any guesses? The guess is that we take cues from our culture to identify reality. So we got a little hint there. We can understand that. And the world starts to make sense. We are desperate for the world to make sense. That is our left brain. Let's make sense. We have to survive. We survive by making sense of reality. And it's difficult to be in this other realm where everything is apprehension, not comprehension, where everything is vague and unknown and sense unknowable. So I think that's an incredible demonstration of how our brain actually does create reality. So let's just see. I could do that. I don't know. Let me just ask. Has everyone seen that video on the internet about the guys passing the basketballs and you count the number of basketballs? Sharon's seen it, so I'm not going to play it. Okay. That's just another demonstration of what I'm talking about. Thanks, Sharon. But I am going to go into what the CIA developed as remote viewing protocols here. Okay. Of course, the movie Men Who Stare at Goats was about this program of remote viewing. This is a little clip from a film Russell Targ put together about remote viewing.
If you had an ability to be able to remotely perceive stuff any place in the world, that could be an extraordinary intelligence source.
We found that many individuals are able to accurately describe what's going on in distant locations.
Are you saying that the work you've been doing is classified?
It was a research facility. That was all that we were going to tell them.
The Russians have been spending millions of dollars investigating so-called ESP.
Psychic spies. Almost a psychic arms race here. Is there any real application to this?
I think remote viewing has been demonstrated over the 20 years of work that's been sponsored by the government.
Producing crucial and vital intelligence to the NSA, CIA, DEA, and the Secret Service.
I began to feel frightened.
The KGB did it, man.
What's really going on here? State-sponsored assassination attempt.
The CIA was lying.
They wanted to kill the program.
A storm brewing.
This is real.
I say no more secrets.
Let this information out.
That movie you can get if you want to look up the whole thing. There was a guy who was an incredible remote viewer who could read documents inside a sealed safe, and this guy Pat Price, and he was a little too dangerous. So there's a whole subplot to that movie about getting rid of Pat Price because there was no secrets from him. One other thing before we start remote viewing, it kind of goes back to that World Trade Center idea. Is this little clip from this interview with Richard Dolan that Russell Targ did. And Richard, my good friend Richard, asks,
isn't at least one or possibly more of those instances where Price made these described where Puthoff would be before Hal Puthoff got there? Am I remembering that correctly?
That's right. And one of the later on in that same series, I didn't get the coffee on time. Or Price said, "Look, we don't have to wait for him to get there. Let me just tell you where he'll be in 20 minutes, and we can get our coffee then." And he described a boat dock with the masts furled and the Chinese restaurant off to the side and grass in the middle and so forth. And indeed, they had gone to the boat dock in Redwood City.
And there's one other thing. Well, there was, and I'm seeming to remember that Hal Puthoff was with another scientist during at least one of these who was very skeptical of the phenomenon and insisted on driving and making the decisions as to where they were going to go, and made several last-minute decisions to throw anyone off the trail. Is that also true?
That was in fact the boat dock trial. So they were still driving in circles through Menlo Park and Palo Alto.
Oh.
Undecided where they were going with the lab director at the wheel, so he couldn't be tricked. And so they were still doing loops through Palo Alto and Redwood City, and we had already done our work and gone down to get coffee.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought the video was being shown, but you got the audio on that. So it was just a conversation. So once we're outside of time, space, we have access to all reality. The problem is getting outside of time, space. And that brings us back to the model I showed yesterday. Here's Richard and Russell talking. And that is this model of the right brain versus left brain in humans. Let me just play it from there. Play current slide. Okay, there. Okay, no, not that. Now there. So we have a left brain, which we're only trained to use, and we're never trained to use our right brain. The left brain is linear reality. It's how the world works. It's Newtonian science. It is ABC 1, 2, 3. The right brain, well, who cares about it? It's your intuition, it's your artistic, it's your creation. But if you're in a controlled society, like Linda Moulton Howe says, there's no need for the other half of your brain. You're told what to do, when to do it, how to do it, what to do as far as work, how to, you know, every part, if the forces that be, I'm not like a conspiracy person, but every part would be taken over by the left brain. So, and that's sort of how most of the world works. Doesn't matter, but unless you somehow have a little inclination for creativity or art, then somehow you can escape the matrix. So it's like this Alex Gray picks that information of this greater beyond time space modality comes in through the right brain. Like I said, it's your internet. If you didn't know your computer had an internet, all the information you would ever have was something that was put on your computer. If you knew you had an internet, you'd be able to access stuff outside your computer. Now, how would that be possible if you didn't know there was such a thing as an internet? Yeah, Tesla says, my brain is only a receiver. So I go through this. Now, this, I'm sure you've seen this TED Talk, Jill Bolte Taylor. She actually lost for a while her left brain in this stroke that she had. And she tells a story of being only right brain awareness. And this is at the end of that talk where she says, well, who do you want to be?
So who are we? We are the life force power of the universe.
That's your right brain, the life force power of the universe.
With manual dexterity and 2 cognitive minds. And we have the power to choose moment by moment who and how we want to be in the world. Right here, right now, I can step into the consciousness of my right hemisphere where I am the life force power of the universe. I am the life force power of the 50 trillion beautiful molecular geniuses that make up my form, at one with all that is. Or I can choose to step into the consciousness of my left hemisphere, where I become a single individual, a solid, separate from the flow, separate from you. I am Dr. Jill Bolte Taylor, intellectual, neuroanatomist. These are the we inside of me. Which would you choose? Which do you choose? And when? I believe that the more time we spend choosing to run the deep inner peace circuitry of our right hemispheres, the more peace we will project into the world, and the more peaceful our planet will be. And I thought that was an idea worth spreading.
Right. That is the idea worth spreading. There's nothing wrong with being a linear mind. It's just that's only half your brain. And we need both parts. Like I said yesterday, you need to get around. You need a steering wheel to get around. That's your left brain. It gets you through the world in linear time space. But we can't ignore the other part that is infinite, or as Dan Winter said, the longitudinal waves of awareness. We are that infinite. Let's not forget the infinite part of ourselves. And this is what the programming has been to make us do. It's like, no, but we need to be whole brain creatures. If you're just your right brain, you don't know how to find your way out of a paper bag because everything is so beautiful and present and perfect. Who cares? But, you know, if you're both, then you have access to driving the car and being the car and being the infinite. So that's sort of, now I just want to show you the difference between a creature that is really multi-dimensional like the dolphins. Look at how more complex their brains are than ours. This is because they are conscious breathers. They never sleep. I was working with John Lilly for a while, who was training dolphins to speak, and dolphins could speak in English, but they were so bored that they just got tired and went off and played. A dolphin, well, first of all, is always conscious. If you anesthetize a dolphin, it drowns. It sleeps on one side of its brain at a time. And then it's also able to emit more than one sound at a time. So here I am talking and it's syllables by syllable. Dolphins can emit 4 sounds at once through their blowhole, through their nostril, through their sonar, through their vocal cords, and through their throat. Maybe that's more than 4, but at least 4 at once, So if we could do that, we'd be kind of confused because we are so linearly trained. The idea of training the right brain is to be trained as a multidimensional being so you can access many levels at once. Sometimes I do that. I put on the radio, something on computer, and I have all these different impressions going in and see which part, can I listen to it all at once? I mean, some people say don't do multitasking, but it's just a training, so I train that way. Put on a couple of devices, see if you can listen to all of it to access the part of our brains that are multidimensional. So, and I've swam with dolphins and they check you out and they send sound through you. So you are the universe expressing itself as a human for a little while. We are the universe. We are infinite creation. Now, just to tell you how much our left brain has taken over. Now, look at these words, but say the color to yourself, not the word. Just say the color. It's hard because we're so programmed to look at words. Words are left brain. Colors are right brain. So you can do it, but you have to overcome that kind of conditioned instinct to say, oh, the color, not the word. Okay, yes, exactly. So just to know that you have a little bit of a right brain left, you'll probably laugh at this until your left brain comes in. Oh, how did that happen? But just to get the humor here, it's like we still have a little bit of our right brain. That's what jokes are. Jokes are this incomprehensible aspect that comes in. So yeah, how did this happen? But if you think for a while, you might figure it out. But anyway, this is a little training exercise to get out of your left brain. Are you looking down at the chessboard or up at the chessboard? Well, the right brain doesn't care. The left brain says, well, are we looking? I mean, the left brain will be there all day saying, are we looking up or are we looking down? We can't be looking up and down at the same time. That's impossible to the left brain. The right brain says, what's the big deal? You're looking up and down outside of time and space, and you can see both up and down at the same time. So this is like a little exercise to get out of this. Oh, this is, oh wait. I could show that, but it's a little bit of clip of from the Miracle Worker where Patty Duke playing Helen Keller learns how to cognize reality. I think it's kind of interesting. She can't talk, speak, she can feel. So Anne Bancroft playing who is the Miracle Worker there? What's her name? Anyway, she plays the woman trying to teach, and this is a demonstration of cognizing reality. Pours the water on her hand. She signs the word for water in her hand.
W-A-T-E-R, water. It has a name. W-A-T.
She gets the association between the signing in her hand, between what she felt, and then reality comes into view. It's like she starts to make sense of the world. It's not just chaos. And that's the benefit of the left brain. We can start to make sense, but and then there's this whole long sequence where she wants to know the name of everything and, develop this other awareness. So that's about cognition and then recognition. So This is a little thing by Tesla. It'll soon be possible to transmit wireless messages so easy that an individual can carry it in his pocket, like it took 100 years to make that happen from 1909. This is H.G. Wells, also a visionary for the future. It says the time is close at hand when any student in any part of the world will be able to sit with his or her own projector at their own convenience and examine any book, any document in exact replica. 1938, he didn't know how that would happen. He just knew it would happen. He just knew that he had a vision of the future. He knew it would happen. And then it is like, when you're outside of time and space, outside of that, you know it happened. Unique vibrations that we are travels everywhere directly through all ages, all space, all places across the seas and forests of the great energy of the world towards its goal of joy at each instant. So that's another quote from the mother. It's about feeling. So we're going to do some remote viewing here. And it is about the feeling nature. It's about tuning in. That is like how it happens. This is so if you can get a pencil and paper, everyone, or something just to draw in, because drawing bypasses the left brain that wants to name things, you know. So just get just a pencil, paper, little something, because if you just keep it the image in your mind, then you're not really bypassing the left brain. But so if you can try to get just something to write some impressions down, whatever that is, just something. Okay, I'll wait a little bit, but let me go back to my PowerPoint and we'll just do a little practice to talk about this abstract awareness. So it is about feelings. It is about feelings. We're going to feel into these targets. Feeling is a physiology, okay? And so we're going to practice viewing before we're going to practice remote viewing, okay? Now, this is your viewing here. Now, just write down, if you were to picture that in your mind's eye, it's not about naming the thing. It's not a river. It is the feeling that we're going to be remote viewing, okay? So just kind of draw what you feel about that, okay? That's sort of the beginning of this practice, okay? So everyone got that? Draw, and it's about feeling into this, okay? That's just a little practice. So what we're going to do now, we're going to look for a target. I have the next image is a target. So before we get into what that image is, we're going to just put down our pencils and paper and close your eyes. And we're just going to drop in. We're going to drop into ourselves, forget anything everyone said here today. Take a breath and just be present. Yeah. Just be present. All right. Good. Okay. Empty. Taking one more breath and be present. And, okay. Now pick up your pencil or pen. I'm looking at an image here. See if you can get an impression of what I'm seeing. It's not about reading my mind. It's just tapping into the universal energy. So what are you seeing in your mind's eye? What are you getting? What does this look like? What are the colors and the sounds and the shapes? What are you sensing here? What are you sensing in your mind's eye? Just draw something. It doesn't have to make any sense. It could just an impression of something. So just draw like a little sketch of what impression you're getting that's coming into this left brain, right brain awareness, what infinite, you know, what sort of shape. And the key is don't guess. Let something come into your mind. It pops into your mind. It's unexpected. It's just like, boom, a window opens and you see it or sense it. That's the key here. Okay. What surprising shape or image. Don't name it. Don't say it's this, this, and this. Just do the whatever that impression is. As soon as you name it, you're in your left brain. It's not about naming it. It is about apprehending it, perceiving it. So something's coming. Let something abstract, let something unknown come in. And if you had this in your hand, what would it feel or look like? Just imagine it, okay? So draw something before you show it to us. Just put the pencil down again and just take another breath. We're going to do 2 tips into the psychic signal, okay? Take a breath. Forget everything you just did and just get empty for a moment. Okay. Now let something emerge in your mind, something that's new, something maybe you think about this, but maybe it's not in your everyday thoughts. Let something come in that's outside your routine. And this, it could be something of your routine, but not likely. But don't, where it's not about naming or guessing. Just let the image come. And I know this is our first attempt, so don't judge yourself. Just put something down and okay. And it could be, you could add to the image that you had, or it could be something new right now. We're looking for that surprising new thought, that new image that just pops into your mind. That's what we're looking for here. We're looking for that surprising new image. Okay, does anyone want to share? And one more thing, you could put color, texture, touch, all that in there too, if something comes to you. Okay, Sharon, you're such a good student. You want to share what you got? Unmute yourself. I know it's beginners. We're beginning this. So what did you get? Do you want to just, do you want to just show your picture?
Okay.
And we'll see.
Let me put it behind something so you can see it.
Okay. And the idea is not to, okay, that's good. That's good. I would say you're close to that target. You are close. You are. Okay. Thank you, Sharon.
Very welcome.
Anybody else? Who was, oh, Salute. Do you want to share what you got there? I'll spotlight you too. Anything? Go ahead. Just show us something. So, Salute Jokesy. Yeah. Okay. What exactly is it? Can you tell us what it says there?
It
Wait,
says,
unmute. Yeah, go ahead. You're good. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're unmuted. That's fine.
it says projection of my life comes from my heart, but I was like seeing a projection that is coming, out of very
Okay.
strange.
No, that's okay. That might somehow represent the target. Okay. Anyone else? Anjali. Yes, please unmute yourself.
I'll change the background because the
Okay, you can change the background. I'll spotlight you here.
because I think the background will.
I just spotlighted her, Helen. Go
Okay,
ahead.
good. You're
Mhm.
spotlighted.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you get?
Oh, I don't know if you can see it. It's
Just
like
describe what you have there.
this one looks like that I felt like there are a lot of this going on.
Yes, perfect. That's exactly right. Yes. Okay. Good. 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 Anyone else want to share who was playing this round with us? I guess Joanna. So if you
Valentina? Valentina, would you like to share?
Yeah,
Yes.
Valentina. Yes. Okay.
So
great.
I got like
Can you spotlight her too?
She's spotlighted. Go ahead, Valentina.
So the first time around, I got like 2 round eyeballs, like smooth, white, very eyeball-y, some straw. The second one was like green grass, kind of spiky.
Okay.
And a
Now,
zipper. Not sure what the zipper was. So
Well, you know what? There's sometimes what we have in our minds, what goes around, and maybe something you're thinking of, but some of that was close to the target. If you didn't call it eyeballs, what would it be? Like, you show that first picture again, because
it was kind of like Angelique said. It was like round eggs.
Okay,
round,
great.
Smooth. Smooth
round eggs. Okay. So it's not, anyone else want to play this round? Mark?
Mark? You want to unmute yourself, Mark, please?
And I know this is hard first time around, but it's close. Okay.
Let's put it a little closer to the camera. There you go. Let's see.
So the first one I got, where am I? First one I got a block of flats, then the Eiffel Tower, and then I got a circle first, and then I got an eye.
All right, good. Now, the problem is, you know, you were not the problem, but you were naming things. It's better to just describe it without naming. Anything, Joanne, you want to tell us what you got, and then I'll reveal the subject because we have to running out of time. No, that's fine. Okay, this is the reveal here. Okay, now if you put what Sharon and these round circle and all that together, you may get the target, or you may get close to the target. Here it is for everyone. It was a rose.
Oh.
You see the round circles? You see how it could look like an eyeball in there? You see, because, and that thing that you drew, Sharon, coming out from the center, and those circles within circles. And Jolly, I think you won that round, but that's really, it's excellent. So this is because you see, Mark, our minds want to create words that will create objects because our left brain is so dominant that to just get an impression is difficult. This has been my problem. We immediately want to name it. So the more you practice this, the better you get. There's actually an app called RV Tournament online. It's called Remote Viewing Tournament. And that you can practice every day, and just trust your sensations, trust the impressions, trust the apprehension of reality. Don't collapse the wave function into things. Stay in the abstract awareness, stay in the abstract knowing. This is the key to accessing the right brain, to the creative potential, to all that we are. Now, I just want to show you, this is my remote viewing course that's coming up. And where does this all get us? Oh, it gets us here. Art, creativity, imagination are the evolutionary impulses. It's hardwired into us to be connected to the flow of creation. It pours through the minds, really your right brain, it pours through there like the internet, like your receiver. Every minute, the creative impressions of the infinite pour through us. So that's sort of like something to take away with you. You can take my remote viewing class. We'll do more. If we had more time, usually those classes are like 2 hours. And that was just one practice, but we were close. I mean, who else? Who got the grass and all that? That was good too, because you got the organic nature of the target. And then, you know, from your heart, that woman got, and that's sort of what the rose symbolizes. So some people get symbolic forms, some people get the hardcore, some people just get adjectives. It's hard when you're first saying, oh, it's a rose, because you have to switch from right brain to left brain. So we first want to practice right brain awareness. And these are just flashes of something. But when you get this, it is like a window in your brain opens up, and it's like someone says, okay, remote for this target, you get out of the way, and boom, the picture pops in there, the impression. And in my class, I do events. Sometimes I say, I just give numbers. This is called coordinate remote viewing. I learned a lot of this from Russell Targ. I also learned from Lynn Buchanan. There's some great teachers of this out there. Lynn Buchanan is excellent. He does coordinate remote viewing. But this is, some people are incredibly expert in this, and it's a practice. Like, everyone can play the piano, but not everyone can play it well. You have to practice opening up that part of that awareness. And when you do, you'll get impressions for other things. You might know what's coming around the corner. You might know who's calling. You can remote view the future and say, if I eat this meal at this restaurant, how's this going to make my body feel? This is practical applications of the right brain in daily life. Oh, should I walk down that street or walk down that street? Or should I call this person? Every moment we have access to this higher reality when the personality is out of the way. So that's just a little taste of who we are, apprehending the big self. Do you have questions, Geraldine?
That's phenomenal. When we're practicing this,
Yes.
should we have somebody else have a picture, or should we have the picture? How should we
No.
practice it at home?
No. When you work with partners,
Okay.
actually, I do have a ongoing remote viewing class that goes on. But if you take the remote viewing at Portal to Ascension, you could join our remote viewing class. But yeah, it's good to practice with people for sure. And you start to see where your mind, your left brain gets in and says, oh, I see these circles. It must be an eye, or it must be linear like this. It's like, get more into the feeling of things. It's really good to practice with someone. Yes, because you start to understand how you operate and what they call in remote viewing terms, the analytical overlays. So you say, oh, I'm looking at this, I'm feeling this movement. It's probably a river, but maybe it's just the snake, or maybe it's like a rainbow or something. So there's so many things. So you have to watch for your analytical overlays, your AOLs, how the mind wants to make it into something, when all the right brain is, it's just this impression. It's just this feeling. It's just, so this is training being more right brain, more intuitive, more creative, more of an ability to look at your dreams, because your dreams come through. Your dreams are not just the psychology that's running around in your head. You're actually tapping into other realities that are not perceivable by the left brain, because your left brain is just what's on your computer. The right brain is the internet. Really, that's a sort of basic takeaway that I'm saying. And we're all connected. We just forgot how we operated that software. We forgot to turn on the Wi-Fi, but it's been right there your whole life. It really has. No one told us we could turn it on. And in some cases, they want us to delete that program. So we don't want to delete the program. We want to access that part of us that has infinite knowledge, because we are infinite knowledge. There's so much more to say. We'll have to do a wisdom.com.
Yes, we should do
right?
another workshop again. Absolutely. Everyone who wants to do round 3, round 4. Thank you, Alan. It was incredible. And we can sign up to your upcoming workshop on Portal to Ascension, right?
Yes, Portal to Ascension. Neil Gaur, who's going to be speaking here. We're also doing a Starseed conference. On
Yes. And when is that? We definitely want to check that out.
October 30th and 31st. And if you want to know more about me, of course, get my book. But I write a chapter in that book along with Linda Moulton. But also I do a YouTube interview like almost every day. That's youtube.com/New Realities. New Realities is my YouTube channel. Geraldine's been on it a lot of times, and we're going to do more, because I think what you're putting here today, these last 3 days, really has to be talked about and understood for a greater population to see how valuable this is.
Yeah.
So
agreed.
This is mystery school training for all of us. We're all here to learn about the infinite divinity that we really are. So thank you for the opportunity,
Beautiful.
Geraldine.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to stream this on your platform as well. Please do follow and subscribe and support Alan's amazing work. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you,
Wonderful.
everyone. Thanks for playing.
Up next, we have the wonderful Joanne Richards, who is a dear friend of mine. And Joanne Richards is going to be speaking to us about embracing the crone and her incredible transformational journey. So, Joanne, I do see you here. Let's bring you on.
Thank you. Thank you.
There you. Oh, let me find you. I'm not seeing you. If you could turn on your camera. Oh, here you are. I got you. All right. Joanne, thank you so much for joining us. I'll let you take it away.
Thank you so much, Geraldine. You know, like she said, we've known each other for several years, always at UFO conferences. So I'm really thrilled to be speaking at a non-UFO centered conference.
Yeah.
And sorry, there's a lot of emotions coming up already. I'm thrilled to see that my daughter's in the house. So thank you, sweetie, for being here. The first time I spoke at a UFO conference was October 2007 in England. And when I finished, a well-known speaker came up to me and said sarcastically, "Nice script." Well, yes, my life up to that point had been very scripted, but I no longer follow a script, and I have finally taken control of my life. Now, if I had told you that I'd been married almost as many times as Elizabeth Taylor, would you want to know why? Do you want to know how I survived numerous types of abuse? Mine is a story of perseverance and survival. Thankfully, it has a happy ending. And as I share my journey with you, I hope you'll understand why Geraldine has asked me to speak today. I'm a bookkeeper. I'm not a therapist nor a certified coach. I can only speak from my personal experiences, but I do know that we can each get past the yuck in our lives and the pain, and we can move towards something better. Today, I'm going to be very transparent so that you're going to see how far that I've come. I was born a warrior, even though I didn't remember that till much later in life. I was raised in a suburban family in California. I achieved the highest levels of being a Girl Scout. I was a Mormon for 30 years, but both taught me leadership skills and the importance of serving others. I survived a near drowning experience when I was about 10. And all of a sudden, my mom was suddenly there in the water with me, pulling me up to the surface. I don't know who got her. I don't know how she knew to be there. I just realized later that, you know, I've had unseen helpers all my life. I'm the granddaughter, the daughter, and the widow of alcoholics. Following my mom's footsteps, I became an expert codependent. So when I was about 13 or so, my parents were separated. And I remember one holiday season and my dad, you know, was not living at home. And it was a pretty dismal holiday season. I think he came around for Christmas, but we were getting close to New Year's and my mom was feeling pretty down. And I remember as a young teen calling around to friends of the family, asking where my dad might be, because I wanted to help my mom not be so lonely for that holiday. Yeah, that's a hard responsibility for a young person to feel. And later, when I was married to my daughter's father, he was an alcoholic and I was a Mormon, but he would often get me to go buy alcohol for him on my way home from work. And that's something I had never done. I did not feel comfortable doing it, but I was enabling my alcoholic husband. I've been married to 5 different Mormon men. I went into each marriage with the naive outlook that since we were both Mormons, our relationships would be based on common spirituality. I assumed each time that we would naturally create a loving, happy, forever family, because I've seen those families and I knew it was possible. I assumed I'd have lots of kids. Thankfully, I've had only one, but because who knew what would lie ahead with my life? What went wrong? I've asked many times. I clearly made poor choices in the men that I married. I didn't ask the right questions when we were dating. I didn't ask enough questions. The courtships were usually too short. We should have spent less time dancing and making out and more time talking and exploring what we had in common. We should have made sure that our core values were in alignment. I should have paid attention to the red flags and the omens, like when the top tier of my wedding cake fell over during our reception, or the new husband who had an allergy attack on our honeymoon, cutting it short, or the new husband having a bloody nose on our wedding night, or the fiance who was very strict with my toddler. The men I married did not truly see me, and they did not see my value. They thought they knew what was best at all times. They were the head of household after all, and they expected me to follow them blindly, even though that's not exactly what the Mormon church teaches. I usually felt that I wasn't enough and I was quite underappreciated. I've been the victim of physical, emotional, and financial abuse. And I don't say that because I feel like I'm a victim, but I've just experienced those things. Just a few examples. Husband number one used to pinch the inside of my arms. He thought it was funny. He wanted me to be model thin for like his photography models. And at 20, I was thin. I just wasn't thin enough for him. He married me because his family thought it was time for him to get married and they were pressuring him to do so. And I was a home economics major at the time, so that was perfect wife material. Husband number two blew pot smoke in my face when I was pregnant, even when I said not to. He made me feel guilty about going to church because it took time away from him. He suffered with substance abuse problems and depression and ended his life when my daughter was only an infant. Husband number three told the other men at church not to date me because he was staking his claim. I wondered why nobody was asking me out all of a sudden. And I will never forget the first time he slapped me hard. I will never forget coming home from a church service project to find my toddler lying on the couch, in her quilted pink robe with a huge bruise on her face. I'm ashamed to say I never reported him to the police nor to our church leaders, but I almost did break his thumb once after he smacked me up the side of my head. And that actually felt good. Husband number four kicked my 7-year-old with his pointed cowboy boots because she had kicked him. She's as rebellious as I am, thankfully. He thought I didn't have a real job because I'm a bookkeeper and it didn't involve physical labor. Husband number five withheld his affection many times when I would gain weight up and down. He was so fiscally irresponsible, and I enabled him in that when we split up, my standard of living drastically changed, and my daughter and I literally moved to live next door to the railroad tracks. I had to file bankruptcy because of the debt I accumulated. Thankfully, I was able to recoup some of those losses when he sold his home. Husband number six was just boring, except when we were on the dance floor. I married him mostly because my daughter was going off to Japan during high school and I didn't want to be alone. As things got rocky, he felt that our problems were all my fault and he refused to join me for therapy, so I said goodbye. My daughter, bless her heart, remarked that I kept trusting that I would find love, so I kept getting married. I wanted to have that loving relationship so much that I just kept trying. You know, Mormons do not condone premarital sex, and they don't condone living together before marriage. It's another reason why our courtships were too short. These experiences were horrible, but thankfully my daughter and I survived. I'm thankful that we were never truly estranged because of what I put her through. She did boycott wedding number 6, however, but thankfully we now live close to each other. We have lunch almost every day, and we are healing the wounds from our past. And we're planning to write a book to help with this healing process, and we've been mulling this over in our minds. After I'd been on the UFO speaking circuit for a few years, I was at a Mind Control Super Soldier Conference. I met a dear friend, well, she became a dear friend named Sandy Clevin. If any of you have been at those conferences, you know who Sandy is. She asked me when my next story would be coming out. I replied that my husband, Captain Mark Richards, was always working on the next report, as up to that point, I was only speaking about his military experiences relating to UFOs and aliens. She asked when my story was coming out. I'd never thought of writing a book. What would I say? My life was not extraordinary, so I thought. I'd already written much about my family history and early marriages, as Mormons are taught the importance of recording family history. I kept a lot of journals with a lot of notes about all those marriages. So I took stabs at writing the book over the next few years, and about the year before COVID hit, I dove in and really started working on the book. Now, one of the rewards of writing the book, it's called Midlife Magic, is that I was able to look beyond the hurt and look at what I learned from all those disastrous marriages. I learned to take better care of myself. I learned the importance of a good education. I learned that it's important to be employable, as I can't rely on anybody else to provide for me, because my fairy tale picture of the white picket fence and being a stay-at-home mom forever was just not going to be part of my experience. I learned to cultivate hobbies and personal interests on my own. I stand up for myself. I know that I am enough. I've learned to let my light shine and to not define myself by what others expect of me or think of me. Writing the book has empowered me to focus on what I need to do to be the best me possible and to live my best life. It's provided me the means to process my stuff and really look at what I went through, how I got through it, and what I learned. And this pandemic has provided me the extra time to work on it and complete it, as I wasn't visiting my husband weekly and I wasn't having to drive to all my clients. So who's my husband? I met Mark Richards in September of 1997. He'd been arrested in July of 1982 and has been in state prison since June 1984 for a crime he didn't commit. We courted for 5 years and married in July 2002. I've written a chapter on what it's like to be a prison wife. It has its quirks and it's a lifestyle that takes getting used to, and I don't recommend it to everyone. My friends think I'm a saint for staying with him all these years, not knowing that he'll ever be released. My family thinks I'm crazy for staying with him for all these years. But we were meant to be together at this time in our life. We have a work to do together, and we've been doing that, and we are a good team. And pre-COVID, we used to visit each other every week, and we write almost daily because we've learned that communication is very important in a relationship. But not long into our relationship, I felt I no longer needed the Mormon Church, and I just left. I've never regretted that decision. I never had a problem with the church. I only had a problem with the Mormon men I married. And somewhere along the line, Mark introduced me to the topics of UFOs and aliens and elementals and witchcraft. He'd been around all of that since he was a kid. And over time, I learned about his and his dad's military service that were centered around the secret space stuff. I was fascinated, and before I knew it, I was immersed in this new world of wonder. And I've totally embraced this new path that I found myself on. So how has my life changed over these last 20 years? I know that aliens exist and many species are friendly. I give a great talk on different species, friendly and not friendly. I've never seen one in person, but I love learning about them and their cultures. Many of them are very spiritual, and many want to interact with humans openly. And I can't wait to meet some of the ones that I've heard my husband talk about so many times. And I keep telling him, and I tell everybody else, it's like, I would love to have a property big enough with a big flat area nearby so that his friends can land and they can just show up and we can all have tea, and it's, out in the country somewhere. And it would just be, I would just love having tea with all his alien friends. I've had paranormal experiences since the time I was married to husband number 3. And I've had more in the last 20 years, especially when hanging out with my psychic friends in California and in England. I can feel the presence of spirits, and I can often see their shadows. One of the first memories I have of this ability is when husband number 3, who was a funeral director at the time, we had to transport a body up to Northern California. We'd been living in the LA area. We had to transport a body up to Northern California, and he was going to give a graveside service. An older lady had passed away, and she had just a couple of family members who wanted to be there. And so I was, went with him. And I remember as the service is going along, I could feel this presence standing near me. And it was a sweet lady. You know, I didn't know her, but I could tell that she was there and she was watching, you know, her family. And it was just the sweetest experience. And it's like, you know, for me, I was like, wow, what is this? And when the mother-in-law of his sister passed away, I was singing at that funeral. And I remember I could tell that she was, you know, hanging out at the back of the church chapel, you know, up near the ceiling. And, you know, she was watching the proceedings. I couldn't see her, but I just knew that she was there. Now, another time, I've been on the USS Hornet, which is an aircraft carrier, decommissioned. It's in Alameda, California. And it's known for its ghost activity. But I've been on there and I've had tours with, well, I've been on there with a psychic friend. And I remember walking, we were in the forecastle, which is at the front of the boat. And I walked up this ladder and I stopped. She'd gone into the other room and I stopped and it's like, oh, there's somebody peeking out at me from behind that column over there. And I just talked to them quietly. And it was just, he just wanted to say hello. And I said hello and then went on into the next room. And there's been other times where, you know, my friend Stosh and I were in the chapel and there was a very scared spirit there because he hadn't moved on. And he was just scared to be there, probably of some traumatic experience that had happened on the ship. And we just talked to him quietly and telling him it was okay. When I've been at one of the times when I've been in England, and if we have time at the end of the talk, you know, I'll get into more of these stories. But when I've been in England, I'm with my friend, psychic friend Jill, and we've had amazing experiences. And one of the times we went to Dover Castle and we walked up the stairs that takes you to the throne room. But next to the throne room is this room where like the sentries, the guards would, you know, I could just imagine them sitting around the table in case they were needed. And Jill was by the window and I was in the doorway taking photos. And all of a sudden there was like this blue energy that just whooshed through me. And it's like, that was so incredibly powerful. I can't, it's like, it's amazing to have these kind of experiences. And the other time, you know, you go in the tunnels below the Dover Castle, and they have one used to be a hospital during World War II. And you walk through there and they have it set up so that you can hear the sounds of what might have been going on during the time. But we went into the surgery theater and the docent had experiences in there with spirits. And Jill and I were just quietly listening to the tour, and we were in the surgery, and, you know, we could sense the spirit of somebody who'd been on the table, and he passed away probably during his surgery there. And then as we left the room, the docent's going, okay, did you feel anything? And we're going, yeah, but let's not talk about it in front of all these other people. So those are just a few of the things. You know, I've had, I speak at UFO conferences, but usually it's about my husband's experiences. Well, I've had several UFO sightings on my own. And one remarkable one, a couple years ago, when I turned 65, Mark and I were having a 2-day visit. They're called family visits at the prison. And he had to go outside to check in with the guards. And then he was standing on the patio looking up. And then he, you know, said, you know, come on out here. And I went out there and he goes, look up. And there was a huge triangular craft moving very slowly over us, over our apartment. And I could see the triangular shape. I could see the red lights. I could hear the whoop, 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 whoop of the, you know, whatever was making it go. And it's like, and then, you know, it moved on and it was so close. You could, it's like, this wasn't miles high. This was just, you know, maybe 1,000 feet above the prison. I could see it just right there with my naked eye. Incredible experience. And then it came around and did it again. And then I was going, yeah, that's not one of ours, is it? And he's going, no. I go, you know who it is? And he goes, yes. So that was, you know, my really up close and personal sighting. I loved it. You know, I have a special connection with animals, and especially the deer who visit our home in California. And at the end of my book, I describe a very special experience that I've had when a whole herd of deer, you know, came through the property one day. But the mama deer always bring their babies and they birth them on the property. I feed the animals, I give them treats, I talk to them. And while I'm here in Portland, I actually, I have security cameras there, and I actually talked to one of the deer. And I'm just going to try not to scare it, and I'll turn on the camera. I'll talk through the camera, and she just looked up, and I go, it's me, it's okay. But one time, and this happened after I wrote the book, but one time I was checking on the house in California, and the mama deer came, and all of a sudden I'm just looking at her, and we're just communicating, and all of a sudden it was like this whole vortex just opened up, and it was just like, oh my gosh, I can't move. This is so exciting. And, we now have this, it's like I have this new magical connection with the animal kingdom. It's fascinating. I've also had experiences with fairies and feel their energy. I can see their orbs when I take photos, and they show up in the photos. I honor them with treats, and Mark makes houses, and I put up things to have as their houses. I make beds for them. They've helped protect me and support me on numerous occasions. They're with me when I travel, especially overseas, and when I speak. I have a lot of help with me here today from many sources. But if I've upset them, they like to trip me on my stairs at the Marin house, or personal items go missing. But when I need their help and I ask sincerely, the missing items reappear, or I'm directed where to find them. And there's a picture in the book about a hallway in Warwick Castle where you can dimly see the orbs that are like racing ahead of me in the hallway. It's so fun because I knew they were there. But it was really fun when you can capture them on the camera. I also have a team of spirit guides from the other side who watch over me, and they help me. One who's become a dear friend is a deceased former partner of Mark's. We speak regularly through a medium. She was a very powerful witch, and she's taught me a lot about the craft. Mark's dad is always, most of the time he's with me when I speak at different conferences. When I've been on the USS Hornet, when we go on the flight deck, he's right there on my left side. And the psychics who have been with me can see him, and I know it's him. And I never met him in person. I never, we've only met since, I met Mark after he had passed. So and he usually didn't pay much attention to Mark's girlfriend. So it's really nice that we've really connected. He always reminds me to speak my truth. And I also have a live raptor as a guide, and she shows up when I speak. And there was one time when I was speaking in England, and I'm going to close all my talks with a quote from a raptor. There was one time I was speaking, and I started to give the quote, and over here on right behind my right shoulder, it just heated up so strongly. I knew that was something special. And there were 3 psychics who came up to the speaking platform afterwards and said, I saw all these beings behind you when you were speaking, and there was a reptilian that came through. And I go, I know. And, they might not agree with some of the stuff I talk about, but they knew what I knew and who was behind me. And I have to say, my intuition has developed over the last several years. And sometimes I just know something, maybe I don't know the timing. It drives Mark crazy when I say, I know, or I know this is going to happen, or I'll finish his sentence for him. I have to say I've been blessed with feeling the energy of different vortexes I've been at. And if you've ever been to the Glastonbury, if you've never been to the Glastonbury tour in England, go if you ever get the chance. Up at the top of the tour, there is a specific spot. And my friend that I was with, she said, stand here. And I don't know that everybody feels it, but you're standing right on top of the vortex. And it is the most incredible, energetic feeling. It reminds me of, I'm thinking of the picture of Marilyn Monroe when she's standing above that air vent, it's like whoosh. And it just, you have to experience it. I have to say, I've learned how to protect myself energetically because I've had to. I was, one of my trips to England, I was at a former air base called Upper Hayford, and they've developed a museum about the military base that it used to be. And I went there on a day, at the time you had to have an appointment to go and go through the museum. And so I got my appointment. I went and I was watching a movie in one room and I heard this other man talking in the other room. And, you know, I went in there and you could look at all these photos and I could just, you go, oh, I used to be stationed here. It's like, And I just, you know, I'm on vacation and I'm thinking, well, how'd you get in here without an appointment? And I just got the feeling like, you know, he's here checking up on me. And thankfully, right at that moment, the museum curator said, you know, you're ready to go out and see the flight lines, you know, where your husband probably landed here. And it's like, yeah, let's go. And even though the airfield's like it was starting to almost flood, you know, we went out and because I had to get away from that guy at that moment. And then when I was at the Glastonbury tour, I'm at the top of the tour. I'd already had that wonderful feeling. And all of a sudden I turned around and there was this tourist, supposedly dressed all in black, you know, black jeans, black pullover, big touristy camera. And I thought, nope, you know, I need to get out of here. I don't know that he would have done anything to me because there's all these people around, but I just, okay, here's somebody who's checking on me. I got to go. I told my friends, okay, I got to go down the hill. You know, if you're ready to go, fine, but you know, I got to go now. And another time I was at an air museum in Central California and, you know, I was filming for a film I never finished, but I have all this great footage. And at that air museum, there's lots of planes of the types or specific planes that my husband or his dad used to fly on. And I, you know, moved my camera to a new spot. And all of a sudden there was this, you know, tall blonde guy, cute. And we just struck up a conversation. He goes, oh, you know, I'm over here from Germany or whatever, visiting my brother. And I'm going, sure. And you just happen to be at this air museum in the middle of nowhere. And another time, I was at a conference and there's a journalist who has been giving Mark and I a hard time. And I really expected him to show up at this one conference. So I just put up, you know, I'd put up as much protective energy as I could through suggestions from one of my psychic friends, you know, try this. So I did that. And then thankfully, my dear friend, Cheryl Costa, she was also a speaker and we shared a booth. And she's great in the UFO field. She's also a very powerful witch. And we just sat there all weekend hanging out. And I said, later I said, I know you were there to help with the protection. She goes, yeah. You know, it's just great when you've got this support. You know, I openly now admit that I'm a witch. And I, you know, wouldn't have said that years ago, but I've been studying the craft now for several years. And to me, it's about honoring Mother Earth and using the natural laws and energy to manifest what we need and what we want, as long as it's for our highest good. Magic doesn't have to be complicated. It can be a part of our everyday lives. I don't practice anything dark because I know that's what comes to a lot of people's mind at first. I always incorporate gratitude in my spiritual practice. And I love being here in Portland and walking almost every day without looking at my phone. I enjoy the neighbors. I enjoy the neighborhood. I love the nature that's just all around me here. I've come out of my shell and I say hi to strangers and I'm looking at, oh, look at these flowers they've planted. Look at this cool tree. The other day I noticed this little girl had, you know, put fairy doors and windows and a little ladder at the base of her tree. And I loved being able to tell her, I just loved that. But there's so much beauty. Anywhere you go, you can find the beauty, but the point is you need to look for it. And I'm thrilled to say that a lot of my thoughts and inspiration for this talk came while I was on my walks. And then I would come home and just write all these notes. You know, and one thing I love to do is communicate and learn from people who have passed and they're on the other side. And I do that regularly through a channeling medium. I've talked to my mom. I've talked to Mark's dad. I've talked to a great grandmother that I didn't even know about from Germany, who turns out she was also a witch. I talked to Titania a lot. I've talked with a teacher, a master teacher from one of my past lives, who knew that I was some master Kung Fu type student in 800 BC. But it's like, I love working energy with my hands. It's like, that's what we were doing back then. And in a lot of the group sessions, when we were doing this, when I was doing it live in the group sessions, we talked to Mary Magdalene, Jesus, the Mother of Mary, a Druid priestess, and many other wonderful teachers. And we also talked to non-human species. And recently I asked them, they're all here trying to help us wake up and be aware and conscious. And I asked them, I'm speaking to this group at this, I've been asked to speak at this cool conference in a couple of weeks. What do you want me to tell them? And they were so excited they had a chance to tell me and all of you some messages. And they said, humanity has a place in the galactic community. And when I first joined that group, they weren't talking about aliens until I probably started bringing it up. But now it's often a regular part of the discussions. And when I talk to the channeling medium on my own, she's talking about, well, okay, this Empress, this is what she's thinking and what she's like. And it's like, yeah, I know. And I'm glad that even on the other side, they're open to new concepts and new things, but they want us all to know that humanity's development is essential. And they tell us to go towards consciousness and to spend our lives preparing for the rest of our existence. I thought it was crazy when I heard from different psychics and from Kathleen Zemansky at one of her annual events that it was time for my creativity to come forth. Because I used to think my creativity was only, my knitting and my crocheting, my needlework or my singing. I never thought I would write a book. And I have to tell you, it was one of the best things I did for myself. I remember now that I am unique and I have value. And I have gifts to share with those who need them. And I've had experiences that I hope will benefit others who may need to hear what I have to say. And I have a purpose to fulfill beyond bookkeeping. And I have this new work to do. And I keep saying, it's like, well, I need at least another 40 years of, living here because I have so much new stuff I need to do. And, I may finish early, so I hope you have questions or you'll just get a break. Karen Swain said the other day in her talk, the healing we do for ourselves is the healing we do for the world. And this theme keeps coming up through a lot of the speakers I've noticed. And recently I read a book called Untamed by Glennon Doyle. And if you have not read that book, I recommend it to both men and women. I resonated with that book so strongly. And I found one of the quotes that I really liked. And she said, when heartbreak rings, answer the door. Heartbreak is one of the greatest clues of our lives. And the thing that breaks your heart is the very thing you were born to help heal. Every world changer's work begins with a broken heart. Sorry, I can't see my words now. I believe I have answered that door. And I've looked at the clues and I would like to help, I'm still healing, but I would like to help whoever needs, some help from whatever I can offer. And here's some things I would like to leave with you. Believe in yourself. Don't live in fear. And thankfully we've heard that from other speakers. Do not give away your personal power. Embrace everyday magic. Be grateful. Learn what it means to be your best happy self. Stand up for yourself. If you're in danger, call the cops. Have the courage to leave a bad situation. And it's okay to show your vulnerabilities. Every setback or failure is an opportunity to learn. And we just need to remember not to be so hard on ourselves. And, a big lesson for me was do not define yourselves by certain labels or by how others see you. And above all, if nothing else, I've learned it's never too late. I'm 67, but it's never too late to find a new path and follow it. and it's never too late to change our lives for the better. When I was writing my book, and I worked with 2 different editors. The first editor knew about my UFO stuff. He didn't really know so much about the other stuff that I love. And it's funny because, he wanted me to start out the book. I had written a beginning chapter, an intro. And he goes, no, I really think you need to start out with a really compelling UFO, your big compelling UFO story. And then, my daughter and I are going, yeah, no. And then I also worked with the second editor who got me more than, Jim was a good editor, but it's like, and he brought out certain things, but Erin, she really got me, and we really worked on, who am I trying to reach besides the UFO people? And so we got it. And we went back and we used the intro to the book because that's more about who I am. And Jim had said, well, and even my illustrator and my cover art, the cover design person, well, here's some thoughts for the cover. I go, no, it needs to be this. And, the title of the book came to me in a minute, and the cover of the book came to me. Now, I think I'd probably seen that woods scene somewhere, but I said it has to have me going towards the path, and it needs to be me. It needs to be this. And then she was insightful enough to add the fairies and the orbs, and I go, that is the cover I saw. That is the cover that this needs to be, because in my midlife, my life has changed. Thank you, Cedric. I don't have a chance to read all the comments, so save some questions if you have to. I'm going to close the main part here. Oh, look, we're almost to time anyway. In 1971, there was an interstellar human alien conference, and it was attended by lots of dignitaries, human dignitaries, and it was attended by hundreds of different species and their dignitaries and ambassadors. And at the time, one of the speeches was given by a 300-year-old raptor who looks like a dinosaur. He's still alive. And it is one of the most profound things I've ever heard. And I always close my talks with this. The galaxy's great spiritual thinkers from every sentient species have taught the wisdom of seeing beyond any lack or limitation. Because they recognized the natural perfection at the heart of all life, they saw the greatest possibilities. They knew that wholeness, beauty, peace, and harmony were always present and would express if recognized and embodied. These spiritual masters saw their world with eyes of wonder and awe, even if they had no eyes. They teach us that each of us lack for nothing. Each of us is part of a universe that is so abundant, it is impossible to count or comprehend the reach and richness of it. Infinite means never ending, never ceasing, always replenished, always greater and more beyond imagining. You have access to the infinite. Your nature is part of the divine, and the divine is ever giving, ever pouring forth with anything and everything that is needed. The universe would not exist if it were not a self-sustaining and continuously expanding system. Each sentient life is part of that system, and you partake of its nature and composition. Like the water that makes up most of the human body, the infinite abundance of the universe is inherent in and as you. There can be no separation or a canceling out. A defeating of both would happen and nothing would exist. Now, can you hear that and not believe that we are galactically and universally connected? Thank you.
Wow, Joanne, that was amazing. Thank you so much for your beautiful presentation. We do have several questions. First, how can we define the natural laws of nature? How can we work with them?
Oh,
heavy question, but you do have some time, so.
Okay, maybe I'll have to wrap my head around that. You know, witchcraft and working, it's just science. And I'm not a scientist, but you know, you work with the phases of the moon, and like, you know, and if you've ever listened to Kathleen's talks, you know, there's energies around different signs and, you know, times of the day, times of the month, you know, times of the year. And again, it's always about setting intention. So scientifically, I don't have an answer for you, but you know, you're setting an intention, what you would like to achieve, or what, you know, you imagine how you would feel if this were to happen in your life. And a couple weeks ago, when it was the new moon, you know, that's the time to set intentions. And here we are, we just had a full moon right before this conference earlier in the week. And it's like, my intention was I want to, and this is, I'm sorry, this is not ego, but it's like, my intention was that I would be inspired to have a talk that was a message that, you know, needed to be heard, or that I would present it well or whatever. And, you know, I call on whoever wants to help me. And, you know, it's just the universe helping and providing. And I don't have a scientific way to explain that. I'm sorry. But it does involve setting an intention and, you know, just believing that the help is there.
Right. That connection. Beautiful. And we have a question from so many comments. Thank you so much for your story. Melissa says, thank you for sharing your story. Mark Hudson says, do you pass over trapped spirits? What is that? Do you know what that is? Trapped spirits. Spirits that are trapped, I'm assuming?
Maybe Mark, you're referring to spirits who haven't transitioned?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, he says yes.
And thank you, Annalise. Thank you, and Cedric. And I love you, my sweet daughter. I can feel the spirits. My friend Jill, who's a trance medium, has the gift to help them pass over and actually talk to them. I have not yet learned how to communicate with them, and it's something I want to practice and learn. You know, I can talk to them through a medium, but I haven't yet, you know, it's like, I want to talk to them one-on-one, just through my, you know, I want to learn that gift for myself. My friend is able to help them transition, and she will talk to them, and then somehow now, but I will say, sorry, sometimes, especially when we were on the Hornet, there's ghosts there who just like to hang out, not because they had a traumatic death, but obviously, you know, I don't know if they didn't all die on that ship. And sometimes they just want to hang out. And, you know, the spirit world is right here. I mean, I learned that as a Mormon. The spirit world is right here. It's not far away. It's right here. So it's natural that the ghosts would kind of want to be here and come and go. But I have to say, about 2012, I was speaking at a conference, and I was in the vendor room, and I got a call from my sister, and her husband had just suddenly died. And thankfully, and I don't remember the woman's name, but there was a woman, another vendor, and she had pendulums and stuff anyway. And I felt that, you know, Charles needed to go, you know, he hadn't quite moved on. And you know, the lady said, do you want to help him transition? And I said, sure. So thankfully, nobody else was in the vendor room, and we sat there quietly and we were meditating. And I was just, you know, telling him, you know, Charles, it's okay. And his grandson had died, you know, a few years before that, or, you know, not too, and he died as a young child. And it's like, you know, Jake has come to get you, and it's okay. It's okay to go. And since then, you know, when I've been with my friend Jill, she goes, you know, your brother-in-law's here, Jake's here, you know, he's fine. Everybody's fine on the other side. So it's not been my usual experience to, you know, deal with a lot of, you know, souls who haven't transitioned, but I know a lot of my friends on the other side, that's part of their job. You know, they go and get, like my father-in-law will go and get spirits who are, just getting to the other side, and they don't know what's going on. So
yeah, perfect. Truth Within says women are taught as well as men, but to a lesser degree, that our entire value is in loving others. However, it's not until we learn to love ourselves that we're able to properly extend love. I think that, it's an incredible journey that you're showing us here as the feminine rising, as you integrate and heal. Through this, your voice is coming out so powerful to the world, Joanne. It's really incredible.
And I saw my husband recently, and it's been a very difficult time of 18 months or however long COVID's been going on. We've seen each other in person twice in that time, and it's been a hard year. It's hard on all relationships. And I saw him in person in August. I said, I've changed a lot. He goes, yeah. And he didn't say that was a bad thing or anything, but it's interesting because thankfully, it's like just all of a sudden, this is coming, and I love who I am. But I learned a long time ago, it's like you can't have it like a totally happy, relationship with somebody else unless you're, really happy with yourself and you really love yourself. And again, Glennon Doyle's Untamed book, I resonated with so much because, it gives you permission to, with all your vulnerabilities and whatever, it just gives you permission to be okay with whoever you are and wherever you're at. And, to heck with what everybody else thinks about you. You don't have to live your life because that's what you said you were supposed to do. I thought, I do, I do think a happy marriage is great if you have it. But I thought that's what I had to do. I thought that was the only way to happiness, get married to some nice Mormon man and have a ton of kids. Well, obviously I've done okay for myself and I only have one kid, and she's great. She's a fabulous kid, so I've changed my script.
What exactly? And that's actually what I love about your story is that you were able to stand up and change your script completely. I mean, you were speaking, and I know you for many years on the UFO, but I was always asking, what about your story? What about you? What about you? We need to hear from you. So what's a message that you can give, and for women and also for the divine feminine within men? How can we help emerge that? How can we help move through those parts of us that are intimidated and feel blocked and unworthy and unseen? How can we move past that?
Well, if you had been in Kathleen's workshop this morning, that would have helped a lot because I was crying the whole time. I had to, and again, I'm grateful to COVID for allowing me the time to do this, because I could have stayed in victim mode. I mean, I never really stayed in victim mode, but I could have just, look at that man and look at what he did to me and look at what he did to me. And I decided, no, let's look at, okay, what did I learn from each of those times? Now, yeah, I made a lot of stupid choices. And, my daughter can probably say, yes, she did. And she saw a lot of them. But I have learned from that. So for whatever reason, I just decided, now is the time for me to do what I needed to do, whatever that takes. So, I started working with the channeling medium, and I started taking more classes on how to develop my intuition or psychic abilities, and more classes on, how to be a better witch, just the things that were really calling to me. I really took the time, and my clients never suffered. I'm still getting all my bookkeeping work done, but I really took the time somehow to just do what I needed to do to take care of myself. And it's, don't feel guilty. The self-care, you need the self-care, and it's really important. That doesn't mean it's like, and if that means just taking a walk, it's like sometimes when I either get a depressing letter or I don't get a letter at all, it's like, okay, do I go for the cookie? Okay, no, I'm going to go take the walk. And thankfully I'm getting disciplined to do that. And because I used to just go for the cookie. So I'm changing some behaviors, and I'm all of a sudden it's like, I need to, okay, now my cats are starting to cry. They've been locked in the other room. It's like, I needed to take control so that I could be alive for how many, I need more time. I need lots more time to do all this new fun stuff. So
That's beautiful. Well, thank you so much. And many are asking, can we get, do you offer services? How can we work with you?
That's funny because yes, I don't know how that's going to happen, but yes, we can make that happen because, apparently I'm feeling called to talk more with people. And, I love, especially, it's like if you want to sit all day and talk about aliens, cool, or fairies, cool. And again, I never thought, I would be talking about relationships and whatever, but so there's lots of topics, but yes, we'll figure that out. And after this, I've got my virtual booth. It's up and open and we can chat. And I have the book, and I've only given an inkling of the stories that are in the book, and it's not a long book. But if you want to buy it, cool, I'll tell you how. And I've got a website the website is Dragon Hill Books. So it's dragonhillbooks.net. So, we'll figure that out because that's the new path I'm on, apparently.
We are so happy to hear that, Joanne. That's incredible. So please connect, and you're going to be at your booth now, right?
Yes, I'm going to let the cats out and go to my booth.
Okay, wonderful. So if you want to connect with Joanne, please go to the website and just go to the vendors page, and you'll be able to connect with her in her virtual booth. The link is either on the front page or in the vendors and speakers.
Thank you, Cedric.
area.
Your remarks are very kind. Thank you so much.
Yes, there's so many comments.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Shannon says, what bravery you exude to continue to believe in love and never give up is extraordinary. Sounds like you're here to heal the lost innocence of the children and the earth. Huge love. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Deeply moved.
Oh, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Tysus. Thank you, Marxus. Thank you. That was a heartfelt story. You're a beautiful soul.
Thank
so
you,
much
honey,
love.
for being here.
Yes, and thank you to the wonderful support for our wonderful daughter that's here. Thank you. Wonderful. Well, very good. So, and where can we buy your books? You have your website links, and
I have that, and I can send it to people. But it's dragonhillbooks.net. You can order it if you want a signed copy. You can order it right through my website. If you don't care about a signed copy or you want an ebook, you can get it on Amazon, Barnes and Noble, all the usual ebook sites. So, or, you can go to your local indie bookstore and they can order it for you. So, and
That's
if you
excellent.
live in Portland, Oregon, it's at New Renaissance Bookstore. So.
There you go. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Geraldine.
Joanne. Take
you
care.
Are a delight.
Thank you. Wonderful. Well, up next, we have Neil Gaur, and we are waiting. Neil Gaur, are you here? I'm not seeing him. Let's just wait and see. I think he's not come in yet. I did send a couple messages, so we'll wait for him to enter the room. In the meantime, I just want to give a really huge shout out to all of our wonderful participants that are here on all of our platforms, and really just thank you for the love and the support and the heart openness that you have for all of these incredible speakers and their journey, which are all examples of our own evolution, mirrors of our own self and what we're all going through internally and on some level. So there's a lot to be learned there. Please be sure to check out our vendors on the page and support our jewelry salespeople and also the organ mason from Organite. He creates those incredible Organite towers, and that's going to be really fun. So let me just look at some of the comments here and questions and connect with some of you while we're waiting for Neil. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being here. Awesome. Well, while we're waiting for him, I would love to take us into just a quick grounding meditation, just to kind of integrate everything that we've got from the first morning. I think that would be a really wonderful opportunity to do so, and we're going to go into our afternoon series. So let's just all take a nice deep breath. And as we just allow ourselves to connect with our bodies, just kind of bringing the attention and remembering the body for a moment, taking the attention back, the presence back in the body. Taking the attention to the breath as we listen and feel the oxygen entering and leaving the body. Taking a moment to tune in to our five senses. What are we hearing? What are we smelling? What are we tasting in our mouth? What are we sensing around our space? Noticing what's in our environment. See if we can pick up on the energies that are in the environment wherever we are at. Breathing deeply and just taking a moment to notice where our energy extends around us. With every breath you take, just noticing where our energy is felt, where it kind of begins and ends, and where we begin to kind of sense other things that are around our space. Just really tuning our attention. Breathing deeply. Breathing deeply. Taking a moment to ground now. Just imagining creating a cord connecting to the body and just anchoring it down into the center of the earth. Do you begin to anchor yourself in this moment? Checking into any emotions that are in the body. Just really bringing our awareness. To any kind of emotions that we have picked up. Feelings, sensations. Let's just see if we can gently kind of acknowledge them and just allow them to release as we bring the body into a state of neutrality. Breathing deeply. Just noticing that when we do bring ourselves into that neutrality, there's more space. From the center of the earth, go ahead and visualize a powerful healing energy coming up into the body, that's going to just soothe the body, healing the body. Just noticing that energy go up into the legs, into the hips, into the solar plexus, the core, the throat. With every breath you take, just pulling in from Earth, which is an infinite source of life force energy, into the body. Going up into the crown of the head, breathing deeply. And let's just imagine for a moment that we're activating our intuitive mind, our intuitive chakra, our throat, our heart. Just raising the frequency of the body, activating that higher knowing that we've been talking about all morning. Excellent. And just tuning into that feeling of bliss and joy and gratitude and happiness for ourselves, just for being here, for taking the time to expand the mind, to challenge our perspectives with other possible perspectives. And just taking one final breath, bringing yourself back into the room, and welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me for that little meditation. And I have Neil that just joined us here. So Neil, would you like to turn on? There you are.
Hey.
Hi. So good to have you. So Neil, thank you so much. We are going to be, Neil is going to present for us Galactic Origins, Dimensions, and Black Holes. So Neil, go ahead and take it away.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. So good to be here with you all. I thought I was on at 3, so I'm mid-bite in my lunch right now. So
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm just.
Is there a time difference? I think that might be why.
Oh,
I
no,
forgot
I'm
about
fine
that.
with the timing. I'm fine with the timing. I'm making a little joke that I still got food in my mouth.
No problem. All right, go ahead.
But I was born ready, so I'm here always ready to go.
Nice. Let me give
So,
you sharing capacity. I'll do that for you.
Please do. All right. I think I got it. Not yet. Hello, everybody. So good to be here with you all. Just to confirm, Geraldine, is it an hour or how long do I have?
45 minutes. Can you do 55 minutes?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
okay.
Whatever you want me to do.
Nice.
All right. So I'm excited to be with you all. My name is Neil. I am the founder of an organization called Portal to Ascension. We're actually live. One of the places that we're live right now is on our platform. And I'm just going to get right into today's presentation because it is an extensive one. And the whole presentation here is actually 3.5 hours long. So I took out certain components of it just so that I think what I personally feel are the most foundational parts of this presentation. We're going to hopefully get into talking about maybe some races, but even if we don't talk about the extraterrestrial races and, the story and the Lyran connection, what I'm going to do right now is give you a foundational information and awareness about the science behind how everything works in the cosmos. Not everything, of course, but the black holes, Milky Way galaxy, Fibonacci spirals, the way things are unfolding. Something that I really love doing is when I first got into sharing all this awareness and, into all this, I really came in from the realm of spirituality. Science into spirituality. I was very linear minded, mathematical, scientific information. And if I didn't uncover the truth behind vibration and frequency, I probably would not have entered the spiritual realm. And just realizing that we're all vibration and frequency brought me back to a lot of ancient scriptures in where they were alluding to the fact that everything is sound and vibration, and then also ancient sites and structures that have been created utilizing harmonics in mind that are next level structures where you need to be so extremely intentional and aware of what you're doing in order to create the specific harmonics and frequencies that these structures were creating. Everything from ancient pyramids to chambers, temples, a tunnel, for example, in the Bosnian pyramid complex, a tunnel over there. This started broadening my horizons and making me realize that there is an ancient awareness of frequency, vibration that we're only now rediscovering. And what does this mean for our future? And as I started delving into this, pretty soon I went into the whole concept of extraterrestrials, interdimensionals. And I was always, I was one of the kids that would say that he wanted to be an astronomer when he was a child. But I would say that at this age, I still I'm not astronomer, astronaut, right? And at this age, I haven't let go of that dream. I feel one day I'll be on Mars and other planets. But so I had this just this exploration and curiosity about the universe. And that really started me down the rabbit hole of researching all this information. So what this presentation is today, I really actually wrote down, I wanted to create this presentation 6 years ago. I have a to-do list of presentations that I follow up with. I wrote down Galactic Origins presentation 6 years ago, and not until last year did I even have the opportunity to create it. But it really has been an accumulation of around 16 years of research and listening to thousands of presenters, putting on events, listening to other, having people come onto our conferences and speak. So by doing that, I feel like I've gathered a really good encompassing, I won't say fully because I'm not aware if there is more out there than what I'm, uncovering right now. And I'm pretty sure there is, but I feel like I approach this from a really full circle awareness where not only do we talk about metaphysical awareness, but we're also talking about the science. I want to show people the truth behind spirituality and allow the linear mind to be appeased by the mathematics and the science behind it all. Because that's who I was. And I know a lot of people that kind of feel that all of this is woo-woo nonsensical really haven't taken the time to look into the science and behind metaphysics. So that's what we're going to be kind of doing right now. First of all, just a few presentations that you can check out on my website. I have quite a few there, but these are just a few of them that kind of, everything kind of goes together. It's just different pieces of the puzzle. One is Creation Stories of Ancient Civilizations. Is a 3-hour presentation where I went through 300 different origin stories of ancient civilizations and drew parallels to them. I made a category of all the ones that talked about sound frequency, a category of all the ones that talked about extraterrestrials, and even beyond that. And then also this one's a 4-hour presentation on a practical journey through the Maya Empire, where we look at actual archaeological evidence, look at the different waves of evolution within the Maya Empire. And all these images and videos are from my wife and myself there. And it's kind of like a documentary presentation. It's really cool. And then my wife and I, we're doing a sound healing 4-week course. We just completed our second go in that, and we're going to be doing another one again. So if you're interested, go to portaltoascension.org. You can sign up there. And I'm going to skip the introduction about Portal to Ascension, but I'll give you a little summary about it. Portal to Ascension is, at this point, is an organization in which we're doing around 110 events a year on many different topics. I've worked with over 1,500 presenters, and I have an archive on my website, kind of like Netflix for consciousness. There's around 10,000 hours of presentations. 3,000 hours of them are already for free, ready to watch. So if you're interested, you can go to portaltoascension.org, sign up, get a free username and password, and view it there. And this is kind of how our website currently looks. And this is how it will look when you go and navigate the back end and start watching free webinars. All right, so the topic of the hour, everybody: galactic heritage, dimensions, and black holes. The real question, and I love to do this in all my presentations, is to start out with, why did I create this presentation in the first place? And the reason why is these questions that I had for ever since I can really remember. Who are we? And where do we come from? Not just who we are based on what we do, but in the universal scheme of it all. Look at all these planets. We're told that they don't have life on them, right? We don't see that much in the third dimensional reality happening. The human situation seems to be very unique, but maybe it isn't. And then also, we're completely sentient and awake. We're aware. We're aware of being aware, right? Why? Who are we? And then where do we come from? What kind of, did we just start and have one life on this planet and we go and we become part of something else? Are we living over and over again? The where do we come from component really goes into the humans are collectively experiencing amnesia. And how can I say that? As what do we know? Humans are collectively experiencing amnesia. I would say that this is proven now. And the reason why it's proven is because past lives which are technically could be simultaneous lives, because past lives is looking in the construct of time being linear. If you look at past lives, it's pretty much a given and proven scientifically, factually, in every way possible that past lives exist. Just look at the new documentaries that came out in the last 2 years on Amazon and Netflix. Some next level information there on past lives, and many people, devout, dogmatic Christians and others, that had to just completely give into the fact that this is real based on their children having these downloads of like people that they used to be, and then going on chases around the world to verify if this is true, and then figuring out it's true. I've watched so much of this at this point that there's no doubt in my mind that we live multiple lives, simultaneous, in the past, in the future. So therefore, it is a given that we are experiencing amnesia, because even though some people might remember their past lives, to remember all of yourself here, there's some people that might do that too, but we can agree that most people on the planet do not. And a lot of people who even think that I was this person, I was that person. You might know the person, but it's not like you remember what you ate for lunch that one day, right? Which you might remember in this life. So there is always a level of amnesia, a frequency, kind of a bandwidth frequency of limitation, if you will. As I was researching the galactic history, I started reading a lot of origin stories, like my creation stories presentation says. And an ancient history component can actually be introduced to almost every single topic within consciousness. Because if you just look at the fact of the cycles of time and the devolution, the evolution of consciousness, and how that's directly connected to frequency and vibration, you know, there is always a story that we can learn from the past that really teaches us about not only what's going on right now on the planet, but also our connection to the cosmos. So as I was doing research, I came up with two different types of stories that I found in creation stories of ancient civilizations: prehistory stories versus Earth history stories. Right? The origin stories in two distinct categories. The one prehistory is pre-Earth, prehistory, pre-time and space, or the creation of time and space. Stories of the origin of humanity on Earth would be like an Earth story. Examples of Earth history: the Sumerian stories, the Greek stories of Zeus, the Egyptian origin stories, and more. Even though a lot of those ancient civilizations actually had a prehistory component to some of their stories, but some of them, especially the newer religions that came in the last 2,000 to 3,000 years, focus almost exclusively on Earth history. And it's almost like there was a time before where people spoke about prehistory. Many cultures, especially native indigenous tribes of the Americas, still talk about their prehistory. A good prehistory story that I'll just make up off the top of my head: the winged eagle flew out of the cosmic egg, and as the cosmic egg cracked, the winged eagle came out and spread its wings, creating fractal spider webs into infinity. Right? That's kind of like my own version of many different stories that I read. That would be like a prehistory story. So science, you know, a lot of things within science are actually theories. The reason why they say Big Bang Theory is because they don't really have verifiable evidence that this actually happened. So science also has their own theories as well, and their own origin stories. So the prehistory origin story from science, conventional science, is cosmological models maintain that 13.8 billion years ago, the entire mass of the universe was compressed into a gravitational singularity, the so-called cosmic egg, from which it expanded to its current state following the Big Bang. Right? Metaphysics, spirituality. The cosmic egg represents potentiality. So this is my own version that I wrote out here. The cosmic egg represents potential, infinite potential. It's the pre-creation held within the chaos, waiting to become the chaos, cosmos. This duality then sets up a conflict found throughout the world mythology, the duality of chaos and order, good and evil, light and dark, love and hate. So I'm not sure if you noticed this, but the stories are almost exactly the same, except one is coming from a linear perspective and the other one is coming from a metaphoric perspective. Whereas in the linear perspective, they're showing that there was this cosmic egg, which is very interesting that conventional scientists use the word cosmic egg, because they actually took that term from ancient scriptures, but they're saying that the singularity was the cosmic egg. And then in metaphysics, we're not talking about the linear aspect of there was this cosmic egg, it exploded, we all came out of it. We're talking about what that egg represented. What did it represent? Potential, because what came out of that egg? All physical experience in our known universe. And then galactic origin stories are a combination of prehistory stories and Earth history stories. Humanity's journey from inception, creation to this current experience on Earth. It introduces the concept of a paradox because it says that there must be an origin. If we're talking about galactic origins, what are we speaking about? Well, the beginning, that's what the origin is. So if we're speaking about origin, that means we're talking about a time when linear time existed, but time is only a construct of our position in space relative to our sun. And obviously, the galaxy existed before Earth even came into existence. So to talk about it in the terms of origin, maybe that doesn't make sense. One of the first components that I really started discovering as I was researching, like I would say like 18, 19 years ago, I stumbled upon realizing that there's a paradox. Everything is a paradox. And I was attempting to understand the paradox. And as I was attempting to understand it, I realized that we have some sort of limitation of frequency within us that we can transcend, of course, that doesn't allow us to completely fathom a paradox, because a paradox technically should not exist. That's what a linear mind tells us. Well, here are some paradoxes that we know are real that kind of shows how maybe the universe is actually working, this and that. Right? So the universe is infinite because it's an infinitely expanded universe, but it's also finite. Well, outside the universe, there might be other universes. There might be multiverses. Our brains cannot even fathom infinity, even though we understand that the universe is infinitely expanding. So what's outside infinity? Well, must be finite. Well, what's outside that? Well, what's outside the universe? And it keeps going on and on and on. To me, therein lies the illusion, right? The fact that this is some sort of virtual, really beautiful organic conscious programming or something. The fact that it expands into infinity, but at the same time, our brains can only fathom it being finite. And then another paradox, a great example here. We are solid beings. You and I, solid beings. If I touch you on the shoulder, my hand cannot go through you. Yet we're also now realized and found out that we are vibrating frequencies that have no form or shape. On the subatomic level, you are just vibration. However, I see you completely different than what you really are. A lot of, on the subatomic level, on the smallest level, everything's made out of just a different fluctuation of frequency. But everything looks so different. There's a coffee cup here. There's a camera there. There's a computer. So what's going on? It's another paradox. We're solid beings. We're physically having this experience, yet we're vibrating frequencies at the same exact time. So the universe exists within a paradox. Now that we got that out the way, we're going to briefly mention and speak about dimensions here. The full presentation has a whole hour component on breaking down dimensions, the mathematics behind it, the science. I'm not going to do that here. I want to concentrate on focusing on the spiritual component of what the end result is, what the whole intention for this awareness is. So before we begin the story of the galactic origins, I'm going to break down dimensions and the mechanics of a galaxy just a little bit here. Firstly, what are dimensions? And as you'll see in most of my slides, I have a scientific component and a spiritual component. So in physics and mathematics, a dimension of space is defined as the minimum number of coordinates needed to specify any point within it. Therefore, a line has a dimension of 1 because only one coordinate is needed to specify a point on it. So in 2, now you have a line. Spiritual and consciousness, in spirituality and consciousness, a dimension is a realm and or a frequency of experience that can be obtained through various forms of conscious awareness, soul contracts, karmic agreements, more, wormhole travel. We can probably brainstorm forever different ways to tap into different dimensions physically or just through our own consciousness and minds. And I wrote this explanation myself. And the reason why I said a realm and or frequency of experience is because that gets rid of the whole hierarchy of one dimension being better than the other dimension. These are just dimensions of experience. Some of them have their own laws of the universe, own laws of physics, right? And that we can obtain awareness, information, data from those dimensions using multiple modalities. The world as we know it exists in 3 dimensions of space, length, width, and depth, and 1 dimension of time, the 4th dimension. Physicists and mathematics mathematicians and spiritualists all believe in the possibility that more dimensions exist. And according to string theory, the physical universe operates within 10 dimensions, right? This is conventional science is now realizing that there's got to be at least 10 dimensions of physical experience. Geraldine probably has way more information on this than I do, but for my own research, I actually feel that there are 12 dimensions of physical experience and a 13th dimension of the void. And I say Geraldine probably knows because she taps in and communicates with these beings. And I'll be interested in actually asking her what she thinks about this. But so string theory is definitely coming along the lines of the fact that there are multiple dimensions. Whether they have the right number or not is besides the point at this point. It's the fact that they are now catching up to what we've known within the spiritual community for quite some time. There are different types of dimensions. When you say dimension, people use that word very loosely. So I want to spend a quick moment here just to talk about the different types of dimensions, because there are many different forms and some of them overlap or some of them are seemingly independent forces, right? So dimension is a very broad word. Parallel dimension, for example, is one. I'll just read these off and then go into them for a bit. There's parallel dimensions, there's physical and spiritual dimensions, there's dimensions in the galaxy, there's realms of no dimension, there's the void, which is the dimension. There's a dimension within a dimension that's a portal. You know, there's the fourth dimension that some people think is just time or an astral realm. That's a dimension that you use to go to another dimension. So there are many different ways to be, you know, different concepts and components of dimensions. Parallel dimensions, for example. Parallel dimensions means that there's infinite realities that are very much similar to this one here, but in that reality, you just did something a little different. In one reality, you made a left instead of a right. And now whatever experiences you get out of making that choice are now manifesting. And, you know, and then other bigger things that you can do differently. So there's infinite versions of that. And then there's physical and spiritual dimensions, like we're talking, maybe there's 12 dimensions within the physical galaxy, and then there's a 13th dimension, which is the void, right? And it goes on and on from that. So it is important to realize these concepts and titles may have been spiritually informed, right? We're getting this awareness from some sort of consciousness, but they're also human constructs based on our perception and a unique experience on Earth. This is us as humans using a linear mind attempting to figure out what's going on in the universe. So even though we're talking about these dimensions and what they could be, it's always important to know that whenever we figure something out, it doesn't mean that we know it. There could be a whole other dimension, right, to what we're understanding here, because this is what we're figuring out using our linear mind observing the universe. Now I'd like to officially welcome you all to your home galaxy entitled the Milky Way. Our galaxy is speeding through the space and is traveling through space at 1.3 million miles per hour. We're going 25 miles per second closer to the center of the Milky Way galaxy. We are also traveling alongside a local cluster 375 miles a second toward the Virgo cluster, which is an enormous collection of galaxies 45 million light years away. And on this slide here, just to throw it in really quick, we also see that our galaxies in the formation of nebula and stars seem to be following some sort of sequence or equation. And when it comes to our galaxy, for example, follows the Fibonacci spiral. A lot of you have probably seen this, but not only that, it's even the way nebula are created and solar systems and galaxies are formed in the first place. But not only on the macro level, but when you go down to the micro level and you go to the mitosis of how physical beings are even created and seeded before they were born, we also have the same geometries represented in mitosis. And you can see that we have the flower of life broken down right there, mitosis all the way to the right of it. When the cell splits and then becomes the fruit of life, eventually becomes the flower of life. If you were able to look at our galaxy from, let's see if I can show you here, from this perspective, if you were able to look at our galaxy from this perspective. So now I'm going to go back to this slide. Think of that flat plane right there as the flat plane of the galaxy that I just showed you. We seem to be going in cycles of consciousness. It's been thought through conventional science that the evolution of humanity has been going extremely linear, right? But now we're discovering through archaeological evidence, through spiritual awareness, through channeled information, through whistleblowers, through so much more, that it seems like that we actually may have had evolutions in consciousness and devolutions and gone back and forth multiple times. So this graph right here kind of shows the trajectory of Earth and our solar system in relation to the flat plane, even though that's a limiting term, flat plane, of our Milky Way galaxy. If you look all the way right here in 4000 BC where it says Noah, right? And you look all the way up here between Sagittarius and Scorpio, 8000 AD, right here. That point is 200 light years below the galactic disk and above the galactic center, right? So this right here, Earth and our solar system not only travels around the Milky Way galaxy, but we're also doing Fibonacci spirals up and down, up and down, up and down, diving in and out of our Milky Way galaxy about 200 light years in either direction. As we're doing that, we're being bombarded with all types of solar or galactic weather, let's call it that are having effects on our consciousness, our experience on Earth, the rise and falls of empires. So many different things are actually connected to our position of our solar system and the energy that is hitting our planet. Even the radiation from every single star that affects our Earth and that we can see, if you look in the night sky and you see a star out there, that radiation, that frequency is eventually arriving on Earth. And even that minute a little bit has an effect on the earthly experience. So it's very interesting because not only are we technically puppets to the stars, because the stars have so much energy involved in what we do and how we are on Earth, but we're also creating that reflection, which is the external reality of stars. Another paradox. So this here is from newscientist.com, and it's also just an image of our galaxy, just to put it in some context. And what I'm doing here is just kind of showing you what's happening in our local neighborhood, a local galaxy. The distance from the end of our galaxy to the supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy right there is around 30,000 light years. And you can see there are a few different rings here. The sun, this part right here says, the sun and the planets may have originated closer to the galaxy's center and surfed outward towards along its spiral arms. So our view of our galaxy and how we got created and that we were at the end of our galaxy and the ends of one of the spirals is now changing as we're able to perceive more of the Milky Way. So one of the beliefs now that looks like it has quite a lot of merit is that we actually may have originated closer to the center and spiraled out. And then you can see this right here, possible past orbit, that it's believed that we could have had a very close orbit right there. And the current solar system orbit is right here, this last ring out there. And as we're traveling around the Milky Way galaxy, we're entering all types of galactic weather. One of which is this. We passed through dark interstellar dust clouds that could have altered Earth's climate, perhaps leading to episodes of global glaciation. Well, many people will lead you to believe that all types of weather situations that happen on Earth are because of what we do to our planet. Well, now we've understood and we realize that a lot of things that happen to our planet and our entire solar system actually have an effect because of what's going on in our galaxy. And an example right there would be an increase of climate. And then another area right here, passing through bright star-forming regions might have exposed Earth to hazardous radiation from supernovae, perhaps causing mass extinctions. Right? Something else that could have actually had an effect of something on Earth. We've actually gone through like areas of a lot of debris and asteroids where our solar system could have even passed through it. And then those asteroids may have hit the Earth, caused mass extinctions. Gravitational pulls of other bodies that we're passing could create earthquakes and volcanoes. So there's a lot going on, and it's not just what's happening on Earth. It's also what's happening in our galaxy. But I would say it's also what's happening beyond our galaxy, as you're going to see in just a moment. The new model of our galaxy is that we're no longer in the spirals. We're almost in the middle of it, which is very interesting because I was raised believing that Earth is just in one of the outside spirals, but now that has been changed and reformed. And if you haven't been following this or researching this, you may have not realized that that model has actually been updated and the position of our solar system has been updated to conventionally. Depending on our rotation of our galaxy, we can see different areas within the Milky Way. And you can see from February to November, we can see more directly closer to the central sun, which is the black hole. And the December to January, we're actually able to view the outside of a galaxy looking away from the black hole. Now, I've mentioned the galactic center a few times, so let's talk about what is the galactic center. Well, did you know that in the center of our galaxy is a supermassive black hole? It has the mass of 4 million suns. And in the center of our galaxy, there is a constellation called Sagittarius A. It's located at the center of the Milky Way, and it lies in the direction of the Sagittarius constellation near the border with Scorpius. So we actually cannot perceive black holes because guess what? They're black. So we can't see what an actual black hole. All we can do is see how light around it is manipulated. So the closest theory on where the entrance, if you will, to the black hole in the center of a galaxy is the Sagittarius constellation that's very much close to the center of the galaxy right there. And it's believed that that is the location of the supermassive black hole. And the black hole lies at about 26,000 light years from Earth. This article here is an article in which they're furthering that evidence that they believe that Sagittarius A is the basically gateway to the black hole in the center of the galaxy. And now we're realizing that Earth is much closer to the black hole than we ever thought. Now, going over here, jumping over to another component, I would say these are galactic anomalies, but they're only anomalies because people don't know about them. This is just the way the galaxy actually works. Well, some time ago, billions of years ago, we actually collided with, or a galaxy collided with us. This galaxy right here is called the Sagittarius galaxy, not to be confused by the Sagittarius constellation, which is the constellation close to the center of our galaxy. This is a dwarf galaxy called Sagittarius that billions of years ago came on a collision course with our galaxy, which has led people to believe, astronomers to believe, that we probably had collision courses with other galaxies, smaller ones and larger ones, over the course of our existence. And another thing that they taught me in school was that we're on a collision course with the Andromeda galaxy, but that's going to take many, many light years before that even occurs. However, it's actually happening right now with this dwarf galaxy. The next slide is going to be a short video explaining and showing the collision of this galaxy with the Milky Way and how it started manifesting over time and what it kind of looks like today. So we're going to start here at 8 billion years ago. Okay, so watch this. 8 billion years ago, Sagittarius. 5.7 billion years ago, 3 billion years ago, 1.9 billion years ago, 1 billion years ago. Current. One more time. 8 billion. 5.7 billion years ago starts breaking up. 3 billion years ago starts trailing. 1.9 still trailing. 1 billion years ago, entirely encompassing our galaxy with its matter that is breaking up from the gravitational pull of our own galaxy. The reason why I show you this isn't only because it's really cool, but also because the theory is Earth and our solar system originated in this galaxy and was a straggler solar system that was sucked in by the gravitational pull of our black hole and then started spiraling out to the ends. That's one of the theories. Has as much merit and credibility as any other theory at this point. There is no real theory that has been completely proven. And the last thing here with the Milky Way galaxy is to show you another really cool thing that our galaxy has done in the past and that is going on, is that at one point, there was actually a triple star system that moved closer to the center of the Milky Way galaxy. And you see the black hole right there, and it's a triple star system rotating around one big star, rotating around the other two binary stars. So it gets sucked in closer to the center of our galaxy, and then one of the stars, right there, the third one, fell into the center of our galaxy and got consumed by the black hole. But the other two got spun out from the gravitational pull and the rapid speed that they were going at because of the gravity of the black hole and got thrown out into the universe. So then number 3 here, it becomes a binary star system now. that binary star system leaves our galaxy, and then while it's leaving our galaxy, it merged together to become one star. So it started out as 3, 1 got taken in, 2 kept rotating, thrown out into the galaxy, became one star, something called a blue straggler, traveled away from our galaxy. What's up with that? Where is that going to end up? Is it going to just travel infinitely throughout the cosmos until it dies out? Is it going to be sucked in by the gravitational pull of another celestial body? Will it go into a dust cloud that is the beginning phases of a galaxy being formed? Right? So that's just another amazing thing that our galaxy has and is doing. The horizontal streak of brighter stars across the center of this image here is the plane of the Milky Way galaxy. The center of that, the huge amount of light that you see, is the galactic center. It's where hot, massive stars are crowded together. My theory is that the closer to the black hole that our physical planet is, the more rapid or shift there is in frequency and vibration, and the immense heat and cluster of stars would actually make it impossible for third-dimensional life to exist there. So third-dimensional life, we need to work in unison with nature. We can't manipulate it with our hands and energy and just shift things, even though we are able to within our bodies, I believe, because we have the tools and the chakra system to tap into all types of dimensions of awareness and become magicians, literally magicians on Earth. However, it's not just something that we can just pick up just like that. We have to work on it, increase our frequencies and all that. So since when you get closer and closer to the center of the black hole, the gravitational pulls increase. The planet's frequency is increased. The fastest moving star in our entire galaxy are right next to the black hole, and they're spinning around the black hole at a rapid pace. The way linear third-dimensional life currently exists on Earth, maybe we wouldn't be able to survive unless we had some sort of dome-like structure or some sort of external technology to protect us from the elements. So the only way a civilization can really survive and thrive if they're closer to the center of the galaxy would be through conscious awareness, some sort of ascension, living in a dimension where the external realities such as needing heat, water, things like that, you may not need, being pure energy beings, right? Which is why they say the prism of Lyra also represents the black hole in the center of the galaxy, and that humanoids actually originally came from the center of the galaxy, the void, and then we actually inhabited Lyra, and we started going out from there. But when we first inhabited, we came from a pure energetic form. So the question is the black hole in the center of our galaxy dormant? Well, it has been dormant ever since we can perceive in our recorded timeline. There's also another element of black holes, and it is the opposite of a black hole. It's called a white hole. It's a hypothetical region of space-time and singularity which cannot be entered from the outside, although energy, matter, light, and information can escape from it. So what is a white hole? Well, it's the opposite of a black hole. We're not sure if we've observed it yet, but in theory, it should exist. Possible white holes, though. So they don't know if they've seen a white hole, but they know that technically if the light is being sucked into a black hole in a rip in space-time into some void that we have no idea where it's going, maybe and quite possibly there is going to be a realm where that energy is being expelled into, right? Rather than becoming nothingness, that energy goes somewhere. And their theory is it's a white hole. So we're not sure if we've observed it yet, but we do have some ideas of what they could be. So of course, first one, other side of a black hole. A universe where there are only white holes and no black holes. Maybe just a universe of pure energy just coming out. All the light coming out of our universe goes into this one. Or maybe the sun is a white hole pulling energy out of a black hole. Well, we used to think that the sun was operating on nuclear fusion. Now we're realizing that the sun seems to be operating on a quantum level, pulling energy out of space-time. The opposite of what a black hole is doing. So could the fuel, the energy for a sun be the opposite of a black hole in our physical universe or in another galaxy or universe that is just finding its way, releasing itself into our reality? And to me, this one seems the most plausible because if the sun is pulling energy out of space-time, it technically is doing the complete opposite of what the black hole is doing, creating a rip in space-time and sending energy out of it. Could the supermassive black hole become a white hole at some phase? That's another theory, because it could spew out. Well, we have observed black holes spewing out ether and matter and radiation miles into space that eventually settles and coalesces and then becomes new galaxies and new formations and all that. The supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy, at one point, our own supermassive black hole, actually did this. It let out an enormous flare of radiation that was about 3.5 million years ago that would have been clearly visible from Earth. The discovery changes our view of our galaxy's central black hole, which has appeared dormant throughout recorded history. So could a white hole just be the polarity reverses of a black hole? It's estimated that there's about 10 million to 1 billion black holes in our galaxies, which are technically rips in space-time. There's this individual, and he had this team, the Keck team, that was led by UCLA astronomer Andrea Ghez, and they have now identified a star that actually orbits the black hole in 11.5 years, which is the shortest orbital period for a star ever discovered. So 11.5 years is the fastest star that is rotating around the supermassive black hole. This image here was taken from NASA's website, I think like 6-7 years ago. I actually saw it on NASA's site. I think it was longer than that. So I was on Facebook 7-8 years ago. Somebody posted a link to NASA's website and said, "Oh my God, there's these huge things coming out of NASA's out of the sun that's on NASA's website. Here's the link to it. There's multiple ones. These things are seem to be metallic, and they are much larger than the Earth is." And then it said, "Go to the site before they pull it down." Went to the site. I saw it myself on their own website, multiple images like this, and then the next day it was gone. The people believe that they actually don't have a filter when they release things, and then they figure it out later when it comes out, and then they pull it back. That's one of the beliefs. The other belief is they do that deliberately, and then they take it out, just to kind of seed some disclosure information out there. So this image right here seems to be this object that is either ciphering energy from the sun or has actually exited the sun. I would not doubt that it exited the sun, because I have seen many, especially on Secure Team on YouTube, their YouTube channel, I've seen many structures go through our sun. And I've even seen UFOs go through the sun and come out the other side. And I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. Why would you go all the way around the sun? It takes too long. Might as well just go through it. The shortest distance is a line, right? So definitely something is going on with the sun. And that goes into the theory of, could the sun become some sort of Stargate? And could it be some sort of white hole? Because a black hole, if we cultivate the energy of a black hole and are able to create a force field around ourselves, could we go through a wormhole or a black hole and end up in another dimension, another experience of reality? Well, if that's the case, and a white hole is the opposite of that, could that be where we exit out of? There's this term called the ether that I'm sure everybody here has heard. I spoke about ether just a couple of slides ago because I was talking about how the Milky Way galaxy throws out radiation, and it's really just throwing out ether. Ether to me is the building blocks of all physical reality. So what is ether exactly? Well, the ether is actually the fifth element, just like the movie. And actually the movie was about the element of ether, and that being that basically manifested into the girl was a personification of the ether manifesting into an actual person. The element that all other elements come from. So we have earth, wind, fire, water, ether. The ether element is its own thing because all the other elements are actually consequences of ether existing in the first place. It creates stars, nebula, minerals, everything. It's the building blocks. Ancient and medieval scientists, they believe that ether is the material that fills the region of the universe above the terrestrial sphere, which I think is a very interesting and beautiful observation that they made back in the medieval times, that they were wondering what this ether was, and they thought that it was some material that fills the region of the universe right above the terrestrial sphere, basically like some sort of buffer between dimensions. In physics, they say ether is the substance or field thought to be necessary as transmission medium for the propagation of electromagnetic or gravitational forces. Okay, I'll say that one more time. In physics, they say the ether is a substance or field thought to be, okay, yes, check, thought to be necessary as a transmission medium for the propagation of electromagnetic or gravitational forces. So they're saying everything that holds the universe together is ether. Definitely going down the right direction too, I would say. Now, the third one here is my own explanation. To put it pretty simply, the 3D printing material for the physical universe that comes out of the void, a place of no dimension. So to me, ether is 3D printing material for existence, for reality, for consciousness, for planets, for everything. So could the ether that is sent to the ends of the galaxies after the black hole spews out all of this radiation and matter and all that, is it possible that the outskirts of the galaxy, the further you're out in the galaxy, the lower, even though lower is a human construct, lower in dimension you are, and then the closer you're brought to the center of the galaxy, as I said before, the frequency shifts, and then you become, you have the ability to basically ascend to other levels of experience. And I'm saying, is it possible? Because this is what I think my scientific research, I would say, has led me to believe, but do I know? I don't know for sure. I've had meditation experiences, and my intuition also takes me down the same route, really makes me feel that that is the case. Now, what are you looking at here? So this is actually the geometry of the fourth dimension. The geometry of the fourth dimension is called a tesseract. I spoke about early in this presentation that the fourth dimension is known as time. There's some individuals within the spiritual community that will say to you, they don't like to say the fifth dimension, ascending to the fifth dimension, or they don't want to, what happened to the fourth dimension? Why do we skip the fourth dimension? Well, this is what science has led me to believe, that the fourth dimension is this dimension of time, or this astral realm that we currently exist within. Basically, you have length, width, height, the three dimensions, and then you have a position of an object within that, and that position gives us the movement, which gives us time. So this is the tesseract, which is the geometry of the fourth dimension. And even this geometry that kind of explains that as well, how this fourth dimension could actually exist within these other three dimensions. And you see the geometry is a cube within a cube. So we see the cube slowly going in until the cube is finally submerged in the third dimensional cube. And now we have a tesseract, and we have the geometry of the fourth dimension, which is basically a dimension within the dimension. And this is how that geometry looks when it's in motion. So it's almost like the mechanism of how space-time works within this reality that we currently exist in. And then we hear, of course, we're moving to the fifth dimension. Well, it all makes sense, I would hope, from what I've shared there. Actually, if I shared the full presentation, which is on my YouTube, youtube.com/portal-to-ascension, has other elements in there too. And this one also has unique elements in this presentation here. I go into details for a whole hour on dimensions. And with that, I would hope that a lot of people maybe come to the conclusion as well that the fourth dimension most likely is some sort of astral dimension, portal to another dimension, or time. And so it makes sense within that context that the fourth dimension is skipped, or not skipped, gone through, and we're moving to the fifth. If the fourth is a place of transition, or a dimension within dimension, so to speak. So in the third dimension, we're third dimensional beings living in a fourth dimensional reality, the fourth dimension being time. The fourth dimension is basically our overlords. We are, for lack of a better way of explaining this, victims to time. We age, we decay, we need to wait on hold for customer service, right? So we're a victim to time. But what happens in the fifth dimension is you become the co-creators of time, because now the time is just that reality right below you, and you're kind of overlooking it, and time is no longer linear and is more fluid. And a great movie that kind of symbolizes that would be The Fountain with Hugh Jackman, in which he transcends his body and goes into what's called simultaneous time, and is able to see all of his incarnations happening simultaneously. And as he does that, he's able to go in and actually have a direct effect on his experiences in these other timelines, thereby changing and shifting what actually occurred. So if we're moving to the fifth dimension, we could be moving into another dimension of space, another dimension of time, which makes time more like a triangle rather than a straight line. And that's why I put the triangle in the back here. So look at the triangle and the bottom two components. The bottom two points, 1, 2, represents linearity. There's a beginning, there's an end. What happens when you introduce a third point? Well, now you have a triangle and you have an integration point. Duality now has a way to find balance. And that is where we're going, into a world where we can balance the duality that we've been experiencing here. This is a key component to realize our relationship with otherworldly beings, since if they exist in this dimension or higher dimensions, they do not exist within linear time. Therefore, they're simultaneously existing with us because time is fluid in their reality. We're here. Every experience that we've had on Earth throughout linear time is currently happening at the same exact moment. Now let's throw in some science. So what do physicists believe the fifth dimension is? The early research on the fifth dimension, believe it or not, actually happened. I would say, maybe people speculated about it even before this, but maybe they didn't have the component of how many numbers of dimensions, right? Or maybe they did. But early research in mainstream physics started in 1921. And it was an attempt to develop a theory that unifies the 4 fundamental interactions in nature: strong and weak nuclear forces, gravity, and electromagnetism. The dimension would not be directly observable, Klein suggested, the guy behind the study, that 5D will be rolled up into tiny compact loop. Under his reasoning, he envisioned light as a disturbance caused by rippling in the higher dimension just beyond human perception. While not detectable, it would indirectly imply a connection between seemingly unrelated forces. Let me break that down just a little bit. There's a lot of smoking guns into basically checking all the boxes within metaphysics here just by reading this whole thing. The first thing is, well, they've been researching this for actually 100 years now, right? And what were they attempting to do? They were attempting to unify the 4 fundamental, seemingly independent forces in nature: strong and weak nuclear forces, even though they overlap, they do their own thing, gravity and electromagnetism. So the theory is that in the 5th dimensional space, all of these things come together into one, which to me is like, yes, we are basically unifying all the seemingly separate forces of nature and bringing it into one, and then having a direct effect on it through our consciousness. And this other part here, the dimension would not directly be observable. Check again. We can't see it because we are not at the frequency of it. And then under his reasoning, he envisioned light as a disturbance caused by rippling in the higher dimension just beyond human perception. So whether that's true or not, the fact that he even said that and started thinking about if that's the case really shows that a lot of this mainstream physics are spiritually informed, and it's just a resurrection and a different way of looking at what we've known for so long. And this would actually, to give some maybe evidence and backing to what his claim is here, well, if the sun is pulling out energy from space-time, infinite amount of energy from space-time, right? If the sun is doing that, then technically it is pulling light out of a different dimension. And that other dimension is reflecting and creating this experience of light, this reality. So a pure dimension of light and frequency manifesting into this 3rd dimensional reality. So he went on to say that it is difficult to directly observe through the Large Hadron Collider, though the Large Hadron Collider has actually provided an opportunity to record indirect evidence of its existence. Physicists theorize that collisions of subatomic particles in turn produce new particles as a result of the collision, including a graviton that escapes from the 4th dimensional leaking off into the 5-dimensional space. So let me break that part down. What they actually did was by bombarding these particles together, they were realizing that there was some sort of particle that was escaping. The particle that was escaping was called a graviton. But as it was escaping, it was actually vanishing from the fourth dimension of time, and it was leaking off into what they called a fifth dimensional space, which is basically they created a portal, a very mini portal to send matter at the most subatomic level into the five dimensions, into a fifth dimensional space where it's no longer perceivable to us at all because it's gone. This to me is amazing because it's only the beginning of what we can do on the macro level in the years to come. And this goes into the UFO question too, and the UAP sightings, right? That they're saying that these UFOs that they're observing, the military, it's not that they're doing things that aren't possible. They're doing things that we can only know are possible in theory, and that we're just testing out on the subatomic level right now. So they're doing all of this, they're implementing all of this science and all this information on quantum travel that we're only at the beginning phases of, and we're only theorizing and saying, whoa, what's happening here within quantum physics? How come this particle knows everything about the other particle all the way on the other side of the earth, but they have not even interacted with each other? How come all information is in all points, in all moments, in all matter at the same time? Well, as soon as they started having these questions, all of a sudden, all this UFO, UAP information comes out, and now we're seeing that these craft are actually doing what we only thought was possible. So utilizing this, when using a magnet to lift a pin off a table, the magnet is able to overcome the gravitational pull of the entire Earth with ease. So utilizing what they just did over in Geneva, they use that energy, and then all of a sudden they've made a way that the magnet is able to overcome the gravitational pull of the entire Earth with ease. So imagine that. Using something that creates this fifth dimensional frequency has now allowed them to not be a victim to gravity, and actually unites these forces with the energy that they actually created from this collision, from this graviton. Okay, we're going to skip over, let's see my time here. Okay, I think I'm almost done. Let's skip over this. I'm going to do a little poem to close this out. How about that? Do I have like 2 more minutes, Geraldine?
Yes, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay,
we
cool,
want to
cool.
hear it. Mhm.
All right. So my poem is called The Void. So I'll talk about the void first. I've been mentioning it quite often throughout this presentation. Well, what I'm thinking is my own beliefs has led me down to this route that each galaxy or each universe, but it actually might just be each galaxy may be involved in its own karmic cycle with its own laws of physics. And we keep getting recycled, through the central black hole. We come back out again, spewed out as matter, reincarnate again. And then when we enter the supermassive black hole, or we transcend the limitations of the frequency range we're in, we then have the ability to choose to go and have incarnations in other cycles of experience. The void in the center is a gateway to another dimension. So is it another universe? Is it another galaxy? Maybe a doorway for the planet if the civilization has already gone out to inhabit other worlds within their highest dimension, or are pure light at this point. These are all, this slide right here are all questions that I have on what this could actually be and what it could represent. So maybe once we complete the cycle, right, we have the choice to come back and do it all over again, or we can go to another one, or we could even possibly break free from the cycle in any moment, have the potential for liberating completely without even having to run through the whole entire cycle and get recycled and start all over again. Intergalactic civilizations like beings from Andromeda, which is the closest large galaxy to us, may have some sort of karmic connection. So maybe the local galaxies that are around us, closer to us, have even more of a direct connection to our experience or even our ancestry. Once the civilization reaches a level of consciousness, they're no longer limited by their planet, and they can travel to other galaxies to observe and communicate with the locals. So are some of them going through stars, suns? Are some of them actually using the black holes to travel to these realities? All right, so here is the poem that I'm going to recite for you all. And firstly, if you want to check out more of my poetry, you can do it at youtube.com/MC Resonance, MC Resonance. And this one here is called Fragmentation Poem. And it's about the void, the darkness, and the light. The void. In the beginning, there were no words, no concept, no winning, no place, no time, no description, no label, no finishing, until awareness became conscious of itself separation from source, no east, no west, no south or north. Not to mention there never existed a dimension or ascension or physical essence except for the 0 point. There was no Christ to anoint. Singularity, energy, frequency, raised vibrationally, paradoxically into limitation of what only the 5 senses can see. No linearity, no anarchy, no galaxies, no nebulae, no jobs, no nature, no materialism, no political lies, until darkness finally fragmented from the light, using free will to see through the night. The darkness. I take the anxiety pill full of fright, in my bed insecure from the conspiracy that might take over my mind, control me with a chip inside, scared and full of fear. That is the reason why we are here. To the star system of Arcturus I stare, and I recite my cosmic prayers. Self-empowered, the fabric of victim consciousness I tear. The light. The destination has already been chosen. You see, it's the journey that counts. Every day we transcend, no doubt, living in the now, realizing it's all a projection of a co-creation of our own subconscious mind. Channel energy through the heart, remembrance of the divine. Take apart my ego and restart my life in any moment. I'm going home, traveling across the black intergalactic ocean. I took the psychedelic potion, now I'm awoken. To the streets we take the spoken word. Fly high, levitate the God inside. I'm free like a bird, cosmic oneness integrating in my being. A full spectrum being. In alignment with the purity confined in ranges of frequencies inhibit what we are seeing. I shift what I choose to believe in. Fuel my light body for the ether I'm fiending. That's it, everybody. Thank you all so much. If you want to check out any of my other presentations or the rest of this, youtube.com/portal2ascension, or the best thing to do really, portal2ascension.org. And even better yet, go to the search engine, type in Portal to Ascension, and add everything you can find. That'd be awesome. So thank you all. Love you all. Thank you, Geraldine, for having me.
Thank you so much. That was so fantastic. We do have a couple questions. So let me see really quickly. Matthew, are you here? Here you are. Great. All right. So Neil, if you could just answer just one question about what is the, let me just, what is a dwarf? What makes a dwarf?
Yeah, so the dwarf galaxy is based on how large it is, basically, and whether they have information on how big they think it should be. I don't know. Maybe you can look up how large is a dwarf galaxy, and they might tell you like it will be this many light years across. But basically, it's a very small galaxy.
Very good. Excellent. That was just mind-blowing. Thank you so much, Neil. Beautiful. And thank you for having us on your portal. And please do check out, please subscribe to his channels and check him out. Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Up next, we have the wonderful Mathew Mournian, and I am going to, he's going to be presenting for us. Let me just read his presentation title. His presentation is Multidimensional Briefing and an Activation. Mathew, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me add you here. There you are.
We are here.
Are you going to be sharing a PowerPoint with us?
Yeah, I do. I have some slides we have gathered all together here from scouring the strange database that I have. Oh, there it is. I see our screen share coming up. Yeah. Boom, there it is. Okay, everybody cross all your fingers. Here we go, guys. If you guys know me, and probably everyone here doesn't, so if it's the first time we have met, hello, and thank you for making it to this physical timeline. I mean this very sincerely. We are at a really amazing turning point in just our group development, our consciousness, our ability. So here we go, guys. Let's try to share the screen. There it is. It always gets a little weird with me and Zoom. We have a strange partnership. I think I use Zoom more than any other program at this stage of my life. Kind of like a lot of us, my whole kind of journey, the way people encounter me is through this interesting portrait format here. And so anyway, let me know if my audio is coming in. I think it is.
Yeah, you're perfect. We can hear you loud and clear. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. And so also feel free, if anyone has questions while I'm talking, you can throw them in the chat. I will see it. I'm not promising that I will get to it or integrate it, but I thrive on questions. So feel free to ask me questions. And so, yeah, let's go ahead and get started. For the one or two or half of you that know me, you'll know I'll just talk on and on. So let me try to get we're gonna get on task here, and I want to start out by saying thank you to Geraldine for asking me to be a part of this event. My name is Mathew, and together with my wife Enora, I run an educational, or rather a multidimensional educational and intuitive development project known as the School of Multidimensional Intuition. And so my journey right now, at least for the next few years, is about disseminating knowledge and helping those of us on the earth plane that are coming to this great change, this great dimensional shift. We're learning more about ourselves. We're unlocking new pieces of our journey. And we are legitimately remembering abilities, which for a lot of us still feel like kind of a fairy tale thing right now, but it's very, very real. And so I start out every single one of these processes, these group things, with a little bit of a transmission, and then we're going to get to the content here. And so what I'm going to do really quick, you guys, we're just going to take a few moments and we're going to send out a transmission of multidimensional energy. There's a couple ways in which you can receive this. One of those is through the eyes. And so a lot of people know that I'll do this. I'll point to my left eye. It's one of the most active multidimensional portals on my body. And it also is for a lot of other people on the earth plane right now. What we're discovering is that our bodies hold a number of portals and gateways to different layers or just frequencies of consciousness. So the first place you can tune in if you choose, and you can do so safely, is to the left eye. But the other thing we're going to do real quickly is we're going to send out a transmission. It's a scalar wave vibration. And what it's going to do is not only help me open my throat, but it's really going to help you guys, number one, understand and experience what extraterrestrial healing modalities and non-physical energy really feels like, or at least a different flavor of it. And also it's going to help you guys open up your throats. Because if there's one thing I know, there's a number of people in this audience or people that are going to be watching this on YouTube, and you know beyond the shadow of a doubt that you're meant to be right here, right now, doing this thing that I'm doing. You haven't figured out how, you don't know why, you don't know where, you don't even know what you're going to do, but you know that Spirit's bringing you in here. And so today, we're just going to help everyone get a little bit of a, an opener for all those. And so before we get started, everyone, you can close your eyes or you can tune in. We're going to do 3 deep breaths, and I'm just going to let out this vibration. As crazy as it sounds, it's this wild sound that I'm going to make here. It's really just a tone, but it's really cool because what it'll do is give you guys just your own experience. So we're going to do 3 breaths. Here we go. First one. Take a deep breath in, hold it for a moment. Just release it. It's not a time thing. We're just priming the body to receive. Let's do one more of those. Here we go. Deep breath in. And just let it go all the way down. And so on the third one, what I'm going to do is release a tone. I'm going to create a vocal vibration. Now, one of the awesome things about Zoom is that without an original sound filter, you'll get a little taste of it auditorially, and then it'll go away. So don't worry if you only hear a little fragment of sound, but what you will feel is a vibration of energy. Some people feel it really big. Other people just get a little bit of it. But what it helps us also do is understand where the human energy system is at with respect to holding on to energy. And then we'll get to the content here. So here we go. Here comes breath number 3, and then just notice what you notice. Here we go. Deep breath in. Thank you. Now, for some of you guys out there, that might have just been a strange sound that a man made on this Zoom call, on this wisdom con. For other people, you might have felt an emotion, you might have received a memory, or you might even, if you're real lucky, you downloaded this whole bunch of files and kind of communications that are being passed around through a number of us on the earth plane. And so congratulations and thank you for being here. I mean that very, very sincerely. And also thank you for just showing up. I'm skipping my slides all around, guys. Here we go. There it is. That's what I'm trying to find. Anyway, so thank you for being here. Our mission here today is to generate awareness of the multidimensional intuitive healing abilities inherent within each of us, all of you guys, myself, everyone included, even if you never worked with energy before, and is also to assist in the ongoing evolution of who and what it is we chose to become prior to incarnating here in this strange 3rd and 4th and 5th, and I guess now 10, right? Or 12, or what if there was an infinite number of dimensions? I wonder what would happen. So here's the deal. Inside every single person here exists the soul of a master healer, a great mystic, you know, a magician, a teacher, a shaman, a spiritual warrior, whatever you want to call it. It's the truth. By the time we get to Earth, you've been nearly everything, or at least that's one of our great understandings. And so our prayer and my mission is to help awaken this version of you once again in preparation for the work you chose to do in this life. And it is huge, especially if you came to this point in time right now. There's a lot of people on Earth. Not so many of us made it into this little room. And so thank you. Thank you for that. Some of the things you hear here may not make sense, or they may contrast greatly depending on what school of ascension terminology we subscribe to with your own or others' program beliefs about the nature of non-physical energy and the way it interacts with our human vessels. In that case, I simply ask you to use your discernment, one of the most valuable tools we have available to us, and take only what resonates, literally throw the rest out. At this stage of our collective development, we, and myself included, are only beginning to scratch the surface of understanding the true nature of negative energetic manifestations, the so-called astral realms, and especially the process, the buzzword everyone loves, this thing we call ascension, which is really a great dimensional shift that we are living through in this now moment. And so if there's anything you take from this talk here today, let it be an understanding that you are truly a multi-dimensional being. You chose to incarnate, you chose this body, you chose this life. Who knows? It's said we even chose our parents. I'm pretty sure we do. We choose a lot of the things that happen here. And why? To prepare us for right now. For some of us, this very moment. But you came here with a purpose. And it's time for us to remember who we are, why we came here, and what it is we're supposed to do. Because if there's one thing I've figured out, and I think a lot of people have noticed it, is that a lot of those promises and all those predictions and all that stuff we heard about a few years ago, guys, I don't know about you, not too many of them have come true yet. And it's almost like all those ETs and those multidimensional beings out there, they're waiting for us to do something. It's almost like they are. They gave us the info, and now they're like, now what are you going to do? There goes my slides. So let's go to the next stage. And so, yes, we are kind of basically, you know, we always dance around the terminology here in this human body because we're figuring it out together. But the reality is, for most of us, current understanding is that we've entered a stage of human consciousness, kind of loosely known as fourth density, fourth dimension. Yes, those are two different terms. It is real. They have two different meanings, but we're kind of using it as a catch-all phrasing to kind of help us understand this new wavelength of consciousness, technology, of human ability. And so one of the many reasons why you've been called to this moment is because of very specific events and changes that are about to take place on the earth plane. We all know what they are. We don't need to use the AI prohibited keywords. We know exactly what's going on. And so no matter who you are, what you are, where you've been, what you've done, what your path is in this life, even if you're, 89 years old and you're wondering, like, why am I even learning about this now? What's the point? It doesn't matter. It's a timed event, and we learn when we are meant to and when we're ready. And so you've been brought to this moment because you made a choice to be a part of this ascension process and this great shifting of dimensions here on Earth. And so as star seeds, wanderers, or I guess whatever you want to call it, those that are other than Earth origin, we came here with a specific set of missions or goals that are individual to each and every person. We all have our own specialties, our own abilities. We all have a number of skills that for some reason or another on Earth plane are not fostered. They are not taught to grow. In fact, most of us are holding just incredible ability right now, but there is no framework within our society to develop those. Well, there are now, and there are many others showing up on the Earth plane, but in addition to the myriad of choices, contracts, and decisions we made prior to entering this realm, we each chose special skills and abilities that we would need along this journey. One of my missions in this lifetime, one of the things that the more I have embraced it, the more intense and beautiful and just the more absolutely catalyzing it has become, is the understanding that my mission is to quite literally help those of us that are here in this moment figure out how those things work and what's actually going on. And so why are we doing that, though? Why are we doing all this? Well, in the coming months and years, some of you will be experiencing a shift in your physical life of monumental proportions. Your bodies will change, your minds will change, your very understandings of yourself, of who you are or who you thought you were, right, is going to change in ways that right now will seem impossible or the stuff of sci-fi movies. We're already seeing it happening. Even if you don't really care about what's going on in the world right now, everybody knows at this point. It's well known that we're going to start putting implants in people's brains. We just know it. You know what I mean? It's just a thing. It doesn't matter where you stand on it. We are now living in this stage of our life on Earth, in which it is very much a sci-fi movie. And so it is becoming real. Or was it real all the time? And they were informing us of that. That's a whole other can of worms. But myself and many others are living examples of this new golden age. And the most important thing you can do in this now moment, I mean this with absolute sincerity, is recognize this energy within yourselves. Understand that if you are able to come to this point in this body, it doesn't matter what age you are or where you are. It is because you made a choice to be a part of this movement and this change. It's why we get attracted to strange conferences and talks and groups and shows and all sorts of things. And we don't know why. We don't know what it is that we're meant to be here for. But the reality is, if you've made it this far in this life, it's because you chose it. You are no longer an observer in this timeline of ascension. You are a part of this movement. It's a wonderful thing to hear, right? The question is, what do we actually do with it, right? And so let's keep going. Going to help some of us figure it out. But then again, one of the big questions I always get is like, well, who the hell are you? What are you doing here? Why are you trying to tell us about this stuff? Why should we listen to you? And not that anyone has ever really asked me that, but I figure at some point someone's going to be like, wait, hold on, who's this guy? And so, it's been a painful process, but over the last few years of doing these events sporadically and working with people all over the world, I kind of pieced together a couple little elements of my story. And so here we go. This is always the most awkward part. Always the most awkward part of the journey. I will probably drool on myself at some point during this talk. My name is Mathew Mournian. I am a multidimensional energy healer and intuitive reader, specializing in clearing and releasing negative energetic manifestations, attachments, etheric implantation, or just moving blocked energy from the body. This can be a host of many things, all sorts of forces, all sorts of energies, but I'm going to be real. 99.9% of them are blocked emotional energy that exists within our human body, within our non-physical areas, and we just get blocked up. They can metastasize and turn into all sorts of strange things. But at this stage of my journey, my primary mission is to assist with the healing, the activation, and integration of multidimensional energy expanding in each of us. I use a combination of multidimensional tarot, spirit guides / higher self consultation, and an extraterrestrial healing modality known as scalar toning, which we experienced a few moments ago. Even if the audio cut out, it's all good. It happens all the time. We use this to open up and release energetic density from the chakras, the meridians, and other layers of the body, both physical and non-physical. So in 2018, in 2018, I started an online intuitive healer education program along with my wife called the School of Multidimensional Intuition. In the years since, we've expanded on a global level, reaching people literally all over the world, which I never saw coming. I didn't think it was possible. I never set out into this strange journey saying, oh, that's it. I'm going to help people learn how to become psychic and use their real abilities. I never expected that. But the more we've done it, the more people seem to show up. And so together with my wife and Nora, we are now on a full-time mission to train and prepare the next generation of healers, mystics, intuitives, spiritual warriors, all sorts of beings, people from literally all over the world entering into service in the new earth. The more I have awkwardly and fully embraced this role, the more spirit has brought those into my life ready to receive what it is we do. And for that, I am deeply grateful. I say this every single time. I never saw this coming. As a person who's literally a professional intuitive, I did not see this one coming at another stage of my life, you guys. And so it's been a really long journey for me through many incarnations, timelines, traumas, initiations, versions of myself during this physical lifetime, of which there have been many. I began to activate in 2015. I call activate. Other people call it an awakening. Some people call it a dark night of the soul. It was kind of all of those. But what I've come to understand years later is that I had what we call, it's always a spiritual buzzword, a soul braiding or a walk-in event, or what it essentially means is another version of me, what I've come to understand and accept as a sort of future self-integration, or maybe a downloading of knowledge from some of the other selves that I had come in contact with in my own spiritual journeys. And my life took a very, very sudden change. I began to receive many visitations, many downloads, out-of-body meetings with members of what I call the Multidimensional Higher Self Council, essentially a group of beings, or what we may call a collection of me, that have been existing on the multidimensional planes that for many of us we may call our higher self, or what we will understand as our higher self is actually what we may observe from our third to fourth density point here on Earth as somewhat of a council of beings that guides each soul during their journey. And what this council is made up of versions of me that have existed in other planes, other planets, other realms. And so for some reason, they all got together and agreed to help out Mathew down here in my physical body in 2015, when I went through a very, very strange journey, very strange process. I always talk a little bit about it, even though we do have a lot of info to cover here today. I will mention a little bit. And so I'm gonna scoot over here to the next page. But there is one thing I want to mention before we get there. If there was one message that I received during the beginning of this journey, it was that I literally had a mission. And there was one day in particular in which I've talked about this at other events. It's an old story now. People that do these, you'll always have certain experiences that you'll talk about that to you seem, like, yeah, we're telling that one again, but other people need to hear it. And there was a stage of my life in 2015 and 16 where so much was taking place in my life. I was literally insane. My crown chakra had blasted open. There were all sorts of visitations. And the only thing I could do literally was stand in my backyard and do Qigong every single day when I got home from work. It was the only thing that kind of made me feel sort of normal. And so that was all I did. And lo and behold, one day I was doing Qigong in my backyard. And, within a few moments, I was in the presence of what I believe to be several extraterrestrial beings on my right, left, in front of me, and who knows, maybe behind me. A group of beings. One of them was an insectoid, that much I know very much. And another one was a very, very tall lion being. The most clearest apparition that I have ever experienced in the sky was shown to me earlier that day, and I didn't understand what it was. And at that moment in my life, I knew I could no longer remain in my job. I could no longer remain in my marriage and the house that I owned. It wasn't like I was suffering, you guys, but I knew that something was taking place and there was something going on in my life. And this day came in which I was given that message, and it sounds like a cheesy movie, but everyone has an experience like this. And if you haven't, I pray to God very sincerely that you get to have one, because for me, they told me, Mathew, you have a mission, and it is time to remember. And there I was kind of, in my backyard, tears streaming down my face. And, my wife at the time came outside and she was like, so what do you want for dinner? And I was like, going through this moment, and I knew at that stage, at that moment, I always talk about that thing because it was so deeply crystallized. It was so real to me. And yet I realized to the other people in my world, it was a completely different frequency of consciousness, not higher or lower, just different. And I knew that it was time for me to make a great shift. And so I did. I left all of those things behind, believe it or not, shortly thereafter, put my things on the curb, quite literally, and drove away. Here we are. That was 2017. And so we're a few years down the road, and I've come to the stage in which we're now disseminating and passing on what we've gained from this experience. And so I always like to introduce these guys. They're just some of them, just a wide group of beings, and people that a lot of these images will be familiar to those of us in our spiritual community, but I always like to show these characters. These are just depictions of some of the beings that have shown up in what I call the multi-dimensional higher self council that has been guiding Mathew. And so if you're one of the people that's done sessions with me over the past 5 years or so now, you have received the energy and just what has been given to me through my contacts and just the energy downloaded from a host of beings. But I'm one of those people who was never taught what I do in this life. I went through experiences and I consciously mimicked what I was given by these extraterrestrial beings. One of the most pivotal of all being these guys over here on the left. They look like Zulu or Dogon warriors. And it's very important that I mention them because I think they're one of the groups that are very heavily interacting with people on our Earth plane right now. I believe they're a very, very shamanic race. I believe they have the ability to open portals and to transmit and kind of move their bodies in and out of just states of being in different ways than we have encountered here on Earth. And they've been a really big force in my learning and the healing processes and what I do. I had very, very distinct experiences with them, which we won't necessarily get into today. You guys can find me on my channel on YouTube and we can talk more about that later. But what I need to do is also talk about what I believe to be, well, they're right down there on the right-hand corner. Some of you guys are going to see them, those reptilian guys over there. And I think one of the assignments or the journeys that I've had as a professional intuitive and energy worker and a practitioner was that to kind of dispel some of the awkwardness or the strangeness about what some people call reptilian energy, or even the insectoid mantis beings. I've had a number of experiences with them. And they've taught me a lot. They've taught me a lot about really how to move energy, about how to express human energy, about how to open the throat chakra, and most importantly, about how to direct ourselves and move ourselves forward in light of incredible opposition in the physical plane. And so one of the things I'm also authorized to mention is that there are many beings from what we would call the Council of Orion, or just the star system known as Orion, who gets a little bit of a bad rap within our sort of, spiritual disclosure realm. It's often considered to be, a place where questionable or darker beings come from. And I also do want to say that is true for many of us. What we would experience here on Earth as an Orion energy could be very, very difficult for some humans. But one of the cool things about Orion is that it's very much like New York. There's some incredible places and there's some terrible places. And one of the things I've been called to do in this life cycle is to re-represent the energy of Orion, myself and many others, in just new ways. And so these are beings that have been actively aiding and assisting with myself, with my wife, and the work that we do with our just community as a whole and the teachings that we're bringing forward. And so I just like to show these guys. I'm also open for questions on this. If anyone wants to ask any questions, we might get to those, but we're going to keep rolling. We're going to keep rolling, guys, because why are we going through all this stuff? We took a cool detour into sort of some ET energy, talked a little bit about what I'm doing. But the real reason why we're doing these energy briefings and these kind of multi-dimensional activations over the next few years is because we're coming to a number of really important developments within the human energy system that people need to start being made aware of. And so a lot of us here, and I know there's a number of very learned people, a number of incredibly experienced individuals just within this event, and people that will be seeing this. And there's also a bunch of people that are just now figuring out what these things are and what's going on. But if there is one path of learning or activation that has aided me most of all within this journey, especially in understanding why the way we are and what we can do about it, especially in the non-physical realms, it has been through my understanding and study of non-physical human anatomy. And so some of you guys will look at the screen and you'll be like, wait a minute, Mathew, you said non-physical, right? Well, how come you got a vagus nerve on there? That's very physical, right? True. How come you got the lymphatic system on there? That's a pretty physical thing as well. Yes, it is. It's also true. But what we're discovering as we move into this sort of frequency of consciousness that everyone's kind of lovingly calling fourth density or the fourth dimension of awareness, the chakras and meridians will represent the most important and probably the most active elements of our expanding energetic anatomy. Along with the vagus nerve, as well as the lymphatic system, these systems are responsible for a tremendous amount of the multidimensional energy that's activating within each of us. As we continue to expand into the next phase of our human consciousness, these systems play an incredibly expanded role in the development of multidimensional intuition and our latent energetic healing abilities. The important thing to remember when we start working with these structures, whether it be chakras, meridians, the nadio complex, organ frequencies, etc., whichever one you want to dive into, it really doesn't matter at this point, but they are all interdependent on each other, and each of us will be affected differently based upon a myriad of factors depending on the individual. And so what does that actually mean? What it means is that your chakra system is changing. Your meridian body is changing. Don't worry if you've never heard of them. What you need to understand is that your physical and non-physical anatomy are now joining. They are evolving, and along with every other living element on this earth plane, we are experiencing a collective upgrade. Even if this is the only time you hear of these structures and it just passes through your life, through my work and the individuals that I've worked with over the past 5 years, to me, these are the four primary systems that I often focus on in my work, and focusing on these four primary systems has shown to have the greatest effects overall with people that are actively developing their intuitive abilities. And so the first two I always mention are the chakras and the meridians. We've got, some people say there's 20 meridians. We are noticing that there are what some people call galactic meridians now spreading out of the body. I think brings at least the total that we can perceive up to around 24 to 26, just new kind of entryways and portals and connections within the body. Along with that, the chakra system is going through incredible upgrade. It doesn't matter how many you subscribe to within the body. What we're discovering is that we have the ability to create and harmonize chakras within ourselves just by focusing energy and breath in new ways. And so it's one of the primary focuses in the teaching and work that I do, but more so is understanding the way the chakra system, the meridian body, the vagus nerve, the lymphatic system, and all these things are now bridging. They are joining together. And so what that means is we have an incredibly expanded ability to control, to enhance, to heal, and I have to be real, also to damage the human energy system in ways that we did not have previously. Case in point, look at what's going on with the, just the frequencies of inoculation that are happening on the earth plane. It is obvious what is going on. And so I like to bring these systems to people's awareness. If there's 4 things you can study right now, these have been the primary systems, namely the vagus nerve. I think for a lot of us right now, if there's one place that I would focus on that every single person can get a hold of and start to enhance and tone and strengthen, it's probably going to be the vagus nerve. Everybody can access it simply by singing and breathing deeply. And so a lot of people on this broadcast are going to be very intimately aware with the vagus nerve. And so we're not going to go on a whole spiel about that. But if you're not, just by learning about these systems, whether it be the vagus nerve, the lymphatic system, the chakras, or the meridian body, you're going to start unlocking knowledge within yourself. You're going to start unlocking pieces of you from past lifetimes. You're going to start unlocking downloads. And even if you don't get that far, you're going to start understanding why you feel the way you do, where fear goes in the body, why we get angry, why we have certain constantly repeating behaviors, why we have blockages to intimacy, why is it difficult for us to lose weight, why does everyone in my family get a certain type of sickness. What we're understanding in this new 4th density wavelength is that we have the ability to control, change, mitigate, and alter the human body in ways that in previous cycles of our sort of lifetime here on Earth were seen as almost impossible, or the stuff of sci-fi. And so one of the ways that we do it within our multidimensional training program is through the use of scalar toning, which is the tone that we did in the beginning, and also a number of other things like elemental Reiki, which is a very personalized kind of primal and very elemental form of a sort of Reiki transmission, and a number of other things. And so, yeah, thanks, guys. We're going to move on that one. Otherwise, I'll just rant on forever on. But please put any questions in the chat. Yeah. Why would we want to be focusing on those areas, and what would they do, and what sort of effects would they have on us? And, you talk about all these, abilities, Mathew, or, you say you're teaching people this and you say you're doing that, but what, how does it work, and what's really going on, and what could we expect? And, even if it's not through me, every single person in this world has the ability to open up certain types of experiences or abilities or whatever you want to call them. For many of us, we have now entered the stage in our collective Earth experience in which we will begin to fundamentally redefine our understandings of extraterrestrial contact, what we call the spirit realms or the astral realm, whatever spiritual buzzword you want to add on to it. And yes, even the concept of time travel. Neil did a really good job of breaking down some of the fundamentals as we came in here. I really appreciate that, because it also gives people kind of some other terminologies and other viewpoints to work with. And so, yes, we are also, beginning to understand that we are in the stage of our human consciousness in which our mind, our consciousness, our emotions are now able to move outside of time. It's very difficult for us in human bodies to still grab onto, because we're so deeply rooted within the physical self, that for some of us, it's, it can be a very difficult thing to open ourselves up to. But I always like to say this, and I mean this seriously, and also in a funny way. If you've made it here, right here in this body, it is because you are a time traveler. You truly are. And it's one of the things that we're going to come to understand on a much greater level in this physical life. And so, anyway, excuse me. For those of you guys that know me, this is a record amount of time where I have not drooled on myself. It is a thing. I'll just start talking, and it's just how we do it. Anyway, one of the standard issue natural human abilities activating on the earth plane right now for a lot of us, you guys, many of us, is this phenomenon of astral travel and out-of-body experiences. And you can see it there on the screen. If there's one thing you need to know about it, everyone does this. You do this when you dream at night. Some people do it really consciously, incredibly well. I've had a few conscious ones, but I've been an accidental astral traveler most of my life. And I think another really cool thing, if you guys haven't figured it out by now, it's okay if you haven't, but that's honestly the most common place in which you're going to meet extraterrestrial beings. I think that one of the greatest kind of misconceptions in the ways I allowed myself to be, misled, whether knowingly or unknowingly, in my sort of entrance into this sort of disclosure spiritual, community, is that I sort of listened to a lot of, spiritual disclosure celebrities, and, they said, well, this is how it works and this is how it goes. And when you have an experience, it's only this way and it happens that way. And my experiences were nothing like they were mentioning, but for some reason, when I followed through and listened to the guidance and the experiences I received, amazing things happened in my life and other people's lives. And so it showed me, based on the evidence, that I was experiencing something real. And so first off, you can do this. I mean that very, very sincerely. How do we do it though? Well, upper chakras are kind of the infrastructure for a lot of us as we start to move out of the physical body. Your upper chakras represent a little bit of a control panel, a satellite dish, a number of, etheric devices, and just things that enable the body to come to a kind of a tuning state in which we can leave. There's also a number of gateways within the lower chakras as well, but the chakras do seem to play a pretty big role when it comes to moving outside of the physical body. They're not the only thing. There's a lot of them. People out there that know will always be like, well, Mathew, you failed to mention this and that. I know. But they're one of the biggest players, and they're usually the first stopping point as we start to work with non-physical energy. And so what goes in their emotions, thought forms, programming, they will be our helpers and our greatest barriers. I always say this, it's kind of cheesy now, but really the first thing you can do is give yourself permission. It sounds cheesy, but give yourself permission. Be like, I allow myself to start having these experiences. It sounds cheesy, but when I did that, things really change. And anyway, some of us do this naturally. Others will need guides and teachers, just like any skill in this world. Some of us are going to be naturally good at certain things. Like, you guys, just like when we were in school, some kids were really good at math. Some kids were really good at basketball. Some kids could play music. Some kids were really good at doing psychic and intuitive things. The problem is there was no system, right? There's no system for us to be, to help us grow and figure that out. I was obviously one of those kids, but so there's a lot of help, and a lot of our help will also come from the spiritual realm as well when we open ourselves with true intention and especially a willingness to be of service. For me, that was one of the turning points when I decided to say, I'm willing to be of service. I'm willing to make that my lifestyle, to be my calling, to be the thing that I do. Something really changed for me. And so by learning how to clear and maintain our energetic systems, we can greatly expand our abilities to project our consciousness into the astral space. How do we clear and maintain our energetic systems, though? It's always a big question, right? There's a million people that do this kind of work in the world. And I usually start with healing the inner child and working with our emotional body. The physical body plays a big role, but for most of us, emotional well-being and emotional healing is one of the biggest just gateways in the beginning. And so for many of us, that's where true contact begins. And I say this once again because it does not have to be a thing that you just read about from other people and subscribe to other people's ideas about ET contact and how it works. It is possible for you to have this in this life. And I believe that one of the standard issue experiences for us as humans, when we make the choice to open ourselves consciously to that energy, just with true intention for healing and expansion of consciousness, yes, we will have to do some work. There may be barriers and healings that we have to go through, but I believe it is absolutely possible. And so far, we've worked with a number of people within our training program who also have those experiences. And so I'll mention another thing here, and then we'll move on. Telepathy is the standard method of multidimensional communication with both physical and non-physical higher dimensional beings. What that means is there are very few words, there are very few names, there are very few verbal conversations. There is a deep knowing and an internal experiential exchange that takes place. For a lot of you guys that are here today, one of the ways in which you can come into greater contact with it is by focusing on the left eye, whether it's in your conversations, this one, within the conversations that you have in others. For most of us, this is a direct portal to communicate with your subconscious. That's why for some of you guys here today, just by looking at my left eye, you'll get kind of this internal slideshow. It's a very safe thing to do. You're only taking what the body can receive. There's a lot of misconceptions about how energy transfer can work in this life. And that's one of the ways that just allows people to be in a deeper level of contact when you're in communication. And so some of you guys can also just begin noticing that in your own life. And so another thing we will mention is this thing called empathic interfacing. You can think of it a bit like a simplified form of telepathy. It's one of the easiest ways for you to communicate right now, one that's facilitated through the sending and receiving of emotions, simple thought forms, feelings, or even images that will be shared with one another in the midst of a verbal conversation, at a distance, during meditation, or in other moments of highly concentrated energy flow in the body. And a lot of us here will get a whole bunch of ideas of other moments of highly concentrated energy flow in the body, all sorts of them. Yes, those ones work as well. What we find is that by very, very consciously concentrating our emotional intentions in moments like that, we have the ability to send what I call very, very basics, kind of like text messaging with the heart chakra right now. It's one of those things that kind of happens when you think of someone and then they text you and you're like, what? I was just thinking, that's literally it right now. And so we're coming to the stage, you guys, where you can start using that consciously. You can use it consciously. And so by the time we leave this physical world, as I move my little window over so I can see my own type, by the time we leave this little physical world here, many of us will be in constant communication through nonverbal frequencies emitted by the human body. Seriously, all will be known, all will be present, and the previous veils of third density separation will be dissolved. What do I mean by that, really? What do I mean? Is that by the time this physical lifetime ends, many of us here will be communicating entirely telepathic levels constantly. The reality is we already are. Many of us are in that space, whether you know it or not. The body's constantly sending out those frequencies. Why does that happen, though? Well, it's something that we can all study together in our own time, and some of you guys will be familiar with this term, but this is the beginning of what some call the social memory complex. It's a real thing. It's a stage in which humanity or a certain group's consciousness catalyzes, or maybe not catalyzes, maybe might be a better term for it, but we will come to a certain point, a turning point will be made. And so we're just about there in this life. And so with that, we're going to move on. And I want to say thank you for being with us. I also want to say whatever you take from this journey, whatever you take from this moment, wherever you go next in this world, let it be an understanding that you are truly more than this flesh and blood meat suit inside each of us. There exists magic, infinite selves, all sorts of abilities, and a true calling, a true mission in this life. It is our choice to receive this knowledge, understanding, ability, and consciousness. It's absolutely a choice. And we are coming to that choice point for many of us in the physical body, in which we will consciously decide to focus on the path of organic spiritual spiritual activation, and just really walking the path of what some people call service to others versus service to self. We are coming to the stage of this journey where we start to recognize the other as the self. And while for some of us, those are, kind of spiritual platitudes or phrases or words that are passed around, oftentimes without real acknowledgement of their meaning, we are quite literally at that stage on earth in which each person is making the choice of where we place our consciousness and where we go next. What we've given you here today is a very, very brief and rapid sampling of energy that we're bringing forward. But just never forget, you are a multi-dimensional being. We chose this body. We chose this life. We chose this realm, and you chose this very moment you are in right now. I pray that as you go forward from this, for some of you guys that will choose to join us, we do a number of training programs. We do all sorts of stuff. Myself and my wife are right about to launch the next phase of our multidimensional training program, in which we are essentially taking a group of people through a process. If you want to get very technical, because I know some people have very technical definitions and descriptions, what we're doing is a process of enhanced individuation that takes place over a 6-month period, in which you meet individually with myself and my wife as practitioners, and we also meet with the group. Right now, we're working on putting together a group of, I think it looks like we're going to have about 25 individuals. I think we've got 4 openings left. But for those of you guys that would like to learn more about that process, you can find me at my website, rememberyourmission.com. Our Patreon group, which is a beautiful thing. I always, excuse me, there it is. I love those guys. Thank you, everyone. I think we got a few Patreon people in our audience as well. Thank you, guys. We have a Patreon group called the Blue Flame Collective. And you can also find us on YouTube. It's the easiest way to figure out what is this strange thing that Mathew's doing. And that's at the School of Multidimensional Intuition on YouTube, where we have a number of workshops entirely free a number of group energy clearings, and you can learn more about what we're doing. And so really the most important thing that we're here to talk about is it does not matter where you develop these skills, ladies and gentlemen. It does not matter to who you turn. Spirit will bring you to the places or the path of learning that is the most appropriate for you. One of the things that has happened for me is that the more I have embraced this strange calling in this life, the more Spirit has brought this strange process into my life. And what is it? It's the next phase of our journey. And so, like I just said, we're training a group of individuals. We're literally training an army of spiritual warriors, mystics, and healers that are ready to step into the next stage of their journey and what they're doing in this body. Doesn't mean that you will transition into this professionally. We don't know. We have no idea. But what we can do is help you figure out and understand what are your abilities? How does it work? What barriers of learning or healing do you have to go through in order to awaken those? And also, what is it we're even doing here in this body? And so for some of you guys, you can go ahead and take a screenshot of this. I know there's a lot of info on the screen, or you can follow up with me at my website, but we are recruiting for the next stage of our journey. And so I invite you guys to join us. In the meantime, I mean this with absolute sincerity. Thank you for finding me on this in this strange realm. I have not been one of the individuals that has actively sold myself to this strange disclosure soul group. I have not been one of the people that has also been widely acknowledged or withheld in this sort of group. I've often been held as a little bit of an arm's length. So it is a deep honor for me to be here and to kind of offer up what it is that we are creating within our little timeline at the School of Multidimensional Intuition. And so I have rambled at you for nearly an hour. With that, I will open it for questions. And if there are none, I really want to thank you guys for being here and for being a part of my journey in this strange body in this life. I never thought it was coming, but it is the greatest honor I've had. So yeah, thanks guys. Here we go.
Thank you, Mathew. We do have a couple questions. From Bonnie Vargas asks, why the left eye?
That is a very good question. So the left eye is one of many portals on the non-physical human body. Right now, it seems to be very active because number one, it's one of the most kind of assaulted places, and one of the forms of technology that's being used on a physical level has to do with altering just this what I kind of call socket or consciousness connections into the sort of human framework that actually seem to connect on the left side of the body, on the left side of the brain in a couple specific areas. So there's not only a physical change that's occurring there, but there's also a non-physical change that seems to be occurring there. Now, some people have it within the right eye as well, but just in generality, the left eye is opening up on a greater level for people. And so it has a lot to do with sort of what we would call Egyptian timelines, Atlantean timelines. It also has a lot to do with kind of bloodline elements of people that are activating on a time level. And so I don't know if that answers it, but yeah, there you go.
Perfect. And we have another question about, I like this very much. Could you please provide the links to your website? And I heard that the Egyptian goddess Sekhmet is half lioness and feline deity. What's your take on this, Mathew?
I have heard a similar thing, first off. And here's the really fun thing, everybody. I do not have any formal education or really any teaching. I have not, really ever studied anything within Egyptian or any of that stuff. So I'm one of those cool people that comes into this purely through intuitive understanding and what's been given to me through my guides. And so what was given to me was that many of us on Earth plane are activating and sort of coming into greater contact with those, what we would call kind of feline or Lyrian. There's a number of names that people call them. And it's just one of many stages of experiences that we're going to have with certain types of beings that are non-human. They're not the only group that's working with this, but they're one of the ones through which there's essentially areas of our DNA that are vibrating as we go through the physical experience. And as those vibrate and activate, we will start to activate elements of our lineage as well. And so I don't know if that answers it, but they're just one of the pieces of you that are activating. And so I guess that makes sense.
Perfect. And we have another question about, I had toxoplasmosis in my left eye. It came close to hitting my retina, but caught it just in time, so no blindness. What can I do to strengthen energetically my left eye portal? Thank you.
Ooh, that's a very good question. Toxoplasmosis. The first thing I would do is start with a really good detox, even if that frequency has completely left your body. The reason why we would do a detox, or what I would do, is honestly a rife treatment detox. which is very, very helpful. But the reason why specifically we would use frequency-based medicine for stuff like that is because, number one, it's not going to create too much of a disruption within the balance of the blood around the upper chakras. But what it will do is help you magnetize and pull any of the elements of just emotional inflammation, blockage, or even chemical residue, just any old etheric scarring, which is also a thing from that area of the body. Here's the thing though, even if your left eye is non-functional, you're still going to be able to perceive energy through it. And also a lot of people should know that, or everyone should know that while a lot of people are activating with a left eye portal right now, you have a number of other ones within the body. We have very active throat portals. Essentially, all of your primary chakras can be used as somewhat of a sort of activation frequency at times. And I think my screen share just ended there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I wanted to feature you. Would you like to
It's all
continue
good.
sharing?
Oh no, it's
Okay.
totally cool. That was actually really good timing. Otherwise, I would have rambled on that one. So.
Oh, okay. We have another question. How do you know that you had a walk-in? Were you told? Do you have signs? Can you briefly touch on this? How do we know that we have walk-ins?
Yeah, I'll go really quickly. So my walk-in experience, I believe, took place around July of 2015. At the time, I was working in the mental health field as just working with veterans in mental health treatment. And I was at a public function, and a woman said, hey, can I give you a energy blessing? And I didn't know anything about energy at the time. I was like, okay, sure. And she just put her hands on my head, and I felt this little feeling, and I went back to my work, and within 30 days, something changed. For me, what I understood years later was that, or months, time after that, was that I had a massive crown chakra opening. And what that facilitated for me was just an awakening, an insertion, a release, a transmitting, whatever operative term we can fit in there. We don't know exactly what it is, but for me, that was the turning point. It was also a stage of my life where I kind of quite literally lost my mind. And for those of you guys that have had a Kundalini awakening or your crown chakra really open, oh boy, I was talking to animals and trees and, all sorts of things for almost a year straight. And so for me, it was facilitated through crown chakra opening.
Nice. And Natalie is asking, do you think that this healing awareness and abilities that we are bringing online to heal and build immunity to the current situation? I have my own knowing, but what do you think?
Actually, can you just read that again? Really
I'm sorry. Do you think that this healing awareness and abilities that we're bringing online to heal and build immunity in this current situation? I have my own knowing, but what do you think? So are we tapping into these abilities now at this time for a reason, more so?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Number one, this is a timed event. Every single thing that is happening on the earth plane are things that we pre-agreed to prior to incarnating here. I know a lot of spiritual teachers and beings have all kinds of ideas about that. Everyone gets to hold on to their own understandings. But by my understanding, we agreed to every single thing that is happening here. We also agreed to a number of tools, abilities, little secret doorways, and things that we could do to absolutely enhance and just really create. If it's immunity, then it's immunity. But one of the free things every single person can do on this earth plane right now that will literally create a field of energy around your body and allow you to deflect energy, contagions, pathogens, whatever you want to call it. It's Qigong. If there is one thing that any person can do here, is Qigong. Not only will it change your immunity, but at the same time, to answer the original question before I go on a rant, yes, these new changes, the states of consciousness, these things are also affecting the physical body. And so,
Agreed. We have a question saying, is that the vagus line side? The left side, is that the vagus side?
Well, actually, it's on both sides, but one of the easiest places you can connect to it, guys, is right behind the ear. Everyone can kind of turn your head to the left or the right, and you'll feel that mass of tendons underneath the ear on the side of your neck. People are going to know, Mathew, you're kind of eyeballing it. Yes, we are. But within this bundle of tendons right here lies the vagus nerve. The easiest way to access it, though, is through a vibration or breathing within the body. And so you can do this on either sides. You can hum, you can hold it and kind of press and allow the vibration to go into your throat. But the other place, guys, is right here on your collarbone. Everybody has these little tendons. When you kind of go like that, everything tightens up. You'll find those two main ones right there, and you can just sink your fingers in there on either side of them, and you will be connecting to your vagus nerve. Absolutely. Maybe that's an even easier way to grab onto it. But Yeah, that's probably the best way. Go ahead.
Is a walk-in, can it be related to the loss of identity? Angela's asking.
That's a very good question. I have met a number of people that have gone through the walk-in experience, and it did actually culminate with the loss of the original container's identity. I've worked with a number of people. I wish we could go into it. Lots of crazy stories, but some of them have been really positive. Some of them have been really negative. In certain cases, the individual died, the original host died, and a new version of them came in. For me, what I came to understand, it was very, very much a soul unbraiding. The original version of Mathew remained, but it was like something changed. It was just, every now and then people will go and lurk me on Facebook, and they will find the old photos and they'll be like, what? That's a totally different person. And so, I don't know if that answers it, but
yeah.
Sometimes you lose bits seriously.
What is the vagus nerve connected to the sympathetic and parasympathetic sympathetic nervous system?
Well, I guess technically both, but it has such an effect over the body. It is probably, now there are 10 pairs of cranial. I think maybe actually there might be 12. I'm not oh boy, don't get me twisted up on this stuff, but yeah, it is the 10th pair of, thank you, someone just corrected us. And so it has probably the widest effect, and it is the easiest to access of those, but it honestly, I think it works with both the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system. Thank you. We got somebody in the chat helping me out. Thank you, Sharon. Vegas is the 10th pair. Awesome. But yeah, it is probably the easiest to access, just for like anchoring your energy, for grounding the physical body, and also for just plain recovery. And especially for those of us that are opening our intuitive abilities, it is the place that needs to be clear. For those of you guys that haven't heard of it, you're just coming to understanding. This is an oversimplification, but it's like a fiber optic pathway. It's like a freeway of energy in your body that actually affects everything. And anyway, I always get a little bit off track with that one, but
yeah. Awesome. And finally, are walk-ins temporary or permanent within that lifetime? Can you also say something about soul swapping? Thank you.
Ooh, that's a good question. Are walk-ins temporary or permanent? You know what? I actually don't know. I don't know. I think that sometimes there are people that will have a certain stage of consciousness. They'll have a certain experience. Maybe, depending on what we understand what's going on with them, maybe something will come and go. It could be a temporary thing. I know for a fact, if there's one thing that we do know, is there's so much that we don't know. And so I think we're going to be coming to new understandings of that. In my life, it seems to have been a permanent change. I came to, almost like a 180. Well, maybe it was less than a 180. It was like a 90-degree boom. Suddenly I just started going this way. And for me, it definitely seems to have not only been permanent, but it was a literal gateway into a whole other stage of my life. And I think there's a question about soul swapping, which I will also be very, very direct and honest with that. I have no idea what soul swapping is. I know that there's a number of really fanciful terms that get thrown around by people in our spiritual, soul group that will all, maybe describe similar things, but it's just, I will always ask, well, what do you think soul swapping is? What does it feel like? What's your understanding? So that might be a question we would dive more into later, but I hope that makes sense.
Perfect. And let's see, there was one more question that I think I missed up here. What was that social term you mentioned? Did you mention something?
The social memory complex, probably. Okay, so yeah, social memory complex is really fun. For those of you guys that want to learn more about it, you can check out The Law of One, a widely known channeled spiritual text that has been just floating all around our soul group. By my understanding and my personal experience, it is what I understand to be the origin of our consciousness, and kind of, where sort of Matthew's timeline came from. And so in The Law of One, they talk about how we will come to this stage known as the social memory complex, in which I'm going to describe it so poorly for all the Law of One people. Get ready to cringe, guys. The basic understanding is that our consciousness as a group on Earth will come to this point of such high concentration, or just a different level of concentration, that everything is joined in this space of unity or consciousness, and all becomes one. Now, there's many, many layers of that. It always sounds like such a platitude when we talk about it. But the social memory complex is the thing that takes place at essentially this stage of human consciousness, in which we are all starting to come to a greater level of understanding that we are linked non-physically. In fact, a number of us have been having conversations with each other, just over looking at other people's photos in this group on Zoom. It is a real thing. If you think in other people's energies communicating with you, it is. It totally is. You're having constant conversations. And so I think that's one of the ways that you guys will kind of understand some of the fundamentals of the social memory complex experience, even though no one can really accurately, define it, myself included. It's a thing that we're experiencing. And so it's just kind of one of the terms that I use. So
Nice.
I hope that helps.
Mathew, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to connect with you and share your information and wisdom. And if you want to connect with Mathew, please do connect with him on the website. All of his links are there, and your website as well, which I think, did you give that out already, Mathew?
Oh, yes, absolutely. You can find me at rememberyourmission.com. We have a few more spaces left in our training program. You can find me on YouTube at the School of Multidimensional Intuition, and also on Patreon at the Blue Flame Collective. So,
nice.
there we
Thank
go.
you
Thank
so
you.
much. You take care, Mathew. Thank you for being
You too.
here.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, next on our incredible panel tonight, we have Jahan Kamsadeh, and I'm going to apologize because I might be saying that incorrectly, PhD, who's going to be discussing the psychedelic origins of humanity, a very interesting perspective, which I'm very excited to share with you all. Jahan, I see you here. Come on in. Do you want to unmute and...
Yes, hi, Geraldine. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Hi. So wonderful to see you. I'm going to allow you to take it away.
Thank you so much. Again, thank you for the invitation. So happy to be here with each of you. So it's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll start with a little bit about me. So why I'm in this position giving this talk. I recently got my doctorate in philosophy, cosmology, consciousness from the California Institute of Integral Studies. I did my dissertation on psilocybin mushrooms with a focus on evolution. So we'll be going through some of that research here now. It's being published now as a book called The Psilocybin Connection by North Atlantic Books, being distributed by Penguin Random House. I'll post the link to the Amazon to be able to buy the book right after the talk. So a lot of this material is covered in the book. Aside from the academic work, I did a multi-year training in the Mazatec mushroom tradition, like a deep lineage that's been doing psychedelic psychotherapy for about 3 decades, and then going down and learning from the indigenous people. The Mazatecs are descendants of the Mayans, and it's been part of their culture, using psilocybin mushrooms for millennia. Aside from that training, I did 2 years of somatic psychotherapy training called Hakomi. I assisted for 2 years at the psychedelic certificate training at CIIS. I mentored for a year at the School of Conscious Medicine, the Comprehensive Guide program. I lead legal psilocybin ceremonies in Jamaica with Atman retreats. I lead a free monthly psilocybin integration group with the San Francisco Psychedelic Society. You can go to my webpage, psychedelicEvolution.org, if you want more information how to come to the groups. And I have a private practice on this. It's doing very good. It's booked until January, so it's going very well. So this has become my full-time life practice. And so a little bit of why did I immerse myself so deeply into this work? For one, I find it very effective. My personal journey, I was a suicidal, depressed, and atheist by the time I was 18. So 16, 17, 18, very depressed, suicidal. Didn't believe in much more than science in our material reality. I actually had my grandfather was a medium in Mexico, but so we had pictures of spirits being manifested. And so I looked at these pictures growing up, it kind of shifted my paradigm. It's like something exists beyond this world, but it's hard to believe in fully because my life was so painful. And when I was 18, I was on the way to see my favorite band Tool play the concert for the first time. And somebody on the way to the show gave me psilocybin mushrooms. That night radically shifted my life. I had this experience of deep interconnection, of being eternal, of merging with God, of hearing a voice, God telling me that we are love and light, taking me throughout the solar system. Said love, and the way after that is learning. Those are the two most important parts of our life, love and then learning. And everything else, you'll never have to worry about it as long as you keep those two values in focus. Synchronicity became a part of my regular life, has been since. This is almost 20 years ago. That the whole universe is deeply alive and interconnected in the consciousness level, that our thoughts are intertwined and communicating with all of reality, and it's feeding back to us for our learning and our growth and our evolution. So soon after that, I wanted to understand and do research into what happened to me. I went to a major as neuroscience, did that for a while, did 3 years of physics and mathematics, another mushroom experience, and studied mysticism. That wasn't a major. So that kind of brought in some internal difficulties. So I ended up majoring in philosophy, minoring in physics, psychology, one class away from mathematics, got the master's in consciousness and transformative studies, and later got the doctorate, kind of leading us to where we are now. So a huge question I've had for a long time is how and why do psychedelics exist? How is it that I could take a plant or fungi, some synthetic compounds also, and have this experience of, I'd call like a higher order of recognition of reality? The visuals could be better than CGI. They're right here in front of you. I'm communicating with intelligent beings that know much more about me, deep states of unity. We'll get more into the neurology, but there's brain states, it's hyper-connected brain states, the growth of new neurons and so on. I'm like, this does not seem random. And so it's kind of came down to that they've evolved in the same ecosystem where we've evolved over millions of years, that this wasn't just about our personal evolution, but the evolution of the entire ecosystems in the planet. So this kind of, with this context I'm giving, leads us into a deeper dive. So the first profession in humanity, anthropologists claim is shamanism, the person that holds space between the natural world and the rest of humans. And for shamanism, their paradigm is animistic, meaning the whole world is alive. And for them, the spiritual world and the natural world are one and the same. They're intertwined. You listen to your dreams, you see signs, you're talking to nature, everything is a spirit. And then there's these compounds, these plant teachers that will talk directly to you. Right? And what I had been put forward, and this is, there's so many thinkers and people's research I've based off of, but I'd say the most notable is Terence and Dennis McKenna, they're brothers. And they were the first to propose that perhaps it was our evolution that catapulted us larger through the animal kingdom. It was our relationship with the psilocybin mushrooms that actually catapulted this evolution. And there's a lot of reasons to take this seriously. And I came across this idea at 19. I'm 37 now, went through all of academia, focusing on evolution. It's still the best theory I've come across. One, what we noticed, there's consciousness expansion. And now we've done significant studies in this area of psilocybin with Johns Hopkins, New York School of Medicine, and so on, that about 67% of people in the right set and setting have a mystical experience. That is phenomenal. Normally that could take months, decades of meditation. Some people have it spontaneously, but now with the right set and setting, 60% of the seventh time, we can have a unitive experience that's tremendously healing, helps us know deeply who we are. Fear of death goes away. We can discover a deeper sense of life purpose. I mean, this is absolutely phenomenal. So the idea is that this consciousness expanding substances that naturally grew in the environment expanded our consciousness slowly over time and changed our neurophysiology. Like our brain physically began to grow, and as this happened, our bodies began to grow, we develop culture and so on. So again, to more deeper, I'm putting this out in layers, to understand it is to understand how does evolution itself unfold. 13.5 billion years ago, this is according to the Western model, the physics, biology, chemistry, and so on. About 13.5 billion years ago, we have the Big Bang. As cosmologist Brian Swim calls it, the flaring forth. The universe is a singular united energy, undifferentiated in form, right? And there's this large explosion and blast, and out of this blast of this energy, particles begin to form, right? In atoms first, and then molecules, and then cells. There's holes combining with other holes to become larger holes. Like your body right now is made of atoms at one layer, and then there's molecules at another, and then cells, trillions of them, and creating you. One being true doesn't make the other one not true, right? You're multi-dimensional, even in the physical form. And so there's multi-dimensions of depths of consciousness that are congruent with these structures of unfolding. So 13.5 billion years ago is the Big Bang. About 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth began to develop, right? We're a second generation star system. Another star was born, died, reformed, more complex compounds. The Earth is here. About 500 million years later of the formation of Earth, we have the emergence of life. The first cells begin to emerge in wholes, right? Different compounds coming, creating a community with a membrane around it, sustaining new forms of life. And then many of these communities begin to form other communities, creating larger bodies. It's said about, it's put forward that perhaps the entire animal kingdom itself evolved from fungi about 500 million years ago. We're an evolutionary strand, likely a fungi itself being a large mycelial network of life. Other than bacterial life and so on, it was the first large life form to expand on Earth. Life came out of the oceans. So mycelium broke down all the compounds that was already living on the dirt and set soil, created soil for plant life to evolve out of the oceans onto land, right? It's being said, the great book Entangled Life recently came out last year by Merlin Sheldrake. He's got his doctorate in Cambridge and studied mycology, that it was likely root systems of plants itself evolved because of the relationship with mycelium. So mycelium is a larger underground body of fungi. Mushrooms themselves are only the fruit. It's a reproductive fruit. Mycelium is this large underground interconnected web that connects present day all the root systems in the environment so that plants can pass nutrients between each other and send electrical signals. 90% of plants on the planet today have a symbiotic relationship to mycelium. 80% of the plants on the planet today would die if mycelium stops existing. It pretty much sustains complex life on this biosphere. So after plant life evolved onto land, because mycelium set the soil, soon the insects followed the plant life out of the waters, and then the larger animals, including our relatives, came onto land. As we know, lots of forms of life existed on Earth. About 67 million years ago, there's the KT impact. A large object came from the sky and destroyed a lot of the larger, higher order organisms on the planets. Before this was something like, I think it was 127 million years where dinosaurs really ruled. Our ancestors were rodent-like creatures living down under the ground. We didn't have a good sense of sight, a lot of smell, more like the modern day rats. Well, now that, because there was an impact, pushed a lot of dust into the sky, blocked out a lot of sunlight, a lot of the complex plant life died and the larger animals died. For those of us that have grown mushrooms, this is the perfect environment for mushrooms to flourish. And the first part of their life, they need darkness and a lot of biological material to feed off of. So now you have a whole bunch of biological material all over the planet and it's dark. Mycelium again took hold and broke down all this, created even denser, richer soil. And out of this grew even more dense plant life with richer chemistry, including fruits. All right, so we have a whole bunch of new kinds of trees growing with a whole bunch of new kinds of food on the top. So, and now our ancestors came up from the ground and had less predators. So our rodent-like ancestors came up, went up the trees and became lemur-like primates first, and then full-blown primates. So we lived, we as in our ancestral heritage, up in the canopies and the trees for about 55 million years. Many people could say that this was our time in like the Garden of Eden. We're in this luscious canopy with all these different kinds of fruits, almost no predators. Most of our time is spent socializing and mating and playing and eating. It's a very safe space for us, and we have that in our history. Eyesight continued to develop. We traded in our sense of smell for eyesight to see the different kinds of leaves, the fruit, and swing from branch to branch. Brains developed into more primate type of brains. And then about 5 million years ago, weather patterns began to change in Africa, forcing our ancestors down to the ground. The tree lines began to recede, and our ancestors were forced down onto the ground. As Paul Stamets, the world's best-known mycologist, notes, that the most common mushroom in the Africa savanna is of a psilocybin variety. All right. So about 22 different species of primates today eat mushrooms. Some are known to come down from the canopies of the trees. So I'm putting this forward because once our ancestors came down to the ground, they would have been looking for readily sources of food. About 65 to 90% of most primates' diets are plant-based. Generally, if you try to give food to a large primate, like an ape, it will choose fruits over other kinds of food, including meats. Some eat small eggs, some animals, but they mostly eat plant-based food. So once they come to the ground, they would have been looking for regular sources of calories for energy, right? And here grow psilocybin mushrooms, purpose happens information to pick up out of the ground and for us to eat. If we wouldn't find it right away, again, they grow everywhere and look like major flying saucers all over the ground for this, more critical. Eventually, we started to follow cattle and own cattle. And mushrooms are coprophilic; they are dung loving. So as we followed the cattle, we would have constantly been in the track of finding mushrooms the entire way. So Terence McKenna proposed that our relationship with psilocybin mushrooms went through 3 phases according to how the amount size of how much we ate. At microdosage, maybe just 1 mushrooms, Ronald Fisher, he was a psychologist in the 1970s, found out that mushrooms at small amounts increase edge detection. Objects appear more 3D. Our sight becomes more refined. It's been very helpful to our species. For example, to notice, say, a snake moving through the grass. Right? It would have been helpful for us to find new sources of food. It would increase our chances of survival by our visual acuity. At slighter height doses, McKenna notes, and I agree, it seems to be true, psilocybin can increase sexual arousal. It stimulates the nervous system, creates some restlessness, and more energy. So if you put these together, you have a group of primates that's not only better adaptive through eyesight, but it's actually reproducing more than the other primates around them, covering much larger territories. At higher doses, and when I say higher, it's only a handful of mushrooms. It's not that much. Like 4 or 5 grams isn't a lot of mushrooms. We have what John Hopkins, New York School of Medicine, for the last 20 years have found the possible to occasion mystical experiences. Now remember, we're in the right setting for this. We are out in the nature. Mushrooms are not illegal. We don't have any judgment around this, whether it's through sex or psychedelics. And our ancestors were likely frequently having these experiences of oneness, of talking to nature, of seeing spirits, of dissolving into this larger ecosystem. This gives what I come across as the best explanation for the formation of religion. There's an ecological, dietary, chemical expression of why spiritual experience first evolved. Part of how this track of thinking goes is through iterations of generations over through long periods of time. This changed our neurophysiology. And I'll get into more in this neuroscience in a bit. And as this happened over and over and over, we're talking for millions of years, over generations, we got the ability now to go into these transcendental states without the use of psychedelics. Yeah. So it was likely also that as I mentioned, the first formation of religion, it is posited that the formation of rituals first evolved because of these experiences. For example, we would have been saving mushrooms, going under the first full moon, and created the right set and setting. To back this up with other people's, and other anthropologists' theories, David Lewis Williams, he's a cognitive archaeologist who studied cave art for a few decades, world renowned, won a lot of international awards. He proposed that the emergence of art, specifically in caves, was catalyzed because of psychedelic experiences, most notably altered states of consciousness. It could have been drumming, it could have been breathing, but likely plants in the environment. Caves would have provided a great set and setting. You can go during the daytime, it's dark. It is safe. There's one entrance, there's a facilitator, the shaman. And they were having ceremonies in there. So now you're imagining our ancestors sitting around caves, taking psychedelics, seeing visions, projections of other animals and spirits. They simply had to trace these images onto the wall. Now, this is a really simple rudimentary foundation of why art was created at first. This is really important, as Graham Hancock notes in his book, The Divine Spark, because if we could figure out how we created art, we could figure out how we begin to create tools and the rest of civilization if we know it. As Yuval Noah Harari points out in his book, Sapiens, about 60, 70,000 years ago, we have what's known as the cognitive revolution. Before that, evolution was dictated by our biology. After this, it's dictated by our culture. Around the same time we see the formation of cave art, we see the formation of tools and etchings of intelligence in the environment. We begin to shift our landscape. Before that, there wasn't much evidence of intelligence with humanity. Of course, it existed, but we weren't actually creating things and things that we've been able to find. Maybe also to ground it that this isn't necessarily special to humanity, to really wider the picture. And there's about 2,000 different plants on the planet that contain DMT. There's about 200 different species of psilocybin mushrooms. They're found on every continent but Antarctica. They're widespread throughout the entire kingdom. As Ronald Siegel notes, he was a professor of psychopharmacology at UCLA, died, I think, last year, but he did 20 years of research into intoxication, as he called it. And he found about 93% of the animal kingdom alters its consciousness chemically. It's so large that he calls it the fourth drive of evolution. So after the need for sleep, sex, and food, Given the opportunity, an animal will alter its consciousness chemically. It's been likely lost to us because we largely only are in contact with domesticated animals, animals that we control their environments. But we look beyond, the animal kingdom is full of chemical intoxication. Another great book to see this is Giorgio Saramani's book, Animals and Psychedelics, lists and lists. He's an Italian ethnobotanist of lots of different animals that actually eat psychedelic substances, right? So this is beyond the human form. Merlin Sheldrake notes in his book, Entangled Life, it's likely that psilocybin evolved about 65 million years ago after the KT impact. Again, it's so tremendous. It's unbelievable, almost as unbelievable as the experiences people have themselves. It fits into the 5-HT2A serotonin receptor. It locks into our brain serotonin's receptor better than serotonin itself. With no biological toxicity, it is non-toxic. You can take 1,000 doses and your body is fine. It's a lot on your nervous system, energetically, emotionally, visually, and so on. But you're not going to die. You're safe. So it moves into your brain, creates a hyper-connected brain state. So we finally started doing no, I don't have a PowerPoint. Thanks. Just to talk right now, just responding to Geraldine. We know now that since 2016, we started doing MRIs on psychedelics. Again, how amazing these are. It's only relatively recently that we've begun doing a lot of scientific studies. It was outlawed for about 40 years because we didn't understand these substances. There was a lot of fear and pushback by that. By 1970, research became illegal until DMT studies in the early 1990s. So we do now that psilocybin creates a hyper-connected brain state. It's believed it does this by repressing what's known as a default mode network. The default mode network is what cognitive scientists call the ego part of the brain. So when you think I, we, there's a specific network that lights up in your brain. And what it's believed, it acts like a repression for the rest of your brain. People that have a lot of anxiety or depression have an overdeveloped default mode network. So when the sense of self, when the brain gets quieted, that acts as a repressive function, the whole brain hyperconnects. So I really recommend looking up in Google later MRIs of people on psilocybin, and it'll show like, here's if somebody's on placebo and here's a psilocybin. It's fucking absolutely unbelievable. Many times over, the whole system begins to interconnect. And I believe that's correlated with the states of unity. People feel oneness, but the brain's also moving towards oneness. I can do it with no biotoxicity, right? And many of these pathways of this interconnection actually stabilize. You know, they've done a good amount of studies now, brain images, you know, many weeks later, but also personalities, how much a personality changes 6 months later, 1 year later, 20 years later. It's unbelievable. Many of these changes stay even after one experience with the right setting, meaning there's a proper preparation and integrations. So this was happening to our ancestors, having these huge states. So another noticeable bar is actually stimulates neurogenesis, the growth of new neurons. New brain tissue actually begins to grow. Before the 1990s, scientists did not believe this was possible, but now we know there's some compounds on the planet actually create new brain growth. The idea again is that our ancestors were taking this over and over and over again. Epigenetically, it moves the changes between one generation to another. Change our brain and so on, but also dramatically shifted our consciousness in ways that it will take us a very long time to comprehend as a species. As Terence McKenna notes, it probably was the impulse for language itself. So you imagine most animals, as we can see now, their consciousness is focused on the immediate moment. Sight, smell, taste, and touch. They're here in the present. We have the ability of deep imagination. And somehow that was really developed. For those of us who have taken psychedelics, we know we can go in large visionary states that have nothing to do with the environment, seeing very meaningful cascades of images, whether we can explore the deep path of ourselves or humanity, deep into the future, kind of dissolve into one, alien experiences, seeing lots of beings and so on. So the idea is that this imaginative visionary part begin to form and stabilize within us. So now that we can imagine something before it happens, we have the ability for an architect, for example, to map out the building in his mind before it's actually built out loud, right? So that was actually likely worked on over and over and over. Now we have this faculty. As McKenna notes and other people are kind of to follow suit, it probably maybe gave us the impulse for language through a concept known as synesthesia. Synesthesia is when one of our senses is conflated for another. When, for example, people hear a sound, but they see a color. Or they feel something, but they smell something, right? So there's ways our senses, because ultimately, again, the grounding is we're all one. It's all one consciousness, and we're moving and creating distinctions. That out of this oneness, somehow meaning and thought got translated into sound. And immediately, through over periods of time, it anchored in our culture. You know, at some point, you know, you see a rock, our ancestors are like, rock, 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 at the sound, and they're pointing at it. Later, they don't have to point at it anymore. It's rock, 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 and people know what you mean. And slowly we start to create a sound system of meaning with each other. As Alison's Gray's wife has shown over decades, and Alex Gray being this amazing visionary artist, you know, for decades she's had this experience of seeing these symbol systems come to her in the psychedelic states. It's been her life work to kind of put forward and depict these symbol systems that people see in psychedelics. There's another good book by Dana Slattery called Xenolinguistics. She did her dissertation on the language people see in psychedelic states, where she'd see these large symbol systems for about 400 different sessions. And she really tried to map it out, the evolution of language and how it developed. Myself, I've had a few experiences where everything breaks down into these immense codes, which are beautiful. It seems like some kind of royal language. And so these experiences that our ancestors might have had, and people are having today, might have also give us the influence to create alphabets. Now we're seeing symbolic thoughts come into existence. It would have helped our group dynamics immensely. Studies have now shown psilocybin mushrooms increase empathy. We dissolve this ego, become one with everything around us, including the people around, and we can empathize with each other. This has greatly helped our merging within groups. You know, as Yuval Noah Harari points out in *Sapiens*, but a lot of anthropologists have, that our survival largely depends on our relationships, especially in a hunter-gatherer setting. They're who got our back, who gives us security. Our entire existence is bound into this group. We largely existed in groups of probably 75 to 150 people through our millions of years, if not hundreds of thousands of years, our evolutionary process. At about 150 years, we have what's called Dunbar's number, where groups begin to split about after about 150, right? So this is largely our evolutionary process. We're in these large clusters. Something I thought was just super, super, super notable is how and why, again, did these evolve? These very intelligent compounds that perhaps increase intelligence ourselves, increase our process of cognition. One of the best books I've come across that helped me give way on this was called Darwin's Pharmacy, Sex, Plants, and Evolution of the Noosphere by Professor Richard Doyle. He teaches English and technology at Pennsylvania State University. For research of his book, he read thousands of trip reports, and he noted that the primary psychedelic insight that he found through all of his entire research that was most common is that the participant realizes they're part of a vast interconnected living system, and that these molecules should be returned ecodelics. So again, we have molecules growing in the environment that actually expand our sense of an ecology of interconnected living systems. Why does the planet grow all these compounds that help us bring the systemic ecological thinking, deeper empathy with not only each other, but the entire environment? I think a good way to see this, it's how I'm using the framework of Gaia, you know, put forward largely in the 70s, but it's come in many forms, that the earth itself is a living system. And that some way our body creates compounds to regulate our nervous system and move it toward homeostasis within our body. The ecological environment is always trying to do the same. Gaia theory was put forward to share that there's gases in the environment and interplay between plants and animals that try to create, maintain a situation for life to flourish, you know, try to create a balance. Our body's always trying to do the same and regulate itself with chemicals. It's just expanding the thinking, the system, that the ecology is trying to do the same. So we have mycelium, this large ground interconnected living web that we've evolved from the entire time, that's been attuning to our nervous system the entire time, that grows psilocybin, that perfectly fits into our 5-HT2A serotonin receptors, hyperconnects our brain. But what it's also trying to do is create equilibrium in the environment between all the species in the environment. That's a positive, largely why these evolved. It's to create homeostasis. Mycelium itself can exist, it's said, infinitely, if the host environment is healthy. It's mycelium itself, a group of fungi. It's the largest organism we know of in Oregon. There's a mycelial structure that exists that's miles long underground that's thousands of years old. That's the oldest species we know of the largest species form. Again, it's a living being. It's just a large interconnected web. So mycelium itself has a lot of impetus for the environment to grow really, really healthy. It breaks down decaying organisms, eats, and then distributes those nutrients it doesn't need into the plant systems in the environment. And we're in a deep interplay with plants itself, who turn sunlight pretty much into biological matter for us to eat, sustain, and as well as give us our oxygen. A book I can recommend is The Long Trip by Paul Devereaux. Hundreds of examples of psychedelic use over millennia, and citing them and showing pictures. We have etchings of arts, of pottery, of tools, everything signifying psychedelic use over thousands of years. So the oldest cave art we know that specifically has mushrooms, and it is in Africa. It's about 9,000 to 12,000 years old. I believe it's in Nigeria. And there's this a picture of a shaman, a figure with a whole bunch of mushrooms all over his body, right? So again, close to where we evolved, we have depictions of mushroom use going in that area. One reason likely that our use with these plant psychedelics fell away was the agricultural revolution, with many historians would say it's the largest thing that's happened in our species. About 10,000 years ago, our species found out that seeds turn into plants and trees. We begin to plant or grow our own food. This led to the emergence of explosion of populations, right? We can grow enough food and have a whole bunch of populations. It had many negative side effects though, because now we're settling in one place and focusing what's happening within society and divorce ourselves from environment and nature. Before that, we'd constantly eating all these compounds that grow in the environment, new sources of food. As Yuval Noah Harari points out, mushrooms are elusive and we're integrated into the agricultural revolution because mushrooms grow by spores. Right? They're microscopic, they're small. You can't plant them the way you do with seeds. It's only during the 1970s, because of Terrence and Dennis McKenna, they published the first mushrooms growers guide. We've only really have the technology of how to really grow psilocybin mushrooms on our own for the last 50 years. So there's a long time there where we did not have control of how to provide this. We would have just been finding it. So as our species began to grow our food, we became insular and growing a population. And out of this, we have the formation of different class systems that evolved. For example, a military and priest structure, a monarchy, and so on. And before that, we were largely, as I mentioned, hunter-gatherers, and our primary value was relationships. It wasn't physical goods, because we can only own really whatever we can carry. As we begin to settle down and own land and own things over generations, it became really important for each person to know who their kids was. So men began to own wives, to know who their offspring was, to pass on their legacy. All right, so we have this formation of large power systems and larger levels of repression, including the repression of different kinds of experiences and a loss of knowledge and so on. And we have the beginning of patriarchy and a lot of things that followed after that. But we know for sure that psychedelics existed, at least by 3000 BCE. The oldest religious texts we have are of the Rig Vedas, the Hindu scriptures that the entire tradition of Hindu tradition evolved out of. And in the Rig Vedas, there's about 200 different hymns talking about soma, a plant or fungi that allows one to connect with God. So we know at the beginning of religions, we're talking already about plant or psychedelic fungi that allows with the emergence of God. More into the West, we have what's known as the Eleusinian Mysteries in Greece. Great book that came out about this 2 years ago, called the Immortal Key, The Secret Religion of No Name. It became a bestseller. Highly recommended it. It's great. It talks about the development of Greek culture and the role it played in the formation of humanity. So about 1,000 years in Greece, we have the Eleusinian festivals. And here they drank a potion, a brew called kykeon. And the author, Brian Maurescu of The Immortal Key, again, based on, 10 years of amazing, exquisite scholarship and research, is finding out what the brew contains. And there's already had been research on this. And he posits they used rye to create a type of beer, and the rye in the area had ergot on it, a type of fungi. ergot is what we derive LSD from. So they have these huge transcendental experiences in Aloise for about 1,000 years. And it was the birthright, an offering to every Greek citizen in the entire country to at least once a year come to Aloise and to drink Kykeon and have this amazing death rebirth experience. So we know Plato talks about these, a lot of the ancient Greeks talk about the Eleusinian mysteries. And so we know Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, all the big names that give us the foundations of our culture, including democracy and so on, and the foundations of science, were using psychedelics. As Christianity arose later, by 3000 AD, the church outlawed the Eleusinian mysteries, so kind of repressed all this. But as Brian Orozco really points out, though, that foundation before that really perhaps gave the foundation for Christianity, and to this, like the communion of drinking wine, for example, and merging with God and bread through communion was likely because there was a psychedelic brew involved, and that Christ himself was more played of a shamanic role because that was actually very big in the area. The West, for the most part, and I'll use West, as Europe expanded and dominant religions came, and there's a repression and focus became more on written texts and direct experiences. Shamanism and plant life began to see as witchery because it contradicted the doctrine, that it became illegal. But in the Americas, the West, the Americas, I saw an article recently came out. It looks like the first migration was at least 21,000 years ago into the Americas. And so you have tribes coming from Asia settling in North, Central, and South America all along the way, creating clusters and groups and so on. And the West, North, Central, South America, very psychedelic friendly. In Mexico itself, we have 50 of those species of psilocybin mushrooms that exist. The Mayans, we have mushroom stones going back about 3,000 years, about 180 different mushroom stones, like stone carvings of mushrooms. Paul Stamets himself is holding about 18 of these. And you see arts depicting mushroom roosts all across Mexico in the caves and so on. And we know now there's San Pedro, there's ayahuasca, there's peyote. We're really rich with psychoactive plants and fungi in this area. So about close to the 15th century, the Europeans came into the Americas. The conquistadors, very Eurocentric, anthropocentric, and so on. And the Spaniards, the clergy, there's a lot of writing down what they wrote, what they saw here, including many of them wrote the existence of mushroom use. At the inauguration of Montezuma II, the leader of the Aztec Empire, says his inauguration, it would be like the president coming in to take the presidency. Politically, everybody took mushrooms that night. So this is a very widespread public thing that would be happening. And the Toltecs use mushrooms. So the Spaniards would be writing back and forth into Europe about this mushroom use. And they were ordered by the church, by the Vatican, to eradicate this mushroom use, to kill the shamans and so on. And that happened. It's almost completely out of the history. We see the temples, the names, and some things still existed. Because this went against their doctrine. They saw this as demonic and devil worshipping and so on. But one of these tribes, specifically with mushroom use, continued to exist. Most notably the Mazatecs. They're from the tribe from which we actually have present-day knowledge of psilocybin mushrooms. I believe they continue to exist for 3 reasons. One, they're found in the remote areas in Oaxaca, Mexico, way up in the mountains. Hard to get to, you'd have to try to get there. Another one is there are matriarchal culture. Largely the women run the ceremonies for communities and families. And so the conquistadors that came were looking for male shamans to kill them because they thought it only made sense that it was mostly males that held positions of spiritual power. A third reason is they actually integrated Christianity. They pray largely now to the Lady Guadalupe. And so this all let them to pass under the radar. They kind of let go, as most people in North, Central, South America did, about their animistic, nature-based cosmologies of life and death. And if you look at the Anthropology Museum in Mexico, it's fascinating what the cultures look like pre-European till now. Pre-European, their gods are made of snakes and skulls and birds and all this life. They pray to the earth constantly. After the Europeans came, it became anthropocentric, where we just studied on the stories of the Bible. The rich diversity and iconography kind of got pushed away and people lost their roots to their earth-based traditions. But the Mazatec survived, and we know mushrooms because Gordon Wasson, he was a vice president at JP Morgan. Him and his wife was Russian, were really interested in mushrooms, about just generally people's relationship with mushrooms. And they flew all around the world to see people's relationship with mushrooms. It was just a fascination they had, and released books on it. And they learned of a tribe in Mexico that actually prays with mushrooms, and he thought this was fascinating. He tried for years to find this tribe and so on. And in 1955, was able to find one of these communities and got entrance and ability to go. And he went there with a photographer. And he was a Westerner to have this psychedelic mushroom ceremony. The curandero's name was Maria Sabina, and she's become a very big icon. And she gave Gordon Wass's mushrooms, about 12 mushrooms, and he had this full-blown emergence with divinity, life changed, all that. So in 1957, he wrote a story about it in Life magazine. So this was the first time Western culture became aware of psychedelics. So LSD was invented by Albert Hofmann in the 1930s. Again, took it in the 1940s. And LSD went in underground communities with scientists, artists, and so on. But academics, people didn't know about it. It's just small circles and doing research. But now the whole world knew that psychedelic experiences were possible because of Gordon Wasson's psychedelic experience. A lot of people read this article, including Timothy Leary, who went down to Mexico to try them. He was a very notable psychologist at the time, heading a psychology department at Harvard. He says, I learned more from the 15 minutes coming down from my psilocybin experience I did studying psychology for 15 years in upper grad, right? So he started a mushroom research project in Harvard. They did many different studies, including the Good Friday experiment about transcendental experiences using psilocybin mushrooms. And in many ways, Gordon Wasson and Timothy Leary kind of kicked off the whole kind of hippie revolution where people began taking psychedelics, changing Western culture, becoming more aware, civil rights, art, explosion of music, creativity off the wall. It became too much for our culture. As Michael Pollan notes in his book, How to Change Your Mind, bestseller came out a few years ago about psychedelics. He says, what other point in human history did the younger generation have a searing rites of passage that the prior generation did not understand? So the younger generation were catapulted to these extreme states of consciousness, scares the adults. They don't know what's going on. Their instinctual move is make this whole illegal, ignoring at the time about 1,000 scientific papers, research on psychedelics, noticing their medical uses, no addiction, the positivity, and so on. Fast, broad, sweeping legalization that kind of leads us now to this day with a slow now reemergence based on critical, rigorous research showing that in the right setting, these things are only safe, but tremendously can help our culture heal and grow. And as you know, this is a fascinating subject. I want to leave it here because I want to actually spend a lot of time with questions and answers because that's where I find a lot of my fascination. I know my material. I'd rather connect with you guys and know what you guys want to know. I'm going to go ahead and put the link to my book on the chat. You know, it's pre-ordered. It comes out April 5th. It's done. It just takes a very long time for the publisher to get the book out. I love it. It's based on so much research. It's the publisher notes in the description. It's the most comprehensive text on psilocybin we have to date. It's just I went through all the material, put it in one place, and try to see our deep past and perhaps our deep future. And now I can also read some of the. I wasn't able to read the text while I was speaking.
Hi. Yeah, let me see if I can find some questions for you. Let's see. We have David S. says The Immortality Key by Brian Mournian.
Correct. Yes, correct. Yeah, great book. Awesome guy too. Yeah, he's a fascinating guy. I'm really glad he's been grading his work out there. I'll go on that for a little riff. Like he studied Greek and Latin in school, even though he became a lawyer, but he was enthralled with this idea because of his interest in Christianity, never took psychedelics. And just a deep research on our Western history and the role this might have played. And he didn't take psychedelics because he wanted his work to be taken seriously. So it's a fascinating book and it's done really, really well. Okay.
Do you see benefits in microdosing?
So much. You know, one way to say this, turns my kind of notes, but deep agree. It kind of attunes our attenda for intuition and what's happening in environments and larger Earth a lot more. I've seen, I don't say so many dozens of people go into microdosing, alleviate depression, pain, become more patient, increases cognition. There's a good book by Ayelet Waldman called A Really Good Day. She was a professor of law at Berkeley, and she was an attorney, and she tried every kind of medicines for 5 years. She was going through lots of therapy, a lot of antidepressants, so on. Nothing worked, and she started microdosing, and she based her book on 1 month of microdosing. And she says at the end of these days, she's like, "Wow, I had a really good day for the first time in a long time." Her marriage got better. She became more productive. She became better with her children. All around, these medicines seem to bring us to homeostasis, a greater level of wholeness, and allow us to be more present, with ourselves in the world.
Is there any kind of preparation that we need to do, or, something we need to be mindful, or is there a certain time when this is appropriate to use, in your opinion?
No, totally. Highly recommend, by far, working with a trained professional. There's that can be hard to find, right? Like trained somebody with years of training, because you don't want to go through it alone, because deep fear can come up, deep trauma can come up. You want to know somebody that can handle it, can reassure you that it's safe. One way to make this possible, I teamed up to start leading legal psilocybin ceremonies in Jamaica. It's with Atman Retreats, ATMAN Retreats, in Jamaica. We do it every few months. That's accessible to everybody, to go have a safe place with well-trained individuals, and it's completely legal over there. It's hard for me to encourage it without a guide, because so much can happen, but it's just not always possible for people. But extreme preparation is good, meaning research the compounds so you have a sense of safety. They're safe, but you need to know they're safe. Things that I don't recommend is if you're not feeling stable in your life, if you have a personality disorder, say borderline, please work with professionals or get some help first. We don't want your system to get out of rhythm and whack, and you have this big download and don't know what to do when you move into crisis. Like, that's not helpful for your life. It could cause a lot of fear. And then a lot of good integration, spending time with the experience, breaking it down. So I think following a good protocol is important.
Perfect. Larissa says, I'm currently healing after a post-stroke, and I'm only looking for organic healing.
Yeah.
Any comments?
So I've seen so many fascinating things. It's deeply incredible. Again, neuronal tissue begins to reform with psilocybin in many areas. I've worked with clients who they had, for example, somebody had COVID and she lost her smelling and her taste. In the middle of psilocybin experience, she regained it back after 9 months. So it's just like, wow, like that is back online. She had surgery on her belly because she had a C-section, and that part of her has been numb, and she could feel that again. Again, with a stroke, for example, this is not just ideas. We have a detailed science that it recreates a hyper-connected state. It rebuilds, it's called spinogenesis, the re-enlivening of dendrites that had atrophied in their brain. So the brain can no longer connect with each other. Those dendrites come back to life, reestablishing connectedness in the brain. The use cases for this is amazing. I think the main impulse, again, is it moves towards wholeness within your body. It begins to interconnect wholeness within your emotions and being, but also wholeness between us and the planet.
Mm-hmm. And can you explain a little bit more about how does that connection occur? Can you talk to us about what happens in the brain and the body that kind of expands into that awareness?
Yeah. I mean, it follows that deep, same systemic process of evolution that everything is trying to become a whole and part of a larger whole. The main drive is towards unity within our system, within everybody else. That's the main kind of, I think, spiritual and evolutionary impulses. As Stanislav Grof notes, and Stanislav Grof is about 60 years of working in expanded states of consciousness. He started transpersonal psychology, written 20 books on the subject, started holotropic breathwork. I mean, this guy's monumental what he's done. And he's held space for about 50,000 people in these altered states. And he calls these altered states holotropic states of consciousness. These are states that organically move towards wholeness. They are self-organizing. The same way, if your body gets cut and knows how to move towards wholeness and heal itself, your body and your brains are always trying to do the same things, including emotionally. So if you create the right kind of state, if it's feeling safe and full of love and support, it can heal and mend.
That's so perfect. And so, is it possible to reach, since this is very much a chemical, I mean, there's a lot of systems that are involved in that, but is there a way to reach that state organically without the support of that?
Yeah. I guess the
Can you
big
tell us
question is,
about that?
yeah. The big question is why? What's our idea that we have to do everything alone? I think that idea creates a lot of pain. We live in a very hyper autonomous culture that everything needs to be done by yourself. And the truth is that we're deeply interdependent and dependent on everything around us for our air, for our water, for our food, on each other emotionally. It's just a deep truth. The autonomy structure, very Western, creates tremendous pain. We are in deep relationship with the plants and the fungi around us. That's what guides us here. We depend on it every day for food. So why? They're not toxic. You're fine. Create the right setting. So first is this belief that we all get to transcend together, including the larger ecosystem. Doing it yourself is very, without judgment, very the ego-driven part of us that creates pain already. It's a sense of I'm already separate self and I have to do it alone, when actually we're wanting to dissolve in unity with everything else. So you can do it alone. An experience I had is, again, I focused on consciousness the last 20 years, every methodology I could, deep meditation, lots of therapy, lots of workshops, and so on. And there's this period deep into meditation, doing 1 hour, then 2 hours, and 3 hours a day of meditation. And they're going through this moment of like, I'm about to die, I'm about to die, the whole dissolving, the huge orgasm of like, I'm one with God, divinity, every soul is rejoicing, I'm here, wow, like the whole presence. First thought that arose was, I experienced this on psilocybin. This just took me hundreds of hours. There's benefits, right? I mean, I am shifting my personality, I'm creating dedication. So, because meditation itself is amazing. There's a great discipline. It does a lot of things, but the actual state shift itself that meant so much took hundreds of hours. I've had this on psilocybin. We can get there without things, but why not have help and support?
I see. Very good. Keith says, I have completely changed my view of the world and how things operate. I've done DMT a few times as well, and it's unbelievable what it shows you. It's hard to believe that what these chemicals can do. Do you see it becoming legal at some point?
Hey, we're almost there. I mean, we're doing amazing. There's places, again, set up so well, as in Jamaica, the Netherlands, Costa Rica, all these, so many guides working. There's so much. We're getting used to it. Denver was the first to decriminalize mushrooms. Oregon's now moving towards full legalization, doing all the legal work. It's there already, but it doesn't go into effect until I think 2023. Oakland, where I lived, I was there in the court system testifying to make them decriminalize. We got that done. And now Senator Scott Wiener and senators of California proposed a bill to decriminalize psychedelics across the entire state of California. Just saw an awesome presentation with them just a few days ago. Hopefully by early next year, it's decriminalized, meaning it's not legal, but you're not going to be put in jail. It's decriminalized. You're not a criminal for doing it. Legalization means you can get certified. I could put up a website and so on. But there's all these now. My school runs a huge certificate program. How to get trained with psychedelics. Another great one is the Center for Consciousness Medicine, have a 2-year comprehensive guide programs to get trained. We're moving there. MDMA and psilocybin itself is scheduled to be federally legal for medical use in 2023. That's amazing. That'll shift the entire system. It's based on decades of research. We're almost there. It might still be hard to get to because you'd have to pay lots of money, many thousands of dollars, go into the clinic. The biggest bottleneck is getting trained individuals. The need is high, the demand is high financially. So I know a lot of people are gonna make lots of money. There's all the things for it, but we need trained individuals. And so it's still gonna cost a lot for many years for people to get in. But that being said, we're moving towards legalization, decriminalization across the board.
Fantastic. Jahan, thank you so much. And where can we learn more about your work?
Sure. It's www.psychedelicevolution.com. I'll go ahead and put it in the chat.
Okay, wonderful.
.org. I'm so sorry. Psychedelicevolution.org. Yes.
Wonderful. And when is your book coming out? Is it already out or?
Yeah, it's April 5th. You can order it now. Mention it's done. It's a very long process. We're going to lots of teams and distributors and everything to actually get it out, but it's complete. Please pre-order it now. you know, I put 5 solid years of focus into that, and I as a gift, and it's very meaningful. And I hope people really are able to integrate what I put in there.
Absolutely. And does anyone in the chat have any questions that they want to throw at Jahan before we continue? I thought I saw someone raising their hand, but
thank you, Larissa, for your comments. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much. Wonderful. Well, everyone in the chats are saying, awesome talk, my friend. Thank you so much. Pharma doesn't want us to know. Thank you. Stay here and teach us and show us how. Yeah, so homeopathic medicine is a real treatment, not the science of today's technocracy. Yeah, we're moving forward. We're moving forward with that. Amazing. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. It was such an honor to have you here. Thank you for being a part of this. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. I feel very honored also. Thank you, guys. Love you. Thanks.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Amazing. Wow, we're really just going from every part and region of the world here and every topic to kind of take a look and dive deep into all of these topics. Up next, I have the wonderful Roman Light, and let me just pull up what he's going to be sharing with us. He's going to be talking about how learning to die and dying to learn can help you remember how to live. So I'm very excited to introduce you to him. Roman, welcome. How are you? Can't hear you yet. There you are. There you are. I can hear you. Can you speak for me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Maybe is there a way to turn it up just a tiny bit?
I can try to bring it this closer. But,
a little bit. Yeah, that would be so great. That would be so great. I will let you take it away. Thank you so much.
All right, so I hope everyone is having a great time today with this beautiful wisdom conference. So my name is Roman Light. I'm a light worker for many years. Where to start? I guess I felt the call when I was very young. Probably 5 or 6 months old. I knew that something big was coming for humanity, and this is when my journey started. It's weird because when you start to hear voices in your head when you are like something like 6 months old, or way before you're capable of understanding anything about reality, it takes quite a while to be able to understand, realize, and even talk about it. So I was one of those kids who knew since I was very young that I would have a destiny, and my destiny would be to support humanity, to shift into another direction. So like many others, we are many on Earth doing this. But during the last 30, 40 years, it was quite difficult to talk about something without having any evidence of it, because reality looks normal until you start to wake up to the abnormality. And so, yeah, the topic of today is learning to die and dying to learn, because I died many times in my life, and I guess many of you did as well. We live in a society that is very scared of death. We have two taboos. We have death and life. Death is a taboo around the fear of the next step, what's going to happen next, and life is a taboo around the idea of loving and making love. So if we have taboo about sex, making love, and loving others, how can we be ready for leaving? So this idea of being afraid of living and afraid of dying are responsible for the situation we're in at the moment, especially considering the so-called virus pandemic, where people are so scared of death that they completely stop living. And I mean, like, in a way, this happened for many years. A lot of those people who are so controlled by their emotions are suffering inside of their own jail, the jail that they created. But that jail has been created by themselves, by their belief system, by their addiction to understanding and controlling their own reality. And so for me, it has been always different, because since I was very young, I knew that no matter what I would try to do, I would always be different. No matter what I was trying to make to be accepted by others, people used to say, oh, well, you are different. You are different. No matter what I was doing, I was different. And so I had to die at my own identity first, because my identity wasn't fitting the rest of the group. And it took me years to realize that I'm actually very grateful that those people forced me to die at my own identity, because of that, I could recreate myself and rediscover myself in a whole different way. So it has been a painful process of having to forget who you are, but you won't be able to remember who you are unless you are willing to learn to forget about who you are. This is the only way to remember who you are. Otherwise, you are who you are, and then you get influenced by reality, and then you get lost into what is natural and what has been taken from that system. So yes, when I was about 6-8 months, this is my oldest memory, I remember this voice saying, well, there's going to be an event happening in the future, and your job will be to support humanity through that transition. I had no idea what humanity was. I had no idea what transition means. I had no idea of time and space. And that's how I was very confused. And for many years, I kept that secret inside of me. I spoke to that to a few selected people, but like people very quickly become judgmental and start to say, well, who do you think you are to think you have been chosen in a way? And so I stopped saying that until my journey started in my early 30s, 10 years ago. And yeah, I was the CEO of a business, and everything was fine. I was a good soldier for the system. And then I lost my business, and suddenly I questioned everything in my reality. And I was like, well, I had a big background. I had a master in law. I studied political science, international economy, psychology, music, history, geopolitics, computer engineering, engineering in general. And I was like, how the hell did I miss that spot? What did I do wrong? And this is the beginning of the journey, when you start to question what you think you know. Because the whole process of dying is a process at dying at your own ignorance. Dying at your own ignorance is the process that allows you to realize that you think you know, but because you think you know, you actually don't know. Because if you think you know, you don't know. When you know, you know. When you think you know, it's a thought process. You think that you know something, and it's actually unbelievable the amount of things that you think you know, that you're not actually knowing deep inside of you, like many things about your reality, about the structure of reality, the structure of the planet, your relationship with your family, your relationship with your children, your friends. You think you know them, you think you know yourself, until an event happened, like the event that we're going through right now. And through that event, you actually learn that, oh, wow, I thought I knew something. And now suddenly I discover a whole different aspect of who I am. I discover a whole aspect of who my family is, and my friends are, and people who are really close to me are. And this is that process of dying that is coming to you. And this is extremely scary in the first place, because the process is suddenly exploding all your boundaries and all your certitude, everything that ground your identity. And the word identity, ID, entity, is quite powerful. Like, it's not the entity, it's the ID of the entity. And there's many ID of entity, there's many ID of you. There's you, there's the essence of who you are, and there's many expression of who you are. There's many expression of the ID of who you are. But we don't know that, because we operate through those IDs, through those identity, without knowing that. For example, some emotions can take over, some easy emotion like sadness or anger. You think like, and the spelling of the words is quite dangerous, because you think, for example, oh, today I am sad, or today I am angry. And this is the wrong terminology. The right way to speak about the state of sadness or the state of anger is saying, I allow anger or I allow sadness to express itself through me. So instead of blaming yourself for being sad or blaming yourself for being angry, you suddenly take responsibility for allowing something that is outside of you to take over yourself. And this is only happening when yourself is not present, when you're not in that state of full presence. And we can go through that in many ways. The state of presence is that state where you are in charge of your body. You are in charge of your life. And unfortunately, for many, many of us, this state of being here and now is completely unfamiliar. So the idea of learning to die is that idea of accepting change to come into you in order to remember who you are, who you truly are. And this is because this is the only way to live. You can only live if you are alive, if you are awakened, if you are connected to your true inner self. And if you haven't experimented that, people can talk about it for years and years. People can write about it. You have Eckhart Tolle, who did beautiful books. You have many people, Buddha or Jesus, talking about that state of being. But unless you experiment that state of being for a little bit, you won't have any reference in your life to tell you that, oh, okay, I was lost, because right now I found myself back. I came back into my home. And so if you get angry, you actually allow anger, which is a specific energy, to take over your body, to express something. And this is happening for a reason as well. The way anger is expressed, it's because that energy has been trapped into your body most of the time due to an event that happened in your childhood or in your life that you never really dived into and relieved again in order to clear it from inside instead of expressing outside. When an anger is taking over your body, it's because that anger is already there. It doesn't know how to get out of your body. So it's going to come closer and closer to your consciousness, and an event will trigger it. The event was only the trigger. It wasn't the thing itself. It wasn't that the anger itself. It was just what triggers the anger. But if anger has been triggered, it's because anger was already there. So and this is something that is absolutely fundamental to realize, that all your emotions are already present in you. And unless you are capable of taking care of them one by one and expressing them, and there's an emotion that I love to talk about, which is excitement. A lot of people think that excitement is a positive emotion. And of course, it can be in certain measure. However, excitement can also bring you to a certain state of euphoria. And unfortunately, euphoria can make you a little bit delusional. So sadness, the purpose of sadness is to calm you down and make you rationalize things. The purpose of euphoria is to say, well, we don't know what we don't know, things can change, and we'll see. Both of them are important. The whole point of the state of presence and the state of being is to find that balance between things. So if you feel that you're getting too upset or too sad, you can use excitement to balance it, because neither of them is actually good for you. Neither, like spending too long in sadness or spending too long in anger or spending too long being stressed or overstressed cannot be good for you. So it's a whole process that can that we use a simple word to express this concept, which is called balance. But being balanced is very complicated, because we have belief systems, and some of our belief system will create natural imbalance until we are capable of questioning them, at dying at the ignorance of how those belief systems are detrimental for our health. So there's many examples about physical health, about emotional health, about intellectual health, about spiritual health. All of them can be challenged through taking the opposite. Unfortunately, today we've been programmed in our society to be afraid of the unknown. So if we don't know something and something is pointing in our reality, what we're going to do is just to push it away. We're going to deny it. We're going to classify it into a conspiracy theory or something like that. For those who are still in that move, of course. For those who awaken to that reality, we actually understood that the more something will be labeled conspiracy theory, the more we have chances that there's a massive part of truth that an extreme minority of people want to keep hidden from us. So the whole idea of realizing all this is realizing that the more we get access to this wisdom of accepting death as our friend, not as our enemy, the more we unlock the fear of not being good enough, of not being strong enough, of not being capable enough. When we like, there's two ways to look at life, and there's two ways to look at death. Like, life is that which is limited by death. This is one way of looking at it. Or you can look at life as a dying process. Like, the first time you were born, you started that process of dying. This is another way to look at it, and that process is just slowly and slowly and slowly implementing until it's getting to the final point. This is one way of looking at it. And there's another way to look at it, which is that when were you born? When all that started? Were you born when you were born, the day of your birth, when this body was born? Somebody's
Sorry,
talking to
somebody
me.
unmuted themselves. Let me. Oh,
Yep.
Got it. Go ahead. Sorry.
So were you born when your body was born? Were you born when your parents made you? Were you born when your parents were born? Were you born when their parents were born? Or were you always there and you're just living a massive continuum experience with different level of awareness of who you truly are? Because this envelope of flesh is only one envelope. It's not a bad one. It's not a better one. It's just an envelope. It's just an identity. It has a history. It has a beginning, and it will have an end. But is it really who I am? Am I my emotions? Am I my thoughts? Am I my body? Am I my body's history, or my success and failure? Or am I the witness of all that? When you start to meet the true essence of who you are, all those questions become irrelevant, because the pleasure of being present is so great. Then anything that you would want to bring on the top would be useless in a certain way. So I was 30 years old. I had a business, and I thought I understood something about reality, and I wasn't. And so I had to unlearn everything that I knew and starting to look at it through my own eyes. And the best way to do that is to explore reality with it. So I was starting to do research in physics and done some experience that was labeled lethal, like playing with high voltage, high frequency electricity, for example. So I worked with that and starting to feel energized by this. So I worked with toroidal field, starting to increase that understanding of the principle of existence. And then I played with water and starting to discover core fusion and cavitation, and starting to work with how to tap into the infinite amount of energy that is inside everything that is, as a way to recognize the essence of who I am in reality. Because if I am an infinite being, then therefore infinity has to be in the form. And so I looked for it. And I found that we are not producing energy, we are not building energy, we are manifesting energy, we are harvesting energy, because we are energy, because everything that is energy. And there's nothing outside of that, that we're just here to bring that energy into our bodies. And when our bodies are playing their role of being the connectors between the earth and the sun, or the earth and the universe, we are fully in line with our missions of who we are. So it all started with numbers and mathematics, as you can see behind me. It all started with this incredible symbol that I downloaded a few years ago, which is embedding a lot of this knowledge that I tried to share for many years about the language of numbers, because there's another big misunderstanding about the way this reality is operating is about that notion of harmonics. When we were born, we were taught that we had 10 fingers. Unfortunately, those 10 fingers are just an illusion, because we actually have 5 and 5. And 5 and 5 do not equal to 10. 5 and 5 equal to 1 and 0, because that's the real identity of 10. And that 1 and 0 is actually like we find in music. When we increase the frequency of a note, if we do a do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, and do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do, the second do is a harmonic of the first do. So that 10 is actually a harmonic of 1. But if we have been programmed to believe that that 10 has an identity or is real for itself, we actually deny the connection that 10 has with 1. The same way 11 is 1 and 1, and 1 and 1 is 2. 1 plus 1 is 2. So 11 is actually more connected to 2 than it is connected to 10 or to 1. But it is connected to 2. It is not entirely independent. And if you haven't been exposed to those concepts, you will spend your entire life believing that the decimal system is the only way to look at reality. This is bringing me to the concept of the way our education has been organized around structuring things around the concept of what separates more than what reunify. So for example, if we look at the attributes of a human, we have been programmed through our education to pay attention to the details. And so that's why when we're growing up, we find out that, oh, if I have a penis and you have a vagina, then we are different, without paying attention to the fact that we have hairs, that we have eyes, that we have nose, that we have a body, that we have organs, that we have blood, that we have structure that are absolutely similar. So we are actually 99.9% similar. But we are only going to focus on what distinguishes us. And this has been totally exacerbated with our society. And we do that with everything. So we create an identity around what discern ourselves from others, instead of seeing how much we are similar. The skin color, the sex, the religion, the culture. But if we start to actually study every aspect of our life, no matter if it's the food aspect, the health, the educational, the religious aspect, and if we start to study what connects everything more than what separates everything, if we could start to have like a grounding base about what are the fundamental needs of every human beings on this planet, and starting to say, well, from that ground base, we can start now to see nuances. Which nuances are interesting for this and this culture, for example, or this and this principle. Then we will starting to go into a much more peaceful civilization, because the civilization that we're based on is based on exacerbating what separates us. Are you a liberal, or are you a Democrat? Are you a pro this or against that? What about like pro happiness? What about pro balance? What about pro enough instead of more and more and more? We live in a society that needs more, that is in that constant thrive for more and more and more, and where the state of balance is to have enough, is to have enough of one side and enough of the other side, because everything is polarized. Enough of that which goes out and enough of that which comes in. So if you, for example, spend too much time helping others and not enough time spending time to help yourself, you are in imbalance, but you don't know that, because you think that this is okay, probably because your parents were having similar patterns or opposite patterns, and you build yourself in opposition to those patterns, or because you live in a culture that think that this is the norm. But unless you're going to try the opposite, you will never know what it is. And this is how fascinating it is to travel around the world, and how difficult it is today to stay where we are. But in the meantime, We have spent so much time looking outside for the world, for excitement, for everything. Those lockdowns that are imposed on us are giving us an opportunity to explore our inside world and starting to see, okay, what I was afraid to look at. And it's incredible the amount of damage that we're starting to see happening all over the world, which are just the expression of this pain that was buried inside of us behind works, binging and alcohol and porn and bad relationships and self-sabotage. All of those principles was already there, but we had to die at those ignorance in order to be alive. So the process that we're going through at the moment, which is a critical process because for the first time the whole world is connected, and we have a possibility to connect with every people on earth, to bring that consciousness, to raise that consciousness of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, is fundamentally important for the future of who we are. And the future is bright, by the way. The future is amazingly bright. No matter how difficult things can happen today, you always have two options. You can go towards one side, which is annihilation, total annihilation, nothingness, going back into nothingness, or you can go towards infinity and expand and just go towards the universe. And you always have those options. So if something bad is happening to you, you always have two options. You can just blame the universe and start to look at yourself as a victim and say, poor me, poor me, poor me. Or, and this one will give you, will bring you towards nothingness. Or you can decide to be grateful to the universe for the difficulty that the universe has brought in your reality, and start to get excited about all the amazing things that are going to be triggered based on the problems that what you see as problems that you're starting to face in your reality. And those two options are always in your choice. You can always choose between both of them. You can make the choice of maintaining the status quo of who you know and think that this is good enough. Or you can start to question what you know and starting to believe that there's something much bigger. You can decide to embrace that change, or you can start to, or you can decide to be afraid of that change. And both of them will bring certain aspects and allow you to transcend them, an opportunity to transcend them. So the universe is perfect. That's what I learned from my understanding of numbers and mathematics, and will always bring what you are capable of achieving. Johan just spoke about the beauty of psychedelics and natural medicine. If you have never smoked a joint, if you have never taken cannabis oil, if you have never used magic mushrooms, how do you know the benefits it will bring in your life? What blocks you from trying right now? Go online and purchase some and just organize an event with friends who are already versatile in that realm, who already had experience in that space, and just try it. What blocks you from doing it? Your belief system. Your belief system that you're too old, or this is not good for you, or that your religion told you not, or that demons are going to take over your body and everything. Well, if it has to happen, so be it. You won't be able to live unless you are willing to die. When I was very young, because I couldn't bear the burden of the mission that has been given to me, I attempted many times suicide. I wanted to die very young. I was one of those kids who didn't feel suited in that reality and wanted to explore the other realm, because that reality was dangerous, it was scary, it was irrational, it was full of pain. The more you're sensitive, the more you're capable of feeling the pain of the world, and it's unimaginable. You're a child, or early child or later child, and you feel things that no one can explain, no one can understand, and even adults deny, especially in the 80s and 90s. Like, there was a profound denial of those realities that we start to embrace much more. That there are subtle aspects of reality, not just the physical, pure, tangible aspects. That there's nuances that cannot be measured physically but are still existing. And when you are in that level of pain and you can't really escape it, there's a moment when you have to surrender to that pain. And this is that state of death. And don't get me wrong, none of us wants to go there. Like this is or very unstable one of us will want to go there. It's a very dangerous space to be, where you have to question what you believe or what you think is right for you or good for you. But this is the salute of our species, to be able to explore those realms, because the more we live in a comfort reality, and this is the case of a lot of us in this Western world, where we build our own jail that we call a house, and we buried ourselves into those houses. First of all, those houses are very detrimental to our health. They are filled with electric field that are disturbing our auric field and our energy field. They are polluting ourselves with toxic electricity, low frequency electricity. Every electricity on the planet that we use in the system is between 50 and 60 hertz, very, very low frequency. And I discovered that the day when I started to electrocute myself with 17,000 hertz. When I started to put 17,000 hertz in my body, and I started to feel the spin in my cells and the energy going through and the vitality it was bringing to me, I realized the effect of exposing yourself to low frequency magnetic field was doing to your psyche and to your body. So this was an aspect again of how you have to die to what you believe, because you may also believe that your state of being is the best or the only one that you know. Why? Because you always lived in the same place. How can you know that this is who you are, this is the best expression of who you are, until you move into another space? So I spent literally a whole year outside of big cities, and as soon as I came back, I had that impression of having a helmet around my head. And now I had to find solutions to be able to live with it, because I don't want to go back into this blurry, glary reality in which I am not fully connected to myself and to the universe. In the meantime, I also don't want to be disconnected totally from this society, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done to support people going through the changes that are going through at the moment. So again, finding solutions, and the best that I found currently is creating a Faraday cage around my bed. Has brought a lot of peace in myself, and I actually strongly recommend everyone to do the same. All the people who are watching this video, get some information about that. You can contact me on Telegram, by the way. You have the symbol here. Here we go. This is the best way to contact me, t.me/RomanLight. If you need some support to learn how to ground yourself, how to clean your home, how to clean your space, how to bring back life in your life with good food, good minerals. I worked with many people supporting, like the last person that I'm working with currently has a stage 4 kidney cancer that he has survived no matter what for the last 3 years, but was starting to take over him. And in just 3 weeks of working with me, he has now made his first full night 2 days ago, 7 hours of sleep, while he was just able to sleep about 2 to 3 hours per night since 3 years. So just by changing a few things here and there, just by modifying a few belief system, just by getting that support of going outside of your comfortable zone, you won't believe the transformation that you can achieve in just so little time. And it doesn't require a huge amount of money. That guy spent tens of thousands of dollars going all over the world, seeing all the specialists who just give him death sentence. And then one day, 50 meters away from his home, his mom just out of the blue spoke to me because she was terrorized. Her eyes was just filled with terror, and she saw peace in my eyes. And she just starting to engage the conversation. That's the beauty also of the lockdown, is that some people get locked in themselves, and some people find that opportunity to do something that they were not capable of doing before, starting to talk to strangers in the street or in the park, or starting to engage, because we're suffering so much from that lack of connection. And so she's starting to talk to me, and I mentioned that I was working in alternative medicine and being very successful in many fields. And she was like, well, can you just speak to my son? And I didn't know why. And his son came, and he was in like literally a skeleton living body. And just by having a conversation with him, changing a few things, giving him direction, he just surrendered. He just shut down his mind, saying, well, I'm an engineer. I need to control and understand everything. He's just 28 years old. And he's like, well, no, I'm not going to. I failed. I tried for 3 years using my mind to fix myself. And it's only by talking to his neighbor that he realized that the best way to actually get back to balance was actually stop doing anything. So I asked him to stop doing anything he was doing, stop taking pills, stop doing some walks every day because it was exhausting his body, stop eating, start juicing. So he's starting to take some juice and starting to take some minerals. He was having like blood in his digestive system, so he couldn't really eat anything. So we just reintegrate probiotic in his life, lacto-fermentation food. We're starting to just simple things, protect his bed so he can sleep properly, listen to music that will rebalance his body, shut down the electric field of his house, all the tiny little things that he had no idea as an electrical engineer, and that's the insanity. He is an electrical engineer and didn't know anything about the damage that the life that he has was doing to himself. And so just by changing a little bit of that, in 3 weeks' time, he was capable of sleeping nearly without any pain for the first time in 3 years. And that's how simple it is. That's how amazing it is, with nearly no investment. I think he spent something like $300 in total with all the pills and the good one, and all the vegetables he had to buy, and the juicer and everything, just to bring this life back into his body. And he was, and the whole of his family was just crying last time, saying, wow, we spent tens of thousands of dollars going all over the world to find specialists who just gave him more death sentence. And now we just found someone next to our home, literally 50 meters from our home, that just asked us to spend $300 to fix our son who was dying. And it was very emotional. It was a very emotional moment. So dying at your own ignorance, questioning your belief system about the nature of the earth. Is the earth is really round? Can I really believe the vision and the pictures that I see on TV? Can I really believe the government? Can I really believe the doctors? Can I really believe the politician? Can I really believe the scientists? We see today that everything is corruptible, that everyone can get corrupted. So up to where did you receive a knowledge that put you out of yourself? So that's what I did for the last 10 years, trying to find truth inside myself, finding that sense of truth, not that understanding of truth, not that overstanding of truth, that sense of being true to myself and remembering truth. And when you find that remembrance, when you reconnect to yourself and starting to see that truth, it's all over the place. It's in numbers, it's in philosophy, it's in numerology, it's in alchemy, it's in magic, it's in history, it's in physics, economy, politics. That truth is everywhere. We just have been blind to it. It is time. It is time for people to remember that truth. When I do the courses, I do many courses. Some of the courses is based on the sacred arithmetic. I'm not teaching anything. I'm just supporting, guiding people to remember what they already know. And I'm showing a physical phenomenon and put words in certain events that can help them to see and connect the bridges between what they seems to be separated from them and who they truly are. Because there's a lot of misconception about the true essence of who we are. And when we start to realize the true essence of who we are, and we're starting to see the blueprint of who we are through numbers, mathematics, physics, history, economy, everything, suddenly there's a sense of peace. Because you realize that you cannot be in war with yourself. You cannot hurt yourself. If reality is you and you are reality, then everything is okay. It's just the ignorance of it, or it's the expectation of being more than that, or less than that, or something different than that, that create the pain. When you only accept that reality is you and you are reality and you see yourself through reality, you start to see reality in a way that is guiding you to rectify your wrong belief system about who you are right now, instead of judging reality or blaming others, because you start to getting empowered with the knowledge of discerning between what connects you and what is identical between you and reality, and the tiny unique difference that discern you from reality. So in a way, I am unique in myself as Roman light, but I am everything that is at the meantime. The same way the sun is one in source and infinite in expression. The sun is one in the sky, there's only one sun. There's many stars, but there's only one sun. But there's infinite amount of expression of the sun through lights. When we look at stars, when we look at the sky, when we look at trees, when we look at houses, when we look at humans, we see the reflection of the sun. So we see an expression of the sun through reality. And this is actually who you are. The true essence of who you are is not the expression that is right now in your body. It is me in source. It is this reality in source. It is that tree. It is that neighbor that you haven't talked to. It is that government that you hate. It is those crazy people which are doing so much damage to this planet and to those people. It is you. And it's only the ignorance of that aspect of who you are connected to others that create the pain, because you fear that there may be an injustice without seeing the big picture, without seeing that all the pain that has been brought to humanity, to the world, to your world, was there to getting you ready for the next step, to getting you ready for the next amazement that is coming. But because we are impatient by nature, we want everything to happen right now, not knowing that there's a wisdom in being patient. There's a wisdom in accepting that not everything has to come straight away when you want, because you know what you want, you don't know what you need. We're all ignorant about what we need. And this is the mistakes of listening to the mind and believing that the mind knows the best way to have or to access what you want. I would like to finish on that point, and it's a little bit brutal, but I feel that I would like to engage, and if anyone has questions and more directive to something that I mentioned, yeah, please tell me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and open up the floor for any of our viewers that would like to engage and connect. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Anjali, go ahead.
Hi, Roman. So you talked about shutting down the electric field. Can you give us and around? So for the bed, I use that grounded mat. Is that enough? Like that?
Well, I won't be able to answer that simply. I may be able to show you a simple method. So it's using a voltmeter.
Okay, yeah.
So using that voltmeter, you can just so this can be bought online very simply, and you can plug one on your hair and the other branches somewhere in your body, so on your chest, on your belly. And then you have to turn the voltmeter to voltage and read the measurement. If the measurement, and then you can travel around all your house and check what is the level of voltage your body is currently absorbing from your space. And it's a very simple method. Those voltmeter cost about $20 or $30. So it's very inexpensive. You can find them in every hardware store or electric store or online voltmeter. And you can plug them on your body and use your body as a way to determine how much electricity your body is currently sucking from your environment. And then you can compare it by putting yourself on the mat and see if that's enough. Personally, I tried and it didn't work for me. Probably my earth wasn't strong enough, and probably my environment is a little bit too exposed to electric field, 4G, 5G, Wi-Fi. So I opted for the Faraday cage. So I built a Faraday cage around my bed. And now when I use that device, and I'll go around my house, the minimum will be 15 millivolts in my house. And I can go up to 600 millivolts in my house if I go close to electric cooktop or electric ovens. When I go into my Faraday cage, it dropped down to 0 to 1.
Wow.
And that tells everything. Like if I can sleep in an environment when my body is not exposed to any field, then I know that I'm safe. I know that and I did many tests with the phone and the computers. My computer was capable of getting between 15 to 20 Wi-Fi signal. And when I'm in my Faraday cage, it dropped down to 4. So it sees a significant reduction to all that. And since I slept there, my dreams are 10 times better. My health is better. My energy level is better. Same with my partner. We can see a massive improvement. So this, especially today, because a lot of people are in extreme distress with finance, with loss of job, with people dying all around us or getting sick. Having a space where for 6, 7, 8, 10 hours you can sleep, so rejuvenate yourself in a way that is not disturbed by electric field is absolutely necessary. I cannot stress it enough.
How do you spell the Faraday cage, and where do you get it?
Well, get in touch with me on Telegram, and I can show you how to do that. There's different ways. There's expensive version, but I found a very cheap version. So normally to get a Faraday cage, it's about $1,200. I found a way to do it for about $200. For less than $200, you can build a beautiful Faraday cage around your bed, and and it works perfectly. So get in touch with me on Telegram, and anyone who would like to get information, I'm happy to set up meetings where we can talk about many other things. But yeah, this is an absolutely necessary one. Thank you for your question.
Great. Anybody else have a question? You go ahead and raise your hand and unmute yourself. Go ahead. Sharon? Oh, okay. I thought you were raising your hand. Okay. How do we bring numbers into everyday life? How do we connect with them? How can we use them?
So this is a whole aspect of a course that I have given for years on the wisdom of numbers. I wasn't particularly good mathematician when I was young. I wasn't really skilled in mathematics, but today, for whatever reason, I'm someone that is quite coherent and logical, and that's all you need. But the way we've been taught numbers has created a lot of stress and blockages, because we only see numbers through the decimal system. Me, I'm a musician, I've always been dawned by this question about why my ear can hear do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, and then do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si again, and why my fingers are showing 10, 20, 30, 50, but the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9 never come back. And it took me years to actually realize that what I said earlier, 10, the real name of 10 is first octave of 1, or first nonav of 1, to be more accurate, because after 9, we go back to 1, and then 11 is 2, and 12 is 2 plus 1, 3. But until you see that paradigm and starting to see the beauty of it through table of multiplication, table of division, simple basics, arithmetic and geometry, you won't be able to see the beauty. Even the geometry of the numbers, the fact that the number 1 is 1 straight line, the fact that the number 7 is 2 straight line pointing down, the fact that the number 4 is 3 straight line pointing up, all this wisdom has been always in our face since we're young. Like number 8 is double ellipse. Number 2 is 1 straight line and a curve. Number 5 is 1 straight line and 2 straight line and a curve. All of that is a language. All of those forms are language that is here to support consciousness, remembering the true essence of who it is. So how to live with numbers? I mean, like, I'm not a big fan of those people trying to control their reality with a tool. I'm much more willing to empower people with the wisdom of the understanding of the structure of reality more than the expression of it. Because when you understand the structure of reality and you understand the way energy flow, and you start to see its resonance at every aspect of reality, then you won't need an identity. Because in a certain way, mathematics is an identity. It's a set of rules that give you the illusion to control reality. And all that are very dangerous identity concepts. And as I said before, I much prefer people being the entity than the idea of the entity. So we have emotional program, we have intellectual program, and this mathematics, numerology, astrology concepts are not really supporting people. I much prefer the syncretic aspect. And for those who are not familiar with that, I forgot to say that I'm going to be very soon a teacher in the Syncretic Academy. For those who are not familiar with that, it's syncretism is a knowledge that encompasses polymath and basically relating everything that is into one concept. We don't see things separately. We just connect everything. So there's no separation with life, with numbers, with everything is one. And we just remind people how to shift their perspective to suddenly start to see, oh, wow, it was there and I couldn't see it. Like, for example, this 10 system. Are you sure that you have 10 fingers or you actually have 5 and 5? Because 5 and 5 doesn't mean 10. I can say that I have 1 thumb and 1 thumb. I can say that I have 1 index and 1 index. But saying that I have 10 fingers would actually mean that I have 10 identical fingers, but they're not identical. I can say that I have 5 feminine fingers and 5 masculine fingers. I can say that I am the harmonics of that separation reunified into my symmetry, into myself. But saying that I have 10 fingers is provoking dangerous ideas about the separation. So again, if you're interested to dive into all this knowledge, like, I mean, I only shared a tiny little bit because I work in spaces that require presentations and everything. I just wanted to give an introduction today. Yeah, please join me on Telegram or on my website, sacredarithmetic.com, so I can dive deeper and more clearer about all those concepts, about numbers, geometry, physics. It's all related. It's all related. It's all in front of our face. And it's actually so beautiful, so simple, so easy that when you discover that, an immense sensation of peace invade you, because there's like you can spend your entire existence looking for the expression of simplicity, or you can just look at simplicity. You can spend your entire life looking at the expression of the sun all over the world, or you can just raise your head above and look at the sun. And that's what I love to do. I love showing to people how to look at the sun, because there's a specific way to look at the sun. If you look at the sun during the day, you're going to burn your eyes. So there's a specific way to look at the sun. There's a specific way to look at simplicity and nature in a certain way, in order then to be able to explore all the infinite amount of expression of it without trying to find more truth in complexity than there is truth in simplicity. And that's what has brought me so much peace for so many years through the discovery of this knowledge. Any other question, maybe?
Yes, we have a question. We're asking, how do we understand geometry in the physical body? How is geometry presented? How does it present itself in the physical body? And how can we use that to heal ourselves or to create balance?
Well, this is a big aspect of the syncretic knowledge. When you start to realize that the 12 constellations of the zodiac are embedded into the positioning of your organs into your body, like it's a mind-boggling experience. When you start to realize that the geometry and the positioning of the stars in the sky coincide in a certain way with the meridians of your chakras and your energetic point in your body, then suddenly you're like, wow, okay, so I looked for the connection between me and the universe while it was always there. It's just that I wasn't, I was ignorant of that truth. I was just unaware. So yeah, in the body, like just a very simple experience. Each of our extremity finish with a vortex. Fingerprints are vortex. Ears are vortex. Faces are vortices. If you put your hands like this, you will also see a vortex. Everything is a spiral. Why? Because the geometry of time is a spiral. The word spirituality, spiral, is spiral and ritual. So the spiral is the constant movement of time, and the ritual is the sequence of the rhythm of space. So we live in a reality that is sequential in rhythm and spiral in motion. And unless you face that and realize that and recognize that, you can spend your entire life not knowing it. You can spend your entire life recognizing that all over the place, saying, well, when I look at this, I can see the end of a tree. I can see the top of a tree. Is it a coincidence? Of course not. No coincidence exists in this reality. Chances has been developed by those who want to make you believe that you are worthless or that you have no value, or you are the product of coincidence, like the way we've been programmed to believe that the Big Bang happened out of the blue and that we are all coming out of a big coincidence. Life is a coincidence. Universe is a coincidence. All those programs have been implanted into our culture, into ourselves, to make us feel weak and vulnerable and powerless and insignificant. And when you realize and you see, because we have evidence of that science is just denying because of their programmation and their belief system, the same way religion is also denying because of their programmation and their belief system. Both are right and wrong at the same time, and that's the beauty of it. Like reconciling yourself with the paradox. Paradox are not paradoxal, they're just a part of reality. We've been programmed to believe that logic and coherence are the only way to observe reality, but so many paradoxes are happening in our lives, so many paradoxes are happening in yourself and your behaviors on a regular basis that you're absolutely not aware. And that's why families and friends and having people around you are so important, because they will be there to point at you, your paradox, and help you to realize, oh, wow, I thought I was logical and coherent, but I wasn't. Like there's a massive difference between being aware of the continuity of your existence and thinking that all the choices that you made in your existence are coherent, because they're not. There's 50% of your choices who are coherent and another 50% which are not. This is how things are balanced. And most of the time, those who are incoherent will bring you all great joy, all great trouble, all great joy that will bring you great trouble, all great trouble that will bring you great joy. And this is how that balance, that rituality of the spiral is constantly moving towards infinity from nothingness and vice versa. Again, I don't want to go too deep into this thing because I don't want to lose the audience.
No, I think we're very engaged. Very good. We have one more question in regards to, where was this question that I just had? A question about the Faraday cage. What do we need to use to create that? Is that something that we can build on our own? Can we buy it in our local hardware store?
Yeah. As I said before, you can purchase the expensive version for about $1,500, $12 to $1,500, or the cheap version would be less than $150. And I can just point that at you, but I have to show you a few things. So yeah, just contact me and I can explain all that. Otherwise, you can just go on eBay and look for Faraday cage. There's a little bit of knowledge about how to ground the Faraday cage, how to test the Faraday cage. So, but this is absolutely essential. Again, there's two things that I absolutely recommend. One is Faraday cage, and the second one is lactofermentation. So if you're not familiar with lactofermentation, again, contact me. Essential oil as well, bringing back essential oil. If you're not familiar, again, contact me. This can literally change your life entirely, just by spraying a little bit of essential oil over your body, changing the resonance of your energetic field with just spraying a little bit of that, putting a Faraday cage around the bed, properly rest, integrating proper living food in your body through lactofermentation. I mean, how can you expect being alive if you don't bring life into your body? This is the insanity of the world we live in. If something doesn't rot, it's dead. Look at all the things in your fridge that do not rot, and you will know the level of death that you have in your body. So if people need some a space, a guide, coaching, life coach, call it whatever you want, someone to support you, hold your hand, please contact me on Telegram. I will be more than happy to help.
Thank you. And a final question in regards to what the image behind you is, if you can kindly explain what that is so we can understand and show it if possible. Many are asking about that.
It's, I don't know if it's going to be easy to explain it in 2 minutes because yes, it is simple, but in that symbol you have the whole structure of reality. But I cannot explain that in 2 minutes. It would be a minimum of half an hour to an hour. But basically, each number is responding to itself. So I'm going to move myself away. The number 1 and the number 8 are responding to each other. The number 2 and the number 7 are responding to each other, and 5 and 4 are responding. So 1 plus 8 equals 9, 2 plus 7 equals 9, 5 plus 4 equals 9. And then 3 equals 9, 3 plus 3 plus 3 equals 9, 6 plus 6 plus 6 equals 18. And this is 9 again. And so this is showing how the sun is one in source and infinite in expression through the duality and the trinity. It's actually showing duality and trinity in one sacred symbol that also explain how life works. Because if you follow the number 1 and then number 2 and then number 4, like 1 plus 1 equals 2, 2 plus 2 equals 4, 4 plus 4 equals 8. 8 plus 8 equals 16, but 16 is 1 plus 6, 7. 16 and 16, 32, 3 plus 2, 5, and 32 and 32, 64, which is 6 plus 4, 10, which is 1. So it's actually show the way cells are dividing themselves to create life and why at the 6th iteration, there's a differentiation happening because a new harmonic has been reached. So this is true in music, this is true in physics, this is true in biology. And there's so much more. There's the one of the biggest modern secrets of modern mathematics, which is prime numbers, is encoded into this symbol. The path of the prime numbers is encoded into this symbol. The geometry of the division and the multiplication, the expansion and the contraction is encoded into this symbol. And this is also the mathematics of the vacuum, because Nassim Haramein is working with the vector equilibrium, which is based on these 3, 3, 3, 6, 6, 6, and the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 in the center. I used to work with Nassim a few years ago and Robert Grant, and but he didn't really get it. So this is my job now to bring this knowledge to the world. So if you want to know more about it, yeah, please contact me through my website or through Telegram.
Amazing. And can you please say your Telegram again for the audience that's not in the chat? It's just right at the top. There you go. They're saying they're having a hard time finding you, but I'm sure they will find you with that.
HTTP //t.me/Roman Light, or just look for Roman Light at Roman Light, and you will find my group. I have many groups online where I share a lot of information about what's happening in Australia and in the world. And just drop a message there and I can contact you privately.
Mm-hmm. And Rachel is asking, what kind of essential oils? What kind of oils should we be using?
Oh, it depends. It depends on everything. But this is, again, a big... I much prefer empowering you on the way to look for yourself and teach you how to learn, where to learn how to use essential oil, better than telling you right now. Same thing with the Faraday cage. It depends on so many factors. Lavender can support your mental health, peppermint, fennel can help your digestive system, citrus or lemon can support your heart. I mean, there's so much knowledge. There's so much knowledge there. Like, again, I can't summarize that. It would be another hour talk. But the Syncretism Academy would be a great place if you guys would like to get in touch with more teachers in many fields. So just get in touch with me and we can talk about all that.
Excellent. Roman, thank you so much. It was such an honor to have you here. Amazing, beautiful wisdom as always. And we'll definitely have to connect more and talk some more about your work. Thank you. And hopefully you'll join us in the panel, which is in about an hour. So, yeah.
I'll be there.
Nice. Okay, great. Very good. So up next is actually me. So let me actually continue. Let me post this. And just a really quick shout out to everybody that is in the chat and that logged in. And let me go ahead and just bring up my PowerPoint presentation. I will just jump right into it. All right. So I'm going to change my background just so we have a little bit of a neutral space here. And going into a little bit of a neutral space. There we go. All right. Great. Let me actually ask if, let's see, who's here really quickly. Oh, here we go. I am going to make, Jill, I see you in the chat room. Are you here, Jill?
Yep, I'm here, my
The
dear.
first person I see. Okay, thank you so much.
Here. I'm going to raise my hand so you can see me.
Thank you so much. I'm going to make you co-host. If you would please allow all the people that are coming in to come in if they're in the waiting room. Thank you so much.
And I'll watch for questions for you too, sweetie.
Oh, great, great. That's wonderful. Okay, great. So let's get started. Wow, it's been a powerful weekend. Let's see, where do I want to begin? There's so many things that I want to jump into. But I'll begin kind of how I began this journey into what I do today. And my journey began really early in 2008, 2009, in which I began to dive deep into meditation. And shortly after I started to research all of that, my partner passed away. And when he passed away, I began to question all kinds of things, asking, why do all of these traumatic things keep occurring in life? And it was a time when I was transitioning from my career, going into opening my business, and just diving deep into asking all of these existential questions about ourselves, about suffering, and the emotions, really more than anything, and why things occur in certain patterns. That was my question. And so as I got more into meditation, I began to discover that it was in meditation that I began to really activate things about myself. Things started to change. Things started to fall more into place. I began to become more successful in my career. I began to fix relationships, and all of these things kind of started to shift in my life until it came to a point where I really, I met a shaman that kind of began to talk to me a little bit more about meditation, more advanced techniques in meditation. And as I dove deeper into those practices, I became completely involved and in love with the feeling of being completely in a state of observation of myself. And as I dove into that sensation more and more, throughout my practice, it became deeper and deeper. And sometimes I would meditate, 2-3 hours a day. And the things that I would begin to discover in that stillness, in that silence, really allowed me to have a completely different perspective about myself and everything that I was doing in life. And what occurred is that I decided to ask even more questions about this experience. I wanted to know emotions. Why do we have the emotions we have? Why is our families the way that they are? Why do we have conflict the way that we have in our families? And the questions, it's just this incredible thirst for knowledge, for understanding the things that were occurring, not just to myself, but I started to kind of look up from my own personal problems into the, community, into our society, into friends and families. And I began to notice certain patterns within the behaviors and the experiences that we were having, blockages, problems in our families, problems with careers, and certain little patterns and emotions started to begin to show up. So as I dove deeper into that, I decided to go further into that meditation. And my question was trying to understand, first of all, I realized that I didn't understand what love was. I had no idea what love was. The illusions and ideas and programming of our systems really were just blinding the idea of what love was as something as a creative life force, but more as a romantic relationship or a union that had to occur, or something that we get from the external, from outside of us. And so after many years of working on that, in discovery of what love actually was, I deepened my practice and I started to experience some profound changes in my work. And in 2013, I had been really going into questioning beyond myself, beyond these programs, as I started to deprogram belief systems from childhood, belief systems from religion, belief systems from society. I realized that what I actually was absolutely nothing that I had always strived to be in my life up until that point. And all of these parts of reality started to fall apart, of the reality that I thought was a reality, right? And to the point where I realized that I was completely something different. And the interesting thing about that point was that I came into kind of a clear slate as I began to look at my family. I began to look at the issues that were in the family. I began to recognize patterns and how the trauma from parents, ancestors were coming down the lineages. And it got so deep in the meditation that I was able to go back into the roots, into the origin of my ancestors, going back to the countries of my parents, in which I began to understand that there were connections, that there were ancestral memory, that we are literally, it's suppressed until we become aware of it. And so as I started to dive deeper into that, I began to go even into a state of complete deprogramming, in which I began to really, let me just open my PowerPoint presentation, begin to understand a little bit more about the mechanics of our creation. And let me just go over to the beginning here. So today, I want to go really deep into this because as a result of a powerful contact experience that I had literally a night in October, after working and doing all this powerful work on myself of going and reaching into those root cores, I had a contact with interdimensionals. And so what I started to notice in my meditation was that I was feeling a rotation energy around my body because I had been meditating so much time deprogramming, clearing, coming into this state of neutrality and reaching points of neutrality that created literally a vortex of energy in the body. And the modality that I teach in meditation is specifically to assist our bodies in moving energy in that form. And when I came back from this powerful contact experience where I was met with these interdimensional beings that showed me all kinds of information about the universe, the structure of reality. They showed me information about, what the matrix is made up of, our system, our holographic system of creation. And they showed me information about hybrid children. And in other words, that I had hybrid children. And the connection and the memories started to come back. The memories of all of these experiences that I had throughout my life with these interdimensional beings that had activated. And as a result of that contact experience, the very next day, I find myself literally coming back into this complete activation of my psychic abilities to the point where I was so incredibly sensitive. I could feel everything around me. I couldn't leave my house for months. And that kind of sensitivity was feeling and knowing people's emotions, feeling and seeing what they're thinking. And it made me really want to kind of pull away because it was so intense. And I had become such a blank neutral state that when I started to tune into other people's emotions, at the beginning, it was confusing. It was like, is that my emotion? That's funny. I'm not feeling that way, but I can very much feel this other person's overwhelm or anger or frustration. And so I kind of just hid away. I kind of wanted to not connect with anyone. And for many years, I was in a partnership. I was engaged to someone, and I put all of those experiences away because, there was no way to merge that and put that out into the public, because I was very public with my company, and, it would be funny. At least I didn't actually think that, but my family and my partners did think that if I spoke about the ET contact, it would make me look like I was insane and I would lose credibility. So of course we didn't talk about that. But I began to kind of go deeper again into my meditation after I started to realize that the answers to my deeper questions about reality, about consciousness, about existence, and the purpose of life are not outside. I was not finding it. It didn't matter if I was looking in spirituality. It didn't matter if I was looking in the science, in history. I was not finding those answers there. So there was something more that had to happen. And so that's when I dove back into my meditation practice again, in great depth. Because up until that point, the plan was to get married, have children, settle down, and, keep that storyline going. And honestly, I didn't believe in that storyline for 1 minute. And so finally, in 2016, I changed my entire life, and I sold the business literally overnight. It was just a decision to end it completely and completely immerse myself in this understanding, research, and further questioning. And I had this insatiable thirst for truth. What was truth, if there was such a thing, and how can one find it? So you look at what human is, right, in our society and in our current state and what we identify as a reality. But we see the human as this physical mass, as this being, and we want to define it. We want to put all kinds of definitions to what it is. And what we begin to recognize is that when we begin to identify the human, we often get very stuck in what we can create, in what we can do in the world. And we enter into cycles of counter-creation, literally. The human body, that kind of vortex energy that I was able to create in my body through meditation, I wanted to understand what that was, because now I could see the energy moving through the body. It was more than just, very soft visions of what I was experiencing in my prior meditations, but I could literally see how it was moving. I could see how stagnant energy was stuck in the body, didn't want to move through the body. And I could see how the vortex, when I started to pull away from my spiritual work, would begin to grow less. It would begin to slow down. It would begin to get very heavy, and it wouldn't spin as fast. And anytime there would be heavy emotions, heavy traumas, it would not move. It would be stuck. So we begin to understand now that we have this vision, this psychic vision at that point, that the way that we actually function is literally, we are these toroidal fields. We are these torsional energies of energy. And our bodies are meant to be constantly moving at a certain speed because, in fact, everything is designed in that way. From the origin of consciousness, from the very center of the universe, we are literally pulling down that life force that runs in through the body. And when we begin to unlock the systems that are stagnating and blocking life force through the body, we cannot move the energy through the body in an organic and expansive manner. And this is where the body begins to get sick. This is where we begin to completely disconnect. And of course, it's interesting because in our society, we have something that responds to that, and that's the compartmentalized reality that we have around us, our societies, sex, culture, religion, all of these things that we were talking about this entire weekend that are meant to compartmentalize the way that we see things. And we are just completely blindsided at the understanding that we are completely complex, that we are this unit with everything around us rather than separate in any way. In fact, we are literally pure life force. We don't have any lack of life force in any sense. This is a picture of what a cooked tomato is and a raw tomato looks like. I mean, you can literally see the life force beaming from a vegetable, right, that is alive. And this is very powerful to understand because when we think about what brings health, well-being, life, vitality into this body, what makes that torsional field moving in the body, it is all of these things combined because we are systems of interconnection. This is a photograph of what the energetic body looks, how it diminishes its light through the day. It's a Kirlian photography, and the first picture is taken earlier in the day, around 12:30 p.m. And as you see, as the day goes on, it gets lesser and lesser, lighter and lighter and lighter. Now, when I first came across this, I was very shocked because, what the problem is that we are completely lacking the awareness of where our life force is directed. In fact, we spend our entire day depleting the life force in emotions, in observations, in applying meaning to things, in compartmentalized things, just completely spending so much time in trying to apply meaning to things, even so. All of these things are energy exchanges. And this is a very, very well-known study that was made in regards to how energy moves through the body and accumulates to the body based on energy and emotions. How do we look? Where does the energy concentrate in the body when we are tired? Where does it concentrate when we're eating? Where does it concentrate when we are sleeping, when we're in movement, when we are in love, when we are in a state of bliss, when we are in relaxation and reflection? I mean, literally, our systems and our organisms are thriving with life. But again, our understanding of how this incredibly beautiful organism functions in the world is a miseducation of how to create in our entire multiverse here that we're sharing. Because if we don't understand that the body comes online and how the energy is distributed, even when we're sleeping, for example, which I found very interesting because the moment that we go to sleep, the body is actually traveling in other dimensions. Not the body, the soul, the source, the life force, the essence of us is traveling in other dimensions. It is literally co-creating in those other dimensions. We are going into other dimensions. We are going to other worlds. There's so many things that are happening, and the way that we translate and pull that information back into the moment is very important because it plays a role. And a lot of times, the work that we're not doing in this lifetime, consciously, in our healing work, we're doing it in these altered dimensional states. Okay, but what happens when we get stuck, when the body is heavy, when we're disconnected? We cannot leave the body. We cannot get to those higher states. The parts of us that do leave out in those higher states, we are not aware of them. We're not conscious of them, and that creates a complete disconnect with the embodiment of that. So what happens with attachments, for example, what happens when the organism is disconnected and this vortex is slow and heavy and not moving is that we become a very slow wavelength. And the slow wavelength is a match, it's a resonance to other slow wavelength organisms, like attachments, for example. Attachments that come in and literally they come and be in the body. And now I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of people up to this point, these past years. And whether I worked with them before I had my psychic abilities or after, every time I ask them to describe what they are releasing from the body, it looks like this. Their attachments, it's tentacles, wires, dark, massy things, threads. Okay, and so after I began to have my psychic ability, I started to understand what that was, right? Because you begin to see these masses of dark energy in the body, and energy doesn't move, it keeps getting stuck. And it's like, what's that in your solar plexus? What's in your abdomen? It's this heaviness. It's their emotions. It's the anger that they had for the past 10 years, frustration, inability of making a change or feeling helpless in their life. So when you start doing work with them, you begin to understand, okay, so let's remove that. How do we remove that? We have to go into all these threads and release them. And how do we do that? It's not something that is complicated. It's the vibrational resonance that is in the body based on the emotion, the thought, and the belief system. that is creating the perfect environment for these threads to connect. And they connect to multiple aspects of the body. They connect to the chakra system. They connect to the organs because we're multi-layered. They connect to many dimensional planes in the body. So some of these things, some clients might go and get healings from someone else. And if they're not aware of the very depth and understanding of where that root belief system is, it can go all the way from the very root of their experience. It can be in childhood, it can even be in a past life. But the thing is that these are repetitive patterns that we are living. So truthfully, it doesn't really matter where the origin is, but the belief system is, once we become aware of it and transmute that, it can be transmuted within the entire body. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. So what's happening then to the body when we are not allowing that life force to move through? We are made up of layers, dimensional planes. And any time that we have this stagnation, the body is disconnected from its source. It's unaware. It's rejecting its connection to source. We are slowing down the movement of life force that moves through the body, and the thread that connects us, that runs through our organism, connecting up to source, becomes a very thin, tiny thread that is barely moving energy through. And so this is how we end up with illness. This is how we end up, sick, tired all the time, exhausted. And this is an expression of this disconnect from the organism, from the core organism that is the system of creation. And we are actually these systems of interconnected awareness. To the left is a cell. Okay, this is inside the human body. It's interconnected to so many different systems. And on the right is the universe, galaxies. Okay? And so we have like these interconnected cells. This is a stem cell. Look at this. Look at how it looks. It has all of these threads that connect to everything, completely interconnected. Well, our human body is just like that. If you would be able to see your body psychically, this is what you would see. And many of you see it, but you don't acknowledge it, or you sometimes we don't trust our vision. But when we begin to recognize what our human body actually looks like, you don't see the physical anymore. And what are we connected to? What are we connected to? Well, first of all, we're connected to everything, every single organism in this universe we are interconnected with. This is how we are one. But in our human body, this is how the structure of human looks like. You are here at the very center of this structure. And outside of you is your immediate family, everything that is within. It's the expression of what's in the holographic DNA, which I'm going to explain in just a moment. But all of this information that we have that expresses from that center organism are fragmentations of this self. Mirrors of the self, whether it's in the past, quote unquote past, because we don't have a linear timeline. This would be actually the most wonderful expression of time. This sphere that you see here, this interconnected network, is a wonderful expression of what time actually is. We have access to every single one of these points, reference points, in our energetic body, in ourselves. Through the self, we can access this information. And this, I recognize, is how I was able to deprogram that early childhood trauma. By accessing, once I went in to deprogram all the blocks that were allowing me to observe what was beyond that, this is where you begin to go into the other information. And I had the ability of accessing past lives. Literally reviewed every single past life in this dimensional layer, because there's infinite dimensional planes actually, but we are mostly navigating within the 13 dimensional planes. And because it's an expression of the body, okay? So what I find completely beautiful and just incredible and essential to our understanding of healing and unity consciousness that we're trying to come into right now is a profound understanding that whether it's the cell in the body, or whether it's the galaxy in the universe, or whether you see your body as an energetic organism, We are literally these accumulations of life force, of information. And the question is, how do we navigate that information? Well, the entire design of the universe is literally like a fractal. It is all operating self-similar, self-organizing, just like Roman was saying, self-organizing systems. And there is a way for that self-organism to unite and become whole and thrive. And the moment that it begins to deconstruct and reject its own self, its own acknowledgement of the self, it begins to see itself as separate. This is where it begins to destruct. This is the counter-creativity, the counter-creation of the self, of the organism. And we see these patterns in every possible shape. But now let's take it really quickly, just bigger, okay? We're looking at the structure of the universe. Well, the universe is moving in this spiral motion. And at the same time, we're moving through a trajectory of an infinity cycle. Each one of these spirals is like a layer of an ascension in which we are experiencing collectively. So people ask, are we ascending? Is there ascension? So ascension is a natural expression. Everything is moving. Everything is ascending, whether you like it or not. And what will make your journey different or unique is whether you accept that constant movement. Just like Roman was saying, that death, that was a realization that I had in my meditations as well. I had to become friends with death because we become slaves to the fear of death. We become completely trapped in our minds, in our bodies, with the ability to embody this freedom of this organism and really tap into the superpowers of the human body, because the human body has superpowers. We have intuition, but we can only activate those aspects and allow ourselves to see beyond the limitations of that if we begin to look beyond even this physical shell of a body, which is limiting, completely limiting in a sense. It's limiting in a sense where our perspective needs to broaden, right? This human body is the system of creation, the most valuable sacred instrument, and the vessel in which we have the ability of understanding the entire universe. And as we begin to move through the universe in this scale, things are moving within the trajectory of the Fibonacci sequence, which is very interesting because every single scale, every single section of this Fibonacci sequence, basically it defines basically what we're experiencing collectively. And at this current moment, we seem to be experiencing this 13th fragment of it. So we are very much aware collectively on this organism and of Earth at this current timeline of our 13 chakra system. And through the 13 chakra system can begin to activate the abilities to go even beyond that, because obviously that's not the end. That's just a very small part of what we're experiencing here. And when we look at the multidimensional body, all of those little bubbles of consciousness are it's just an example of the amount of information that is available within this organism. But every single one of our chakras is actually an expression of a dimensional plane that we have the ability embedded within this body to experience. So all of you that think about reptilian and draconian consciousness as something that you don't want to have, well, this is very much a part of our entire organism. It is literally the reptilian brain. It makes up a part of our system, and we are using that in order to navigate this three-dimensional plane. But the ability to master this physical body in a sense where we become aware of how we are engaging with our environment changes. And all the work that we're doing in our spiritual work is affecting the emotional understanding of ourself. And each one of these chakras, because it's a vibrational frequency, it's vibrational information frequency, which is emotion. We see things as emotion. The frequency, the waves of the emotion, for example, anger is a very slow, heavy emotion. So it's primarily stuck here in the lower three chakras, in which the body feels separate, disconnected, helpless. The sacral is the creation energy. So when it's out of body, when it's out of balance, we are operating from the inverted scale of energy, of vibrational frequency. But when it comes into balance, all of these chakras work in harmony to begin to activate. And again, it's that unity consciousness. It becomes aware of itself as a whole. And it's not just looking at the world from those lower first 3 chakra systems. And so encoded within this organism and interconnected to all other organisms is a system of perhaps some kind of self-organization, which we can call it archetypes. Within the 13th dimensional planes, we have 13 main archetypes. We have 13 astrological signs, 13 aspects in which humans are also categorized. Okay, and it's interesting because these kinds of archetypes, we see them expressed in many different things in our life. Even ET races and their vibrational frequencies and how they express. We seem to encounter certain ranges of interdimensional beings that are fitting within these kinds of spectrum. And so within the chakra system, let's take it into the body now, are very much connected to the organs because it is the endocrine system. Literally, this is how we process what we're experiencing. The emotions trigger, and they begin to process emotions. And everything that we're literally like sponges that are constantly absorbing everything around us, 360 degrees. 360 degrees, we're tapping into the information, and we actually store holographically all of that information from around the body. And that information is brought in through the skin energetically through vibrational patterns, and then affecting the nervous system, and then going into the organism deeper down to the cellular level, of course, in which we are literally writing our genetic code through epigenetics, right? And some waves move faster than others. And a lot of times as an organism, when we activate this aspect of us, we are in resonance to certain experiences. Now, when the soul literally comes into the physical body, it attaches to the organism, which attaches to 2 main systems. That is your ancestral lineage, the DNA, and of course your higher self, the soul that is operating on the much higher. It is the cord connecting to that whole organism. And we are just a fractal of that whole organism. So the human body has the ability of processing all of this information. And we have ranges of consciousness in which we're interacting with. So some people say, I definitely don't want to interact with angels, or I don't want to interact with ETs. I don't want to go into the Akashic records. Well, we are all of those things. All of that information is encoded. Just the way our human body has a holographic DNA, the earth has its own record system. And we tune into that record system through the energetic network that is created through quantum non-locality. Because of the oscillation of this earth that also vibrates and creates that network, that vortex of energy, that spiral energy around itself that we also have, and we tune into that information. And recorded in that information is all the information of every single ancestral lineage, of its history. In other presentations, I go very deep into the history of bloodlines, of preserved bloodlines from the origin of Mesopotamia until now, taking a look at how these bloodlines have evolved through history, how they have been brought down through royal families and preserved bloodlines that are just coming and trickling down into what we are today. But we hold all that information. In fact, as a hypnotherapist, I do a lot of regression hypnotherapy, and many of my clients are reliving lives as King Arthur, as Queen Elizabeth. Okay, why does that happen? Well, we are surfacing these archetypal aspects of ourselves within us. And we begin to surface that because that goes down our bloodline. We have at some point merged with that bloodline in our lifetime. It's from the origin of time. And that's why we have all of these potentially. Just 2,000 years, you and I have someone in common. So we seem to be cycling through these kinds of repetitive storylines, okay? And these repetitive storylines are an opportunity of experience. But within that 13 scale range of vibrational frequency, we are moving through this scale from higher vibrational lifetime to lower vibrational lifetime. That's a lifetime full of trauma, pain, and suffering, and whatever it is, but it's actually inverted, right? So those that have a very, very traumatic lifetime are actually expressing and experiencing a higher vibrational potential, because it's through that fusion of suffering within the body that the alchemical process of transformation begins to activate this human body. And all of us are experiencing that on different ranges again. All of this is encoded within the DNA. This DNA literally is oscillating. There's a photograph of it right here on the bottom left-hand side of how our cells are oscillating to create that. Just the way we have a toroidal field, just the way the Earth, the way the universe is in this spherical toroidal expression, the cells function in the exact same way. And depending on the information and the way the information is stored within the body, we literally are expressing in certain geometric shapes. And this is just vibration. It's just a vibrational expression that we are. And each one of us have a vibrational signature based on all of this information that is expressed within the body. So the movement and the cycle of energy through the body, as you can see in this picture of a snake moving through water, it is fractals that are being created through that movement. But this is how energy moves through the body. A lot of people ask me, how does energy move through the chakra system? Well, a healthy system is moving in this way. And we see this, historically depicted in the caduce, right? In the caduce, in the medical caduce, the two serpents going up, it's creating this alternating infinity type style movement is exactly how energy literally moves through this human body when it is healthy. But of course, in our society, we don't understand how to create that health in the body. We think the medical industry says, oh, we have to take medications, oh, we have to do all these things. And we completely neglect the true essence of healing of the physical body, which is all in our understanding of how to navigate this instrument, which is based on vibrational frequency. From the lowest range to the highest range, the vibrational frequencies in the body are certain states. And they emit, literally, the human brain waves, the chakra systems, these emotions that we're feeling, every single emotion. And remember that emotion is kind of a complex thought form, because there is an outer external emotion, and then there is the inner emotion. And we tend to layer our emotions because we have been taught at a very early age to not trust how we feel, our intuition, the way that we are perceiving things at a very early age. And that causes a complete disconnect and disassociation with the true intuition of the body. And that is a tremendous thing that we need to learn how to correct in our parenting, in the way that we treat one another in society. Because the moment that we begin to, ignore the true emotions, this is when we start to store in the body those lies and also that stagnant information that becomes heavier and heavier and heavier in the body. So we kind of lost touch with what is truth ultimately. Okay, because just like Roman was saying right now, because it's inverted. It's like an inversion of what is true. I mean, how can we possibly understand if we have lived an entire life of not understanding how to even trust our own intuition, our own understanding of the self? Well, when we look at the universe and the structure of the universe, we live in this simulated reality. And, I spend a lot of time listening to physicists talking about this, and they always argue amongst themselves. Some of them agree that we live in a holographic universe, and some of them don't. But what's very interesting about it is that when you look at it from the perspective of a psychic or someone that has an ability to see the multidimensional body, I mean, the majority of our human expression is actually managing our reality from the non-physical. And we don't really realize that. The problem is that the body, our human body, we are becoming hypnotized and disconnected from those mechanisms of creation. Our human body has the ability of expanding out. And when we are moving that centrifugal life force through the body properly, our aura expands, what we call an aura. I call it the organic energy system. It begins to expand. It comes online. And what is expansion? Expansion is awareness. It is just acknowledging what you are instead of ignoring, because the majority of us, we don't want to see sometimes. Sometimes we're okay being in a cocoon. We don't want to see our own flaws. We don't want to see what we do. We rather just kind of, not acknowledge that. And that constant behavior causes major stagnation in the body and in the greater field. But we are actually like that lattice, like that universe and that holographic system. We literally have these threads of energy that move through the body. And as energy, when there's a stagnant aspect, let's say heartbreak, it becomes heavy and stagnant here. And so the life force is not capable of moving through this part of the body. And it becomes stagnant. So life force cannot enter and connect to the lower aspects, the root, sacral, and solar part of the body, which is what navigates the material and the physical plane. There is a disconnect. The body becomes cut in half. And it's the same when we have fragmentation in our third eye or in our crown chakra for manifestation and intuition. So we completely are moving in these heavy, heavy energies, and the body cannot move in that high vibrational state. And so what does it mean to become high vibrational? In other words, it is really checking in with the body through meditation, through awareness, to begin to acknowledge the emotions that are in your everyday, every moment, and literally working with them as you go. And then spending time to begin to observe. And what you're going to find, because when people hear me say this, they're like, oh my gosh, I'm never going to finish that. That's going to take a lifetime. Well, I am a living proof that you can do that within maybe a year, 2 years, when you dedicate the time to sit down, an hour a day, to begin to unpack this programming. And I came to the point where I began to kind of question everything, but not in a way where you're judgmental of what you're experiencing, but it's this conscious observation, conscious acknowledgement of what you're feeling. And a lot of times you begin to realize that we tell ourselves so many lies throughout our day. Our emotions are constantly, sometimes untrue. Sometimes we fall into these patterns of victimism where we're like, oh, I feel very sorry for myself, right? And it's like, why do you feel sorry? Are you really helpless? No, you're not helpless. Well, then why do you feel that way, right? So then just that little moment of recognition and acknowledgement immediately begins to change the vibrational rate that you are spinning at, that you are working and moving at. Through ancient history, this is, what I discovered. And, when you come with these discoveries, you're like, oh my gosh, I wonder if anybody else knows this, right? And you begin to discover that this is something that has been talked about for centuries, right? So, in other words, this information is not new. It's not new for anyone. In fact, it's encoded within our DNA. This is within us. It is inherent part of the human energy structure, that we have an intelligence and a wisdom that is encoded within our cells, within what we are, these bodies of conscious organisms. And as mirrors to the universe, our human body functions in that way. The earth functions in this same way of storing information. And collectively, we're co-creating and picking timelines. Literally every single choice that is charged with an emotion and intention is a timeline. And you can quickly charge that timeline with energy, emotion, and it's going to take off in that direction. Or you can stop, pause, and think, and then choose another timeline, right? So we are interconnected and constantly moving in and out of multiple timelines, which is why we have a lot of choice, actually. This is where the concept of free will, and that's another huge discussion, right? Philosophically and scientifically, it's like, do we really have choice? And we heard from many other speakers today, we are in an interconnected, deeply, deeply interconnected system, as we can see. But the organism that chooses counter-creation, right, it becomes ill. And when we understand our connection to all things, including nature, nature is the quickest way to bring the body into a state of neutrality. So when you're sick, you need to take yourself into nature, because you begin to realign and rebalance the body back into natural rhythms that the organism's wisdom of the earth is available to us. Just like trees, every single day, every morning, I walk to a little creek by my house, and I sit with the tree. I put my hands on the tree. I ground with the tree, and I'm a qigong master as well. I work with the qi, the life force that moves through the tree and bring into the body, cycling, clearing everything in the body. And qigong is one of the powerful, powerful ways to begin to move this heavy stagnation out of the physical body, because it is the art, even the science, the wisdom of this human instrument and how to begin to flush out all of those things. So we can produce health in this body. We can create a proper movement in the body. Now, what happens when we ourselves neglect, this physical body, when we reject it? We become parasites. Because what is a parasite? Okay, a parasite is something that believes it needs something outside in order to fulfill it, to give it meaning, to give it acknowledgement, to give it support, to give it whatever it is, success, whatever it is that this organism believes it needs or it lacks. Our entire life becomes around receiving and getting from the outside those things. And so that's a problem, because what happens is that the energy, that centrifugal movement that we were looking at, begins turning the other way. Again, we're going into the counter creation. And it affects the nervous system heavily, right? And it affects every aspect of your life. Your thoughts, your memory, your learning, your movements, even balance and coordination. Okay? When we are connected to the body, when we work with this body, we can begin to, we master it. Okay? It affects even our digestion. So let's take it to the next level as we're talking about the DNA. So how does this play a role in the inheritance of all of these things, right? People say we are inheriting illness, right? But in fact, when we look closer at what DNA is, okay, we have here within us, in front of us, a system of incredible intelligence that basically confirms our understanding of this picture of what we are. Because with our genes, right, 1 to 2% of them, they make up the protein-making DNA, which just means everything that makes up this human body, it's only 1 to 2% of our genes that is actually functioning and dedicated to that. Okay, so the rest of that, we have a lot of the greater part of the DNA actually, which is called junk DNA, which basically scientists have spent the time to map out and see, okay, what does this do? If we remove this, what is it going to do? If we remove this, if we put this together, it's not actually affecting this organism immediately. However, this is junk DNA, this dark DNA, is where we hold 80% of the information where we believe we're not able to translate. But this is where we need to look to the union of spirituality and science in order to understand, through the understanding of what we are as an organism, that there is way more information inside this multidimensional body that we need to become aware of and work with actively. And this is actually the step into the superhuman abilities of man. It's understanding our etheric connections to our ancestral lineages. It is our connection to the other dimensional planes in which we are constantly navigating in and out of. And we can begin to understand the origins of ourself, the origins of life, where we come from, right? Understand the origin of humans on this planet, why we are even allocated to the countries of birth, to the blood types that we have. All of those things are important elements in understanding our, let's say, categorization of our vibrational signature among this entire earth. Because all of it is an expression of aggregate information. Everything that we pass down from that mitochondrial DNA is literally what is being stored in your DNA. In a teaspoon of DNA is basically the entire world's history. So how much do you have in your body? Okay, so when we begin to trace this, and one of the things that I downloaded in my hypnotherapy session in 2017, which is public, you can check that out on my channel. Oh no, it's not on my channel, it's on Alba's channel. You can check my website, is basically that main bloodlines seeded life on this planet. And the descendants, when you begin to follow these royal bloodlines, these lineages that were heavily preserved in history, evolved. Some lines more preserved than other. And what is the DNA? The DNA is storage system. It's the photograph of the universe of information in that time and space for a human organism. So within our bodies, we all have unique pictures of the universe in our bodies, whether it's through astrology, whether it's through the location of your birth, the time, and through what's in your genes, basically. Okay, all of those things play a role in your genetic history, but it's more a vibrational frequency information database than anything else, really. Because what I like to do is look beyond the compartmentalized ideas that we have. Okay, we need to start looking beyond that. So DNA is an editable computing system. My dear Peter Garayev, who passed away, I believe it was last year. Unfortunately, he passed away, but his work was magnificent in that he was one of the first doctors that actually came out. He's a biologist that actually came out to talk about this as an editable computing system. And he talked about the junk DNA, and he was doing amazing work in Russia regarding literally growing limbs by learning through verbalization, using vibrational frequency to begin to edit the DNA, right? And so, of course, that supported evidence is with your understanding of epigenetics, but literally through DNA reprogramming, we are combining the mind and the body. So let's say how we rewrite DNA, it's a sentence just like the top line. And so if you were to kind of transfix all of these lines and kind of separate them at different locations, it would kind of have a different meaning. But we begin to kind of see how it creates this language. And it's more like this kind of sequence, rather. And when we look at that, it is very similar to language, how language emerged potentially historically, right? How we create these vibrational sounds, language, to create these kinds of systems of information. And so this is very interesting because another form of vibrational language that we're tuning into a lot now is light language, for example. And I began to speak light language after a near-death experience in 2018. And this is yet another way of this expression of information, this complex thoughts that are encoded within sounds that we are able to express. So this dark DNA, all of the information that is there, is really something that we need to understand because it's within this vessel, the awareness of what we are as this resonance energy, that we have the ability of changing. And our system is way more holographic, right? And we know that because when we look at the brain, when there have been countless studies of brain and how the brain stores information, memories are not allocated in one spot. The entire body is storing memories. This is why massage is important for the body. When you massage someone, you have a lot of emotional release. Right? The same thing in healing. When you do DNA reprogramming, you access a certain memory of an emotion, and you begin to trace it back to a childhood memory, and they feel it in the part of the body that's storing the information. So, for example, they'll go to the belly. Where is the emotion? In the belly. Okay, go into that emotion. What's in that emotion? Fear. Okay, where is it? It's in my throat. Let's go to the throat. You go to the throat. All of these memories start to come out. All of these memories. And what you find is that we're actually patterns of memories, patterns of thoughts that we are accessing, we're replaying, and we're stuck in this kind of like Groundhog Day of reliving those emotional patterns. So I know that we're pretty much coming up to the time, but to end this, let me just stop sharing now. Oh, no, not that. I forgot how to stop sharing. There we go. Okay, thank you. So to end this presentation, in order to understand the healing of the body, it is necessary to connect with the body. We need to reconnect. We need to sit in silence. And it's in that silence that you are going to begin, through the emotions, to understand the complexity of this body, the beautiful, system of the body that stores so much within the organism. And you begin to activate these intuitive abilities that help us see ourselves as more than just this human physical body, And that's very necessary, especially at this time in which we're going into a couple years of major change, major transformation in many areas. Okay. So we very quickly need to prepare ourselves to look beyond this limited understanding of what your reality is. And remember, every day, there's a Buddhist practice. They practice, death, the feeling okay with death, literally. Each day, just check in with yourself, because the exercise is to move beyond the fear of being stuck, of definition of this human body. And that will take us, that I believe that is the next dimension, right? That's the 5D that we're talking about, the new earth. I don't think it's a physical place. I think it's what we're bringing ourselves into as a vibrational frequency. And this expression as an organism now becomes this interconnected network with others that are also vibrating at that vibrational frequency. And the thing is, as you can see, we are choosing timelines collectively. So if more of us come into that expanded state, if more of us are creating this incredible torsional movement of creation, this is where we begin to shift the timelines that we're choosing. And I talk a lot in many other presentations about, the 1%, the systems that are in control, and that's all very true. But I think now we need to shift gears and focus on the fact that there's many more of us, that's just 1%, of this organism that has the ability to activate. So I will end it there. Thank you so much. I appreciate.
Geraldine, do you want to address some of the questions that came in while you were talking?
Absolutely.
That would be wonderful. Earlier on, Larisa kind of had a comment that maybe you can address.
Yeah.
She says, "We are one is the hardest program to let go. How does one let go of that feeling when all I see and experience is the complete opposite, feeling very separate from everyone, especially those closest to me?"
So, I mean, it's just right there, right? The separation, right? That's the thing. It's like unfortunately, we believe that in your nucleus, in your family, you're separate from those around you. But, and I didn't get into it in this presentation, but I do in other ones, that the soul, when it comes into this lineage of the ancestral lineage, it's matching vibrational resonance to the family that you've come into, not just the immediate family that's there, the entire ancestral lineage. You're a match to that. Not only a match, but more than likely you've been cycling in that lineage for a long time. And this is why it is very true. I'm going to second somebody, I think it was Alan. Was it Alan that said that Dan said that these powerfully preserved lineages are the ones that had the highest vibrational expression, are the ones that are used mostly in ET contact. Well, I completely agree. I see that as well, that the ET contact comes down through family lineage, which tells us something about what you're talking about here, because we came into the family, every single generation, just like that spiral that you saw, every soul that incarnates into the next generational line is here with unique resonance, with unique information to help expand that line. Because again, we're all evolving. So if you came into that line, instead of thinking of the separation, go inside and take a look at how they are our mirrors, because they are the mirrors. And the parts and the emotions that they trigger within us of separation is the key to your liberation. Because as soon as you can address that emotion, wow, that's where you start to become one with yourself. Because right now there's fragmentation with the self. It's the belief that there is a disconnect between yourself and anything outside of you. And as long as we have that, the first thing that needs to happen, and I usually talk about that, the sacred anatomy and really going into the esoteric part of our human body, we are unifying the feminine and masculine within. We're becoming that whole, as the entire organisms are. That's where we begin to come into these activated, and you don't see the world anymore as separation. It is yourself. You're seeing it as yourself and others. So that is where I would take that work to begin with. Did I miss any part of that question, Jill?
No, I think that was a wonderful, wonderful, comprehensive answer to that. We have a couple more, and they're big questions, but I know you and your eloquence could probably help us wrap them up. There's just 3 more. Sharon asked earlier, timelines are choices, perhaps?
Exactly. Well, let's see. It is more than a choice, because the problem with choice is that it's informed from past experience, right? And unfortunately, the majority of us, we are living in the past. Our moment is charged by the past or the fear of the future. So anytime that we are making choices, we have to remember, where are we? Are we really truly in the moment? Are our emotions in the moment? Are our choices for the action and everything that brought us into that moment present? Or is this a result of unconscious previous action? And is it a repetitive pattern of ancestral programming, right? So for example, the feeling of being unworthy, does that come down the mother lineage, the father lineage? Where does it come down? Is this a embedded program from that? So, in order to understand the self, there has to be a moment of silence with the self to understand those things. And then the choice, if you can begin to dissolve those things and understand, find yourself amongst all of those belief systems and thoughts, that can actually be true creation. True co-creation. True co-creation happens when the organism is whole, when it is the integration of that feminine and masculine, that organism becomes whole. Now it can begin to truly create from the true place. Because a lot of people will find that sometimes the choices that we make towards those directions are mostly the ego, either wanting to preserve as opposed to co-creating. So it looks like something completely different, and it's something that we have to educate ourselves on what that is, making choices from a state of neutrality.
Great. Well, we have a couple more questions. Do you want to bring the panel on and we can address them together?
Yes, I would love, and I can also connect with people off this. So let's just bring everybody in.
You're
Thank
one
you
of our
so
esteemed
much.
speakers. If you could raise your virtual hand so Geraldine can find you all and spotlight you, that would be wonderful.
Get you guys in here, and I hope that our spotlight works again.
Looks like it's working to me.
Yes, let's get everybody in here. And please raise your hand if I don't get you guys in here so I can find you, making sure that I can get you. Jill. Alan, you're in here. Bobby, where's Bobby? Did Bobby come in? No.
Yes, Bobby's here.
Bobby's here?
Yes, he's here.
Yeah, but not in our screen, right?
No,
Yeah,
he's
okay,
not. Oh, right,
yeah.
right. There he is.
Let me take, let me see, who else am I missing here? Please raise your hand. Oh, Jeff is here. Yeah, Jeff is here.
You might need to put us in gallery view, Geraldine, so that the live stream gets everybody that you've spotlighted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, do I have to do that again? Okay.
I think you might have to, because right now it's just whoever's talking.
Oh, darn.
There we go.
Just me? Oh, okay.
Oh, you got it.
All right, let me bring you guys in again, because I had you in Spotlight on my screen, but it doesn't look like it did it for us. So let me just, oh, I know what to do. Bear with us. Okay, everybody that, I'm going to hide everybody that doesn't have a camera. I think that's what I'll do. And for some reason, I don't know how to do that today. Okay, let's just begin. Please, I will work on this on the back end and we can just begin. So, okay, our panel tonight. Well, let me just refresh my memory as to what we wanted to discuss tonight. And really, what I would really like to do is just open the floor for all of our attendees on the chats and also in this current chat that have questions. So please write your questions in the chat. Everyone that's here, please raise your hands if you have questions, and we would love to hear from you. Everyone that's here on the call and on the chats. I'm going to open all of our windows, and I will bring you in. Let's see.
If I can, Geraldine, while you're doing that, I'd just like to say that was absolutely the fastest hour of the entire weekend. You were so coherent. You got us into gamma, and I experienced tachypsychia, and it's just amazing offering. Thank you so much. And of course, the whole weekend. So much gratitude.
That's amazing. Thank you. I'm so glad to hear that. Beautiful. Anjali, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, I think it's for you, Geraldine.
Oh, yes, please go ahead.
So about the past life, how can assess it and heal them?
How can you start healing? Okay, so as I was mentioning, what you're going to find is actually patterns. So first, look at your patterns. Okay, so first take a look at, simply start with today. What are the emotions that you felt today? Okay, take a look at your past week. What are the emotions that you felt the past week? You're going to find that there's a certain emotion that you feel all the time. And if you trace that back all the way to your life, literally to the womb, okay, you're going to notice that that emotion was present actually throughout the entire life. And so what that's telling you is, the question is, why did I feel that way? Okay, and just begin to understand what are how the environment played a role, how did you play a role, where were you at in order to feel that way. And what you'll notice is that either there is a feminine and masculine element, either the mother, the father was the primary one that simulated that emotion within you. That will tell you which lineage is more strongly bringing that pattern down the line. Okay, but both of them are in resonance, otherwise they would not be together. You'll notice that they both, father and mother, have come together because of that resonance, and they are usually working out the same pattern that you're working out in your lifetime. And so what I find is that parents that do that work, it's amazing, because then they can bring in a soul that is there to probably challenge another part that is dormant or unaware of themselves. So this is how we can begin to heal. Go ahead and trace that all the way back to the origin, and it's just following the emotions and then the beliefs that are informing that kind of emotional expression. You're going to be taken back to your grandparents, your ancestral lineage, then it's going to broaden out into your culture, society, how religion played a role, and you're going to look at the global condition, and probably you'll notice that honestly the entire world is feeling with the exact same thing, okay, in some way or another. And this is where we broaden our perspective from singular into a more collective view.
I have a question about the past life. So just healing from the inception till this point is good enough, or do I need to go back to the past lives as well?
Yeah, so my suggestion is first work in your life, and that's a lot of little things. You will spend some time there, right? So all of the triggers, everything that triggers you, take some time. Your fears, make a list. Like, I used to put big things on my wall and write on them with all these emotions that used to come up. And I would question, I would be like, okay, why? Why is this emotion? Where does it come from? What triggers this? What's the purpose of this emotion? And then you begin to understand the patterns. Okay, and that is both two things. It's a re-education of how to hold vibrational energy, proper vibrational resonance in the body. It also teaches us how we are moving from the lack of love into love. And all of them, all the emotions you will find, are expressions amongst this range. So you just find different points of yourself on those ranges. Yeah. Okay, let me see if we have... Anybody else have a question in the chat? Would like to raise their hand and ask. Please don't be shy. We really want to hear you and engage with you guys. And you can unmute yourself. We would love to hear you.
Definitely. I did stop a couple videos just so we just have the speakers live streaming. But there was a question from earlier, Geraldine, while we're waiting for others to come through. From Mark, he asked, so how do we imagine the chakras as spinning flowers or focus as a vortex, is his question.
Well, that's great. The way that the chakras actually look, by what I see in the multidimensional body, is actually vortices, and the vortices are made out of ribbons of information, much like DNA in a sense. And each one of these ribbons have information. Sometimes these ribbons contract, they become fragmented, aspects become broken. I actually paint these a lot. If you want to check my website, I have a lot of paintings of them. But when they become broken, this is where we have stagnant energy and it doesn't spin anymore. Also, your chakra, if you're sick or if you have stagnation, can be moving in one way or another. That will indicate what the chakra needs. If it moves to the right, it is releasing. If it moves to the left, it is receiving. And so when the body is in balance, usually there will be flow, a very good movement of energy through the body. And you will feel that, you will notice that. Much more to answer that question, but we can talk about it offline. I'd love to bring everybody else. Let's have some questions for our other speakers for the moment.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you. Let's see. We have Jacob's hand up.
Hey Geraldine, how's it going?
Hi, great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Just flowing as best as I can and just trying to relax and slow down and do all the suggested constructive advice that is given to me. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in real quick and just see why does God allow suffering, and do you kind of believe in a prime creator? Do you believe in original intelligence? And what's your definition of God? I'm sorry if that was sporadic.
No, not at all. Let's open up to the panel, please. Would somebody like to answer that question?
Well, I'll say that, if you believe in one life and this is it, then it looks like God, there's a cruel God, but if you look at the scope of all our human lives, and you could see that we've all experienced many, many things. We're at this phase, perhaps we've experienced the range of the human experience, the suffering and the joy. So we're here in form to experience the totality of the human experience. And, there's a saying from the Sufis, what is sadness to the soul is laughter to the spirit. So it's it looks like and it is suffering here, and there's a lot of awful things that happen, and everyone's on their own journey. And so a prime creator, we're a fractal of that prime creator, and we are, in a way, outside this individual identification, and we're unified in a greater sense of our own mind. But yes, there's suffering and there's joy and there's illusion around it all. So that's my answer. I don't know. Other people probably have some other ideas, right? Roman, did you raise your hand?
Yep, Roman.
Yes, this is a question that I spent quite a few years thinking about. And in my experience, the understanding of God can be achieved through a concept called the toroidal field. The toroidal field is a movement, is a permanent movement that is coming from a center point and expanding towards infinity. One of the big misunderstanding of God is according to me, the lack of conceptualization of the notion of infinity and nothingness. If we can conceptualize God as the combination of nothing, of infinity, which is that which expand eternally, and nothingness, which is that which has never been and will never be, we can get close to the idea of God. God isn't a thing. It's not a person, cannot have a will, cannot have an intelligence, cannot have, because it is intelligence. It is everything that is. It is everything that is and everything that has and will never be. It cannot be something. That's the only thing that God cannot be. Why God cannot be something? Because reality is that it. If God is everything that could be, is everything in potential, is everything that potentially be or not be, the only thing that it cannot be is something. And that's what we call existence. Existence, reality, call it whatever you want, is that buffer between the universe, which is infinitely and eternally expanding, and the earth that is infinitely and eternally contracting towards nothingness. And we are that experience in between, that try to personify God in a certain way, because we try to use our human attributes to judge it, or to not judge it, sorry, to express it. But in my understanding, this concept of God being everything that could be or not being, in source, and existence, reality being it in expression, is the best definition you can get in terms of concept. I don't know if it was clear, but yeah. anyone else would like to share.
Excellent. Anyone else? Jeff.
Yeah, thank you. And Jacob, it's the eternal question. And like in my presentation, when I had the diagnosis of leukemia for my son, my stance with spirit was shattered. Everything I thought I believed was no longer stable. And it's one of the first things I ask people when I work with them: what is your literal definition of God? And I can work with anybody's opinion of God, because whether it's the mud puddle theory or anywhere above, your stance with spirit gives you the opportunity to be in coherence in your brain and mind body, your heart and mind body. That's your connection to your soul. And I've always said there's as many paths to God as there are people to walk them. And it's a book that was very, very pivotal to me in the very beginning was in my presentation, Deepak Chopra, The Future of God. And he said, we all need a God 2.0, the God that we were told about in church or that we were threatened with or whatever no longer holds. We all know, all of us have been through crisis. We've all taken that shot in the gut, and we have to redefine our stance with God. And that's a very important question in order to be coherent with your daily life. So it's something that, there's many books, many teachers, many people have philosophized as to how to get to that. And I was just reading from Hawkins about devotional non-duality in believing in the oneness of creation. And I think that's the way to look at it, because as in Deepak Chopra's book, he talks about a little girl who couldn't feel pain, and you think that would be great, euphoric, but it's actually horrible for her and her parents, because she can touch that hot stove as many times as she wants and not feel the pain. So it's part of our human existence. The illusion of duality is why we're here. We're here under that illusion of duality, and that's why we have two separate brains with the corpus callosum that connects them, which acts as a bridge and a veil. So we are capable of crossing that bridge and getting lateral integration and experiencing divinity, and then we can see what it means to us and what resonates in our heart and soul. So that was a little bit more than you probably asked for, but that's the basis of my belief system about it.
Beautiful. Karen, I see Karen, please come on in. And please, if I don't call on you, just unmute, because sometimes I can't see. Go ahead.
No problem. I'm going to put in my 2 cents.
Yes, please.
Hi, everybody. So my understanding of God is it is you and it is me, and it is a unified morphic field of infinite creative potential. That's it. And, I remember reading in the Seth books, my 20s, there are only 2 rules to life. 1, you create your own reality, and 2, there are no limits. That's
excellent.
Me.
Short, sweet, to the point, and we got that. Who else would like to comment on that? I think, yeah. Oh, there. Am I seeing Tricia? Tricia?
Yeah.
Come
Hi.
in, please. Hi.
Hi. So I agree with everything everyone's saying here. I feel like God is the creative force that flows through all of us. And Jacob, if you want to read a really interesting book that helped me during my beginning of awakening, it's called Conversations with God. I don't know if you were seeing the panel on Friday, but we kind of mentioned that book during the panel then. But it really gave me a unique perspective that God is neither a physical, like a man or a woman. It gives you this whole idea that duality, like I'm saying, is an illusion, but it gives you perspective that's very interesting. So I would definitely recommend reading that book if you desire. But overall, I think God is very much real, and it's a divine source. It's not the kind of God that you hear about in religion where you get shunned or smited for doing something wrong. And ultimately, I feel like we judge ourselves into how we will grow in an evolution of this life and the next. So that's kind of my 2 cents on it there.
Excellent. So beautiful. Did I see someone else raising their hand from our group here? I don't see anyone. We have another question here. Let's go to Cedric. Tanya's coming here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Geraldine.
Thank you so much for being here. Oh,
it's okay, Cedric. You can talk. We're just not going to have your video on, but please do ask your question.
Okay. My question is, it's about meditation, and I do believe Jeff have already answered that question. It's about healing. My meditation practice, it is very effective when it comes to healing my mental and emotional traumas, and it's a process. Now, my question is about physical healing. Does meditation help with DNA level trauma healing on a physical level, or does it just open up the possibility for healing to happen? Another example would be if a person is suffering from cancer, does that mean that scientists don't understand when it goes into remission? I mean, that's the way I understand it. So I guess my question is, does this practice help heal physically as well as emotionally?
Would anybody like to start answering that?
Hi, can I pop in here real quick?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I would say thank you for that question. I definitely believe that meditation can impact not just like the spiritual, mental, emotional sphere, but your physical as well. Because if you look at the chakras, they're all based on different like hormonal centers of the body and organs. Like you look at like Chinese medicine, and I think they say like anger is associated with like the liver. So sometimes people can get like, correct me if I'm wrong, but then you can get cancer then like in your liver, and that's associated with the stagnant emotion that's been stuck there. It hasn't been released. So if we're able to go to the source and like meditate, like Geraldine was saying, to go back to the beginning of where the root of the issue comes from, then it will manifest in changing your physical. Like if you read the book, Becoming Supernatural by Joe Dispenza, he has studied so many different people in his workshops where they have had physical transformations due to meditation that they've done in his coursework. And this isn't like a special ability. Everyone has this. Everyone can do it, but you have to like set the intention and really have the desire and the knowing that your meditation will change reality. It's not like a maybe, it can. You have to have like a certainty and a trusting of like the divine, essentially, that it will and can happen. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
absolutely. Oh, go ahead, Alan.
No, I just want to say there's really no separation between the mental, emotional, and spiritual. We make those divisions, but they're all really part of the same thing. If you're relaxed physically, you're clearing your emotional body and you're connecting to spirit. So I think we have to get over the ideas of these individual parts of ourselves and see ourselves as a unity, physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. I mean, yeah, you can have upsets in any one of those, but they're all really one on some level. I see. And so if you're meditating, you're calming your physical body, you're easing your emotional body, you're making space in your mental body, and you're connecting to, when you're meditating, you are transcending the physical world and you are connecting to the higher consciousness, the spirit, whatever aspect. And there's levels and levels you can go to, but it's a unification of all of those parts of ourselves.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in there with a comment in regards to just the DNA, as I was showing in this presentation, how it's written, right? So epigenetics, right? Our environment is influencing what this organism is going to express. So if you are eating junk food and have really heavy toxic emotions, that's going to be expressed into, again, the destruction, the counter creation of this organism into illness. And we reinforce those things because literally neural pathways are being reinforced by the emotions over and over again. If it's a program of self-hate and self-rejection, we're going to continue doing that. And we do it in very subtle ways. We do it in not speaking up for our truth. We do it in not loving ourselves and not eating the right things. Everything plays a role because, again, we're an interconnected organism to the whole. We are constantly moving. So we are not, like Alan was saying, we're not separate from anything, but going down to the genetic level, the DNA is being written. So when we begin to change those thoughts, it changes our vibrational frequency of the entire body. It creates a completely different environment within the organism that begins to write differently. And so it all plays a role in that. And so meditation, right, is the opportunity to begin to look at the emotions, what we're writing into that DNA, from one of the most powerful parts of it, which is the belief system. Because right now we're operating on a belief system that is, it's created by everything that you are, everything that your parents were. Again, it's like all of that is informing what you are right now. Who are you really? Do you even know? And that's where the deprogramming plays a role until you understand that you're none of those things and you come into that 0 point that Roman was also talking about, many of us were talking about, that you're nothing and everything at the same time. That's when you can start to completely change everything, the chemistry in the body, what you're producing, what you're creating, the systems of creation in the body respond to that, and it begins to shift. And that's how healing begins to come in. But you can create that little by little by first observing the emotions that you're feeding into this organism every moment. So I hope that kind of answers a little bit. Anybody else? Karen, I see your hand up.
You know me, always got something to say. I think Tanya has something to say too. Tanya,
Tanya, yes, please.
Let's hear from Tanya.
Great, please.
Hi, Karen. Hello, everyone. So what I wanted to say is that actually meditation is not, is really then not a practice, it becomes. So basically it's shifting from the point of view that you are practicing meditation into the point of view that you are becoming. And what are you becoming? You are coming to be. Therefore, meditation itself is only a practice until we start realizing that that is who we are. When we are immersed in that space of expanded consciousness within ourselves, then all of the belief systems, everything, all of the patterns, etc., become visible because we become the ones who are able to observe them. And therefore you become something else, as just as you were saying, Geraldine. So it's not a practice. It's all about shifting from having to work at something to actually becoming that something. The other day, a person was saying to me, oh, but then that means I have to always be aware. And that seems like a job to do. That seems like work. And I smiled and said, no, you are that. You are a permanent state of awareness. That is who you are. If you are working at it, then simply let go of that idea, that belief, and allow yourself to realize you are not the unconscious one. You are exactly that awareness. And that permanent awareness aligns everything. Body, mind, soul, everything. We are not separate things. We are exactly everything at once. So that's all I'd like to share right now. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Karen?
Tanya, beautiful. Thank you. Everyone's articulated it so beautifully. And Cedric, what an amazing question. I just wanted to say a couple of stories. Years ago, I went to see John of God in Brazil, who's a spiritual healer, and he has these rooms, which he calls the current rooms, where people sit in meditations. And the stories that come out of these current rooms, these meditation rooms, are unbelievable. The healing that goes on with people sitting in meditation. But again, if you sit to meditate, just like I think it was Tina said that, it depends on your intention. What are you intending to get out of the meditation? And what are you allowing? But some of the stories that I heard was this guy had eye problems, and he sat in meditation and his face swelled up like he'd had a physical operation. And when his face swelled, came back down again, his whole physical structure of his face completely shifted. When he put his glasses on, he had a completely different shaped face. And there were people that I met over there that sat in meditation that had incurable diseases that doctors said, you're going to die, put your, go home and write your will and say goodbye to your family. And they sat in meditation and had miraculous healings. And so, yeah, can meditation heal? Absolutely, depending on what you're asking, your intention, and you're allowing. And are you allowing it? But I always feel that anything that's happening to us, any contrast, any problem, any dis-ease, is a message to us about who we are and what we're believing and what we're carrying within our subconscious programming or within our body, the stress that we're carrying. And so to listen and bless the negative emotion, bless the pain, bless the disease, for communicating to you about how you are flowing your energy and what you're believing to be true. So if we can appreciate illness and disease for the awareness that it gives us about ourselves, then healing becomes a lot better and easier and faster than fighting a disease and saying, no, I don't want this. This is terrible. I need to fix it. I need to heal it. I was diagnosed with cancerous cells when I was in my 20s. I had a furniture and homeware shop. I kicked out my husband. I was all a mess. I didn't know who I was. And I was stressing big time about life. And when I got that diagnosis, it was a real wake-up call. It's like, wake up to yourself. Look at what you're doing with your energy in your life. You're stressing, you're hating yourself, you're hating everyone else. And I just changed. I changed my attitude. I did a lot of meditating and I changed what I believed. And, years later, I had another test and no cancer cells. So it's all possible, but it's all a message and it's all a blessing. That's me. Done. Someone else.
So perfect. We have so many questions. Let's go to Alexander's question. Hi, Alexander.
Hi. I feel like I'm gonna say something before I ask my question, but basically I feel like from what I'm listening to, there's nothing external that is going to bring me to that oneness. And it basically makes me feel like I'm gonna go into nature and meditate and end up dying, which is cool because I'm not really scared of that. But I feel like if I was going to meditate constantly, what would be, I feel like I'm removing cords from my body. What would be the best way to strengthen that intuitive hand to pull cords from the body or remove subconscious belief systems or conscious belief systems that I even need anything external to heal my body?
Well, I am going to start and just say that, we are one with everything. We are one with everything. So I think first we need to take a look at that. How is that? How is it that we're one with everything? Even if you feel that you have this heavy energies that we're throwing back and forth, it starts here in the body. So what's producing those energies? What's producing those emotions? And nurture yourself. There needs to be love, a compassion for the self, for those emotions that come up, and work with the self in that process. Why is it unacceptable to be who we are right now? Why is it unacceptable to be in pain even? Why is it unacceptable to have the things that are happening in our life right now? What if we would just completely surrender and just allow ourselves to just experience for a moment, observing all of these things that are happening. And that's where Alexander will be, observing quietly, okay, healthy, one. You know, you'll actually find out that there's absolutely nothing wrong with Alexander. He's there observing. And so we begin to see all these things and we apply meanings, and then we get so overwhelmed, and that's the separation talking. So I'll just say that. Anybody else?
The only thing that I just kind of want to add to that, Geraldine, is from the first statement that Alexander made, if I go and I meditate under a tree, I'm going to die. And I don't know where that's going to take me. Maybe there's a little fear there. Maybe you said you weren't afraid, but there's a question. There's a question there. What's going to happen when I get out there and I sit under the tree? What I invite you to do is open yourself up to let the tree give you the answers to that question. Because when you go out in nature and you commune with nature and you feel the oneness of you with everything, that's when things are going to become clear. It's not, let me get clear on what's going to happen when I get out there and then I'll go do it. It's, I'm going to go do it and open myself up to those beautiful answers and communications. I'm going to get welling there. And then I'm going to understand just a little bit more.
Amazing. Yeah. And maybe just look at like why death? And can I throw that back at you, Alexander? Why do we feel that there could be death there in that meditation under that tree?
Because I feel like, I don't even, there's like this part of me that feels like we don't even need food or water or anything. I feel like a lot of it is stimulation. Like I feel like when something stimulates me, it brings out aspects of me, which like brings up these other timelines or these other thought patterns or thought forms. And so I feel like if I was going to completely reprogram my body, I would disappear into that meditation, because I already do, but I feel like I'll either get eaten by bugs or something. Or I don't know, just not eating and not drinking. I feel like my physical body will die. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a disconnect here, and I'm just going to add this. Please, I want everyone else to also comment if they have something to say. But, we need to remember, you need to look at nature. Okay, a plant, it doesn't survive without the water. It doesn't survive without the sun. It needs all of those things. Every living organism, we are, again, in an interdependence with all many things around us. So, Alexander, need, there's like a war with need, right? So is there guilt around need? Is there guilt around desires? Is there guilt around even the emotions that come up? All of that has to be looked at. And we have to make peace with that as a part of the expression of the body, right? And you need to feed the body. You need to give the body what that needs. The poor body, works so hard to do all these things when it's in a state of suffering and separation. So we need to help it. Otherwise, again, we're counter-creating. Right now, the thoughts are counter-creating. Where's the creation energy that needs to kind of emerge from there? Let's take a look at that. Remember, we're interdependent. Kathleen?
Yeah, thank you, Geraldine, and thank you, Alexander, for being so vulnerable to come out and say what you're saying publicly here. I want to actually refer back to a couple of things that were said over the weekend, and I think this was Jill that said this on last night's panel. I'm not sure, but I think this is coming from Jill, and she said something to the effect that if we don't honor this temple, this human body, and we wouldn't be able to experience, I think you said chocolate and hugs and really feeling, things that we can in this body. So that's one piece of it, that we really need to experience all there is in life, for whether good or bad, because that's living, that is living. the thing that I want to tell you that Geraldine specifically helped me with, and this may be where you might be at as well. I actually just went through a very difficult time myself. And when I was was working with her DNA reprogramming, and please put your that DNA reprogramming YouTube video in the chat for everyone to do that at least a million times, because most of my views are, your views are from me listening to it over and over again, still to this day. And when I did a private session with Geraldine, I said, oh my God, and I was just just flooding with tears. I said, I just don't feel like there's anything left of me, because I was so courted by a certain situation that was happening in my life. And she said, no, Kathleen, you're so much more. So it was the reminder, Alexander, you are so much more than the human body. But what Geraldine was saying is true. And what Jill said, and many other healers over the weekend said, is true. We need to take care of this temple fully and openly and honestly. And then the world is your oyster. Everything is there for you to create and co-create and build the life that you really want. And I think that was the messaging that I heard anyway, and I hope you picked up on some of that as well. But we wish you so many blessings on your journey, and thank you for showing up like you have, because that takes a lot of courage. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that. Roman, go ahead.
Yeah, Alexander, I would recommend you to maybe listen the intervention that I did about 2 hours ago. The topic was learning to die and dying to learn in order to remember how to live. So I think you would have a lot of answers about, but basically in a nutshell, death is if you understand that because the two questions are quite linked, God and death, the ignorance of God triggers the fear of death. Because when you realize that God is everything that is and nothingness reunified, and you find that into yourself, you will find that you are as well infinite and you are insignificant at the same time. And it is bringing so much peace, because a lot of us are focusing on the amazingness aspect, which is the God loves and all that. But love cannot exist without hate. It is both. Both are two energies. Love is bringing towards the self, and hate is pushing away from the self. It's the same energy. It's just that we have different direction. But the substance of love is the same as the substance of hate. And in the same way, the substance of the infinite is made of the same substance of the nothingness. And death can be seen as that which is in between life, the same way life can be seen as that which is in between death. So death and life are just passage. They're just threshold between two set of existence. And the more you get connected to those concepts and find them into yourself and find that it's just about transitioning, it's just about accepting the transition between a state of order and a state of imbalance, between a state of order and chaos, balance and imbalance. The more you will be at ease with those concepts, the more you will feel what is commonly called happiness. Happiness being different from excitement or sadness. Happiness being that state of peace, because you made peace with your own existence and your own death as both being an aspect of who you are, which is constantly transitioning. So yeah, I will suggest you to listen to that, or getting in touch with me if you need some more.
Excellent. And also remember that there is successful death and death that it's not successful. And Dan Winter was talking about that, and he talks a lot about that in his channel as well, in which if you're let's say leaving or checking out early at some point because you are suffering and in pain and fear, remember that, you know, the vibrational frequency when you're passing through that toroidal field here, that vortex, that's not going to go anywhere in resonance with where, higher expression, you're going to come back. You're going to come back into that same resonance, and you're going to incarnate right back into that same vibrational frequency. Remember that. So the wonderful thing about this, Alexander, is that you're a seeker, and you've been working so hard to wake up in this life. That's huge, my love. And all of us have gone through terrible times of also feeling like we want to check out. Me too, and we've done that. But when you remember that, that's the counter creation, and, you can create way more, and you're here for much more by being here. We need you because you have special gifts and so much wisdom that we need from you. So yeah, I'll just say that. Karen, did you have your hand up?
No, I was just applauding what Roman said, but I just wanted to say the level of your inquiry, Alexander, is quite, inspiring. It's really staggering. It's beautiful to just tune into your consciousness and your level of inquiry and your insight. I think you're amazing.
Yes.
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
It's so wise what you said, Alexander, that really the body does not necessarily need the food and the drink. There are actually breatharians, people who do not require that by conscious choice. So the body can transform even the breath into calories and all sorts of nutrients. I usually actually share that the breath is like a stem cell. You can use it for anything. You can use it to nourish you. You can use it to heal yourself. You can use it to change belief systems. It's just a pureness that comes into the body you receive, and that will do its magic if you stay in it, if you allow yourself to trust it. And the other thing is, which came up about the question that had come up yesterday in my session, about what happens when you lose personality. So where are you at? And that's not something you can think about or what it's going to be like or so, but in that moment where everything collapses, where all of a sudden, and there are many moments like that, but each time everything collapses into the nothingness Roman was talking about, each time everything collapses, all of a sudden you don't know who you are, but you don't care. And you don't care because it's precisely what you were sharing, is that dying, but it's basically a dying to live, because you simply collapse into that nothingness, and there you are not the one you thought you were, because that part of personality, belief, conception, pattern just collapsed, so it's not there anymore. And then there's this transcendence, which is not identifiable. So none of us can really say, I am exactly this or this or this, because we are so much that we cannot even begin to describe that. We can only describe it when we are defining personality traits, or of course we can define, I am love, I am peace, I am this or that, whatever. But it's really being in that exact surrender that you're talking about in nature, in just letting it do this communing, letting it do whatever it has to gift you. So it's just like Geraldine was sharing, just be there and allow it. And then the questions will fade away, because in that allowing, everything just becomes something. So many moments come in this process of realization, which is the constant merge of human and divine, just like the breath of the in-breath and the out-breath. Many moments come when you are on that threshold of who am I, and you don't care. That's where you die and are born again, over and over and over. It doesn't matter who I am, and my body will be here for me and with me, because it is the vessel I'm choosing to express through. That's what I'd like to share.
Excellent. Incredible. Thank you so much. All right, we have a question from, let me get to the next question here. So many questions. Let me just make sure I get to the top. As our emotions and ancestral trauma are integrated, the clarity of information that is in our DNA reveals itself, and that plays a role in accessing our innate psychic nature and divine temple. Okay, so when we begin to deconstruct and we talk about our DNA, does it access our innate psychic nature and divine temple? Would anybody like to begin addressing that?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes. As our emotions and ancestral trauma are integrated, the clarity of information that is in our DNA reveals itself, and that plays a role in accessing our innate psychic nature and divine template? That's the question.
Well, it sounds like an answer.
Well, there's a question at the end. I would just say that essentially, yes, what's happening is that, as we are kind of deprogramming from all the limiting beliefs, this is where you begin to tap into the whole organism as you are. And in that whole organism is the mechanisms of your intuition and, your higher knowledge and the connection, the ability to connect that source that runs through you, to acknowledge it as a part of yourself. And yes, this is an innate part of you. It's an innate part of your organism. It's an innate part of what is this expression as a fractal of infinite consciousness. Anybody else?
Yes. That was my thought when I heard the question was, yes, you got it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Starseed. Let me get to the next question, which says, when it comes to meditation, what style or approach do you most recommend for everyone to focus on most? Pure self-observation, thought through observation? Do we just trust our guidance to lead us? Meditation techniques. What kind of meditation techniques do you guys use?
The style that works for you. The style that you can go into these meditative states with ease on a continuous basis and actually create that practice for yourself every day. What works for you on a regular basis? What do you like? A lot of times I hear from clients, I don't meditate or I find it hard. What have you tried? Have you tried just being silent? Have you tried using binaural beats? Have you tried going out in nature? But there's multiple ways to meditate. So really ultimately finding that way for you, a way that you're going to continue to do it every day for that long period that you want, whether it's 15 minutes, whether it's an hour, whether it's 40 minutes, whether it's 30. But it's really finding that method, but continuing to search for it. And when you find it, that's the money. That's what's going to be helping you along your path in the journey.
Kathleen?
So this question is probably more for the meditation teachers in this group, but I'm going to speak up from the perspective of someone who had a difficulty really getting into meditation when I first started. And because I had the proverbial monkey mind. So a Vipassana retreat, although I loved it, it took me forever to really get into the zone to do that. But I have found that for me, doing more of a guided meditation, even if I'm doing the one that's guiding, that will keep me more focused versus, because I can go down a rabbit hole very, very easy. So I agree with Bobby 100% that you have to do what works for you. And I would also say that there's a number of different ways that you can get into that. It could be through yoga or dance or wherever you can be present. That I think is one of the key signals to you that you're not thinking about the future, you're not thinking about the past, you're not, trying to fix things or a state of anger. When you are present, that is when you can take note of, oh, this might work for me. So try on a number of different hats and wear the one that you feel most stylish and that you can vibrate with and go from there. But I'm going to pass it on to the real pros in the group here.
I'll say something. I don't think I'm a pro at being a meditation teacher, but I've definitely done a lot of meditating. And I like what all of you said, especially Bobby. I think meditation is not one thing that you settle on and then do it for the rest of your life. It's ever evolving, just like you are. And as you sit to meditate, maybe for the first time, your mind's going to go crazy. I remember when I was in my 20s, I went up to the Vipassana meditation where you sit for 10 days, you can't speak, you can't look at anyone, you meditate. And like for the first 3 or 4 days, it's like torture because your mind becomes really loud and it's like screaming at you. It's like a screaming child that's hungry. And if you don't give it the attention, it tends to calm down. But meditation is an opportunity to be aware. It's like looking inside yourself. It's just awareness of what your mind does, what your energy does, what your body's doing. And as your awareness expands, you know, then you can play with meditation. Hey, I want to say, Bobby, that meditation thing you did with us yesterday afternoon was awesome. It was just amazing. And I had pain in my body, neck especially, from like being on the computer, and it just it melted away. It just melted away. So yeah, what do you want to do with meditation? Do you want to affect healing? Do you want to have awareness? Do you want to expand your psychic abilities? Do you want to talk to your dead relatives, your spirit guides? Do you want to fly through the cosmos and astral travel? I don't know. It's like play with it and don't get sort of stuck in what meditation is and what's best for me. It's like life. Life is your meditation. And then as you deliberately sit to focus and concentrate, you just have more awareness and expansion in what life is what life is actually. Life is beyond this life, and that's what I find meditation is for me. So life is my meditation. I'm tapped into my mob, but when I really want to get some better answers or let's go of some pain, that's when I sit and focus in a meditation and have that intention, or like do something like Bobby did yesterday and get someone to facilitate that, you know, with sound and music or a verbal, you know, go on journeys. Someone beats the drum and takes you on a journey. It's all good. It's all good. Who asked that question? Was it Anita who asked that question? Anyway, it's all good. Play with it.
I think it was Starseed. Yeah, Starseed.
Starseed?
He's in the chat. He's not. I mean, he's in the one of the
he's in the
streams,
chat.
not in this chat.
think
Thank you
Anita's
so
had a-
much for that question. Yeah.
There was another question that somebody said about being in pain and meditating. And
Yeah.
that would be, I would recommend trying different pain meditations that are available. There are plenty out there. Some work, some don't. But that's going to allow you to go into those states where your pain is no longer there. And you can kind of relax a little bit easier. And I do find for self experience and also from, working with others, sometimes when we're listening to the guided meditations or the music meditations, your system might get used to it after a little bit. So don't be surprised if you go into a meditative state, you love it for a couple weeks, and then after a couple weeks, you're like, I'm not getting that same relaxation, or I'm not feeling that same oneness. I'm not feeling what I was feeling. So then try another one, because the way I'm seeing it, or it said the frequencies that we receive, you've received what you needed from that track or from that vibration. So now there's like a new vibration for you coming at you for relaxation.
Yep. Rachel, go ahead.
Hi there. I wanted to chime in. I love a practice with meditation with releasing pain because I work with the angels. I call in the angels. I call in Archangel Raphael and Michael, and I lead my clients through this a lot as well. And my students, and we breathe in the light of the angels and we exhale out what is not serving us, including pain, including any suffering, fears, doubts, worries, anxiety. It's incredibly powerful and potent. And I invite you to try that one too. I love clearing energies and pain, discomfort with the breath, especially with the angels.
If I could just add to that real quick, I would say that also looking into, if you are experiencing pain, to ask where is it coming from, to really get an idea of if this pain is coming from like maybe an emotional wound, or if it's coming like, because a lot of physical ailments can come from energetic, like debris, you could call it. So I would definitely look into that while you're meditating. And to echo what everyone else has been saying, you have to find what you resonate with. Because there were times when I first started meditating where my mind was running 1,000,000 miles an hour. And during the meditation, I was thinking, am I doing this right? Which you're not supposed to really be analyzing like that. And as I would like continue my practice, I would try, there were moments in my timeline where I would just be trying to focus on my own meditation with like what comes through at the moment. Or other times I would ask questions to see if I can receive answers, or I'd want to connect with other like beings, or like I'll do a guided meditation. So really you have to flow with what you're feeling at the moment. And just like everyone else has been saying, just go with what feels right. And if it doesn't, like, let's say like guided meditation, suddenly it's not feeling good anymore, just try something different. Silence is a lovely meditation to just feel into your inner self. Going outside and just sitting and listening to the birds chirping, I think that's a wonderful way to get into meditation. Or doing walking meditations, you know, or just floating in the water if you're like near an ocean or something. These are all like, you can utilize the land and tools of nature to bring you to a state of centeredness and alignment. It doesn't always have to just be sitting in like a Zen-like position.
Totally.
I just
Go ahead,
want to
Alan.
add to that. When your mind is racing, that's sort of some of my favorite times to meditate, because my form is to watch the mind. So the mind races, and then I'm just sitting and watching. If you can get yourself in that watcher position, and then you start to sort of see it go through that process, and then you know you're the observer. And then if you do that long enough, then other things start to appear in your mind's eye that are outside your own psychology, and you start to tap into the greater field. But watching, you can, I mean, my experience, you can't stop the mind, but you can watch the mind. You don't have to engage it. It's like a radio, keep going. But for me, that's really a lot of fun as you watch the mind, and then you kind of step into this deeper part of yourself. And then I know I'm sort of closer to the source there. So that's my experience.
Beautiful. And pain is, I'm going to say, it's unrecognized or ignored emotional information. Remember that. So that ends up being in the body. And so when we feel the pain, if you sit with the pain and feel it, you're going to notice that in that pain, in that discomfort, it's actually full of emotions. And so those emotions will kind of start surfacing, and you could be surprised what you find there. It could be anger or resentment or fear. And as soon as you begin to address that and begin to broaden your perspective around why you feel that way, it begins to release that tension inside of that pain. And it's amazing. I have been able to heal myself from terrible pains in the past just by practicing that really incredibly. And I don't take medication. And I work with clients also that are ill, that are healing through that. The amount of information that's available in that pain is the body crying out and asking for attention. It means that we are ignoring some part of us, some system, some important thing that the body needs. And it's not always about food, or, it's all of these things play a role. Remember, your emotions are being neglected or neglecting yourself. So that's really important to remember. And I have Anita's hand up. Anita, thank you for waiting. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody. It's been such a weekend full of stimulation and wisdom, funnily enough. I wanted to ask, I've heard some spiritual teachers say that once we move into 5D and beyond, that karma is over. And I wonder if any of you could comment on that statement.
Anybody? Well, I will start because I hear that all the time. And I have to see that I don't agree with that. I think it's a little bit of a misunderstanding, perhaps, of maybe the structure of our reality, right? We are constantly moving in and out of dimensions. Okay, and we are those dimensions. We literally are all of the dimensions. And so what allows us to experience certain things is the current state of the vibrational signature that you are at. So if you are more in the physical, stuck, angry emotions, helplessness, all of these feelings, you're going to be experiencing the three very physical, sensational triggers of the body very much here in the physical. And so as you begin to change that, you activate the higher levels of the body, the heart, the throat, and the third eye, and you have the ability to broaden and begin to see the other things of yourself. And so when I hear this thing about the 5D or New Earth, I don't think it's anything outside or a destination or somewhere we're going to. I think it's an awareness of the vibration of ourselves as a whole organism, as a creator, as a vibration, a life force energy that is creating in this moment. So that's what I would say about that. Karen?
Yeah. What a great question, Anita. What a fabulous question. Karma, as we understand it, is really unfulfilled desire. So as we live our lives in, time and space, our soul has an intention to experience something, and we might not have completed that intention in a lifetime, and so we come back to try again. And it's also desire. So we're desiring something that we might not allow to happen. And when you reach a level of awareness, say 5D, like Geraldine said, it's not a place, it's not a separate place. It's a vibrational frequency. You come to a level where your desire manifests much more quickly. And so, look, I know in my life, there was a time where my life was fraught with challenges and problems. And then all of a sudden, after doing a lot of personal growth on myself, I reached a level where I wasn't experiencing the challenges that life was bringing me anymore. And I kind of said to my guides, life was a lot easier. Like I think I said in my talk, I was having, I don't know if it was here or somewhere else, landlords were throwing me out of places, and I was always moving and finding new places and struggling to make money and doing healing. And it all stopped, and they said, yeah, you've kind of finished your karma. And in that, I had reached a level of understanding that if I hit a challenge, I can overcome it much more quickly, because I just affect my consciousness or my thought about it. I appreciate what's happening to me instead of fighting against it. So I guess that the answer to that question is yes and no, because at the same time, we never stop desiring, no matter what frequency what level of frequency we acclimate to. There's always desire, but we can fulfill those desires more quickly. Does that make sense? Anita?
Yes, thank you. That's brilliant. I didn't think it was true. I just wanted to hear what you luminaries thought.
So I'm sure somebody else has got something to say about it.
Can I add something here? Yeah. So it is also about the point of view of what is karma. And so without going into that, we usually associate it as is the law of cause and effect. So whatever you are putting out there comes back to you. So in that sense, obviously that never ends, because basically where you are at is what you are experiencing. The difference here is between whether it is a reactive experience or a creative experience. So if you are in that expanded self, which is accessing more dimensions of consciousness and therefore living in what is called the new earth, because the new earth is right here. It's just happening from within you or not. So as long as we are in that reactive mode, we will be experiencing that which people usually call karma, in that sense of things come at me and sort of hit me for me to wake up. And then it's the other way around. Then it's you just putting that isness into experience. And of course, that is what showers you with that constant isness. And basically, as Karen was saying, the desire then is not a need. So basically it's a shift from a need to a beingness, from a constant beingness. And so whatever is coming forth from within you is what you experience. Therefore, in that sense, karma is obviously permanently there. But in the other sense of that, you feel like life is it's between, is life happening to me or for me? So that's basically it for me. Yes.
Perfect. Anyone else? Very good. Let me see.
Hey, Geraldine, could I ask a quick question? I don't know if could Mason pop in real quick and respond to that question, if that's okay?
Sure.
He's one of the vendors here. If anyone
Oh,
else
okay.
The vendor, if that's okay. But he was a quick response.
What's going on?
Hi,
everybody.
Mason.
I'm the wizard behind the scene with the Orgon pyramids. And what I wanted to say is very similar to what I believe a woman just talked about when it comes to cause and effect in regards to karma. So in my viewpoint, karma is just energy that is either not utilized correctly or not integrated. And so what can happen is if we experience karma, that's just more of the universe kind of giving us that ability to reintegrate those lessons. And it doesn't really matter where we're at in that dimensional understanding. You could be here in this density or you could be in a higher density. But from what I've understood and a lot of the things that I've read is that karma is essentially a tool for the universe to repurpose energy in a different form to give us higher understandings no matter where we're at. So the more that, someone says that I'm experiencing karma, well, that's just more energy that you're reutilizing for your experiences to manifest either a deeper understanding or the opportunity for the universe to use that energy in a different way. And that's kind of how I view karma. Once you get rid of that negative connotation to karma, you can kind of play around with it a little bit more. And you're not necessarily a victim to it. You're now a product of the energies provided within that situation. So no one's going to be void of karma because the universe, like even the planets utilize karma. So if like an asteroid hits a certain planet and it moves that planet, well, that's energy that's in that purpose in that dimension. So what happens is as a human, we sometimes view karma negatively because we're not looking at it from both sides. We're looking at it usually polarized. And, if you look into like Hermeticism, they talk about all these type of laws. They explain karma and they explain cause and effect. And causality is one of the most misunderstood tools in this experience as humans, because we always kind of settle in this effect like, okay, I lost my job. This is that effect, but what's the cause? Or how can I use that cause to create a different effect? And that's kind of one of the main purposes for the Hermetic teachings on that aspect. That's all I had.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mason.
Yeah.
Very good. Do we have any other questions in the chat? Let me just look at, I think I picked up a couple, but let me find them in the meantime. Please raise your hands and go ahead and unmute yourself. Feel free to jump in. And also, Joanne, if you would like to add anything, please do jump in. We haven't heard very much from you, if you want to. Oh, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said I will when I'm ready. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, let's see over here. Oh, somebody says they have...
Geraldine, I just want to say that.
Yes, please go ahead.
I don't know how to say her name. Anjali had her hand up before for a long time, but she put it down. I was wondering if her question was answered.
Oh, let's see. Anjali, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, that I asked already a question, the first question. I forgot to lower my hand. Thank you so much.
Yes, beautiful. All right, I think we answered all the questions, and I'm just looking at the time, and it's 8:13, so we're over time. We've been having so much fun here. Well, I am so sad to say goodbye, but it brings our beautiful conference to a close here, and I want to really genuinely thank everybody that has been here, all the incredible speakers for taking the time to come and share their dedication, their gift, their art with the world. It is really, truly just fills with love, really, truly. Thank you for that. And for everybody that wants to connect with them, please check them out on the website. All their information is there. Connect with them, work with them, and we are here to serve. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Everybody that's in the chat, much love from all around the world. We have so many messages. Everyone says thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Geraldine.
Thank you, Geraldine.
Thank you,
Thank
Alan.
you, Geraldine.
Thank you, Geraldine. We
Big
love
love.
you.
Geraldine and all of the work that she did, continues to do, and
Amazing.
to the audience
you.
that listened, my Lord, did she attract a beautiful, beautiful sphere of energy to listen to the messages that were said. And Geraldine, it would not have happened without you. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank
Oh,
you
that's so
very, very
amazing.
much.
It's all of our contributions in making this happen, and everyone that came into the chat as well, into the Zoom. Really, thank you for joining us. I just wanted to send out a quick healing energy, guys, to the group. Healing energy to everyone that came in here. Anyone in the world that is suffering, feeling alone, feeling disconnected. Please, if we can just set the intention for everyone out there that is going through difficult times right now, and even those of us here in the group that are going through transformations, right? Heavy, heavy transformations. Let's just hold space. You are so loved. Yep, Jeff, we can rub our hands together.
Brother Bobby.
Oh,
do
Bobby.
it. Let's
Bobby
do it,
says,
Bobby.
All right,
rub
ready?
the hands.
On a count
Yep.
to 3. 1, 2, 3.
Wow. Holy wow. Everybody breathe. Breath is the gateway.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Vibing.
Incredible. Love you guys so much.
Thank you.
We will see you soon. Thank you, Alan. A very, very special thanks to Alan for allowing us to live stream this, really, truly, and for Neil as well. Thank you.
Oh, people can see it. They can see the rebroadcast of the last 3 days on
There you go.
on New Reality, youtube.com/New Realities. It has 10 hours the first day and whatever the rest. But it was my pleasure, an honor to host this on my YouTube channel. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Bye.
Bye,
Can
everybody.
I say one thing now?
Yes, yes.
Sorry.
You didn't last word, Joanne.
I'm sorry. Celia. It's like I didn't really feel like I belonged in this level of speakers here. And I feel like I have this whole new group of really wonderful friends. So thank you so much.
Of course you belong, Joanne. That's why you're
Thank
here.
you. I get it now, but that was the limited thinking. So thank you so much for including me.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here, Joanne.
Yeah.
Yes, you're amazing.
And to everyone, I just want to say this has been such a cool weekend. Like the panel has been every single night I've been a part of it. It's been so wonderful, and to meet all you guys here, I've just learned so much this week, and I'm definitely going to revisit different speakers this upcoming week when I have moments to listen. And just thank you everyone also in the chat and who got the tickets and all of that. This is how you change the world. This is how you bring about 5D. Is by doing this kind of stuff. This is how it is.
This is 5D. There you go.
This is it. You don't have to wish to go somewhere else. You're in it by doing this kind of these events and thinking deeply and going inside. This is exactly what 5D is. I just want to say thank you so much for hosting it, Geraldine, and for Portal to Ascension for helping that, and Elle and everything. I'm just so happy this happened this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being a part of it, everyone. Much love, guys. See you soon.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Geraldine. Thank you.
Bye, my loves.
Thank you.